Hey y'all, are you ready to get into it? We have so much to talk about. I have decided that we are going to really get into some scriptures and see how it applies in our everyday life using real life situations that are relatable today and goes back to the scripture. We have to apply the scripture to see how it can work for us. I also want to start bringing people on the show so they can get into the scripture with me. So I have a lot coming up. So if you guys are ready, I am ready to get right into it. Let's go.
We are live. Mic check, mic check. I hope everybody is doing well. This is your host, Fear No Mortals, and my co-host, Breezy.
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing out there? Great to be here. How you doing, Fear No Mortals?
I am doing well. How are you, Freezy?
I'm doing pretty good. God is good all the time, and all the time, God is good.
God is awesome, and it is a blessing for us to be here today and doing this live stream. We are talking about milestones today, and we are talking about our older selves versus our younger selves, and any thoughts about that and what we would tell our younger selves. I'm celebrating another year of life and growth, so we are going to get into it. Let's see who's in the building. And I'm sorry I'm late, everybody. I had little tech issues and everything, but we are here nevertheless. So feel free to hit the like. If you haven't already, subscribe. Share this out if you think it'll help somebody else. And also, if you're feeling generous, hit my Cash App. That's Parlay24 on Cash App, Parlay24. So who do we got in the building? Hey, Riaz. I know I was late. If you guys are still here, hey. If you left, I hope you come back. Nice to see you. Hey, Vagoda. Thank you so much for coming. Let's see who else. Dragonfly Jones in the building. Imagine I just wrapped up doing adult stuff and you still ain't ready for showtime. The Lord wants us to be prompt, and here you go doing the opposite. Bless her, Jesus. Thank you, Dragonfly. That is a great word of encouragement. Hey, Get Right. Good to see you. Hey, Dea. Good to see you. Let's learn something. Good to see you. Dr. Quantum, thanks for stopping by. Let me see who else. Hey, her, that's her. Thanks for stopping by. Let me see who else. We got Dragon leaving me a lot of messages because I was late. Hey, sis, good to see you. And I'm not gonna go in and read all the discrepancies Dragon is telling me. It says peace, much blessings, and much love to everyone in the chat. The live will start soon, 4 more hours in fact. So take a nap, read the word, order some Chinese from DoorDash or Uber Eats, and relax. Thank you, her. That's her. I really appreciate it. So we are gonna get started, Freezy. Feel free to leave me any messages in the chat, and we will be saying what's up as you all come in. And I'm trying to figure out how to pin this thing at the top. You know, I'm just new to this. I don't even know what I'm doing, Freezy.
You say what? You don't know what?
I said, I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm trying to pin this thing at the top, but I don't even know how to do it.
How to pin the link to the top?
Yeah.
Okay,
well,
so
not the link, not yet, but I don't know how to do that, but I'll get
how to pin y'all to send the birthday celebration? I mean, send the donation thing right here.
Yeah, I was trying to pin it, but I don't know how.
So you go to you can't do it from StreamYard. You got to go to YouTube.
Well, I'm not gonna do it today then.
I'm saying just pull up another tab.
Okay.
Where your live stream is playing on YouTube, on regular YouTube, not StreamYard.
Okay.
And then click on that link and it'll give you an option. Just click on it one time and it'll give you an option to pin it to the top.
Oh, okay. You know what? I do know how to do that, I think.
Yeah, I used to get messed up too. Like I used to try to click it from StreamYard, but I forgot you got to go to your to the YouTube live.
So that's obviously not it. Okay, I will be doing that in the process. So today we are talking about milestones. And thank you, Wagoda. I really appreciate it. And I hope I pronounced that right. So milestones. I'm just going to get into what exactly that is. And we will be opening up the link after a little while here. So milestones represent significant points or achievements, often used to track progress or mark important events. They can be related to personal development, project management, or even life events. Common topics include developmental milestones, project milestones, and life milestones. When we're talking about developmental milestones, if we're looking in the way of motor, it would be reaching, sitting, walking, running, and other physical skills, like say of a child when they're just coming up and they're learning how to crawl, walk, and everything like that.
Right.
How to talk, their first words, social and emotional, how to smile, how to play games like peekaboo, and showing independence. Cognitive, like problem solving and things like that. When we're talking about project milestone, it could be different phases in our life, like the beginning of a project, the end phase of a project, the way we deliver things, completion of key tasks or products, obtaining necessary approvals to move forward. And in our life milestones, personal, it could be anything from graduation, marriage, retirement, starting a new job, starting a YouTube channel. We have different milestones, being a content creator, professional, achieving specific performance goals. Our milestones help track progress and celebrate our achievement and provide a framework for planning and decision making. So, do you want to add anything to that, Preezy?
Yeah, I think milestones are a blessing, and sometimes we could get so caught up in the negative aspects of life and view things from a negative lens so much,
right?
We forget about our milestones, you know, and I think that's another thing too, that sometimes, people always say, this is an old saying, you can either look at the glass as half empty or half full. Right. So a lot of times I think just from another perspective, I think that we disregard a lot of our milestones, or miss a lot of our milestones, because we're so caught up on, negativity. We're so negative about stuff and thinking of things that we don't have, or we think of things that we didn't achieve instead of being thankful for the things that we did achieve and the things that we do have. So
that's a good point.
A lot of times we miss our milestones because we, we're so caught up in the things that we don't have or the mistakes we made. We dwell on our past mistakes and stuff like that. So
yeah, I totally agree with you on that. That is definitely a good point. Do you think like you just said, people get caught up or they don't? You think some people just don't really care, or there's some people that really just don't celebrate themselves, like they don't see anything really significant. Maybe some people think, well, it's just another day. You know what I mean?
I'm one of those people,
right?
Yeah. Yeah, you talking about me?
Right. I'm kind of like that too in the aspect, and I was just like last night on the channel, I was like, I didn't even want anybody to know it was my birthday, but I love Mo Love and she always celebrates me and I'm thankful for her. Because I just, I don't know, I'm just a really type of person where it's just like, I'm not pessimistic or negative, like, oh, it's just another day, but I'm just like, well, I'm grateful to be alive for another year or whatever it is I'm accomplishment, but I don't really go out of my way to like celebrate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, me too. I'm the same way. I don't know where I get that from, because I know people, when their birthday come around, or just any little accomplishment, I know people that celebrate every little accomplishment. And they have, and I'm talking about, and they just be in such good spirits and stuff. I just never understood, like I know people that every time their birthday come around, it's like a big deal.
Okay, yeah.
They go all the way out, especially for their like what you're saying, like the milestone birthday is like the 30th birthday or the 40th birthday or the 50th birthday, 60th birthday.
People go all out.
I'm talking about they spend a lot of money and all kinds of stuff,
Yes, most definitely.
And I've never been like that.
You have never, Freezy, not like when you was younger?
Even when I was younger, I wasn't like that. I don't know why.
Oh, wow.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I think after I turned it, like my mom and dad stopped celebrating our birthdays a long time ago like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I wasn't, my mom and dad never made a big deal out of our birthdays.
Okay. Did you guys celebrate other holidays when you was growing up, or
when I was younger? But that stopped at a younger age too.
Okay.
My biggest birthday I remember was my grandma inviting my friends to McDonald's. Remember they used to go to McDonald's used to let you have like your birthdays there and stuff. And,
yes, in the little play thing and
then everybody get McDonald's and stuff. And I was young. Me and my twin brother was young. That was the last celebration I remember.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. So I just never been big on celebration and celebrating birthdays and stuff like that. I think even when I got older, the most I ever did was we probably have like a little barbecue at my house. Nothing big, but just like a couple of homeboys, and then we'll buy a bottle and we'll sit around and drink and talk in the yard.
Right.
It's something simple. It ain't nothing like, well, I'm bringing attention to myself or something like that.
Okay, I understand that. Yeah, I'm kind of like that too. The last birthday I think I had, like actually, like a party, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
Was probably when I turned 20, maybe. Yeah, I think I turned 20. So Yeah, that was over 20 years ago. But I've been like you, where we just get together, a few friends, and maybe turn up over the years when I used to drink and stuff. But besides that, that was the last time I probably had a party. Hey PJ, thank you for coming. Thank you. Hey Mrs. V. She says, hey, F&M in chat at work in the bushes. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, shout out to everybody.
Hey, Frieza. Thank you for coming. Hey, CJ. Thank you. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you all being here. Let me see. Wagoda said, fear no mortals, today was a holiday here in Jerusalem. Right, I remember you saying you was in Jerusalem. Are you celebrating? Hey, Shirley, thank you for being here. Okay, so when we go into and we're talking about, make sure you guys hit the like and subscribe if you haven't already, and share. Thank you all.
That's right.
When we are going into milestones, like
what's up, PJ?
like we said, some people make a big deal out of it and some people don't. When I look at, like, since we're both content creators, did you feel the need to, like, every little, I guess, when did you feel the need to first have your first celebration? Like, how many subscribers or channel milestones was you at before you said, hey, I'm going to celebrate myself?
If I'm not mistaken, I think it was 3,000.
Okay.
I think it was 3,000, and then I skipped the 4,000.
Okay.
That would let you know. I have to remember it. You know what I'm saying? I skipped the 4,000. I think the first one was 3,000, and I didn't even celebrate the 1,000. I ain't celebrate that. And
do you think that's the one most people celebrate? Because that's when they've reached that you have to have 1,000 to get monetized, right?
Most definitely. That's the one everybody celebrate, the 1,000. But I ain't even celebrate my 1,000. I just was happy,
Right.
And yeah, I think the first one I celebrated was 3,000. I skipped the 4,000. Then I celebrated 5,000. 5,000 was pretty big over here.
Right.
And then what I just celebrated 6,000.
Correct. You're almost at 7,000, crazy. Are you going to celebrate 7,000?
You know what? Now I'm starting to celebrate them just because it gives me an excuse to do a show.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just be honest with you, like it's like content, so.
Right.
I mean, it's a celebration, but I don't really be caring about that stuff, sis. I don't really be caring. I just.
Right. I'm kind of like that too, because Blaze be on my top, boy. He be like, he's been doing it for months. Well, when are you gonna celebrate? When are you gonna celebrate? And I'm just not a person that always wants to celebrate. So it's just like, okay, Blaze, I'm gonna do it. But I told him the next milestone I get at, we're gonna celebrate that. So that might be in the next 2 weeks. But when I did, I think, did I get 1,000 subscribers? And I told Blaze, okay, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do a stream because I never go live. Yeah. I put a little milestone celebration of 1,000 subscribers, like made a short graphics video and played it. And Blaze was mad because he thought I was going live. He said he clicked on that and seen that. He was disappointed, but I was just like, look, that's the best I could do at the time. So it's funny. It's funny. Hey, Vaughn, I'm so glad you're here. Thank you.
What's up, Vaughn?
He says, greetings, peace, joy, and grace in abundance. Amen.
Yeah, shout out to Riaz, too. I seen you speak to me earlier, Riaz.
Riaz is in the building. Now, Riaz be coming through.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's what about did you celebrate when you got monetized?
Nah.
You didn't. You just
I
kept
don't
going.
even think I celebrated.
Oh wow.
Did I celebrate? Maybe I did. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember celebrating it. Yeah.
It was a while ago, huh?
I'm telling you, I do not remember celebrating. I don't even think I did. Yeah. I think I just put like a Facebook post up. And I put something on my community wall. But yeah, I don't remember celebrating me being monetized. Because I'm gonna tell you something. I don't even think I was going live at the time.
Oh really? You still doing pre-record?
I was still doing pre-recorded videos. That's how I got monetized.
Right.
So I'm pretty sure I didn't do a live stream because yeah, I didn't do a live stream for my 1,000. I mean for the 1,000 and for me getting monetized. Nope, because I wasn't even going live then. By the time I started going live, when I reached 2,000, I didn't even know you were supposed to celebrate a 2,000 subscriber. I didn't even know you were supposed to do that.
Okay.
And so then when I reached 3,000, somebody said, Freezer, you're not gonna celebrate, you got to celebrate the 3,000. And I was like, okay, I'll use it for content.
Right.
So now I just use those milestones for content. You know what I'm saying? I don't really have to think too hard about what I'm gonna talk about. You know?
You think it just comes natural now?
What come natural?
When you reach another milestone and you're just like, well, I'm just gonna use it for content.
Yeah, I'm just gonna use it for content, you know.
Okay.
People be happy and I'm grateful too, but it's, you know, once you get 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, it's just another 1,000. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah. I mean, I'm grateful for it all, but I think I'm one of those people that I don't really put a spotlight on my milestones.
Yeah. And I can understand that. I
You know, but I think I just try to stay humble. I don't really like the spotlight on me a lot.
Right. You know? I noticed that.
Yeah, I don't really like the spotlight. I just try to stay humble and I just I think I said this on my platform before. I just try to keep my head down and keep moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then like, you know, one day I'm gonna look up and I'll probably have 1 million subscribers, but I ain't even know how I got here. I forgot how I got there because I just kept walking with my head down.
Right. Yeah. Being humble and thanking the Lord.
Yeah, you know, yeah.
Yeah, thanking the Lord that, you know, we are even able to get on these platforms and try to give some encouragement, try to give some good content, things that people need to talk about and think about, you know. And you had a really good show over the weekend. It was a lot of good topics being discussed. I think, you know, it was a lot of good people that came up with some good wisdom or knowledge and you know, to try to give to other people. And I think that's what it's all about, just trying to give encouragement to others.
Yeah, I think so too.
Right. And I'm going to read this verse for the stream. It's Psalms 25. And it goes on to say, unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul. Oh my God, I trust in thee. Let me not be ashamed. Let not mine enemies triumph over me. Ye, let none that wait on thee be ashamed. Let them be ashamed which transgress without cause. Shew me thy ways, O Lord, teach me thy paths. Lead me in thy truth and teach me, for thou art the God of my salvation. On thee do I wait all day. And that is Psalm 25. I just read from 1 to 5.
That's awesome.
Yeah. That gives us a lot of instruction right there and a lot of reasons to be grateful to God.
Oh yeah.
And as I go today, and when I thought about, well, let's talk about milestone and just celebrating ourselves and our little achievements, and we'll go more into that because I think that's very important, even if you don't have a big bang. But it just, me being here today and be it another year, when I couldn't imagine looking back 20 years ago and thinking I'd be here today sitting on YouTube doing a live stream. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So many things have transpired and progressed. In life, we go through so many ups and downs, and sometimes we just don't know what direction to go in and where to take our steps. We have to ask the Lord to order our steps, because if we don't, it's a disaster. We've all been through times where we thought we had it all figured out, and then something goes wrong and we get knocked back down. But we always have to be grateful to God that He's a God of many chances, and He gives us the courage to get back up despite our failures, despite the mistakes we've made, despite whatever we've done wrong in our life. There's always another chance for us to clean it up and get better.
Yeah, I agree.
Let me just say that real quick, because we'll keep it going. I won't even see these.
Yeah. Shout out to Lady Navoa too.
Yes, that's where I was doing. Hey, Lady Navoa, she said, so I'm the old F&M and my big bro, for real. So love you. Me chat familia. Hola. Hello, Lady Navoa. Okay, but yeah, go ahead, Freezy.
No, it's important for God to lead us, and for Him to order our steps, right?
Yeah.
Now, here's a caveat. I understand why people celebrate themselves, but I think another reason why I don't really get too caught up in personal celebrations is because I try to keep my feet grounded in the Lord and understanding that He is the whole reason why I have what I have, and I exist. I even exist. Me and you talked about this before you went live. God can get rid of everything and all of us at a snap of a finger.
That is
so I mean, a lot of times if you celebrate yourself too much, and I know this is going to sound bad to some people, but a lot of times if you celebrate yourself too much, you can get lost in the sauce. And you can get lost in your own self, on your own flesh. You know what I'm saying? And I think the goal is to keep our eyes on the Most High God.
Yes.
I read a scripture, 1 John 2nd chapter. It was talking about what was it saying? It was talking about the pride of life. I forgot how it started out. It was saying
you said it was 1 John 2nd chapter?
Yeah, it was 1 John 2nd chapter.
All right, I got you.
It was 14. Was it 16 through 17?
Okay. It says, this one talks about if you see any brother or sister commit a sin.
Okay, 1 John, that's 1 John 2nd chapter.
For everything in the world.
Yeah.
The lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life comes not from the Father, but from the world. The world and its desires pass away, but whoever does the will of God lives forever.
Yeah. Shout out to Dragonfly Jones in the building. But so
hey Dragon, sorry we're late.
The milestones are nice, but God reminds us that all of those things will pass away. And the main thing we need to stay focused on is receiving the kingdom of God.
That's right.
These little milestones that we have in life, what is it all truly for? Is it for our own personal growth, or is it for the kingdom of God? That's the perspective I try to keep. Right. All these milestones is for God, not for me. And I think it's easy to get caught up in yourself.
That's true.
Right, and in your personal accomplishments. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be glad about their accomplishments, but I think as long as we keep God first, we'll have the right perspective.
I agree with you. Do you think that a lot of people really realize that if it wasn't for the Lord, that we wouldn't even have the ability to achieve these things?
Most people don't think like that.
Right. I don't think
most people think that they are the one that did it.
Yeah.
They did these things. They woke up in the morning and put forth the effort. They made it happen. Not God, right?
I think so too.
Yeah. But if you know what I know and seen what I seen, you don't have to wake up in the morning with good health. You don't have to make it through your entire day. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that happen for you to even be able to celebrate a milestone.
Right.
But a lot of times people tend to take credit themselves for everything.
Right, instead of praising God.
Yeah, that's a dangerous thing, to disregard God and have this haughty mindset, like 1 John 2nd chapter, what you just read, it's talked about the pride of life, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about right now. We're talking about having that pride of life. And I think most people either have the pride of life, or they want to be able to feel that pride of life, of their own life.
That's good too.
You want to feel that, because it feel good to give yourself the credit. It feel good to say I did it and nobody else did. It feel good to feel like you had all the power in your hands. That's very empowering, you know what I'm saying? Even if it's in a negative way, it's you could get drunk with that thought pattern, with that thought process. And before you know it, people be trying to figure out, dang, they felt like that. And before you know it, within the snap of a finger, it's taken all away from you, or you're faced with destruction. you know, either something happened to where you're permanently disabled, or you get caught up in some legal stuff, and now all of your progress is threatened to be torn down. It can happen overnight. It happens to people all the time.
It can.
Right? And people be trying to figure out, why me? Why this happened to me? It's because you ain't put God first.
Right. Yeah. That's so true, Freezy. I can use a personal example. There was a time in my life where, I was doing good. I had it, I'm flossing, jewelry, everything. Yeah. You know what I mean? I won't even lie.
Me too.
My house got broken into. All my jewelry and everything got stolen and everything. And I will say it was an eye opener because, I had some nice pieces that I didn't have insurance on. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But that situation taught me to be a lot more humble, because at that time you couldn't tell me nothing. So in those situations, it's like, as soon as you think that you're doing so good and you forget, I won't say I forgot about God, but I wasn't living the way I should have been. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So in that moment, God will show you, doing too much, snatch, you know what I mean? And you won't even see it coming. And that was an eye opener and a lesson that I need to be more humble and, because God's watching when we think we're bigger than God's program. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep. So, it's just things like that. I think a lot of us go through different things, in different ways. You know what I mean? That set us back. You could think you're doing good and everything, and then you might lose your job.
That's right.
Because you was thinking you had everything figured out. It could be that. It could be, something could happen. It could be a medical issue. It could be not even you. It could be somebody else. You know what I mean? That's close to you or whatever. And something that's going on with them sets you back. So, I think we just have to be mindful to always put God first. And Vaughn said, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you.
All praises.
That's a great one.
Yep. And that's true. Seek ye first the kingdom of God. That's what I was saying. Our mind should be on the kingdom.
Right.
Like, if we really feel like the kingdom of God is our true reward, we're going to do what's necessary to achieve that. Like, when you got your eyes on that prize, when you make that your number one prize, now, this is very important. This is good. Because whatever you focus on as a prize, now there are certain requirements to get that prize. There are certain requirements, right? Mm-hmm. Whatever you focus on as a prize, whatever you consider is a prize that you want, there's always certain requirements to achieve that prize.
Yes.
So if we look at the kingdom of God as our main prize, now if you want that prize, you're going to adhere or fall in line with what it takes to get that specific prize. Yeah. That's why God said, seek first the kingdom of God, make that be your prize. Because now if that's your prize, you're going to do what it takes to get that specific prize. And there are certain requirements to get that prize.
I agree with that.
Right. But if you got your eyes on prizes of the world, worldly prizes, there's different requirements for those prizes too. And you're gonna be too caught up in doing what it takes to get those type of prizes than doing what it takes to get the kingdom of God, that prize.
And that's a big point. Crown Life, thank you for coming in.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. He said God is simple to confound the wise.
Yes.
And to your point, Freezy, I mean, we see it all the time. We're seeing it, what's going on in people's everyday lives, and even with these celebrities and everything else, you know, because we know that a lot of people do a lot of stuff to get to certain levels in their life that's not for God. It's totally against God. And although they're rising up and they're doing this, but there's a lot that goes into that, you know?
Yes.
And that could not living the right way, walking in, you know, evil motives and intentions. You have to keep up with that too. You know, you have to keep up with the evil. Once you sign in for it, you know, there's requirements of evil as well, you know.
There's requirements for everything we want to achieve. And that's the attachment to everything. That's what's attached to everything we want. There is requirements. Even if you want a candy bar out of the store, there's a requirement to get that candy bar.
Yeah.
It costs a certain amount of money.
Yes, you are right.
Unless you trying to steal it.
And that's gonna come back on you too.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Well, one thing about the kingdom of God, you can't steal that. That's what makes it so. Let me tell you, you can steal a lot of things in life, but you can't steal the kingdom of God.
Yes.
You really got to work for it, you know?
You really do. Hey, Bolo, thank you for coming in. He says blessings to F&M, Freezy, and chat.
Bolo, what's up, bro?
Yeah, so I definitely...
What's going on, Lord ADS? What's going on with you, bro?
Hey, Lord ADS, thank you for coming in.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of requirements. You're exactly right. Hey, Artifacts, thank you for coming in. He says good
Artifacts,
afternoon.
what's up?
Chat and family. Whatever we do. So when we were talking about milestones, I think that you really hit it on. You know, whatever we do, we don't want to get too vain in celebrating ourselves and leaving God out of the mix.
Yep.
We can't be so vain or arrogant or conceited to not give all the glory to God and to sit here and think that we can make it all on our own and that we would achieve all this, you know, if we weren't blessed to even have life, you know, because I think some people could even wake up in the morning and forget the reason why they're still alive. Forget that they still have a purpose. They still have things to accomplish, you know. They don't care. Some people wake up and, you know, and they're so wrapped up in maybe some depression and whatever's going on in their life that they're not even grateful for life anymore. They're not grateful for anything, you know.
I always wonder, like when people say, "Yeah, you got beside yourself." I was trying to. What is the truth? What do they mean by you got beside yourself? What, you don't leave nobody else, you just beside yourself? What?
I think they're using it in a sense of you just think that you have it all figured out, or you're doing too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You think too much of yourself, you're doing too much, you know? You've gotten out of pocket, out of order.
Okay.
And, you know, a lot of people can get that way. And, you know, I know that I have been that way at some point or another, just like the example I told you, you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, you know, we have to reel it back in. Because if we don't, then you know what's old saying go, easy come, easy go too. One minute you may have everything figured out, and then the next minute things are looking a little bleak. And that's the way it happens sometimes. It's unfortunate, but I feel like God's not going to put nothing on us, and he's not going to keep advancing us if we can't even be grateful and handle the stuff that's in front of us. Like the little stuff that we have going on, the things that we're trying to accomplish now, or the things that God puts in front of us for us to be doing. Like if we keep, because we all go through tests, and I just feel like if we keep on failing, how are we ever going to advance? And it doesn't have to be advancement as far as monetary gain. You know what I mean? Just even advancement in the word, advancement in our purpose, if we can't get past the things that are in front of us.
I like what Clarice Lewis said. She said, "You've stepped away of the real you." I think she was commenting on you've gotten beside yourself.
Yep. I'm trying to see where she's at in the chat.
It's 522.
Okay, there's no mix without God. That is so true. Hey, thank you for coming in. I love you. Okay, yeah, I see it. You stepped away of the real you. Yep, that is so true. I'm so happy to see you, my family guy.
Clarice is your family?
Yes.
What's going on, fam?
But yeah, so I really think that we just, when we're talking about celebrating little achievement, I feel like people need to be celebrating where they are in their journey of walking with the Lord as well. Like, if we want to celebrate something, that should be some of the main things that we are celebrating. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Celebrate how far we've come in the word. Celebrate the fact that we are not how we used to be. How we're not operating in dysfunction anymore. We're not operating in chaos anymore. We've learned to
That's right.
Move forward and forgive, be positive. We know that there's a lot of people that are not optimistic, they're negative, they're pessimistic all the time. So we should be celebrating those achievements that, we're moving closer to the Lord, and the enemy, doesn't have our mind and spirit wrapped up.
I agree.
It should have been.
Yeah.
So I try to look at things in that sense, and every day just giving, all glory to God of all my achievements that I've made since I've been closer to the Lord. There's a time where I wasn't reading scripture. I wasn't praying. I didn't care about no Bible study or no devotion or whatever. You know what I mean? I didn't care about any of that. And I just look at myself and today, how far I've come, because now I don't wake up in the morning without praising God. I don't go and start my day without saying my prayers, without spending time with God, without reading scriptures. And there's a time where I wasn't thinking about none of that at all.
Yeah. Me too. I used to I was always the type of person that said I believed in God, but I still wanted to do my own thing.
Yeah.
But if somebody asked me what my beliefs is, oh yeah, I believe in God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me too.
So it's almost like a lot of people have God in their back pocket.
Yeah.
That's how I was. I always had God. Shout out to Quantum Love. I always had God in my back pocket. I still was doing what I wanted to do, but I just felt like I had God in my back pocket, and I don't know if you know this rapper named Trick Daddy, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm old school.
Okay. Trick Daddy always had a saying, God love the thugs too.
Right.
I used to believe that. I used to be like, you know, no matter what I do, God gonna love me.
Mm-hmm.
But when I realized no matter what I do, I'm gonna reap what I sow. And I started living that and experiencing that. I started having a different outlook on God, because a lot of times people say that to, you know, to have an excuse to do what they want to do and to live how they want to live, you know. But when you understand the true meaning of fearing God, everything we do, we take account for it. I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I be feeling like I'm still paying for what I did in the past. I don't know. I don't even be knowing, man.
Yeah, I feel that way sometimes because, you know, even though, and I think one thing that people don't realize, Freezy, even though we change our lives, right? And we repent, we stop doing what we used to do, we stop moving in a way that we used to move, and we get closer to God and we want to live for Christ now. You're still going to reap what you sow in one way or another.
You still going to reap it. You can't get it.
You're still going to reap what you sow. And people, I think some people have the assumption that, okay, I've changed my life now. You know what I mean? And,
right.
And now I'm moving in the right direction, but you're still going to get paid back for that house you broke into, or
that's right.
You're still going to be paid back for whatever you did out in them streets, or when you cheated, or, you know, whoever you lied to or put down or bullied or whatever it could have been, the family members you had. So you're still going to get it back, you know?
You still going to get it. Yeah. You're going to God takes a full account of everything we do, you know. Forgiving us, forgiving our sins, it just means that He gives us a chance to receive the kingdom of God.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? But He gonna see how serious we is, even though He give us our butt whipping.
That's right.
We think because we said, Daddy, I'm sorry. I ain't mean it. I know what I did wrong. I won't do it again. We think the butt whoopings ain't still coming no more. It's still coming.
Right.
You know?
That's so true. And Vaughn said, worshiping God with our lips and our hearts are far from Him. We need to have a heart towards God.
That's right.
That's true. That's exactly true. And Dragonfly said, take an account until we ask for forgiveness and repent, turning from those evil and wicked ways. Then and only then it'll be removed and we won't take account for it. Yeah, God forgives. God's going to forgive if we repent. And that's most definitely true. You know, it's important for us to be out here planting the good seeds and not the bad ones. You know, because those bad ones, they're going to come back around just as well as the good ones do.
All I'm saying is, don't think that you can just go out there sinning and it's as easy as, oh God, forgive me, I'm sorry, and then it's over with.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Like
right,
God is not a fool. That's all. We can't fool God, you know.
No, and we can't. And a lot of people, well, nobody else knows, but God still knows.
Yeah, He knows. And so now, once we get a true understanding of that, that's where the real fear of God come in at.
That is so
God
true.
know.
Yeah, God still knows.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Let me see here. So let me ask you a question, Freezy. Because I believe you said you grew up in the church too when you was younger. At some points in your life, you were in the church as well. And I grew up in the church as well. You know, I think I've shared before. I was in the Sunshine Choir. I was on the junior usher board. Yes, Awanas. If anybody remembers that, you know. Sunday school, yeah, so I was always in church when I was growing up, and I have to thank my parents for that, because I haven't departed from it, even though I've been off track, I've been lukewarm, until I really decided to change my life around. But do you think that it's a difference on the way people perceive God based on how they grew up, or based on if the Lord was in their life, or if they were taught that when they were younger?
Oh yeah, most definitely. Most people were not taught about God. And shout out to Crown Life. I like your comment too, Crown Life. Most people were not taught the Bible correctly. Most people were not taught who God was correctly. Right? And most of us had the same experience in church. We just go to church every Sunday, and we hear the preacher. Then towards the latter end, he go to hooping and hollering.
Right.
They pass collection, played around a few times. Everybody leave church feeling good that they went to church, and they feeling like they special because they church people and they went to church. You even feel good to tell people, yeah, I went to church today. You should have came. Yeah. Even people that just came from the club the night before will make somebody feel bad the next day and say, you should have brought your butt to church.
Right.
And they feel like they did something special just because they went to church.
Yeah.
But when I started understanding how to be, because we was talking about being effective last night, right?
Yeah.
Well, actually, it was this morning.
Yes.
When I understood what it really when I started understanding what it really required for me to be effective, as a child of God, it changed my whole outlook.
Mm-hmm.
Like, being a child of God and possessing that light that the Bible speaks of, you got to really do the work.
Mm-hmm.
Like, God's people are proven. God's people are put through the test. We have to really do the work each and every day. This is not just a weekend thing. This is not a Sunday thing. This is a devoted thing. Like, you have to devote yourself.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? So when people look at it from that lens or that aspect, it's not as attractive anymore, because a lot of the things that you used to do, you can't do it no more.
I agree.
So when it come down to that aspect of it, a lot of people don't. When you look at it that way, people get turned off from God. They be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't gonna have no life.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think of it like that.
Yeah, I ain't gonna have no life. You mean to tell me I can't do what I want to do? I can't go to the club no more. I can't drink and smoke with my homeboy. I can't be me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then a lot of people get turned off from actually, doing what it really takes to receive the kingdom of God. So to me, when I look at it, when I see that happen and I read scripture, I connect that with scripture, I'm not surprised anymore, because the scripture says only a remnant, like a minority, is going to really receive the kingdom of God. Not the majority. The majority of people is not going to be willing to do what it takes.
Right.
This is for the special people. This is for the holy people. the people that set apart, the people that's willing to do the work. This ain't meant, this walk ain't meant for everybody. And they talk about the narrow way, not the broad way. Everybody ain't, we talk about the tightrope. Everybody ain't willing to walk that tightrope.
I agree.
So when I wrap my head around all that, I say, okay, this is what it takes. This is what I'm gonna have to do. And I'm gonna be honest with you, when I came to that realization, man, I it's almost like realizing that we got to get our butt up and go to the gym. Don't nobody want to go to the gym. Don't nobody want to go to the gym. We want to sit home and eat Debbie cakes and Doritos and order pizza. That's what feel good. That feel good.
Right.
Going to the gym that don't feel good.
It's
and
discipline.
So it takes discipline.
Right.
And
I totally agree.
Yeah, so it's just the people that's willing to do the will of God, those are the special people. Most people that go to church every Sunday, they're not willing to do the work. I done seen it. I know.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it just takes a lot of discipline, because have you ever been in a situation where the Spirit was moving and you knew God wanted you to do something, but in your mind you might be questioning, or maybe it's something that you really don't even want to do. Let's say, I'll use a simple example, like maybe God puts it on your heart, on your spirit to say something to somebody that you may not even want to deal with. You know what I mean? But God puts it on your spirit to say something, or to give some wisdom, or relay a message or something to a certain person, and the conviction will be on you so hard that you can't ignore it. So that God is pushing you to do it. You know what I mean? God is in your spirit telling you need to do something, And it's situations like that where it's all about being disciplined and being obedient to the word and to what God is telling us to do, and when the Holy Spirit is speaking to us. I know I've had certain situations where it's just like, really? You know what I mean? But I still do, because I know that if I don't, then I'm not following what the Lord wants me to do.
Yeah, a lot of things that God requires us to do and expects us to do, it's not in our true nature, because being led by the Spirit of God is totally different than being led by your flesh. What we want to do is what our flesh wants. Right. Most of the time when we are led by the Spirit, it's not what we actually want for our life. Most of the time we don't want to. Most of the time our flesh don't want what the Spirit wants. So our flesh and the Spirit is always at a constant war, constant battle with one another.
I agree.
So yeah, I totally agree with you what you said. Most of the time when God is communicating with us and has set these expectations for us to do, it might be to talk to somebody. It might be to carry out this specific task. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that stuff because, for one, it's not agreeable. It's not agreeable to our flesh.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So this is one thing people have to understand about this walk with God. You're always going to feel like you're in a constant battle. Like you don't want to do this. Don't feel bad that you don't want to do it. Just do it.
Right.
A lot of people feel bad that they feel like they don't want to do it. Oh man, I hope God don't know that I don't want to do this. God know you don't want to do it. He don't care. He don't care whether you want to do it or not. He just cares if you're going to do it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And that shows God that you really, whether you want to do it or not, it shows him that, you know, that you're devoted to him and that you're loyal to him, you know, and you're being faithful and that you're faithful to him. And so that's what he cares about. Because think about it, a lot of times if we really wanted to do a lot of this stuff and we got pleasure out of it, you really don't need a lot of faith to do this stuff.
That is true. That is true.
Hey,
Liberated, thank you for coming.
What's up, Liberated? Yeah, because you want to do it anyway. Like, I don't need faith to have sex.
That's a good point.
I don't need faith to I don't need faith to do something I know that's gonna get me some money.
Right.
I don't need a lot of faith. All I need to know is how to get it and where to be. That's it. You know, I don't need a lot of faith to do something that's gonna get me a lot of clout. If I know this gonna get me a lot of clout, I'm gonna do it. You know, it's something that I want to do, but I need a lot of faith to change my life.
Yes.
And change the expectations that I have for my life, and what I want to say, to change the expectation that I have for my own life, and give those expectations to God. You know what I'm saying? Put my expectations aside and replace my expectations with God's expectations. Now you're gonna need faith. You're gonna need faith to do that. Because now you're not even fulfilling your own expectations no more. Now you're fulfilling what you feel like is somebody else's expectation. And that's why that's why it's hard for a lot of people to actually have a lot of faith and to take God serious and to actually take the Bible serious, because they feel like, man, so I got to give up my own expectations for a man that I can't even see? No, hell no, I ain't doing that.
Yeah, some people definitely think that way.
It's hard for a lot of people to do that. Think about it.
It is. It is. You know, I agree. You know, to walk in a way that's pleasing to God, we definitely have to have that faith in the unseen. You know, because people don't realize, you know, I had a conversation with somebody one day and we were talking about the word, and, you know, they had questions. I don't know if they were legitimate questions or the person was just trying to trap me up. You know what I mean? But it was like, well, something to the fact of, why should we believe? And, you know, because when the people, I guess they were saying they really didn't believe in the stuff that was in the Bible and the miracles that had happened that are written in the word and everything like that, because how could all this happen? And we are more advanced today than they were back then. We're doing better today than they were back then. And to this person, I pretty much was like, in what way are we doing better?
Right.
Because if you really think about it, yes, society has changed, technology has changed. You know, people have money, people can be successful. But back then, the people had the word. The people were simple. They didn't need, a lot of people didn't need a lot to believe. And that's why we went on to talk about why the people back then may have actually heard maybe an audible voice from the Lord, actually have witnessed miracles that we don't think as a big deal these days. Like, people these days would probably pass out if they've seen a burning bush talking, or, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. And I just think people back then had more faith because they didn't have these distractions. They didn't have all this stuff going on in social media and,
that's a fact.
and technology and everything. They had nothing but time to focus on the word, and their faith was, not movable back then. Today, are we really doing better? Because to me, doing better is being totally in tune with God. So maybe that's the reason why we don't see all this specific miracles that the people of long ago in the word seen, because it's a different time. It's a different place.
Yeah,
now we would know but the miracles by what we have gone through. We can feel it in our spirits. If you are in the word, you feel it in your spirit when God is moving. When certain things happen and it was nothing but the glory of God, because there's no other way that it would have happened like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unless it was the glory of God. And so, I just think that's the difference between today and then. Well, one of the differences anyways.
Shout out to Smitty in the building, and shout out to our sister Mo Love. What's up, Mo?
Hey guys. Hey, I'm trying to get and watch as everybody comes in, but I'm looking. Hey Mo Love, thank you for coming. Love you.
No, what I was gonna say,
hey Smitty, thank you for coming.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
What I was gonna say was, when people say, "Oh, we're doing better now than we was back in Jesus' time,"
yeah,
it depends on what perspective you're looking at it. If you ask me, people that lived back then were healthier because they lived more off the land. They ate more organic fruits and vegetables. They ate from farms and stuff a lot. A lot of the stuff they ate was healthier. You know what I'm saying? We have more health complications nowadays because of capitalism and mass production, and them actually putting preservatives on foods and stuff, food items and stuff like that. There, we become lazier because of technology, right? We're less sociable. Who's to say that this society is better? If you ask me, I think we've gotten worse. I think people have gotten richer. There's more things to sell because there are more inventions and stuff. But the Bible talks about inventions of men, right? And so we got, like, a lot of this stuff is deceiving. A lot of it is deceiving. If you ask me, you're doing better when you have a peace of mind and when you have a clear sense of direction. I think there are more lost people today in the world because there's so many more distractions. When you talk about TV shows, social media, smartphones, I just think people are more lost now, right? I think the poverty level is more now.
People lived off the land back then,
Yeah. Rich people have created more of a monopoly when it comes to money and finances and stuff and how you can make money. Rich people have created a monopoly around this stuff to where, a lot more people, they've made it more difficult for a lot more people to make the kind of money or to have a decent form of living. You know what I'm saying? So, we going through recessions and stuff now. Back then, they did go through droughts or famine. They went through famine back then.
Yeah.
But famine was because of nature. The famine back then was because, God stopped it from raining for a longer period of time, or things didn't grow as what is it called? Things didn't grow in abundance like people was accustomed to, but that was because of nature. people went through famine and droughts and stuff. But now, a lot of these droughts and famines that we go through are man-made.
Yeah,
They're doing this stuff on purpose to control people's lives. You know what I'm saying? So who's to say we are in better position? It's better for us now. I would argue we would have less health complications back in the day. You know what I'm saying? So it's just what perspective you're gonna look at it. You know,
and they wasn't on all these drugs either.
They weren't all these synthetic drugs. They didn't have Molly back then, and ecstasy and meth, and they didn't have all that shit back then.
Right.
You know, the most you could get back then was you could get drunk.
Yeah.
And they probably did have some herb, some stuff you can,
smoking a peace pipe.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they still had like something that was psychedelic, but it grew from the earth.
Right.
Right. Now, a lot of these things that we take are synthetic.
Yeah. Yeah.
So who's to say it's better now? Who
Right.
You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we see more bright lights and entertainment, and we got robots. We see robots and stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You can get where you're going faster. I think maybe that's what they're talking about,
Right. But
you ain't gotta ride a horse and carry.
Had more faith, Freezy.
Say what?
I definitely think people had more faith.
You had to.
Mm-hmm.
They had more patience back then too.
Right.
Because you had to ride in a horse and carriage.
Or walk.
Or walk to get where you're going. People was more in shape back then, all kind of stuff.
Right.
Now you can just... What's up, Jerome? My dog.
He said, "Fear no mortals, you're looking more youthful in every new photo you present. Are you sure you ain't a vampire?" I hope not. I mean, I just got a year older. Black don't crack.
Jerome just wants you to bite his neck. That's all.
Oh my God. Von Bryant said, "Walking in the Spirit means to live your life guided by the Holy Spirit, allowing it to influence your thoughts, actions, and desires, rather than being led by your natural selfish desires." That is true. And I think somebody had a question. I'm trying to keep up, guys. Y'all know I'm new to this. Hold on. I saw a question somewhere. Okay. Jerome said, did you see this, Freezy?
Mo Love said, "Congrats on 13,000. We got to continue to congratulate our sister now." Shout out to Fear No Mortals.
Thank you. I appreciate it. He said, "Okay, Freezy, I'm going to play devil's advocate and ask a question some of these people are scared to ask.
Okay.
If God loved us, why would he let the things that happen to us happen?" Now, that is the question. Before you answer, Freezy, I just wanted to say that's a question that a lot of people ask.
Yeah.
Especially, I'm not saying I don't know if Jerome believes or not, but just if who don't believe, that's one of the main questions that they ask,
Yeah.
Well, why is all this happening? Why is this happening? Why do things happen to kids and this, and the third? So that's a question that a lot of people ask.
So, a lot of people struggle with this question, and this is how a lot of people stop believing in God, because they feel like if the God that people are trying to get them to believe in don't care about all of these terrible things happening to people on the earth, well, then they feel like, well, I don't want to worship that type of God. So that's the conclusion a lot of people come up with. So that was a good question. So what we have to understand is this. a lot of us are not paying for our own sins. A lot of us are not just paying for our own sins, but we're paying for the sins of our forefathers as well.
Yeah.
Right? So God is a collectivist. He's not an individualist. He doesn't believe in individual people. He believes in us working together. So whatever your mother or father did to piss God off, it could trickle down to the kids. God have cursed generations of people.
That's true.
This is why we gotta fear God. Because God won't just curse you, he'll curse your seeds. You don't want to play with God. Right?
I agree.
So, to further answer Jerome's question, a lot of us want to live this life as if we're in the kingdom already. Our goal is to achieve the ultimate prize, which is the kingdom to come.
Yeah.
So if we know the kingdom ain't got here yet, this world that we live in now is not the goal. We have to make it through. We have to fight the good fight.
Yeah.
What did that require? That requires faith. People are going to be dying all around us. 1,000 on my right hand, 10,000 on my left. That's what the scriptures say. But we will not fear. Why will we not fear? Because God make everything make sense to us. Because we stay glued into the Most High God, and He gives us understanding. Yeah, there are starving kids in Africa. Yeah, there are homeless people. But this is what I implore to everybody. We don't know what these people did. We don't know what they did to end up in the predicaments that they ended up in. We don't know what their forefathers did. Right? So think about it. This is how the army works a lot of time, the military. If you're in a barrack or something like that, or in a platoon, what one person did, one person's and Scam can tell me if I'm wrong. This is how a lot of army officials operate. What one private did, they'll make all the rest of the privates pay for it as well. You know why?
That makes sense.
You know why though?
Why?
Because they want people to adopt the mindset that we move as a unit and not as individuals. That's the quickest way to get killed on the battlefield.
Yeah.
So God is training us to be one body, one mind. Whatever happened to my brother and sister, whatever my brother and sister doing, we need to check that, because that could be a reflection on us. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So no matter what happens in our life, I'm gonna land it with this. Yes, we're gonna go through troubles. Yes, we're gonna go through heartaches and pains. But God assured us, if we stay the course, keep the faith, and obey His laws, statutes, and commandments, no matter what we go through, God is going to see us through. Now everybody ask themselves this question: what percentage of people in the world actually have true intentions on obeying everything God wants them to do? What percentage of people actually try to actually have true intentions on obeying God's laws, statutes, and commandments?
Yeah.
And then once you get that answer, if it's a very small amount, well, if the majority is not even worried about obeying God's laws, statutes, and commandments, I got one more question for you. If you don't obey your parents' rules, do punishments follow? And the answer is yes.
That's
the reason
true.
why we see a lot of the atrocities in the world is because most people aren't even worried about obeying God and his orders. Most people, that ain't on most people's minds. That's not most people's priority. Most people's priority is accomplishing their own agendas in life, their own purposes in life. And this is why we see a lot of just unfortunate things in the world, because the world is out of what?
Order.
Right. It all boils down to that.
And I will say also that, because God gives us free will. So some of our own consequences and our own suffering and, anybody we know could be a wake-up call where God wants us to go through something so that we can turn back to him. But also we have to remember we're living in a world that is indoctrinated with suffering, evil, and sin. So because of that, it's an order of things. If all this is going on, there's going to be evil and corruption because it's running rampant in the world. Now, back to what Freezy said, we don't know the sins of our forefathers. We don't know what was passed down from bloodline to bloodline. Some of that we don't have any control over at all because we wasn't even around,
Right.
The same way God blessed Abraham and his family to come, he's cursed somebody else. You know what I mean? So can we account for everything that happens to the little children or, just bad things happening to people in general? No, we can't. But people have always had free will. And whether it was a result of something or a bloodline that was cursed, or it was a result of, just one particular person and it trickled down, it could be a number of reasons why. But, we're always going to have storms. And even people think that when they get close to God, everything's going to be okay and the storms are over. No, the closer that you get to God, the more storms you might have to endure, because it's God's way of saying, do you really love me? Are you really down for uplifting the kingdom and following my laws and commandments? Are you really sincere in your walk with me? Because the storms aren't going to stop coming. And the more we get grounded in the word, you don't think the enemy is looking? The enemy is waiting and watching for an opportunity to try to deceive and trap us up. So we also have to remember that.
Let me ask you something, Fear No Mortals.
Mm-hmm.
We all live in this world together, right?
Correct.
So everybody thinks differently, right? Everybody got different agendas. Everybody don't think the same way, right?
That's right.
But God called his children to be what? One mind, one body, right?
That's right.
So let me ask you something, Fear No Mortals. If you was living somewhere in an apartment or a house, but you had other roommates,
Mm-hmm.
but all of these other roommates that you got, they don't think like you and they don't have the same personality or character that you have. Or they don't have the same expectations for how this house is supposed to be ran.
Okay.
If you the type of person that's always trying to be clean, you're always straightening up stuff, mopping, straightening up stuff in the cabinets and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But other people, they don't have that same mentality. Other people are more disruptive. You got some people that's disruptive, some people that They don't really care about order. No matter how much you clean the house that you live in, is it going to stay clean?
No, because other people are messing it up.
Right. And that, to me, is a great analogy on how to answer Jerome's question as well.
Yeah.
Like, it's just other people in the world just messing up the, like, no matter what intentions you have or how decent of a person you think you are, we live in a world where there's all sorts of different type of mentalities in the world. Selfish people that don't care about what you care about.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
We live in a world, you might not be greedy, but it's a whole bunch of other greedy people.
Yeah.
Right? You believe that it shouldn't be no homeless people, but it's a whole bunch of other people that don't give a damn whether it's homeless people or not, as long as they get what they get.
That's true, Freezy.
So a lot of this is not God's fault. It's humanity's fault. Cause God gave us a blueprint on how we ain't got to worry about. Think about it. If every single person in the world followed God's blueprint, would we have all of these troubles? No.
Yeah. The world would be perfect then, right?
But that's why this is not the kingdom. See, the reason why I want to live in the kingdom of God so bad, because that's how it's gonna be. It's gonna be perfect.
Amen.
You feel what I'm saying? I ain't got to worry about somebody else coming in my house and messing this stuff up. Then you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you something. When you clean a lot in your in the place that you live, but you live with other people that's so destructive and messy and disorderly, it make you want to cuss them out. Right. It'll bring out the worst in you, and you gotta stay patient. Anybody ever live with messy roommates before?
Yeah. Kids.
Listen, when you put this specific thing in a specific place, but you go back to find it and it ain't there no more. That will boil your. That will like make you so mad.
Or somebody eats the last piece of something, didn't give no consideration.
That's the type of world we live in.
Right.
Just imagine this world we live in is a big house, and everybody don't think like you.
That's true.
Everybody is not a neat freak. You know, right. Some people, when they light their cigarette, instead of getting the ashtray, they gon' you feel what I'm saying? So I mean, that's how you got to look at it.
He says, but why should I be punished for Scam's dust that he kicks up?
Because Scam live in the same house you live in. That's how God look at it. Right? Scam is your worldly roommate. Yep.
Yeah. And Vaughn said, because Jonah disobeyed God, the whole ship, we at risk. Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah.
Everybody's at risk. And Dragon said, they don't call the people of the Lord the army of God for clickbait or just because it's catchy. It's a real deal. Holyfield way of life.
That's a fact. Yep.
It's so true. And Mo Love had said, hold on 1 second. Where was it? It was a good comment.
Also to go further with Jerome's question, a lot of people feel that way, like that question that Jerome asked. Mm-hmm. Why, you know what I'm saying? Why I got to be responsible? A lot of people just don't want that responsibility. Right. They don't want to be responsible for another person's F up. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. None of us do. You know?
Yeah, nobody do.
You know?
Yeah.
Love said, curses that haven't been broken from generation to generation, and sometimes we simply won't understand God's will. It goes deep. Yeah. There's no way we could understand if we wasn't even there. Like, some things run deep we wasn't even thought of. Don't have nothing to do with me, but you know. He had another question.
Okay.
He says, okay, Freezy, another devil advocate question. Then why cast this evil entity down here with us, your children, that he has so much influence over?
So this goes back to our forefathers, right? At one point in time, and this, you know, this depends on, if you know, our faith, right? At one point in time, God had led us to the promised land.
Yeah.
At one point in time, God gave us everything we needed. We didn't have to do nothing. All we had to do was worship the Most High God and stay obedient. That's all we had to do. Guess what happened? We messed that up. So it's not like God's intentions was to just put us down here, right, with evil. If you think about the story of Adam and Eve, God furnished Adam and Eve with everything. They didn't have no worries. All they had to do was follow just these specific orders. That's all they had to do, and they was gonna be in paradise for the rest of their life. And the generations that came from Adam and Eve was gonna be in paradise.
Right.
But guess what? God's intentions was to prove that man just can't do it. He gave us a chance. He gave us several chances. Right? He put us in paradise a couple of times. Right? But God showed us it wasn't his fault, it was our fault. We just ain't gonna do right. God set us up for success on several occasions. We just don't do right. That's all.
Yeah. And it even goes back to, Noah and the ark. He gave those people so many chances, and then he was like, well, hey, oh well, here's the flood,
Right.
Like, Noah, you better get you and yours. I'm saving you. Get to building, you know what I mean?
Yeah. We just, but to answer Jerome's question, we just don't do right. We just disobedient children.
Yeah.
We just disobedient, right? Yeah. So.
And guys, please show me some love. My love said, please show our beautiful host by sending a cash app.
That's
to
right.
24. We're celebrating milestone. We're celebrating me another year of life. Please hit the cash app. I would be very grateful. Thank you very much. And
y'all hit that cash app, man. If y'all appreciate these this live stream and these messages, and we're answering, and Jerome is putting us to the test.
Yeah.
If y'all appreciate this, y'all support the show.
Support. I appreciate it. Share this out. But yeah, those are good questions.
They're really good questions. Yeah, I agree.
So I appreciate those questions. So what was I going to say? So besides milestones and celebrating our little achievements, whether it's losing 10 pounds, just, it could be anything. It could be losing weight. It could be getting a new job. It could be being a better person. It could be breaking habits, breaking addictions. It could be, anything as simple as stop cursing so much or anything, it doesn't matter what it is, it's just very important to always remember who's the head above all of our accomplishments and all of our milestones, and giving the glory to the Lord. So that is one thing we have to remember. So you think we should open up the link?
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and okay, let me see. We've seen that one. I'm going to open up the link. We are also going to be talking about what our older selves would tell our younger selves. So, as far as what kind of advice would you give yourself? It could be 10 years ago, 20 years ago, however. It could be when you're 5. It doesn't matter, depending on how old you are. Some of us are a little older, some of us aren't. But, we're going to talk about that as well as milestones. So I'm going to put
that's good
in the chat. Go ahead and get it so I can invite you all up. You have anything else you want to add before I put the link?
Oh, no. I'm ready.
All right. Sure I did it right. I believe I did it right. Okay. So yeah, if you guys want to come up and join us, we appreciate it. We're going to go talk about what anything we said resonated with you and milestones, and then we are going to go in what our older selves would tell our younger selves. And however the conversation flows.
That's always a good question too. What our older selves would tell our younger selves.
I mean, I think if we sit down and we really thought about that question, we could come up with so many things. It'd probably be a page full of things that we could actually tell ourselves.
I agree.
And here he is. We know that he is always ready and willing to hit the link. It's Riaz in the building.
What's up, Riaz?
Hey, Riaz. How are you today?
I'm all right.
That is good. I'm glad to see you.
Same here.
Do you have anything you want to add about anything me and Freezy talked about? Relating milestones and celebrating your achievement, making sure you're giving the glory to God and everything that you accomplish?
Yeah, pretty much. I kind of agree with you, though, the milestones thing, I guess it's okay to celebrate it, though, but you always have to remember that God is going to put you in that position. Yes, you're the one to do the work, but same thing that is given can be taken. So that's what I do always. I always give credit to God first, then I give it, then I just take it afterwards, though, because God does that. God put me in this position. Same people on the way up is on the way down, and God gave me that position and can take that position back. So I gotta remain level-headed always, though, because there's a difference between confidence and arrogance. Yes, you can be confident and have faith in yourself, and also at the same time, though, it's okay to celebrate your milestone, but make sure it does not make you arrogant while you do that, because some people actually do tend to do that. When they actually make it, though, some people, though, do change for the worse.
Yeah, I mean, that could be true too. A lot of people change for the worse. Yeah, if we're not trying to progress and move forward, a lot of people do change for the worse, Riaz.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and also, I totally get that. And also, very much in the past is where the people safe in there and stuff like that. So I feel like the only reason why they say God thinks them as best generation in a way that I'm not saying it's up to only God knows best generation, but I say the only reason why they're better than us in the faith wise though is because they genuinely accepted it. because on a spirit type level, the way they practiced and everything, they actually genuinely accepted it deep down in their heart. They knew the truth and everything. And what we're doing now is we're trying to emulate. We're trying to emulate what they did in their time, but we're trying to do it in our time. We're trying to do everything properly, but we're in a different time, though, in a universal way, though. So how we do things now and how they did it then is different, but we're trying to we're trying to emulate what they're doing now.
Riaz, your mic is a little choppy. They're saying you have a little bit of mic problems, and I kind of hear it too. It's a little bit choppy. I don't know if you said something or.
Well, okay, one sec. How about now?
Okay, I think that sounds a little bit better. Yeah, because it was kind of choppy. It was like staticky or something.
Okay, how about now?
I think it sounds better. I'll let you know if it sounds bad. If it's still choppy, then you'll just drop down and then you can come back. Thanks for coming in, Big Bad Bull. Big Bad Bull said congratulations at Fear No Mortals Parlay. Thank you so much for coming.
Shout out to Big Bad Bull.
Dragon said, Riaz, we're gonna need you to come up off the CB, bro. That's for truckers only.
Wait, what's CB though?
It's like a CB radio that like truckers, like people that used to drive 18-wheelers, they used to have the connection in the truck so they could talk to the other truckers or headquarters. So yeah. They were just saying that the mic was muffled, Riaz.
Okay, but I'm on the phone, so it's okay, no problem.
Okay.
All right.
I get it. And Jerome said, I would tell my younger self that fast street money isn't worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fortunate though. I'm a fortunate case, I guess, though, because I'm a fortunate case, I guess, because God kind of blessed me before I was born. That pretty much putting me in a good family and a good predicament also, though. So I guess I'm a fortunate case, though. Because I already know that.
Yes, that's definitely a blessing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's good that you grew up with a good family and a good upbringing and everything like that. So, you got to be thankful for that. All glory to God for that.
Yeah, that is true, though.
Mm-hmm. Because you don't know where you would be if you didn't have such a good upbringing.
Mm-hmm.
You're still so young that you can, be grateful for that and not make some of the same mistakes that other people did, because you still have time.
That's the same with my parents. Though. My mom grew up in Pakistan, though, so yeah, her family was wealthy and stuff like that. But the difference between me and my mom is I have more opportunities than my mother than she had when she was younger, though. Because I'm in the Western country, yes, though. I'm in a Western country and I got more opportunity. But I see where you're getting at, though. But at least, though, basically for her, though, she actually knew her identity growing up. For me, though, I literally had no idea what I was growing up, though. Literally pure confusion anyway, though, for me, though, when I grew up, though, because, I have the heritage and the identity thing. I was very confused, though, because I have two things, though, and I'm trying to actually find out where do I fit.
Right. I understand. You guys make sure to like, subscribe if you haven't already, share this live stream. Feel free to give me a celebration donation at Parlay24 on Cash App. That's Parlay24 on Cash App. So, Freezy, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
When you think about, what do you think, just like one thing, before we get into it, that you think is the most important thing that you know now that you didn't know, let's say, when you were 21?
most important thing that I know now, and that I didn't know when I was 21, was you really do reap what you sow. Yeah. I didn't have a true concept of that at 21. I just was, at 21, you're young. You feel like you got most of your life ahead of you. And whatever mistakes you do make, you got enough time for it to correct itself or whatnot. And then I was also in the church, and I was in the church a lot. I just felt like whatever I do, God was gonna forgive me. All I had to do was ask God for forgiveness, just like most people, most Christians,
Right.
you know. And I realized a lot of the things I did set me back a lot. Yeah, I had certain experiences in life, and I made a certain amount of money, but there was a price to pay for all of that, and I lost a lot of people along the way, my home, like friends and stuff.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So if I really felt and understood that true concept of you reap what you sow, and you can't get out of what you did with God. If I really had the true fear of God back then, I would have had a different mindset.
Right.
I would have had a different mindset. I would have. I could have helped some other people. Like I could have been a. I could have been a help for other people that made mistakes in their life, that ended up losing their life or doing life in prison. I think just being a better example as a man, people looking at that example, it helps people. But when you doing the same thing they doing, and all y'all together, and you know, both of y'all, you know, everybody in the same group doing the same thing, and don't nobody feel bad about what they doing, because shit, everybody around me doing the same thing. You really can't really help nobody. And then you know, not only that, if you do try to tell somebody to be better or do better, they gonna look at you like you a hypocrite.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing for me, just understanding that you reap what you sow. And then that would have helped me develop more of a fear of God, and I would have changed my life at an earlier age. You know what I'm saying? Because now I really do have a true sense of the fear of God. I really do fear God. I just don't be talking. I really do fear God. Like, I do not want to go back to where I used to be and end up where I used to be, or could have been. I could have been dead. Like, I done been in situations where, man, I'm supposed to be dead.
Right.
You know, or in prison. Like I said, my homeboy, my best friend, when I was in the street, my best friend, he's serving 27 years right now.
Yeah.
The dude that I was rolling with the most.
Right. And it could have been you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, yeah, I think with me, I feel like if I would have changed my life, and if I would have understood the true concept of you reap what you sow and had the fear of God, maybe he would have looked at me. Maybe my homeboy would have been inspired by me and said, dang, you know what I'm saying?
Maybe I need to change too.
Yeah, maybe I need to change too. But I was right there with him. You know, so.
Yeah. I think about that too sometimes, Freezy. Just a better example. that maybe I could have set for somebody else, you know, young or my same age or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The people that, you know, when you was doing whatever you was doing, and if I would have took a different turn at the time, maybe it would have affected somebody else in a better way. I think we all need to, you know, kind of reflect on that. I think that's true. Dragonfly said, congratulations, by the way. If I haven't announced it already, fear no mortals on your journey to 130K. You doggone right. I'm speaking it into existence.
That's right.
Thank you, Jesus. The Lord will do it now. Jerome said, there is horrific psychological damage that comes with some of the decisions we make, like meeting the Prince of Darkness personally on several occasions.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Most definitely. And another thing is, I was a whoremonger.
Mm-hmm.
When you're young, you think that that's a badge of honor when you're having sex with women, just having sex with so many women and stuff. But then you understand later on that you participated in these women's shame and whoredom. You participated in
people being promiscuous.
Well, not just that, but you participated in making like this woman wearing that, you know, for the rest of her life. Because think about it. I think about it from a woman's aspect too. A lot of women have had sex with people that they regret to this day.
Oh yeah.
A lot of times, you know, I look at it from both sides, man. Like, I know there's women that have had sex so much they just feel like, well, I might as well just keep having sex. Because my resume messed up anyway, so
you think
about, you know, huh?
Yeah. No, I was about to say, you think people look at it like that?
A lot of women look at it like that. A lot of women look at themselves as they're not as valuable as they used to be, because they feel like, I'm talking about like women in the world, right?
Right.
They done bought into, you know, dang, you know, if I was to tell the truth, I've done this, done that sexually, and I've allowed myself to lay down, you know, with several men that didn't really even care. They just wanted to get their rocks off. And this woman could have potentially been a good wife. Not saying she can't be a good wife, but could have potentially been a good wife for another man, for a man out there. But now that man, if depending on his maturity level, he might judge her,
right,
and not really move forward with her. Look at what these guys were saying yesterday. They were saying their requirement is for a woman to be a virgin, for her not to have had sex with nobody, right? Which, I mean, that, you know, that's good if you can find a woman like that and have a good attitude to back it up. But I think a lot of times men say that, but they still, it's just as fast as they say that, they will participate in taking advantage of women sexually.
And that's true. But also, when I look at like that, well, I'll see this first. CJ said I was knocking them down too, bro. I guess that's what he was trying to say. I didn't care about feelings.
Yeah, you didn't care about no feelings,
Right. When I hear guys say that, and I mean, I know it's a double standard and everything, but I know a lot of people look at, boy, you ran through too. Nobody wants that dirty, you know what I'm saying? Like, you've been ran through. I know it's a double standard, but I don't know. To me, it's just like some of these guys are just outrageous. Like, bro, okay.
I think it's in God's eyes, right? In God's eyes, it's shameful on both sides.
On both sides, right?
But I do think that when it comes to sex, even biblically, God has more of an expectation for a woman to carry herself in a chaste manner. God has even allowed men to have more than one woman, more than one wife, and concubines. So even God understands the nature of men and women is different,
and not only that though, Freezy, but that was when the man could afford them all. He took care of them all.
I mean, they always leave that out. They're gonna leave that out.
They leave that part out, right?
Yeah, they're gonna leave that out, right?
That man had 100 wives and he took care of them all, or concubines, whatever you want to call it,
Right. But I think a man has reached a really big maturity level when he can recognize his contribution to the dysfunction when it comes to, or his contribution to whoredom.
Yes.
When a man recognizes his contribution and what he's done and the women that he's had sex with, that he's actually contributed to the wickedness, and that's when a man takes a step back and has second thoughts about what he did. You stop looking at it as a badge of honor, and then you start looking at it as if, dang, I really did take advantage of these women. Like, they was willing. Like, I didn't rape nobody. They was willing, but as a man, we're supposed to be leaders, and we're supposed to be even women that's trying to seduce you. Men are supposed to be on a maturity level where we're supposed to be like, sister, you don't need to do yourself like that.
Yeah. But a lot of people don't. We know that. They just say, hey, come on in, and it's a free for all out here.
Yeah, I know you want. Listen, I know you think you want me right now. I know you think that, but you don't want this. Trust me. And plus. You're better than this. Men are supposed to be telling women, you're better than that,
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm gonna tell you something. If more men did that, women will open their eyes and be like, dang, wow, you really look at me like that? It's some women. So. It's some women that they've been brought down so low and they want to be validated so bad, they'll do anything for that attention.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Even throw themselves on men, or be willing to have sex with, certain men or whatever. Right? Look at what happened to Cassie.
Right.
So we need more men that's more self-aware and more spiritually minded, that understand what it takes to build a nation of people, a nation of godly people, men, women, and children. See, I wasn't in that mindset. I wasn't about nation building back then. I was contributing to tearing it down and getting whatever I could get for myself.
Yeah, that's true.
Just like the rest of these heathens out here, you know what I'm saying?
A lot of people operate that way.
Most people operate that way, But that's when you become special, when you develop a different outlook on people and your brothers and sisters, and how God's expectation and what God really wants from them. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And to Dragonfly's comment, he said that's also a contradiction. Men are the example of the leaders. So how would we want and require something that we are not?
That's a fact, Dragonfly.
Capable of doing ourselves.
That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Big Bad Bull said, hold on. Women are obviously attracted to the wrong types of men early on in their lives. Well, that goes both ways.
Well, hold on. But what is the wrong type of men? Because I know dudes. Listen, I went to college. Dudes that was trying to get their education that was taking advantage of women.
Oh yeah.
What? The wrong type of man don't really got no label on him. Like wrong men don't have a name tag on their forehead that say wrong man.
Yeah, that's true.
Like there are men that wear suits every day, Mike. You know what I'm saying? And women are attracted to these men, but guess what? These men are whoremongers too.
Yeah.
Right. The only right man is a man that's willing to follow God's laws, statutes, and commandments. That's the only right man.
Absolutely.
That's the only one. Everybody else is subject to BS. That's how God look at it.
I agree, Freezy.
If a woman had that understanding, she would avoid a lot of that BS.
Yeah.
You know
That's
what I'm saying?
definitely true.
But a lot of times the way people get caught up is looking at people on their outer appearance. And the smooth words that come out of people's mouth. And that's how a lot of people get caught up.
I agree, Freezy. I agree. And PJ said, I just wanted to point out that the men who had multiple wives is the Bible eventually meet their downfall. Solomon specifically, him being married to so many foreign women led him astray from God.
Yeah. They don't want to talk about that, PJ.
That's a good point.
Because it feels like a badge of honor when you got more than one woman. You feel like you got pimp status.
Pimp juice. That's true, Freezy. Big Bad Bull says sounds more like a major flaw in women than men.
It sounds like that, but it's easy to pass the buck. Like you don't, just because a woman is willing to have sex with you don't mean that you should have sex with her.
That's true too.
But that's where the discipline comes in at. Right? So we can put it on the women. Yeah, we can put it on the women. But it's a reason why God made men the head. It's a reason why God gave men the order to pass down to the women and the children. Let me tell y'all something. A lot of what you see in a nation of people, how good it is or versus how bad it is a reflection on the men in that nation, not the women. It's depending on how healthy a nation is a reflection on the men. All 100% of the time, it's a reflection on the men and not the women. Am I lying?
Nope.
Do people say, "Damn, America messed up because of how the women run it"?
Absolutely not.
They don't say that.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, if we're living in God's order and following God's order anyways, God presented the men as the head, not the woman.
Yeah. So once you accept that responsibility, you just have a better outlook on how to move forward, and with women. Even women, let me tell you something. Even women that have subjected themselves to a lot of promiscuity.
Mm-hmm.
A righteous man, a godly man, will talk to that sister and say, "You special, sis. You don't got to keep doing this. I'm telling you, right now, if you make a decision to change your life and to have the fear of God and to understand if you keep going down this road, you will reap what you sow, or you could possibly lose your life. If you come to God, God is going to look at you like you're special. God does not look at you like you're worthless. I'm telling you, no matter how many men you done slept with, God does not look at you like men look at you.
That's right.
If you put that in a woman and make her understand the biggest validation is from the Most High God, that's when she'll open her eyes and say, dang, I am somebody. I ain't got to keep doing this.
That is so true.
And then guess what? If she do the work that's required, sooner or later, God is going to bless her with a man that actually respects her and values her.
Yeah.
Because don't let these men fool y'all. A lot of these men want virgins, but guess what? Even a lot of these virgins have bad attitudes. Bad attitudes don't mean you no good. Just because a woman never had sex in her life don't make her a good woman.
Talk about it, Freezy.
I'm just saying, let me say that again.
Talk about it, Freezy.
Just because a woman ain't never had sex in her life don't make her a good woman. I'm telling you, I had said this a long time ago, and people think I'm foolish for saying stuff like this. I'd rather have a woman who done had, I'm talking about if I only had two choices.
Okay.
This is contingent upon me only having two choices.
Okay.
If I only had a choice between a woman that had a lot of bodies and slept with a lot of men, but she stopped. She stopped, and she's very respectful, and she's a godly woman, and she's very obedient, and she has a great attitude and submissive and kind, considerate. Versus a virgin that has a terrible attitude, she's disrespectful, but she never had sex with one man in her life. What woman would I be willing to live with for the rest of my life if I ain't have no choice?
Right.
You think I'm finna live with this virgin woman that's disrespectful and she hell on wheels for the rest of my life? That's gonna stress me out? No, I'm gonna tell you something. Men just be talking. Men value peace.
Yeah.
That's what they value. And once men understand that nobody perfect, even virgins ain't perfect.
That is true.
Right? And I'm not out here promoting that men just go wife up whores. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that no matter what your background is,
everybody has flaws.
Right. No matter what your background is, it's about people that have made a decision to obey the Most High God and His commandments and serious about it. To me, that's the best person for anybody's life, in my opinion.
And Vaughn said, blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. V said, the fish rots from the head down. That is so true. Yeah. And Vaughn gave us a verse, Psalms 1 and 3.
Psalms 1 and 3, what's that? Let me see.
You got it, Freezy?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Psalms 1 and 3 is it says, I'll read the King James Version. It say, and he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper.
Amen. That is so true. CJ said lust is a powerful thing. We know that. That's so true. Okay, Riaz. Jerome said, I look at fear no mortals unless for her to bite me on my neck. Lord. Not entertaining that today.
Hey, at least he told the truth. Shout out to Jerome. Jerome ain't gonna lie to you now.
Oh gosh. Okay, Big Bad Bull said placing blame on either side doesn't seem to be solving the issue. The issue seems more like a parental issue than an individual issue.
Yeah. And so I agree. I'm not blaming nobody. See, here's the thing. I agree with Big Bad Bull. Placing blame on either side doesn't solve the issue, right? Pointing the finger is what Big Bad Bull, I think, is referring to.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But we can't ignore that there is an order to things, the way things should go. Right?
Yeah.
There is an order to things, even on the parental side.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally, who should be the head of the house? Right? It should be a man that should be a head of that house, according to God.
Correct.
Right? So it's not me. I agree with Big Bad Bull. It's not good to point the finger. It's good to point the finger inwardly than outwardly.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that if more men point their finger inwardly, a lot of this dysfunction would correct itself. That's what I'm saying.
I do.
Because women follow men.
Mm-hmm.
Women follow strong men that have a clear direction. Right?
Yes.
So I'm not saying point the finger at other people. I'm saying point the finger at yourself.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
It starts with self.
It starts with self. Yeah.
That's it, you know. V said the men that want virgins want someone that don't know what they're doing because they lack the ability to be in a relationship with a grown woman that knows what she wants. That could be true in some cases as well. And I don't think it even has to go back to being a virgin. Just somebody that is unaware or uninformed. You know, when you're operating in that spirit of control versus just being a good leader, being a good head of the household. So when you're operating in a spirit of control, well then of course you want somebody that you can control, that, you know, doesn't
here's the thing.
Go ahead.
Okay, so it is a good thing for a woman to protect her chastity.
Right.
Like it is a good thing for a young woman to protect her chastity. What I'm saying is, just for the mere fact that she's a virgin, that's not the only thing that's gonna sustain a healthy marriage. There's way more way more things to consider than a woman's chastity, right?
That's true.
But don't get me wrong. If a woman is a virgin, and she chose to obey God's laws, statutes, and commandments, and she's submissive and you hit the jackpot. Don't get me wrong now. You did hit the jackpot, right? All I'm saying is that in this world that we live in, it's very hard to find like perfect people. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with that. And Vaughn said, wanting a Proverbs 31 woman without being a Psalms 1-3 man. That is so true. I think a lot of people skip past that part. I mean, a lot of people use the word loosely anyways. You know what I mean? And we know that. They pick out the parts that they want to make a point of, and they're not even living in the word. So we see that time and time again.
He said Psalm 1:1-3. So I missed 2 verses. It say, blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful, but his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. So my bad, Vaughn. I skipped over the first 2 verses, which is most important. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly. Yes. So that's just like Vaughn said. That's the Psalm 1st chapter. Psalm 1 through Psalm 1st chapter 1 through the 3rd verse, man. Yeah, my bad.
And her that's her said, he who finds a wife finds a good thing. For when he has been approved, he of life. Which I think it might have got cut on.
That's right.
And the Lord has promised to the dove. And
I'm gonna tell you something. Listen, like I said, I want to reiterate, it's good for a young woman to protect her chastity and her virginity, maintain her virginity till she get married. Guess what? That's the women's department. That's the women's, the older women that, you know, that learn from their mistakes. They can actually steer the younger women in a better direction and say, hey,
I agree.
You don't want to make the same mistakes that I made. So it takes a level of humility to just admit your mistakes and then pass that knowledge on to younger women, right?
That's right.
Right. So this is how we correct a nation of people.
That's true. Yeah. That's true. I mean, people have to be willing to put in the work. You know, the older people got to be willing to share their testimony, because at the end of the day, whether 1,000 mistakes in our life, and then, you know, we are tired of living in a certain way and want to move towards God, and we want to live in our purpose and try to uplift the kingdom. A lot of that has to do with service, and we are supposed to be using our testimonies to help others so they can try to obtain the knowledge and the wisdom as well. You know what I mean? Now, of course, we know that everybody's not going to listen, but even if it's just one person,
we got to stop. And we got to stop having this attitude. If you don't do it, I ain't going to do it either. No. We're going to do the right thing, whether another man or woman don't. We made a decision to do the right thing as a man. We made a decision to do the right thing as a woman.
That's right.
But a lot of times we like to point the finger and say, you ain't doing it, so why should I?
That is true. Yeah. I agree, Freezy. I agree. But I mean, if people just realize that, I mean, some people are just trying to tell them something for their own good, so they don't go down that route. That's the thing, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Dragon says for 1 Corinthians 11:3, but I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God. Amen.
Amen.
That's a good one.
That's a real good one.
And PJ said, we got to focus on a person's character, which is inward, not outward. What can be seen is temporary. What can't be seen is eternal. That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's definitely a fact. Because I feel like that's a problem. And we've talked about that, Freezy. A lot of people are just looking at outer appearance and superficial things. They don't care, as long as the person looks good, as long as the person got a nice body, or it's flashy, or whatever it is. You know what I mean? We're not looking at somebody's true intentions and spirit. And I think that's the real reason why a lot of people choose wrong. Besides people not looking at themselves and being attracted to their own trauma, and people trauma bond all the time. Some people are attracted to what they really are. So, it's all of that.
That's a fact.
Big Bad Bull said many women obviously follow the wrong men. And Big Bad Bull, I have to say this because we always talk about, you just said, we got to point the blame at ourselves, and we say that too. And I just feel like sometimes you come across as contradicting because you're always bringing up what the women did wrong versus keeping it on both sides, or versus on us focusing on ourselves. You know what I mean? A lot of women did, follow the wrong men, but a lot of men led women astray also, or they pick wrong women as well. So I just feel like it's a two-sided street.
Mo, but guess what? Let's stay on his point. Mm-hmm. He said many women obviously followed the wrong men. Guess what? Many men have followed the wrong men.
Now that's a good point too.
So we're living in a world where the blind is leading the blind. No matter what. The blind is leading the blind.
Yeah.
Many women have obviously followed the wrong men. Obviously, from what we've seen from a lot of men and how they talk, a lot of men are following the wrong men.
Yeah.
Right. This is a group issue. This is not just a woman following the wrong men issue. Everybody following the wrong people. This is a people following the wrong people issue. Right? So, and we have to understand a lot of women have believed a lot of lies.
That is true.
You know what I'm saying? They thought a lot of these women didn't think they was following the wrong men. A lot of these women thought they was following the right men because of the words, that these men was telling these women. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying it's not as clear cut as we try to make it out to be. Like,
it's not.
You know what I'm saying? We have to show a level of grace and understanding for everybody.
Yeah. And I just think that, when people look at it in a whole, that's, because I'm not the one to say, oh, it's all the men. I've never been like that. You know what I mean? I recognize that women are dysfunctional too. Women are part of the problem too, and everything like that. So, I feel like if more people were level-headed and looked at, well, it's a collective. It's both genders. It's not just one gender. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dragon says, F&M, we need you to give up that payphone, send it to your local pawn shop, get the money from that and invest in a better connection. God wants you to spread his message loud and clear, not broken up and buffering. I don't know what's going on with my mic. Do I sound bad, Freezy?
I don't think you sound bad.
I don't know, Dragon. Big Bad Bull says, I try to balance out the convo, so when I see heavy leaning on the men, then I will lean on the other side. I don't think anybody really did that. I don't know. I don't.
Are we doing that during this conversation? Are we leaning on the men? Or maybe
leadership.
You know what? Maybe they think we lean on the men when we talk about leadership. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they feel uncomfortable. We talk about leadership. Something like that.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. I don't know.
I don't know either.
How does that sound though?
Say that again, Riaz.
How does that sound though? Is my mic any better than last time?
No.
Yeah, it's still a little choppy, Riaz, to be honest with you. I can hear you though.
Okay. And there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah. I also, Big Bad Boo also said, I agree everyone is equally jacked up. I don't blame one gender any more than the other. I think that is the biggest issue delaying us from resolution is the gender blame war itself. Yeah, that's what we're trying to avoid by just, yeah, I am. You guys, my mic sounds really bad, guys. I might need to disconnect it and try to connect it again.
I mean, from my end, what I'm hearing,
let me see.
I don't think it don't sound bad. It don't sound bad to me. Now I don't know what they're hearing out there. It might be something different, but from what I'm hearing, it don't sound bad. Maybe if Riaz mute, maybe they're hearing feedback from somebody else. Big Bad Bull say her mic sounds fine. Not sure what folks are talking about.
I'm back. Hear me?
Yeah. I hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Vaughn said it sounds clear to him too. Y'all can hear me good? Mic check.
Yeah. Sound fine to me. But I'm not discounting what Freeza's saying, but I know to me it sounds fine. I'm a sound guy too, so I'll let you know.
Right.
Okay.
I might try
to sound bad though.
But Riaz mic jacked up. Your mic sure enough sound bad. Hell yeah, your mic sound.
Okay, I'll drop and come back though.
Yeah, you sound bad. Oh man.
Riaz is a trip.
Oh, let me see. Miss V had a comment that I wanted you to read too. Okay. Earlier, it was up earlier. She said,
let me scroll up.
What she said? I think it was at 6:59 and 7 o'clock.
Okay, I see.
Both of those comments. She said, I think the first one said, for both sexes, period. And then she said, we should speak on these things as a whole. See, I think I'm gonna tell you something. When we have these conversations, people take offense. It's easy for people to take offense because one side might think we're harping too much on the other, and the other side might think we're harping too much on one side might think we're harping too much on them, and the other side might think we're harping too much on them. And so now it's like people get defensive, But the intentions of this conversation is not for y'all not to get defensive. It's for you to
think about it.
Yeah, think about what's being said and take what's given and apply it to your life.
Right. I definitely think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I disagree with her. I agree with what she said. We should speak on these things as a whole, not just a one-sided issue. I mean, me personally, if a guy's not disrespectful and he's talking about his grievances, if I know that they're not coming from a malicious place or a place of dysfunction, then I can listen to that and I can agree. Yeah, some women are living that way. Some women are this and that. But when it comes to a point of, well, I'm just trying to punch down on women or whatever, for me, that's when it's a problem because I know that they're being intentionally outrageous. You know what I mean? Just because, and I feel like people should operate that way. We should be able to talk. Like, I think we kind of touched on this in your stream this morning, where we should be able to talk about both ends without people taking it personally. Like, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. You know what I mean?
And you know what? That's how I've grown in my life too, sis.
Right.
I've learned how to accept constructive criticism.
Right.
Because if it's going to help me, And more importantly, if it's going to help me help somebody else,
Yeah.
guess what? I'm going to take what you said and apply it to my life.
Right.
I used to be in this place where I used to be defensive about everything, or I used to be offended. A lot of things used to offend me. Like if I feel like you trying to shoot a shot at me, and you throwing shade, and you trying to blame me. This is why all of us need. And shout out to our sister, our beautiful sister Mo Love, just graced the panel.
Hey, Mo Love.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
This is why. This is why
Hold
God
on, Riaz.
people.
Hold on.
This is why humility is a very important component to walking this walk.
Right.
The reason why we get defensive so easily and we get triggered is because we have not understood the true sense of living in humility and being humble.
Right.
See, once we understand that spirit first, that spirit of humbleness and humility, then we'll be able to accept things and absorb things and swallow things easier. No diddy, Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. I definitely agree with that. Heard that's her said, because faith without is dead. We have to live the word, not just speak the word. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree. So Mo Love, have you been following on with the conversation? Did you catch anything when we were talking about milestones and what does that mean?
I went to the store, but I came back in on if it don't apply, let it fly, and then I just hit the link.
Okay, yeah, Big Bad Bull has had some questions for us. We were kind of went into, because I believe Freely was talking about leadership, and we was talking about the head in the Bible, and the man and woman's roles. And so there were some questions, so we were talking about that. So besides that part, because that's an everlasting conversation all the time.
Yes, it is.
But do you have something you want to share about what do milestones mean to you, and if you think people should celebrate their milestones?
Milestones to me, it should represent growth, but sometimes milestones, depending on how you use your time, it could be a setback. But for me, I try to grow every day, so I believe that it should be celebrated. Like if you set goals and if you accomplish those goals, absolutely celebrate yourself. And I heard y'all say, like, what would you tell your younger self? Did y'all go over that yet?
We touched on it, but we really didn't get into it yet because we started talking about something else.
Gotcha.
So yeah, we're gonna get into that too.
But I do want to tell you, I'm so proud of you. 13K, like I just blinked my eyes and you were at 12K last week. So you are doing so good. Keep it up, girl. Because I know some of your story and you are a true representation of God's power and his strength. I'm just so blessed that God allowed us to cross paths. I do not take that for granted. To have a sister that loves the Lord just as much as I do, I'm just so grateful. And Freezy, I just thank God for you too. Like the way you cover us as a true brother should,
Right.
I love y'all so much. Girl, why am I crying? But I just
don't do that. I was crying this morning.
You have no idea. Like,
oh, Mo.
We love you, Mo.
So much.
Because I know your story and I know how it can cause some people to go left, and you went right. Not only have you went right, like you have used your story to help inspire other people. And of course, God is going to bless that, and I know that's why you are growing. So I just pray that as you continue to share God's word and encourage people, that God continues to keep you strong, and just know that I am always here for you and I sincerely love you.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Mo, thank you so Mo. That was such a blessing.
I don't know sensitive.
That is so
Mo,
nice.
we love you too, Mo. I know I love you, Mo, for real. And
I love you all.
yeah.
Oh, I love you too.
And I know people say, "Oh, it's just YouTube." No, but God can allow you to really meet some genuine souls,
Yeah.
And I don't take it for granted. Like, I'm so blessed to know y'all. I really am.
Oh, I feel the same way. We have to hold each other up, even if that means, we have to hold each other up. We have to be each other's, swords, iron sharpens iron. And even if we have to tell each other about ourselves, you know what I mean? Out of love, we do that,
Yes.
We have to.
Part of it.
Right. That is part of it. I mean, because if you really care about somebody, you care about how they're going, and you don't want them to be out there bad. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely appreciate you and all your support. I was talking about you earlier to Freezy. I was like, even though Mo loves announced my birthday, and I was like, I didn't want nobody to know because
Girl, I'm so
fly
sorry.
under the radar.
But I was just so excited. I was like, oh, it's 12:06. As soon as I stopped.
I appreciate you. And I had to think about it. I said, oh, Mo love. I really appreciate her because she always, lets me know that she recognizes things and she remembers. And I think that is so great. I love you and I thank you.
I love you too.
I was saying this yesterday, or was it this morning? I'd be so caught up. I mean, I'd be so confused, but I was saying that it's really hard to trust people out here.
It is.
Right.
We should be able, I think y'all remember me saying this when I said we should be able to tell our brothers and sisters our deepest, darkest secrets without being judged and without people actually using that information to their advantage, to take advantage of us, and you know what I'm saying, and to capitalize off of it. We should be able to look at each other like Alcoholics Anonymous, and go to these group sessions and share things with each other without being judged. That's why them group sessions are so pertinent and important for certain people that really have experienced hardships in their life and traumas and stuff, right? Traumatic situation, because now you in the same groups with other people that have had similar experiences in life. You know what I'm saying? So now these people are less likely to judge you. That's how we should be. And I'm gonna tell you something. I get emotional too, Mo, when you meet somebody that is very genuine. Like y'all, I feel the same way you feel about me. I feel the same way about y'all. Because you don't meet people more times than not. You don't meet people where you can actually trust with information or trust to be vulnerable around. Like, I think last week, thank God my camera was off, but I was crying. Remember, I was up here crying. Was that? I think, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I felt comfortable because of the company that I was around. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So we, like the Bible speaks of true friends. True friends. We shouldn't take true friends for granted because everybody is not like that. You know what I'm saying? And then you don't know people's intentions. Some people will present themselves as a friend, just to gain something from you, or when they feel like they have something to gain or take advantage of, But a true friend sticks with you through thick and thin. You know what I'm saying?
True. That is true.
And so we've experienced sometime people, like sometime in people. You know what I'm saying?
That is
true. One week, one day they might, be cool with you. The next day,
yeah, it's so weird.
Man, what the hell I did? You know what I'm saying?
One day somebody will speak to you, the next they don't.
Yeah, they gone,
like,
they missing.
Oh well.
You know what I'm saying? They missing, and me, I'm not that type of person. If I say I'm with you, you ain't got to worry about me being sometime and all that kind of stuff. Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true too. Frieza said, Frieza, you ain't lying.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, Frieza. Jerome asked some good questions too earlier.
Yeah, he did. Thank you, Riaz. And Jerome said, you're human, period. Bottled up emotion starts a war on the inside. That is so true.
Right.
Wait, sorry, I was gonna say, is my mic good this time? How do I sound? Just doing a mic check.
I think you sound a little bit better, Riaz. It's not as staticky as it was.
Okay. Yeah. I get you on that though. I mean, literally though, I did say in 2019 I was this close to giving up on life though. Literally, I wanted to give up on life in 2019.
Well, I'm glad you didn't, Riaz.
Yeah. I remembered God. That's why I live today though. Even 2 years back, I was this close to giving up for a second time. Not like basically physically do anything. I was just literally checked out. Literally wanted to give up completely.
Wow. Well, I'm glad you overcame. You just always got to remember that God is working in your life, and don't ever give up no matter what storms you're going through, because, for me, I always remember that somebody is going through worse. No matter how bad it seems, there's somebody that might be going through worse, that might be praying for what you're going through, actually. So just be grateful for, every situation in your life, and just look at the positive ways to overcome, and just, turn your faith to God.
Yeah,
and let's try to focus on, just like Fear No More just said.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay, let's try to focus on the things that we can be thankful for.
Yes.
A lot of times we focus more on the things that we don't have, the things we wish we had, and we get caught up in comparing ourselves with other people. Our health status or our financial status. It's always got something to do with a status, don't it? It's just and then when you get to a point where you just thank God for what you do have, the life that you do have, now you start trying to figure out what you can do with what you do have, and stop worrying about what you don't have. Let's start trying to figure out what we can do with what we do have.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that scripture, Mo? It say, how can God bless us? If a man is not faithful with little,
over like something, be faithful over a few things.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Let me read it. Let me pull it up. Then,
but that's so true though. While you're looking for it, we want all these blessings, right? But we have to show that we can be faithful with the small things first, and a lot of us haven't even managed that well. So God knows how much we can stand,
It say, well, I don't even know if this is scripture I was actually talking about, but this is Matthew 25:21. It say, his Lord said unto him, well done, thou good and faithful servant. Thou hast been faithful over a few things. I will make thee ruler over many things. Enter thou into the joy of thy Lord.
Yep, Vaughn wrote it too in the chat. Yep, that's so true.
Yeah.
I knew Vaughn was gonna know.
Vaughn gonna know, boy. For real.
Okay.
Vaughn be coming through.
Okay.
He be quick too.
Yes, he does.
I love that. I wish Vaughn would come up. I love his perspective too, because
You know what I would love to see? Like some of the men do a stream together, like Freezy and Bolo. That would be dope.
Yeah, I think that'll be dope too.
I do too. Hey, here for the tea.
Hey, sis.
Hey, T.
Oh, I saw my sister yesterday. I'm so glad to see you. I don't see her a lot, believe it or not. Yeah, we don't live too far, but we live maybe 35 minutes from each other, but we both act like we live 3 hours away from each other. Hey, that drive. Ooh. But we all went to my mom's yesterday.
Well, that's good. That is good.
Okay. This
the
description I was trying to find.
Oh, you found it?
Yeah, this is Luke 16, 10 through 13. It say, He that is faithful in that which is least is faithful also in much. And he that is unjust in the least is unjust also in much. If therefore ye have not been faithful in the unrighteous mammon, who will commit to your trust the true riches? And if ye have not been faithful in that which is another man's, who shall give you that which is your own? No servant can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. Ye cannot serve God and mammon. Yo.
That is good.
That's so good. And I was watching this pastor. He was like, and it just really blessed me. He said, y'all sitting up here talking about the atheists. Y'all in more trouble than the atheists. They know what they serve. They know what they believe in. It's you lukewarm folks that claim to love the Lord, and y'all really not picking a side. I was like, dang, that's deep.
Wow. That's a good point, though. I mean, I don't know. It's a slippery slope with that, viewpoint on the world. And you guys make sure you like the stream, share, subscribe if you haven't already, and you can donate to my celebration fund and Cash App at Parlay24. That's Parlay24 on Cash App. Riaz, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I know it. Yeah. Pretty much that's why they say you're not supposed to call out or demean other people's sin, because we could commit worse type of sins than the actual person who's actually committing that though. That's why you can give perspective. That's one thing. That's why you're not supposed to call out other sin though, because the same thing can come back to you, expose double that, and you could get something worse than that. That's why some people though who do call out other people's mistakes or sins and stuff like that, when they get exposed, they worse than the actual person who did all that.
Right. So Mo, I asked Freezy earlier, we are going to get into it. That was a good point. If you had just one thing that you think would tell your 21-year-old self, not a whole slew of things, because we'll get into that in a little bit, but just one thing, do you think would be the most important thing, just right off the top of your head, that if you was 21 and you could talk to your 21-year-old self?
I would hem myself in the corner and slap myself and say, girl.
The graphics?
It's so much but okay, one thing.
the most important thing you think?
Be mindful of the decisions you make, because they will affect you more than you think in the long run.
Right. That's good. That is
Mhm.
good. That is good.
'Cause I
Riaz.
look back now and I'm like, oh, if I would have moved different with that, then I wouldn't have these other 10 issues going on now. You
Girl,
know?
look.
Okay, yes. I'm listening. Yes. Yes, I'm listening.
We know you're only 23, Riaz, but let's say if you could tell yourself something
I'll be right back.
Okay, Freezy. Let's say you could tell yourself something at let's say 15. What would you tell yourself being 23 now that an important lesson, one thing that you would tell your 15-year-old self?
Learn to be a bit more confident and learn to have a bit more faith in myself and no need to get overwhelmed with too much things. And, you know, just basically have more faith in myself. So if I had
Have
to tell
faith.
myself, but I'd probably say the best age that I'd probably give you, if I had to tell myself at 17, is though don't go too deep into something though without actually learning the basics first though. I'd probably tell myself at 17 not to do that. Because when I was 17, I said stuff and I did stuff though that I really regret though. And because of that, I'm like guilty though. I'm not guilty conscience. So sometimes though, I'm literally holding on to that for no reason though. Because even though I should let it go though, and I have in some ways, or sometimes it just comes back to me though. Like I literally get that feeling though. Why did I even do that in the first place? I know God forgives though, but sometimes there's just something that you can't let go. Because I did something like that. What I did was
Hey,
though,
Riaz,
when I
save some for later though, because I said just one thing, because we're gonna talk about it. So I don't want you to say
sorry,
everything right now. Okay?
Ya Allah, sorry,
Okay.
actually, I'm
Oh, no
very long-winded though.
Right. You went into about 10 things. Okay. Hold on one second. Thank you so much here for the tea, for the Cash App. I really appreciate it. That was so nice. Thank you so much, Mo Love, for the Cash App. That was so nice. I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for the Cash Apps. I appreciate it. And if you guys would like to support, it's Parlay24 on Cash App. We are celebrating milestones, and we are also celebrating another year of my life and growth. Thank you all so much. No. So let's see. L Skins, thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Hello, Venus. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. And Jerome said, is Buddy French or Turkish? I notice he runs his sentences into one another. He is from Pakistan, right, Riaz?
Yeah, so basically, I'm British born. I'm not from Pakistan. I have Pakistani heritage. I'm born and raised in the UK. So I'm a British born Pakistani. There's a little difference between that, though, even though me and them are the same people, but we different, though. So to answer this question, I'm British born Pakistani. It's just that where I'm from, though, in East London, people are known for speaking really quickly. That's why.
Hey,
So
Venus.
sometimes.
All right. So, okay, Mo, so let me ask you this. Wait, let me read this real quickly. Vaughn said, please forgive me this time, but I'm about to sit down for dinner. Not to worry. I will definitely come up in the future. I truly appreciate this platform. No problem, Vaughn. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. And
Pastor Vaughn.
She said more oil.
Shame on you, sis.
That dang Armand.
Okay, it's crazy still.
Right. And L Skin said, rise, truth, and righteousness, rise forever. So Mo, I have a question. Okay. Let's say when we're thinking about our younger selves, right? Do you think that just as we look at the youth in general, do you think that if more older people were reaching down to give their testimony to the younger people and using the things that they have been through, do you think that it would help more, like in the world in general, if, like, let's say if every young person had a mentor, like somebody that, a girl that's like, let's say 15 through 21 had somebody that is a little bit older that has been through similar things to talk to give them advice, and try to lead them in the right direction.
Do I think it would help? Yes, I do believe that it would help. Mentors are very important. I'm so grateful that I had two parents that taught me the righteous way, right? But at the same time, I wish that while doing the teaching, you also reference your mistakes, because sometimes it can be hard for the younger people to be receptive to the things that we're saying, because it comes off as aggressive and maybe judgmental. And I think once you implement, okay, I'm flawed too, I'm telling you this because I did this, and it was a detriment to my future. So I'm saying this not to antagonize or to upset you. I'm saying this out of love. I think that's another thing that we're missing. When you say things in love, and love is everything, people will absolutely receive what you're saying. And on the flip side of that, even sometimes with a mentor, mistakes are still going to be made. And I often say, like, although the teaching was done, I had a rebellious spirit. So I went out there and did complete opposite a lot of times of what I was taught. And through experience, that's what taught me. But that's not always that's not the best way. Sometimes it is, and it's good if people can just get it right because of what they've been told. But then you have people like me who, I'm gonna go out there, child, and I'm gonna take my chances
and do what I want to do, honey.
And then come back and be like, oh, that's why my dad said that.
Right.
That's why my mom said that. But we definitely need mentors, and we can see just from some of us, girl, the millennials, like how broken our people are because they didn't have that guidance,
Right. That is so true. And Jerome's crazy self said, you can read that one, Mo.
He said, I need fear no mortals to be my mentor so she can mold and guide me. Jerome said what he said, girl.
You know what?
What's so funny is we got Jerome, right? And then we got Dragonfly who act like Jerome. What he said. Girl, that's a mess.
Oh my gosh. Okay, no comments. But yeah, I definitely think so. Scam Likely is in the building.
Hey, Dust Special, Dustathon, Dust.
Dust, how are you?
Hey, what's going on? Can y'all hear me loud and clear?
We can.
I'm on an earpiece. How loud, on a scale of 1 to loud, how loud is this earpiece?
It's pretty loud, Scam, but it's clear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I did a playback. I was listening to yesterday and realized, because I got a Jesus mic.
Right.
But I realized when I was talking yesterday, I got Jesus earpiece too. It's like, oh yeah, I'm ready for them dust panels.
Right. You're going to be the loudest one in there. Do you have something to add, Sam, just on the fact of milestones? About do we think it's good to celebrate our little milestones and achievements in life, and things of that nature? And we are also, focusing on what we will tell our younger 21-year-old self now if we had an opportunity to set them down, if we can go back in time. So if you want to give your opinion on milestones, and then if you want to tell us one thing that you would tell your 21-year-old self.
With milestones, I actually think in reverse.
Okay.
Though, yeah, it's cool to celebrate when you win, but oftentimes the preparation phase should be when you're winning. So when you reach 15, 20, 30 thousand subscribers, that's the time to do more preparing. When you have downtime is more of the time to do the celebration.
You're right.
When people are down, break up or whatever they're going through, that's the time that they need to be celebrated. That's what lifts them back up or keeps them going. Like I remember reading a book, I was on an airplane, I was 23, 24. I bought a book on confidence. So I'm going to read about it. And it said, when times are bad and when you're losing your confidence or you think something ain't going right, the thing to do is go back and refer to the time that you were winning or that you won something. So if it's a first place trophy, go get it, put it somewhere visible, and try to change your mind from the downtime to when you were actually winning. But also, a lot of people, I'm not saying you, I'm just talking in general.
Right.
A lot of people, when it's celebration time, they get on a high and start to get comfortable and believe that the work is done. They don't have to do anything, or they lose the hunger that they had when they were in grinding mode because they're focused more on the celebration.
That's a good
So it's like, oh, okay. And I remember like another time after reading that book where I was actually down, and I'd actually referred to it like time where I had nothing and I did something. And that was the mindset I needed to be able to, today I feel like nothing, but tomorrow I'm going to go do something. And I've done this before. So I might be a little bit off, but that's just something I wanted to share.
That's a good point.
Preparation, right. Celebrate people when they're down versus always celebrating when they're up. They need it when they're down. They like it when they're up. Yeah. But I'll leave that alone. Yeah. My 21-year-old self, what I tell him, switch your major from whatever my major was at the time, because I had like 3 majors. And then eventually my major was just college, Kollig. And I just have degree. I would have switched it to counseling. I wish I would have learned to be a better listener at a younger age, because information couldn't come in. Vision was limited because I couldn't hear as much. And not learning to listen means you can't learn but so much. Everything is restricted. You can only learn piece by piece by piece. And you don't get the full story, and it's hard to even teach and guide other people if you can't really listen. So it restricted me a lot. And I'm learning stuff now in 40s that I could have learned in my 20s and 30s if I would have known to have been a more effective listener.
That's a good point. Now that was a really good one, Scam. Do you think that, and I'm going to ask everybody this, since you just brought up a good point, do you think that is a problem with a lot of people if they would just maybe be quiet and listen, and they would obtain more wisdom and knowledge instead of just thinking they know everything?
Yes, but thinking you know everything kind of helps. I mean,
okay.
You can think you know everything as long as you're willing to listen. You can come off the high and say, hold on, I was wrong. Like I talk to OJ Speed all the time. Sometimes I'd be wrong.
Right.
Because I was listening, I thought I was right. I knew I was right. And then finally they're coming in after the 4th time or feeling something. Now I realize I was actually wrong. Or even with my parents or whoever. Or 99% of the time on a dust panel, no, I don't be hearing that. Ain't talking about that. But the 3%, when somebody has something, I can actually hear it because I was listening. So you can think you know everything As long as you're still listening, you can still get something out of it. But if you think you know everything and you're not willing to listen, then yeah, you're doomed.
Right.
Can't nothing else can go. You can't grow.
Yeah, that was my issue. Sometimes I still struggle. Well, a lot of times I still struggle with listening, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like I hear you, but sometimes I'm really not taking heed, I guess. My sister tells me that all the time, like, you're not listening. And I'm like, yes, I am. I can hear you.
Yeah, I ruined a great relationship. Woman I dated was everything I could ask for. What she needed from me was me to be a better listener, and it wasn't there.
Wow.
And when she told me you don't listen to me, I thought I was actually listening. I thought that because my ears were open that I was listening.
Right.
Because I heard what she said. You said these words, but I didn't know how deep listening really went. Right. Why were these words said? What is she feeling? What's she going through? What else did she say? What is she connecting this with? Why did she say this to me? All of that comes into effective listening.
Right, it does.
But I was more thinking, you said these words, and let me tell you what I heard. Let me tell you what I think. That's not effective listening. It's just repeating words, or words go in and then you put your side on it. And then I was single.
Wow.
That'll do it.
Yeah, worst thing that hurt was that was 2014. I didn't even know why that relationship didn't work until 2019.
Really?
Yep.
Why did she tell you later, or it took you that long to realize on your own?
It took me that long to realize. And that question had been dangling for years. Like, why? Why did this not work? What was it that I did? Like, what? And then it kind of clicked. And I took an emotional intelligence class in 2019, and then another type of leadership development class when I was a supervisor. That was emotional development based. Emotional intelligence based.
Okay.
And I realized the power of listening. Because when I was in the Army, I would be depressed, or anytime I was going through something. I got friends, I got people who's attorneys and doctor, business. I know people. The person I would call the most was my friend, who was a semi-thug. Didn't have no answers. Never could solve a problem. But he could say something funny or something silly or listen to what I was going through and change my actual mood, at least temporary. Because he knew how to listen and have a conversation.
Right.
And I never could figure out, like, he died in 2017. And the very thing that hurt was when he passed, he was the person I needed to talk to. And he wasn't there. It was like, how is it I'm calling him and he ain't got no answers? But the truth was he had the answer. The answer was, I need somebody to talk to. I need somebody to hear me out. And I need somebody to change the way I think and change my mood for a time being. And when I talk about vulnerability and all that kind of, it's real.
Yeah.
Everybody ain't perfect. Sometimes you need to talk to somebody. Sometimes you need to vent, just say something crazy, or need to hear something funny. That's what this is. So what that woman was telling me, I need you to be that person for me, and I wasn't. So ended up single. Then I ended up being the one needing to call somebody.
Right. I mean, we never miss have to on. We all know that, and it's but it's a lesson learned, so we know about it next time. And I feel like that's an important lesson that a lot of us have learned. Hey, Bridget, thank you for coming in. Jerome said, yeah, I went through that. I couldn't hear over the echo from my empty pocket back then. Yeah. That's a good point. Chasing the bag. Yeah.
Yeah, the bag at the end of the day is just money.
Yeah.
Or ask yourself, what is this money for?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. And L. Skin said, the saying is too many chiefs, not enough Indians. Everybody wants to be heard. In our case, not enough Africans. Breezy said that was good scam. Yeah. So at least scam now, you know, like when somebody else, I don't know if you're dating now or if you've gotten another relationship, but you know, I bet that lesson has taught you how to navigate.
Yeah, I wish I would have learned it at 21. But most
Yeah.
people don't get the lessons ever that they need. So it's good to have got it at, what was it, 2018, 19, 38, 39. It's good to have gotten it then.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Because
Then
some people.
have never gotten it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's true. That is true.
And
Freezing.
those supervisor and my employees were telling me that I don't listen.
Really?
A couple of them, they said I lacked empathy.
Oh wow.
And I didn't understand it. The empathy was there, but it was overshadowed because I didn't know how to fully apply it. When I started becoming a better listener and seeing more of how things were, I was able to express and show more empathy.
I agree with that. I agree. Freezy, are you there? Are you still eating?
I'm here.
Okay.
What up, Freezy?
What's up, Scam?
Freezy always eats.
He's on every live in a weekend. I know that's right. Freezy, I was gonna ask you. I don't know what happened to Scam. I guess he'll be back. He dropped. But I wanted to ask you the same question I asked them. Do you think a lot of the problem these days is people don't know how to be quiet and just listen so they can learn and, you know, kind of take every other people that maybe can tell them something? Like everybody wants to be heard. I know we've kind of touched on that before. Instead of listening, we all want to talk. We all want to be heard. And we can miss, like, maybe we miss valuable information.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. I know so.
Okay.
That's most people's. The biggest problem with relationships is communication. People don't know how to communicate. The most effective way of communicating is listening, just like Scam said. Even the Bible says, be quick to hear, slow to speak. So Scam said he's looking for the link.
Okay, I'm gonna put it back in. Hey sis, thank you for coming in. Love you. She said happy birthday, baby.
Hi, Kai. Is it Kaya? Kaya?
Kaya, just Kaya.
Hey, Kaya.
That's my best friend.
Oh.
Does the
Hold on, Scam. I'm getting the link.
Does the Bible say blessed are the people? Blessed are the speakers of the word, or does the Bible say blessed are the hearers? Right?
Yeah.
Blessed are the hearers of the word.
Yeah.
So a lot of time, everybody be wanting to say, you know, say what's on their mind and talk they talk. But usually the wisest people in the room are the people that listen and observe, you know what I'm saying? And pay attention to their surroundings and listen to what people say. That keep people out of a lot of trouble. The only way we can collect a lot of wisdom is by listening. You know, we want to be wise in our relationships. We want to be wise in business, right? We want to be wise spiritually first and foremost. The only way to do that is to listen, you know?
Right.
So, yeah. Communication, we do not know how to communicate as a people. We just don't. Yeah.
The struggle.
Yeah, we do not.
Don't let us get all emotional. There is no understanding.
Yes, that is true too. Thank you so much, Bridget. I really appreciate it. Make sure y'all hit the like, subscribe if you haven't already, share if you think this will help somebody else, and don't forget to hit the Cash App, y'all. It's Parlay24 on Cash App. But yeah, that is a really good point, Freezy.
I got a question for the women's.
Okay.
If you had a choice to pick a man, you could either pick the best looking, the most money, or the most effective communicator. Which one would you pick?
Communicator. For me,
Sure, no more. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, I was just gonna say for me, that look stuff is played out to me. You know what I mean? Person can be fine as I don't know what, you know. I've had some fine men that turned out to be not good. Just because you fine or look good doesn't mean anything and doesn't have nothing to do with your character, your morals, beliefs, nothing. Just looking for a man with money, looking for monetary gain. That's not the end all be all, because as we know, he could have all the money and still not be a good man. So I think communication is the most important key to a lasting relationship, besides, you know, putting God first. Communication is very important, because when y'all get old, if y'all, you know, get married and y'all build a long lasting relationship, when y'all get old and you can't, there's no more sex, or there's no more, you're old now, you don't look the way you used to look, you know, and anything, you have to be able to communicate, because I believe you definitely have to be each other's friend more than anything. You got to be able to hang out with that person, talk to that person, trust that person. So for me, it's communication.
For me, I'm not gonna lie, like I would love all of those things, but if I have to choose out of the three, effective communication, because I have seen or even dated men with money, but they didn't have anything else of value. So it, you know, I need more. Like, there's nothing like being able to effectively communicate and feel that you are heard and your opinion is valued. That's life a lot of times to women. I also agree with what Miss Shirley said. God fearing above all of those things, you know. But again, if I had to choose between those three, it would be communication. And as far as the looks thing, of course, we all want a man that look good, but what else can you add to that? If that's the only thing you have, I'll pass.
Girl, me too. And PJ said, he that is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he that ruleth his spirit than he that taketh a city. And that's Proverbs 16:32. That's a great verse.
It is.
Why did you ask the question, Scam?
Can you hear me? I'm walking through a dead zone right now. Okay, I walk the other way. That's like where Freezy was going, and that's one of my main talking points that always gets talked over. They talk about relationships and mentoring, everything, from parenting to relationships, the two things that no one's taught how to do. And even in old versus young, men versus women, all the battles, it's not two people just sitting down and hearing each other out and talking. Like, hey man, look, you really upset me when you did this right here, because I see it like this. Hey, I value this more than you think I do. Oh, my bad, I didn't know. Like, it'd be a lot.
You went out, Scam. Thank you, Dragonfly.
And it's dismissed so much.
Yeah.
Like, oh, if you had the money, if we had the court systems and the money, okay, well, attorneys are communicators. Just saying.
Right.
Or where did your girl leave when she said you're not listening to me? She went to a guy who can communicate. That's probably where she went. Or got influenced by her mom and negative girlfriends who communicated a message different than yours.
I agree.
Like it's so valuable and it's so dismissed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I hear a lot of people say, men in particular, oh yeah, it's because you don't have the money. When you got the bag, you pretty much don't have to go through this and that when it comes to women. I mean, if it's just a transactional situation, then that makes sense. But money does not solve all things, and every woman is not going to yield to you and run to you just because you have it. Some of us value more than money, so that money is not always the answer. And I hate that a lot of men try to make it seem like it is.
Right. Well, we know that a lot of people lead with money, and that's bad too. If you, in a sense of you don't have nothing else to offer, like I feel like, and this can go for men or women, like who would you be if you didn't have it? You know what I mean? Would you be? You have to make the money. You can't let the money make you or shape your personality. You have to be that person without the money.
Now, money is good, but I need more than just that. I have seen some of the most miserable people be
paid.
With people that have money. They want that love. They want that attentiveness,
and they don't have it. Right. I was talking to somebody in the entertainment business, and they pretty much said that it's so much harder when everybody knows that you have the bag. It's harder to trust, it's harder to know because everybody probably only wants you for the money. And so it's harder to find truer connections. And people don't think about that once they, it's the bag, it's the bag, it's the bag. I'm getting to the bag. When you get to the bag and everybody has their hands out and everybody is just looking at you as the bag.
Right.
Bridget, feeling.
She made a good comment. She said, yeah, money is controlling too. Absolutely. People use their money to manipulate and control.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So let me ask you the same question, Scam and Freezy. Scam Key. I think he has a bad connection. But hypothetically, Freezy, because we know you're already settled down and married.
Yeah.
But if you could choose out of the three things for a woman, if you were still dating, would you value looks more, money more, or communication?
Give me that money and that fat ass. I'm in there. I'm just playing. No. I think I said this earlier. You want as you grow more mature, and you start understanding what's more important in life. What's more important in life is peace. A peace of mind, right? Money don't bring peace. Looks don't bring peace. The way somebody communicates to you does bring peace. You know what I'm saying? It brings peace. It brings assurance, confirmation, all that good stuff. It brings encouragement, hope, all of that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? So when somebody knows how to communicate effectively, their mind is in a good place. You want a person with a good mind on them. So usually what kind of mind somebody got from the words that's coming out of their mouth.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, to me, communication is key. That's the biggest thing. And everything else is just what is it called? Subjective.
Subjective.
Yeah, everything else is just subjective, man.
Or superficial.
Or superficial, yeah, So yeah, communication most definitely, is way more important than all this. It's not even close though.
It's not. I don't think so. I think once you get older, Freezy, like when we're younger, we might have had a different point of view. Like, oh, let me get with him. He got the bag,
Yeah, because a lot of people done got with people with money that don't even got good communication. They dumb as a boss of rocks. They don't care. But guess what? He look good. He got that big chain around his neck. He got the rims in that car. That's all that matters.
That is true. And then the men, they like you said, they're looking for a big butt and a smile, and she could be a airhead.
Yeah, they don't care about what coming out of that woman's mouth.
Right.
I agree. PJ said you got to set boundaries based on character. That's how you discern. And also, thank you so much, PJ, for the Cash App. I really appreciate it. Thank you. But that's a good point. Now, Scam, to answer your own question. Are you there, Scam?
Scam, we need you to communicate.
Yeah, Dusto.
Okay, he's on mute, so I guess he's having a bad connection. But that was a good question. Based on
it was.
What does this? Let me see. Jerome said, but the world doesn't respect an unsuccessful, nice-looking black man. Plus, they don't have a problem communicating it as well. Anybody want to go for that?
Unsuccessful. So when we
can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we do now. Yes.
Okay, cool.
When we say we choose effective communication over the looks and money, it's not saying that we don't want you to have some. We are negating financial stability, right? You don't have to have a lot of money, but I do want you to
be able to take
care of you, right? But character supersedes all those other things. I want a guy that is stable, but I'm not looking for just money alone. And I do think that a man can be respected. I guess it all boils down to what do you view as success? Because you can be successful without having a lot of money.
But let's look at communication though. Communication isn't always what somebody says to you either. Communication has a lot to do with how somebody treats you and their actions and stuff. There a lot of times communication comes in different forms. That's how I look at it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Sometimes people can communicate non-verbally.
Yeah. Some people like I would always say my mom didn't say I love you a lot, right? My dad would say it a lot, but my mom was 24/7, cooking 24/7, checking in with the teachers 24/7, helping us do our homework, prayed with us every night, had us in the work. So she was more action based. She didn't say it a lot. We would hear, but you get what I'm saying? Like the nurturing and her actions.
Yeah.
Showed. She was like, I've just never been like a real emotional or I haven't been really verbal about the way that I feel, but y'all know I love y'all. I put y'all first. But she didn't say it a lot.
Right. I understand.
Let me ask you.
Did you need to hear it?
Is that important too?
Me? Now that I've gotten older, my mom, she doesn't get off the phone without telling me she loves me, and we maybe talk three times a day. Like my mom is my best friend. I think like when we were younger, she was just had so much going on, and she's matured a lot. Like I also have to understand growing up, like my parents were still growing up too. That's life. We're still growing. So as she's gotten older, she's become more open in regards to her emotions.
Right. That's okay, Bridget. Thank you. Yep. Scam, what do you think about your own question? What's more important or valuable to you? A woman with looks, money, or effective communication?
This is a weird answer. Here's the deal.
Okay.
If I had my choice, I would want to be better at communication. Then she can just have the looks or have the money. Because it doesn't take, in a relationship, it only takes one effective communicator, not two.
I don't agree with that.
You think so?
Unless they're that, okay, a very effective communicator and then an average communicator will have effective communication. Only one of them has to be like top notch in communication, not both.
Okay.
I ain't understand
Would y'all agree?
communication.
What, Freezy?
Could you communicate that a little better, Scam?
Okay.
Good.
In a relationship, you can have one great communicator and one average, and they'll still be fine. Figure there's a leader and there's a follower. If the leader's a great communicator, follower doesn't have to be that good at communication.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's better if both, or if one of them is bad, then it's a problem, because that means that the leader has to be better. So if he's a 10 and she's a 3, it'll be some struggle. He's a 10 and a 5 and she's a 5, they'll be fine.
Are you saying if one of the persons is a great communicator, they could bring understanding to the person that's not?
Yes, and honestly, even if a woman is a 10 in communication and he's only like a 5, it could still work.
I agree.
It would just probably have more bottom-up leadership than top-down. She might be bringing things to him, and he just have to say, "Oh, okay, that's cool."
At first you
but
said,
it can still work with just one, huh?
At first you said, as long as they're. At first you said, as long as there's one effective communicator, it's not a problem. So that's why I questioned it. But now that you said, as long as they can communicate, effectively somewhat, it'll work if the other person is really well with their communication.
Yeah. If one is a 9 or a 10, the other one only needs to be like a 4 or a 5, and they could be fine.
Yeah.
Kind of either or.
Like they would
given that everything else is at least average or okay. Like she's so fast and you once within up.
You're kind
he
of
just can't mess it up. If he
it's breaking up.
You're sounding a little dusty.
PJ had a good question. He said,
"Oh man,
what is effective communication to you?" Y'all want to take a stab at it? Cricket?
Effective communication. Listening to me, and as we said, not just you heard me with your ears, but you're also taking in what I'm saying. You value what I'm saying, and you're willing to take heed and make the necessary changes to show me that my words are valuable to you. Don't let it go in one ear and out the other. Like, don't shut me down, because it takes a certain level of vulnerability for people to really communicate, the things that are on their heart. So you great listening skills and communicating back what you heard,
Okay.
It's a lot of work. Like,
yeah, it definitely can be.
Communication can be difficult because a lot of times you won't like the things that's being said, and a lot of times when we don't like the things that are being communicated, we tend to shut down. So effective would be I'm gonna listen, good or bad, you know.
Okay, that's a good answer. I agree with that. What about you, Freezy?
What is effective communication?
Mm-hmm.
Listening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just listening, and being sincere with showing the other person that you're trying to understand what they're saying. And both people operating in that space. Both people trying to understand what the other person is saying. Right? To me, that's effective communication. Because now what you have is two people that really want to build with one another.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So, I talked about this the other day. I'm trying to learn how to be as effective as a man as I can be. I talked about being effective.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I said, if I'm not mistaken, because I think I said, since a child, I always knew I was smart, but I wasn't effective.
Mm-hmm.
I think I remember saying that.
That was this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, to me, how I've learned the biggest way to be effective is to listen and learn and apply what I learned to my life. So the only way you can the only way you can learn things is if you listen. A lot of people don't think listening is a form of communication.
Mm-hmm.
But when you show people that you're listening to them, really listening to them, what you're communicating to them is you really care about you care about what they are saying to you.
Mm-hmm.
You care.
Right.
To me, that's the most effective form of communication, when you show somebody you care. You know what I'm saying? By listening.
Yeah. Elskin said a good one too.
What's
Yeah,
that?
that comment. Showing action to what's being said and heard.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, I would say effective communication. If I take it a little bit more in depth, it would be being able to tackle the hard conversation, tackle, think questions, and being able to talk to each other and listen to each other when it comes to situations that are traumatic or things that we don't necessarily feel comfortable speaking about or talking about, and just being able to go outside of just the first shell of things and get really in depth with different things. Having someone that you're comfortable enough to either talk to, communicate it to, or being the person that is able to really listen and take that in. I think Elskin had a good comment with showing the actions as well, showing communication through your actions. And not only just action, because it could be actions as far as you're communicating with somebody by patting them on the back or something. If they let them know that you're here for them, letting them know that you're rubbing somebody's arm. It could be anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
907 said, I'm driving, but I'm here. Hey, 907, thank you for coming.
Hey, 907.
What's up, 907?
Kaya said, my ex was toxic. Girl, yes. And regardless of the situation, we talked for hours about how I was always wrong. In hindsight, I look back and see how my feelings were valid. I communicated correctly. Yes. That's a good one.
Yeah, and sometimes when you're trying to communicate and the person, all they do is place blame on you, that's narcissism.
Yeah, it is.
To take any accountability. I hate that. Like,
But in his eyes, he needed to be right. And I mean, we know a lot of people operate that way.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, Miss B. Hey.
Hold up. It's your birthday, girl.
Yes.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I can't sing, but I don't care. F&M. Happy birthday to you. Now let's turn up.
Thank you. I'm glad to see you, stranger.
I'm glad to see you too. And Freezy, you the shit. You the shit, Freezy.
Thank you, Miss B.
I just always got a little pushback. You know what I'm saying?
No.
With some stuff.
Welcome.
But it ain't never a big pushback because you ain't never telling no lie. Sometimes it's just shit people don't want to hear.
Right.
Shout out to Miss B, man.
Yeah.
And hey, ladies, and who is this gentleman on the bottom right?
That is Scam or Dusto or.
How you doing?
He says, hey,
he goes by a lot of names. He has a lot of names.
Yeah.
You be scamming folks?
Only on the week, not on weekends.
Oh, okay, well then shit. I guess we can count this as a weekend since it's a holiday, so we safe, we good.
Yeah, I'm taking a day off.
Thank you, Lady Noah. I appreciate it.
Okay. Who's the pretty lady in the top right?
Hey, Mo Love. What's your name?
Miss V. Hey, Mo Love.
Hey, Miss V. You so lit.
Girl. And I don't know. It might be the coffee. I don't know. But we ain't gonna talk about it. I don't even got shit to drink. And who that, Blaze?
Miss V, I hear a up north accent. You from up north, Miss V?
No, I probably no. You said mine from up north. Yes. I thought you said down. I'm like no. Yeah, but I'm an alien, so really I'm everywhere.
Oh, okay.
And Blaze talking shit. Don't start. Don't get me started on this Good Monday. I'll deal with you on the back end. Non-replying self.
Right, I told him you said what's up. Hey Blaze, thank you for coming in. He said, "Wow, short fry sounded like a cat getting strangled."
Yeah, whatever, because you died. The question is, why are you dodging me like you owe me money or something, my internet friend?
You probably do.
But we'll have that conversation on the back end.
Blaze, you already know how it's gonna go. Freezy, this is the one that's in the Discord.
Miss V?
Yes.
Yeah, baby.
Oh.
What it do, what it don't.
Shout out to Miss V. Miss V, do you be on you be in my chat too?
Sometimes when I'm feeling froggy.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
Said happy birthday, F&M. Thank you.
Ow.
Elskin said happy birthday. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Miss B, let me ask you a question since you just came up here.
What's up, baby?
Okay, first of all, if you could go back and give your younger self, like when you was 21, a little bit of words of wisdom, what would they be? Just like name one thing that you think is very valuable that your 21-year-old self didn't know.
Go get yourself some type of higher education. It ain't too late. It don't necessarily got to be somebody's university that's going to have you in debt. I wouldn't give a damn if it was IT tech something. Get you a little something.
That's good.
Work at ITT Tech. Don't go there. Or actually, they shut down anyway.
But you know what I'm saying? Because when people think of college, they think of, university or something like that. And that's not, don't mind me, I'm outside. Because I walked to the store, but I ain't going to the store yet. Inside yet. Yeah, because, everybody thinks that you have to have like a university or something like that. But really, it's not wrong. But they have so many different trades, so many different things. I would have told myself, do something and then go from there. Because time goes by fast and it's crazy.
Yeah, that's true. So further your education. And what do you think about milestones?
And don't be no punk and go get your license, because I don't got my license because I'm scared.
Right.
Oh.
What type of
And that
license?
sucks.
What kind of license you talking?
Driver's license. That's the only thing I'm slacking on as a grown behind woman is that I don't drive. My husband drives, but still, it ain't got nothing to do with the price of tea in China.
You must be in Boston, Philly, or New York or somewhere.
East Coast?
DC.
No, I'm in New Jersey. Dirty Jersey.
Well, guess what? It's a blessing you got a husband that can drive you where you need to go.
Yep.
Yeah, but I know that shit gets old.
No.
It does. Just a little warning, V can say anything, guys. If you don't know V, she is a riot.
Cool.
Oh yeah, and you know what? I gotta chill on the cussing because I know you don't really get down like that over here like that, right?
Right.
All right, so my bad. I ain't trying to mess your stuff up.
Yourself, but just don't go overboard. You know how you be cussing everybody out, child.
Yeah. No, I ain't gonna cuss nobody out, but I just be cussing in general, which is terrible. But that I am who I am. But I still say please and thank you at the same time. Make it make sense.
You stay in North Carolina too? Wait, hold on, Fenimore, did you stay in North Carolina, right?
Yeah, V's in Jersey.
Oh, she in Jersey, okay.
I'm gonna put you on mute real quick while I make my little purchase.
Okay. Yeah.
I had a question for y'all.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if y'all noticed, and I won't say names and all that, but there was a conversation. It was rather dusty.
Mm-hmm.
Women's. Court, and rules. The question was asked, because I truly believe certain environments, if you want to see them crumble like kryptonite, say the word solution.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
There's two things that happen. Number one, a question was asked and a solution was given, or at least a powerful word. The answer to something was influence. I said it 5 times and it wasn't received, it was rejected and back to the BS. Another thing that happened was I was looking to shift the conversation into something positive and effective communication. And the very communication was sabotaged into manipulation. I don't remember, were y'all there for that?
I was.
We always there for that, Scam. We always there for that.
Yeah.
Turning effective communication with a great example into manipulation.
Mm-hmm. Every time.
Was very foul, especially because it was effective.
Right.
That just wasn't cool.
I thought that was...
Because it was effective.
It was ridiculous.
It was the very thing that people could use the example, but when you put Satan's hand on it, you got to go in the garbage can.
Mm-hmm.
I just leave it at that.
I just think that some people, like you said, solution, that's not what a lot of people are here for. They enjoy confusion, and I think some people just like to debate and argue, and I feel some people should just be honest about that, because when you have a group of people who come have the conversation in a genuine way, it kind of defeats the purpose, because some people, no matter what you say, it will never be good enough. Nothing.
That's true.
Nothing. You know?
You got to realize too, what come with solutions is you got to follow through with it now. It's responsibility.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people just they don't want to have to deal with the responsibility that come after we get the true answers. So instead of dealing with solutions and being responsible after that, they'll rather stay stagnant and just complain all the damn time, because it's easier to complain than it is to actually show responsibility, be responsible.
Right. You're either part of the solution or you're part of the problem. That's what my dad always told me.
That's true.
Hey.
And then it's like, okay, let me ask y'all something. It kind of applies, but it don't. Okay, so you guys ever have a conversation with somebody who they may just want to vent, but they don't say that, and then they get mad when you are having an actual back and forth conversation with them about what they're speaking to you about, and they're not trying to hear it. But my thing is, I'm not a mind reader, so if you just want somebody to vent to, say that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm a big conversation person. So to me, a conversation is people engaging back and forth. But I also understand that sometimes people just want to vent, but you need to say that when you're talking to a mofo like me. I don't know if y'all ever experienced something like that before.
That was a very problem I had, and then I was that same problem and didn't even know it.
Mm.
People would come to me. Well, people would come to me talking or whatever, and I'm pretty direct, and I say what it is. So they come to me, and there's a problem. I'm gonna tell you, oh, well, you're the problem. Well, this. And what I didn't understand is they might be coming to vent, or I have to take the whole thing in, navigate how they feel and how they think, because they might just need to talk. It might be still in the listening phase. But give them 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, then guide them into the truth, instead of just slamming them right on the tongue. Man, these people this. Well, shoot, I don't blame them looking at you. I ain't even let them get to the 30 minutes. I didn't hammer them on minute number 2. But then I found when I had problems, I'd reach out to my boy Eric, who didn't have no solutions. I could call the people with solutions, but I called him because he knew how to talk to me. So I was seeking the very thing that I wasn't even giving to other people who would reach out to me.
Yeah, sometimes people just want a listening ear, behind shoulders, stuff like that. But we're not mind readers, so I don't know that that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
And vice versa. Now, once they tell you that, because I talk a lot, now once they tell me that and I don't just be listening, then that sounds different. But then let me know first.
Yeah, I just had to slow down and try to hear understand. The first thing is to acknowledge that they're upset. Something happened, and they feel the way that they feel, and they have whatever right. Meaning, for example, I was telling my cousins this last week. Somebody comes to my house or in my place. I can't stand the door being open and the toilet being right there where I can look at it. I hate that, especially if I'm eating. I don't want to look at a toilet walking up and down the hallway.
Yeah.
Why? True. Because it bothers me. That's the answer. That's all that matters. So somebody else can come to me like, "Why? I don't see the problem." I don't want to hear that. Close the damn door. So for somebody else, it might be a shoe on the carpet. It might be chewing with your mouth. But whatever it is, first thing is the knowledge. It took them from 1 to 10, and there's a reason for it, or at least in their mind that it is.
Yeah, we all have pet peeves. That's a real thing.
And I'm a naturally dismissive person. I'm still working on that because I'm naturally judgmental. I grew up in it. Still trying to fix that. The worst thing is, man.
Right.
I'm telling you, my thing is sometimes I say stuff that I really don't need to say.
I can see that.
Yeah, sometimes I say stuff that sometimes not even like, oh, I don't think before I speak, but sometimes it just comes out. Or sometimes it's stuff, like I said, that don't necessarily need to be said, especially if somebody didn't ask me directly. So that was an issue that I had to work on and still be working on sometimes.
Hey, Hot Sauce. Thank you for coming in.
It's good, Hot Sauce.
Hey, Hot Sauce.
But it's something that just needs work.
And Blade said, okay, I peeped the scene, so this is appropriate. Continue your walk with God and continue to show up for yourself. Very proud and happy for you. Happy birthday, twin. Thank you so much, Blaze. I appreciate it so much.
Hey, V, do you come from, have you been on the dust panels? Or
on who?
Do you come from like the dust panels, the men's versus?
So funny.
No, that's not really my cup of. That's not necessarily my cup of tea, because they go too far, and then I get ready to have me upset on the internet. Exactly. I've been on. I guess what you would consider his crap to be.
A dust panel too.
Because it was his. It was his. I was on his because I'm gonna treat him like Voldemort. That's a name that won't get mentioned. So I was on his, and you know who his is. And then when I felt like trolling and being petty, I was on the other his and stuff. But those are the only two. Sometimes, but other than that, not necessarily. But I do when I'm feeling froggy. I would. I'm not against it because sometimes they just be talking and don't know what they talking about. And then sometimes, a lot of times, it be double standards. Like you got all these requirements for women, but you ain't shit, so it don't make no sense. Lower your standards.
And then it seems like a lot of the conversations are such an exaggeration. Like some of the things you hear, I'm like, this is not real life. Are y'all serious? I
tried to bring reality.
And then another thing that triggers me about some of these YouTube streets, I don't like to hear grown men yelling like females. That triggers me low key because I'm like, chill out. It is the internet. It cannot be that deep. And you shouldn't make it that deep either.
Well,
but a lot of times, some of these men just be screaming, and I'm like, yo, be quiet.
Right, and they make it sound like every woman in the world is just horrible. Like there are no decent ones at all, and that's why where my frustration comes from. Like, are y'all serious?
And most of them don't even qualify for a decent woman. So be good with TT down the street and shut up, and go get her a pack of cigarettes or whatever she asked for.
It's the contradiction. Like they'll say they want a good woman, then I see y'all on panels talking about paying for sex, and if the woman look like this, I'll break the bag for her. So I'm like, which one is it? Do you want a woman of value, or do you just want something transactional? Make it make sense. If you just want something transactional, you don't get to come on panels and complain about how horrible women are when you are the one choosing those kind of.
And let's just be honest, it's all transactional. It's just levels to this shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's transactional. I might want you to change the battery.
I don't think it's transactional for everybody.
Part of it is transactional.
Like to a certain extent. Like especially if you're in. First of all, I'm loud. I gotta order an inside voice off of Amazon. It's all transactional to a certain extent. Whether it is, I'm cooking dinner, which is feeding you. You gonna go to the grocery store and grab something. You gonna change this battery in my smoke detector that I just be ignoring because whatever. Whatever the case may be, you know what I'm saying? They don't even have to necessarily mean money per se. You know what I mean? When you're in a relationship or when somebody's courting you, it's all transactional. Because otherwise, we would just be sitting crisscross applesauce in the park like hippies, not doing nothing, chilling.
I guess it's word choice because I don't view it. I don't want a transactional.
I view part of it as transactional.
I say reciprocal.
I like that too. Because it don't have to.
We're both looking for each other's best interest. Like, you cover me as I cover you. Like the whole transactional thing, I don't know.
I can see how that could be triggering because the way people use that word, they make it seem like it's something dirty, and it doesn't. It's not necessarily something dirty. Just like, for example, we go out to dinner. You might pay for the meal. I might pay for the tip or pay for the drinks or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? You might pay for the movie tickets. I might pay for the snacks. However, which way the cookie crumble. Or I might not pay for none of it, but I make sure you're good in other ways.
Right, but normally when people say transactional, it's coming from a place of what can I get out of the situation.
It's like monetary.
Really, when you're dealing with marriages, it should be duty. Right.
Yeah, not transactional.
So whether the other person is, you feel like the other person is giving you what you feel like you need, you're going to fulfill your duty just because,
because sometimes you might not get what you need, but that don't stop the show from running. You know what I mean? It be like that sometimes. Either way, you know what your partner needs and what is needed, and they know what you need, and y'all collectively know what's needed for that house and the kids if you have them.
I think duty is abused in not saying it's not important. I think it's abused in conversation because it dismisses the connection, it dismisses the intangibles. And the intangibles are what start real relationships to begin with.
I hate when when people try to make women, or in some cases men, feel a type of way because they don't want to be with somebody that's a bum. You can have what is the word? Yeah. Oh, I love that. My daughter being nosy, my 18-year-old, but I'm happy she was because she found the word that was right on top of my head.
What do you mean by bum? Because I have
When I
my
say
own.
bum, I mean somebody that's not trying at all. I don't care if you work at Walgreens, wherever you work at that makes sense for your situation. A job is a job, and especially in this climate. I'm talking about people that ain't trying to really do too much of nothing.
Yeah.
That's what I consider a bum. Like you could be somebody and not make a bunch of money, but you doing what's the best that you can do. You know what I mean? Whether it's with your kids, with your household, with just as a person in general. So like I said, I personally, I'm a simple chick. I'm a realist. Now you have some women that are not as simple, you know what I mean? To each his own. And 9 times out of 10, the men that go for the super hot, the ones that, need this, need that, need this, need that, they doing it because that person has certain looks that they like. Because if they were to get a regular Jane Schmaine that had all these high requirements, but was still a good person, they wouldn't do it. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't think like that.
You know
a lot of people don't think like that.
I agree with what you just said, Ms. V. I do. And that's a realistic way of looking at it all, right? And as far as what Scam said, he said duty kind of.
Yeah,
you can correct me if I'm wrong, Scam. I think you were saying that you feel like duty sometimes negates the intangibles.
Yeah. What it does is makes it a fixated thing. I did this, and I did this. Therefore, you are supposed to do this. Where, look.
Some stuff is just a given.
Yeah, well, it's supposed to be. Just like in 3rd, 4th grade where it starts. You like this person and there's a reason for it. They like you and there's a reason. It ain't no transaction, ain't none of that. There's a whole attraction and you want to spend time and be at the cookout, the picnic, curled up in the corner.
But look, check it. In 3rd grade, I could like somebody.
Let him finish his thought.
My bad. That's another thing I got to work on.
Hold on.
There you go. 3rd grade, 7th grade, and honestly, even adults. Your woman flies into town or whatever. What do you want to do? Be with her. Like if this is the person you really want, what do they really want? They just want you. The other stuff comes secondary, but it skips the primary and goes to the secondary. So if people ain't communicating, connecting, and falling out of love, then you try to beat them with the duty stick. It's just not going to fly. Now, understand the duty. Does it matter? Hell yeah. But if the other stuff ain't connecting, the woman saying you ain't listening, or you saying, hey man, I'm not feeling this. I don't want to come home. I'm parked in the driveway. I don't even want to go in the house. Forget the duty. You got to get the primary first. Y'all don't like each other.
Isn't in a primary? Wait, not primary. You got me saying primary. Isn't in a healthy relationship? Doesn't duty include the intangibles as well?
Yes.
Oh, if you put it that way, yes. But I was expressing how most
of these dudes talk about duty.
And let's be real, most of them aren't.
Yeah.
I fed you. That makes her a goldfish. That's what it makes your wife. You pay the electricity. You plug it in the wall and you put.
Wait a minute, one mic. Let me introduce Hot Sauce to the stage. Hey, Hot Sauce, how are you?
Hot Sauce just be coming in talking. He don't say hi or nothing.
Like, dang.
Hello, everyone. Good morning or good evening for you, the rest of y'all. Hope everyone's doing well.
Shalom, my brother.
Shalom. And I'm just gonna say people are not raised on duty. So even though it sounds nice, relationships are definitely transactional, right? And you know what? And that doesn't have to be a dirty word, because my love costs too. Shit, so it's all right. It don't have to be.
Some people look at duty as a burden. And that's the problem. Whatever their duty is, they look at it like a burden.
People, but you know, when we talk about duty and stuff like that, we're talking about like being raised that way. Like, you know, when you go to like somewhere like in the East Asia or East Africa or something like that, where their mom teaches them what they need to do, and it's their duty to do this, that, and the other. That's not America.
So, hot sauce. how are these transactional relationships working out?
Well, I mean, look at it, right? You can see the divorce rate, all that. You can see how it's working out.
Right. So meaning,
if you compare, if you can compare the marriage rates in Indonesia and India to the UK, US, Canada, you'll see the difference.
Right.
Yeah, because they forced to stay in something they don't want to stay in. And 9 times out of 10, they got married off.
Yeah, we're not those men. We don't want to be them men, and God knows them ladies not want to be those ladies. Let's be real.
But because the point I'm trying to highlight is that when you're talking about duty and sense of duty, those cultures instill that in their children at a very young age, right? And what I'm saying is that's not U.S.
Can I say something really quick?
Yeah.
So I wrote in the comments, I choose to reference it because a lot of people are saying all relationships are transactional. I said I choose to reference it as duty and reciprocation, but I see what you're saying, sis, because my sister said our relationships are transactional. I said these days people reference transactional as money and sex only majority of the time. And when you look at the meaning of transactional in regards to relationships, it says prioritizing immediate exchanges and benefits in relationships, focusing on what you can get in return rather than building lasting connections based on mutual respect and emotional support. So I think that only fits for some people. I don't want just a transactional relationship. I think it needs to be deeper.
Okay, because T said all relationships are transactional and it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with money. Like Freezy said, it's duty. No one is doing anything for nothing.
So duty.
He included the intangibles.
Then transactional, because usually when people say transactional, they're referring to money and sex a lot of times, temporary satisfaction. What can I get out of it?
But transactional can be whatever you need at the moment, right? So, for example,
at the moment,
you're going to marry a guy, and you need A, B, C, right? And he's going to need 1, 2, 3, right? So he's going to marry a person who can provide 1, 2, 3. You're going to marry a person that can provide A, B, C, right? Nobody can come to the relationship with nothing.
That's more than transactional, though. That's my point. And you're speaking of marriage, so we're referring to something that's supposed to be forever. Like we're looking for something lifelong. So that's more than just a transactional situation.
No,
but what if somebody loses a limb? What if somebody gets what if somebody gets severely depressed? What if somebody what if somebody loses their job that they done been on for 20 years? You know what I'm saying? Like, what a transaction gonna be then?
That's where you see the intangible.
That's where that 80-20 coming in, because sometimes it's no 50-50.
If a dude loses his job after 20 years, most women will leave. Like scam show, like finances is number 4 or 5 on the list, right? So a lot of women will leave because of finances.
Well, they ain't have no business being in that relationship.
Okay, guys, let's bring it back in because this is not a dust panel. So let me just say that we're not going to go back and forth. We can have a decent conversation. People are going to disagree, but y'all know I run my channel different. So let me just say this. PJ said, I think Mrs. V touched on something. How do we effectively discern what's appropriate to say versus what isn't when communicating amongst each other? And that, I think that is a good question. So I'm going to ask everybody, and if you have an answer for this, because the original topic of the show was not transactional or relationships or duty. We are talking about milestones, and we are talking about what would your older self tell your younger self. You know, we can segue in the conversations, but let's not just go totally off topic here for a long soliloquy of dust.
Fair game.
All right, girl, you brought it back.
Okay, so how do we?
It ain't dust, girl. We just having a conversation.
How do we effectively discern what's appropriate to say versus what isn't when communicating against each other? Freezy, do you have an answer?
How do we effectively discern what's appropriate to say versus what isn't when communicating? Well, I mean, first of all, we need to learn how to start being considerate for everybody's feelings and emotions and stuff, you know? I mean, in a lot of situations, what I've witnessed from people talking, even in real life, the respect, a lot of people don't have respect for one another. I mean, it's really not that hard. It's just like, let's go back to the fundamentals. Let's start having respect and consideration for one another, right?
Yeah.
So once you take the respect out and the consideration, anything could be said in the course of a back and forth. People gonna start cutting each other off. You know, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all. When you hear a lot of when you see conversations where like everybody jumping on top of each other as far as with the words and stuff, it's not a lot of consideration you know, going on. You know what I'm saying? So to me, that's my answer effectively. To you got to have consideration for the person that you're communicating with. You want to consider everything that they saying, even if you feel like it's wrong, so you can effectively communicate to them why you feel like they was wrong, right? So yeah, that's my answer.
Okay. V?
I would say, as far as when you're having a conversation with somebody, you have to, number one, be mindful of the person. Like he said, be mindful, but just know who you're speaking to. Because you can't handle everybody the same way. The same way when you're parenting, it's not realistic that you're going to be able to parent all your kids the same, because everybody is different. So if you know, like actually know the person, then you know them. So you know what their triggers are. You already know what it is, you know? And you get flies with honey. So when people feel like they're attacked, they're just gonna automatically shut down. Two people can be saying the same things to somebody, but depending on how they're saying it, it's gonna be received differently. And sometimes it can be the right message, wrong messenger.
That is so good.
If you never had nothing successful going on, whether it's in the workplace, in the at-home life, whatever, it's gonna be kind of hard for somebody to receive what you're saying to them properly, even if it's legit, because it might just be the wrong messenger. Or you're just not coming at them the right way.
Miss V, if I could just interject 1 second. Old people used to say that all the time, but people didn't understand how important that was. You get more flies with honey.
Right.
You know, that's just a simple saying, but it's just so true. But I just wanted to say that. That was excellent.
And people say, "Oh, I'm not sugarcoating." So it just depends on what is it that you're trying to get out of the conversation. Sometimes some people you need to just give it to them real rap raw. But if you're trying to really get somebody to understand your point of view and maybe try to get them to change theirs or look at it differently, no, and it's not necessarily sugarcoating. It's just there's ways of saying things. Like I said, two people can say the same exact thing, but the way they're saying it comes off to the way somebody is saying something to you, you're not gonna really take it when you're feeling attacked, and that's just human nature.
Yeah, it's not what you say. It's not what you say, it's how you say it.
To a certain extent, yeah. That don't mean pee on somebody's leg and tell them it's raining, but it is what it is. Now, some people, you have to really give it to them real rap raw, and it just is what it is. But you have to be able to use your discernment, because not everybody receives things the same way.
That's true. My love.
Okay, so how do we effectively discern what's appropriate to say versus what isn't with communicating amongst each other? I agree with Crazy and V, but consideration is huge. You have to consider where you are. Reading the room is so important. Like you have to know again where you are. Like we know, okay, we on Fear No Mortals panel. You can't come up here just with any type of energy. We know that she represents God. You get what I'm saying? So you can't just come up here with anything. So I think a huge part of being able to see what's appropriate and what's not is knowing where you are. We know that there are spaces you can go and just be completely free. It's just different. Like some people have no sense of being able to discern the environment, you know. So I think when you appreciate and respect where you are, it will cause you to communicate effectively and appropriately.
I agree. Hot sauce?
I'm going to say, number one, have consideration for the person you talk to, like pretty much everyone said. And then next is just to have, if it's criticism, it should be constructive. If you're communicating something bad, it needs to be constructive, I'll say. And I would leave it at that. Just consider the person you're talking to, and make sure whatever you're talking to them about, especially if it's something negative, that it needs to be constructive more than turn a person down. Constructive and supportive. That's it.
Right, I agree. So let me ask you before I go to scam. Let me ask you because we didn't get your initial thoughts because when you came in. So let me ask you this: what do you think about celebrating your little accomplishments or even big milestones that come into your life? Do you think it's good to celebrate them, or?
I'm not that type of person that really celebrates my accomplishments like that.
Okay.
Like I didn't I don't really celebrate birthdays. I didn't celebrate graduating high school or college or graduate school. That's just not my thing.
Okay. And if you had one thing that you could tell your 21-year-old self, just one thing that you think would be the most valuable that you have learned up until this point at this age now, what would you tell your 21-year-old self? Just one, the most important thing. What do you think?
Yeah. I say there's going to be a guy named Scam likely you're going to meet in the future. Run away from him.
I'm innocent.
No, I'm kidding. 21 is probably a little bit too old. I would like to say, if I could tell my 16-year-old self, I would say, don't go to school for business, but go to school for product design and manufacturing. That's what I would tell my younger self.
Right. Yeah. Okay. That's good. Okay, Scam. So what do you think about the communication question?
You
want me to put it back up or you got it?
The key word is effective.
Okay.
I had to learn the difference in right, wrong, and effective. And a lot of times it can be about being right. But if you lose the person, lose the audience, it wasn't effective.
Okay.
So when it says effectively discern what to say, you got to get to know your people. You got to listen better and gauge the message and how well it was received in a response.
That's good.
Now, from Justin, that's a whole nother story, but no.
Right. I agree with all you guys. I think everybody made a good point. I basically, pretty much you guys covered it. I just think that you have to be mindful of where someone is at with everything. If you know where the person is at, then you are more likely to be able to discern what to say or how to communicate things to them so that they can understand it. I don't talk to my friends the same way that I talk to someone in corporate America. You know what I mean? I'm not telling them this and telling them that. You know what I mean? Like, I have a bad habit of saying like, like that, like when I'm just having casual conversation or whatever. But when I'm in the workplace or whatever, I have to be on my P's and Q's. And so I had to learn how to effectively communicate with people in those type of positions versus just talking to my homegirl or even us on these panels, or even it's a different way. You might talk to the pastor than you would talk to, your best friend. So whatever it is, I think that you just have to know where you're at and
Code switch.
What level that person is on, and that way you would know how to communicate.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I think those were all good, really, really good guys.
Mm-hmm.
How do y'all feel about the term code switching? Like, 'cause some people give it a derogatory meaning, or like it's a bad thing, but sometimes it's needed. Like you said, the way we talk in our everyday life, sometimes you can't bring that talk to work. So that would be considering what? Code switching. And there's nothing wrong with that. Depending on where you at, to a certain extent. Don't mean you being fake, but you know, you have to conduct and present yourself a certain way depending on where you're at.
Right. So I think code switching, well, as far as me, like I take heed to it when it comes to corporate environment versus just my everyday life. So I may use slang or be my country self, my country Texas self with my friends, but I know that I have to have a different presentation when it comes to work. Now, as far as code switch, when it comes to like my true character, like on panels, I don't care if I'm on a panel that's 24/7 cussing out, going in, spitting at the computer screen. I'm gonna always be true to Mo Love. Like I'm gonna be me. I'm not gonna ever like engage in certain I guess acts because I'm true to myself. So code switching, yes, but to a certain extent. Normally when it comes to work for me.
I don't know. I don't believe in. I'm sorry. I don't
Go
really
ahead,
believe. I just think there's just standards, right? Like for example, if you go to work, you're customer service. There's a standard of customer service. You can't be like, "Hey, my niggas, what's up? How can I help you today?" Right? That's just
Right.
not the standard there, right? It doesn't mean that you lose your culture just because you cuss somebody out at the McDonald's drive-through, right? It's just a standard. It's just a standard of customer service or a standard of operations, right? And that's it. And you know, I mean, because white people don't talk the same way at work when they're around each other. Asians don't talk the same way at work when you meet them. They're normally speaking their local languages and stuff, right? So no, everybody changes, right? It's not just because we're black we have to code switch. No one talks at work when they get home.
Yeah, it's different.
Right?
I agree.
Well, yeah,
So maybe that was the wrong word to use, but y'all catch my drift, right?
Yeah, like I got what you're saying.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm not on whatever code they talking about. I'm not on that code, no way. So I'm gonna
I
tell
know,
you
so
that.
maybe not code switch, because I see you said I'm not on no code, but you catch my drift of what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Right.
no, but I mean I know what you mean because that's what because the thing about it is when we say stuff like that, it makes it seem like black people are just naturally ignorant.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even talking about black people. I'm talking about just people in general. I didn't even put a color on it. I'm just talking about people in general. When you're a part of society, because we live in a society, so it's not we don't live in a black society, a white. We just live in a society. Now, depending on where you live and who you're around and stuff like that, that might determine, you know, what the amount of black people that you're around or whatever the case may be. But I was talking about in general, because we live in a society.
Yeah, but you know they don't say like Asians code switch or white people code switch, right? Code switch is pretty much designated for black people.
And that's where it got to change, because everybody is
okay. I didn't know that. So
Right,
when code switch is used, it's referencing black.
It's designated for black people because even though everybody, no one speaks corporate when they're hanging out, right? But code switching has always been designated, right? It's like a dog whistle, right? Keywords that designate urban behavior. That's also a thing designated for black people, and sometimes Latin. So that's why I don't like it, because it's saying like black people are ignorant.
Yeah. I guess some of these words are designated kind of for black people because, I mean, we don't really hear white people or anybody else use them. So, hey, World Class, thank you for coming. You talking about this is a code switch channel? No. Thank you for coming in.
He's so silly.
Yeah, I've opted out of being on code. There's a bunch of fictional standards and dumb shit that I never agreed with anyway.
Well, maybe she like she said
community.
Wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not that word, but y'all catch my drift. And some people will say, "Oh, you being fake." Like I've had that happen because when I'm dealing with the people that I engage with that are not my coworkers, when they come into my job, you know, it is what it is. And then when they leave, then it is what it is. And it's like, I'm like, yeah, that's why you get complaints. I don't get no complaints, honey.
Right.
I get no complaints at my job. You know?
Yeah.
We gotta have good customer service now.
Yeah. You know, I got this gift of gab to not work with the folks. I can't sit in nobody's cubicle. I'm gonna get fired, girl. Somebody's gonna be mad because they can't chew gum and walk at the same time, and I'm over there talking to them, and they didn't get their work done, so they're gonna blame me. I can't do that. I mean, not to say that I can't do that. I could, but I don't think it would be very enjoyable for me. Let me say that. Now, maybe when I get to another juncture in my life, okay. But right now, I'm not no cubicle chick because just because I know me, I like to talk. So I'm good being around the folks, even though that come with ignorant people. Sometimes you engage with ignorant people and everything, but that's when I just go get a higher up. They can deal with that. Okay, 1 minute.
Why is it
you need to come? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Can I say something real quick, guys? Yeah. Thank you, LA Skin. She said, I have enjoyed my first time here. Thank y'all. Thank you for coming. Okay, go ahead.
Why is it that when you choose to take a stand for something different or evolve, that a lot of people that you used to engage with, they view you as fake or you think you're better?
Because they simple-minded. Or simple-minded or closed-minded. A lot of people are very closed-minded, whether they mean to or not. They're very closed-minded. They think their way is the way and this and that, you know. Freaking, you have people that say some people try to act white or some people try to act black. What does that mean? And then when you say, what do you mean? They can't really give it up because they don't know. They just saying.
So have y'all experienced that or?
I have experienced that to a certain extent, mainly at work. They're like, oh, you try this or try to do that or this or that. Because I cuss a lot, but I'm also very polite, so it's weird. And people say, oh, you trying to act like this or you trying to act like that, or just maybe not even me experiencing it firsthand, just seeing it happen to other people. Oh, they trying to act white, they trying to act white. What does that mean? Because Black people are not a monolith. So, and that's something that didn't start upsetting me until I started getting older, because we literally are not a monolith. Everybody is different. People are raised differently. Some people are actually products of their environment, and that's a real thing. You know, not to say that it's a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a thing, period. Some people are actually products of their environment. Like, I got a white aunt, but you would think, if you didn't know her, you would think, oh, she's trying to act black. But she is a legit product of her environment.
Yeah, what is act black? It's just, what is act white? It's weird.
Right. So if you grow up in certain areas, it just is what it is. Like, when I would hear Fat Joe say the N-word and stuff like that, I'm like, what the freak, blah, blah, blah. But then I had to remember, he was legit raised up in New York. Not like it.
I don't like it, but I hear what
you're saying. It's like, I don't condone it, but I'm not going to go on like a campaign against it because I grew up in an area where there's a bunch of different people. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And when you grow up like that, it just is what it is. Now, doesn't mean that somebody can't check you if they feel offended by it because, you know, but if we really going to be technical, none of us should be using that word because it's very derogatory, but we were raised up how we were raised up, which is why some people use it. Nobody just wakes up and say, oh, I decided to use this word today. Yeah. Now, some people use it in a derogatory way, and you should be able to know, like, okay, yeah, you're just saying it because you want to say it, or you're just saying it to try to hurt somebody, even though there's a million other words you could say. Like, I've had arguments with somebody, and they said that, and now it's up, and then they try to say, oh, no reason. No, because you could have called me or said anything, but that's what was on the tip of your tongue.
Right. Big Bad Bull asks a great question too.
Okay, give 1 second, my love. Big Bad Bull said sharing is caring. Y'all please like the screen. Share the stream, subscribe if you haven't already, and hit the Cash App. It's Parlay24 at Cash App, Parlay24 at Cash App. Okay, Mom.
Yeah, show birthday love, y'all. It's her birthday, and she's reached over 13,000 subscribers. So just show Infinite some love. Big Bad said, is being closed-minded even a bad thing though? If you are strong in your faith, should you be open-minded to outside influences? That's a great point.
Oh, there's levels to it.
To faith, like we know, when it comes to your walk with, the Lord or your belief, of course you're supposed to be unwavering in that. But when it comes to like the way society's point of view is, or whatever, I think that it's okay to be open-minded. It's okay to think differently, because what sometimes is viewed as right could be wrong.
Right. And I also think that if we read the word, we know that Jesus didn't walk around people that had it all together.
Mm-hmm.
We are supposed to be fishers of men, so we are supposed to be trying to reach people that are not, as much in the word as we are. And so if that's the case, then we are supposed to be talking to the people that are, not as strong in faith, and listening to them and trying to encourage them and things of that nature. So I guess to me, it's not about, I think it's a time and a place. It's not necessarily like being closed-minded, but if you're in your faith, you have to stand in your square in your faith. And when you are trying to draw people in, you know what I mean? You have to meet them where they are at. But that doesn't mean that you need to start acting as the world, but it means you have to have compassion, understanding, and humility for different people in order to understand them enough to give them encouragement.
Mm-hmm.
And Blaze has made it to the stage.
Hey,
Blaze.
What's going on, y'all? Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
We can. How are you?
Working, but I just came up for a few minutes. I'll probably have to drop back down, but if you're still on, I'll come back up later.
Okay, well, I appreciate you coming up. Did you have something you want to say? The original topic was milestone, and how do you feel about celebrating your milestones and your achievements? And also, what would you tell your 21-year-old self that you have learned now? Something like one of the major things that you would tell your 21-year-old self.
All right. Should the first one was what do I feel about celebrating milestones?
Correct.
Man, hell yeah, you should celebrate that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't see, like I said, as long as it's not to the point to where, you get into a space to where which your celebration is somewhat trying to diminish other people. If it's nothing like that, then there's nothing wrong with big upping yourself and patting yourself on the back, especially if it's something that took you a minute to accomplish, or it's something that you went through pure hell to get to that point and you finally made it to the other side. So yes, I think there's a lot of things in this life that are worth celebrating, point blank period.
Hey y'all, I'm gonna go. My bad, that's my husband calling me. So, but
Okay,
I'm about to go.
Thank you so much for coming up. I miss you. We'll have to chat on the back end.
Yes, ma'am, and I'm gonna be in the hashtag bushes with it. And Blaze, I'm gonna deal with you in the back end too. I don't know what type of time you on. You have the real white skin, and I don't like that.
I don't know what
And
you
even though
talking
we just
about,
had a
man.
conversation about it, I'm gonna break the conversation we just had. You acting real light skin, and I don't appreciate that. But this ain't the time or the place, so I'm gonna use my discernment to deal with you later on the back end.
Okay,
See y'all
love
later. I'm in the
you.
bushes. Love you too. See you.
Oh,
Bye bye.
oh man,
Bye.
she gonna give
Have a
me
good
pure
one.
hell later.
You know she's hell on wheels.
Bro, she gonna give me hell later. I'm gonna hear it
You
from
know
her.
it. You already know how it's going down. But yeah, Blaze, what do you think about you said that you think it's really good to celebrate milestones?
Yeah, if it's, I don't see nothing wrong with, acknowledging what you've achieved at all. Like I said, as long as it's, how you're not in a place to where, your celebration is somewhat, diminishing another, somebody else, or tearing down somebody else. You got to big up yourself, but by you doing that, you're tearing somebody else down. As long as it's not like that, then there's nothing wrong with celebrating yourself.
Right.
Right. So what would you tell your 21-year-old self? Like just one major thing.
21-year-old Blaze. Wow. Just one major thing. During that point in my life, I would tell 21-year-old me to don't go dark.
Okay.
Because that was a period where I really had to just, let go of a lot of what made me me and be somebody else just for the sake of surviving and helping other people. And I kind of, it just took me to a place that I don't never want to go back to.
Yeah.
So I would say 21-year-old Blaze, don't go dark.
That's good advice. That's real good advice. I really like that.
Yeah, it is.
Right. Anybody else want to add something to that? Do we think that what do we think makes somebody go dark? Do you think people just give up hope or go through so many bad situations?
Yeah, I do. I think it has a lot to do with circumstances. Some people's bounce back game is just not there, and that's okay. I also think that's why it's important to have a good support system. So when you are battling like unforeseen circumstances and lack of a good support system, it can cause you to go dark. I'm pretty sure we've all been there.
Right.
Yeah, it's a part of life, and it doesn't feel good. But when you have God and good people around you to support, I think that's key in us, getting back up a lot quicker. Because sometimes when I talk to my sister, I was like, I know why sometimes I've stayed in the storm a lot longer than I should have. Just giving in to my feelings and the circumstances, not, just not doing the work, just sitting still. Like the depression gets real. And
I can agree with that. Yeah. Freezy, what do you think? You there, Freezy?
Wake up, Freezy.
He sleep. He done ate and he done fell asleep in that chair.
Yo, Freezy done caught the itis. That's crazy.
Hot Sauce, what do you think?
About what? Sorry? Celebrating or what?
No, we were talking about what do you think would make somebody turn dark? Because Blaze said if he could tell his 21-year-old self something, it would be to not turn dark. So do you
Oh,
think that people's life experience or depression or what would make them turn dark?
well, I guess half of it would be genetics, and then the other half would be trauma, right? It's like if you're if you have a history in your family of people with like depression, schizophrenia, stuff like that, then you could stem from that. If you
Right.
or you unfortunately experience trauma, then I guess that's another reason. I mean, I don't. I mean, that would be my guesses. I don't know, but I just because I'm real particular when it comes to like things like that, like really uh investigating your partner's history, because I don't want any kind of that stuff going down to my kids. So it's very important that you kind of know these things. Like, do they have trauma? Do they have a history of alcoholism or drug abuse in their family? Do they have people who are schizophrenic or depression and stuff like that? So that stuff passes down.
Right, right. You know what, hot sauce? I never thought about it like that before. I mean, I have, but it's something that you probably don't always think of. What could cause when you of darkness or depression? A lot of people don't just come to the conclusion of genetics, and I definitely think that is something that more people should think about.
Yeah,
Right.
that's one of the reasons. One of the reasons I have never drunk in my life, because there's alcoholism is in my family. So I have never
Really?
drunk. Yeah, I've never drunk I don't know what beer or wine tastes like, outside of if it's cooked with wine or something, but the alcohol is burnt out. But outside of that, I have never drunk a beer, wine, or anything like that ever in my life.
Wow.
Really? Did you when you was growing up, you saw a lot of people in your family drink?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Alcohol,
Okay.
yeah. Alcohol is in my family. So what they say, if you never pick it up, it's very easy to put it down.
Yeah.
That's good advice. What do you think, Scam?
Part of it is the science part, but that we kind of can't control. Like if it's in your blood or if it's genetic, you can't control it. And then if you go into the medical system, most of the medical system will just make it worse, turn it into a science experiment. But
Right.
what I've seen the most of people turning dark is mispreparation. For example, they told the man, "My brother, if you want to have them ladies, all you got to do is go to college. When you have that degree in your hand, the women's is coming." When it doesn't happen and they get yanked and spanked out here in these streets, black pill, dust panels, jumping off buildings, all that. Women's Slick Dick Jimmy and Raw Dog Ronnie, when they actually put a suit on and tried to look like they were me and they weren't. 3 of those. One when she was 18, she cried and got over it. Then when she was 22 of that, but 28, that last one, oh, she's done.
Yeah.
Sometimes we're not prepared. We're not prepared for forms of reality or taught how to fight our ways out of certain things. Or we're comfortable in one. Like the time I guess I was the darkest, I was in the Army. It was 18, 19. I had a regular good life. I was okay at home. And I was in the Army, there was all this negativity piled up and I didn't have an answer for it. I wasn't prepared. So I was like, okay, how do I solve this problem? And not having an answer is dark. But everybody's darkness is going to be different. Like when I had relationship crash, like I believed that I can go get in another one, so I didn't go dark. But there are some people who don't believe that they can. They're going dark.
Yeah, that's true.
Or somebody loses a job and they don't believe they'll ever get one, or they don't believe they can get back to where they were. It's like in their mind, they got dropped off a cliff.
That's a good point.
You can't put their mind back to, how did I get this job in the first place? Let me put my mind there, and I just got to do that again. It might take 6 weeks, 6 months, or whenever. But when they don't believe, and there's nothing, or a death in the family that they can't make peace with, or a trauma they can't make peace with, versus, hey, trauma is coming. Like, yes, there's going to be some good days, but bad days come.
Right.
You got to know how to fight bad days. But unprepared people to fight bad days go dark.
That's true, Scam.
That's good.
Yeah, that is real true. What do you think, Blaze? Blaze, you there?
I'm sorry, I'm here. What'd you say?
What do you think could be some of the reasons why someone would go dark? You know, you don't have to use your own situation, but just in general.
It can be a variety of reasons. Mainly because, you know, what might affect me might not be the same for the next person and vice versa. So what, you know, the very thing that might push me to the edge, you know, for them, they might be able to contain it a bit more than I can and vice versa. So it really depends, you know, on how well, I would say, on how well that person chooses to manage whatever arises in their life. Now, I was forced into some things at a very early age that, like Scam mentioned, that I wasn't ready for, but at the same time, I was much, much younger. And again, I was put in that position and I didn't really know how to handle it, but I was trying my best to, you know, I was just trying my best to handle it, but I really wasn't ready for it because I was still a kid.
Right.
So for me, you know, I just got to a point to where I was just so busy, you know, with everything else, I forgot about me.
Okay.
So it's kind of like, I wouldn't say it was like a light switch, but it was just a journey that I got to that point to where, you know, certain things that made me who I am just kind of got turned off.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I can understand that. Freezy, you back? I saw you go off mute. Are you there?
Yeah, my bad, y'all.
You're all right. We totally understand.
What we talking about?
We was asking what could make someone go dark, because we asked Blaze a question about, you know, what would he tell his 21-year-old self, and he said not to go dark. So we was all answering the question of what would make somebody go dark. Like, in general, what are some things that would make somebody turn dark?
I think, well, I'm gonna just speak for myself. When I was younger, I think what made me kind of go dark is, comparing myself to other people too much.
Yeah.
And trying to live up to other people's expectations, and just not understanding that you're just not going to make everybody happy, man. So you can just get caught up in that rabbit hole, in that dark rabbit hole, and it's just a never ending rabbit hole. And so you start feeling, those, I think, like, once those insecurities start setting in, it'll make you go dark. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And, yeah. So, so I think, to me, the seed that's planted that made me go dark was just feeling like I wasn't good enough for a long time, because I was comparing myself to other people's lives and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, that's a good one, Freezy. Do you think like just looking at everybody else and what they had going on and wishing like you were in that situation?
Yeah, because you want to feel important. You know, when you're young, you want to feel important.
Right.
And even to this day, people are capitalizing off of clout.
Right.
All clout is the feeling of importance. People want to feel important. Everybody want to feel important, man. You know what I'm saying? So when you get caught up in that rabbit hole, it's a never ending thing. Like once you reach a certain level of importance, you want more, and then you want more, then you want more. But until I started understanding I was already important because I was a child of God and God had already accepted me. And I was chosen by God. And once I started understanding that, you know, I stopped living by the world's expectations and stuff and comparing myself with people in the world.
Right.
I removed myself from the world. Once you remove yourself from the world, that's when you're gonna start seeing some light.
Yeah, that's good.
The darkness is in the world. Everybody goes dark in the world, but the true light is with God, man. You know what I'm saying? So, and I think it's a scripture about we're supposed to be children of light. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, once you actually start studying and, you know, really getting deep into the word of God, God's word is light. So I just think that to be honest with you, I think 90 some odd people, 90% of some odd people in the world is done went dark. That's how I look at it. I think damn near everybody dark. And I think I said this in Bible study. We are attracted to darkness because of the darkness that's inside of us.
Right.
You know what?
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Freezy, but you're absolutely right about that. And I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why later.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just say this real quick, guys. If you guys haven't already, make sure you subscribe to my channel. If you're new, please hit the like button. Please share. And if you'd like to support my milestone celebration, please Cash App at Parlay24 on Cash App. That's Parlay24. And Bolo, thank you for coming. Dragonfly, thank you for coming to the stage. How are you all?
I'm good. Thank you for having me. So, blessings, everybody. What's going on, y'all?
Hey, Bolo.
What's up, Dragonfly?
No love, Freezy. Yeah.
Peace and blessings. Can everybody hear me?
Hey.
Oh yeah.
I can hear you. I'm glad you guys came up. So let me ask you an initial question before we jump back to where we was. That I asked everybody since we're talking about milestones. Do you guys think that milestones, like celebrating your achievements, even the small ones, are important? That's the first question. And the second question, name one thing that you think would be the most valuable thing to tell your 21-year-old self. Something that you have learned or figured out at the age you are now that you would tell your 21-year-old self. So first, what do you think? Do you think it's good to celebrate or important to celebrate all your milestone? And what would you tell your 21-year-old self?
Go ahead, Dragonfly.
Oh, appreciate you, Brother Bolo. Excuse me. First of all, I want to go ahead and give an honor to God. You know what I mean? I want to give an honor to all the saints that's in the building, that's on the panel. It's also in the chat. Peace and love and much blessings to each and every one of y'all. Let me see here. So as far as the milestone question goes, absolutely. Got to celebrate those, especially those big, huge milestone achievements that you've made in life. Those are definitely, supposed to be celebrated because that signifies and symbolizes the achievement that you have made by the work, the blood, the sweat, the tears, and the prayers, if you do believe in that, that's went forth in order for you to overcome that trial and tribulation. So I absolutely am 1000% behind that. Definitely celebrate it. My thing is just don't let it go to your head though, because then all of a sudden then you'll start to feed more into yourself and think that you did it. You know what I mean? And even though it is, somewhat of us that's doing that, but we're not doing it in our own strength. You dig what I'm saying? So yeah, absolutely. Definitely celebrate that as much and as often as you can. Just do it with balance and just do it with grace.
That's good.
Yeah. And now for the part 2 of the question, as far as what would I tell 21-year-old Dragonfly Jones' cousin? Very, very, very interesting. I probably would tell him, you know what? No, I wouldn't probably. I would tell him, don't let anyone or anything or anybody stray you off of the path of what you set yourself on. Don't do it. Don't let the women, don't let your homies, don't let your family, don't let nobody drive you off of the path that you set yourself on. Stick with that through and through, no matter what nobody has to say about it, no matter if they support you, no matter if they don't support you. As long as you know exactly where it is that you want to go and you set yourself up for that, don't let nobody stray you off of that path.
Right.
That's a good one. I agree. Good answer. What about you, Bolo?
Wow. Okay. I think you should celebrate your milestones because they're evidence of growth, grit, God's grace. Every step forward, no matter how small, it's a reminder that you didn't quit when you could have. You didn't fold when it got heavy, and you didn't lose faith when the path wasn't clear. Celebrating isn't bragging. It's about thanking God out loud for bringing you through it. It's pausing to honor the work, the prayers, the tears, the triumphs, the ups and the downs. These moments anchor your journey and fuel your future. So yes, I would say rejoice. You've earned that praise break. So yeah.
All right. That was good.
Yeah, that was.
What do you think about what you would tell your 21-year-old self?
There's a few things I would tell my 21-year-old self.
We're just going to start with one because we're going to get into it even more. Because I have a whole list too, trust me.
I would tell my 21-year-old self to listen closely. Life will try to rush you, break you, tempt you to believe that strength is loud and success is fast. But I've learned that real strength is forged in silence, in the still moments where God teaches you who you are without the noise of applause or approval. Perseverance isn't about bulldozing your way through the storm. It's about trusting that that storm has a purpose. Patience isn't passive, it's powerful. It's the quiet decisions to wait on God's timing, even when everything in you want to move. So that's just a few things I would say.
That's good. That was real good. Anybody want to add to that? No? Okay, well.
No, I was just going to mention just real quick. Yeah, pretty much what each of you guys have said. I mean, that is basically the fundamentals of how we should carry ourselves. And, Brother Bolo, he, eloquently put it, beautifully, on how he said that definitely defines growth. And I think that's a lot of like what we don't take into account, whatever it is that we have worked towards and strive towards to even reach that type of celebration, or, to even eventually have that celebration. It does have a lot to do with growth within not only just ourselves, but then also our work ethic, and also our mentality and our maturity that goes along with getting, to set goal. You know what I mean? And actually, I wanted to also piggyback of what Big Bad Bull said in the chat. when he was saying that he would say that it should be less of a celebration of an individual and more of a praise to God. The milestones are only achievable through the grace of God. I absolutely 1000% agree with that. Absolutely.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that has a lot to deal with it as well. Because sometimes, and I don't know, maybe it just might be me, but sometimes it's almost like when we achieve said goal in real time, we don't really, think too much about, oh, well, this is what God has done to strengthen me in order for me to make it to this. We just think about, oh, we finally got it. It's here. We finally achieved it. It's in real time. It's finally, like, it's about all this time that I prayed, that I did this, I did that. Yes, I finally did it without saying, thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus, for allowing me to be able to get to this point to where I can give you all the glory, the honor, and the praise for me to finally be able to achieve this. I couldn't have done this without you. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's not like our first thought in real time, you know what I mean? Because it comes so fast. You dig what I'm saying? And that has a lot to do, again, piggybacking off of what Brother Bolo said, the growth part. And I believe the growth part has something to do with us having to give God the glory, the honor, and the praise before the celebration happens and while that celebration is right there in real time. So
I agree. That was good.
Yeah.
Yep, I definitely agree with that. Oh man, I'm pretty sure not just for me, but for a lot of people, it has been a journey. I know when I look back from when the time I was 21, I definitely didn't think that I'd be 40 something now. You know what I mean? I didn't think that I was ever going to see this day, just looking in a younger perspective. And I just think about everything that I have gone through to get up to this point. And I just have to be grateful and thankful. Thankful to God for everything that he has brought me through, even the times when I have gave up on myself.
Right.
And the times when I thought that I wasn't going to make it. The times where I didn't care if I would keep going or not. It was just forget life, forget everything, forget everybody. Those moments, and to see where I'm at now and that, I'm still alive. I'm still in my right state of mind. I'm still able to give the praise to God, and I'm still a work in progress. You know what I mean? I'm going through every little bit, every little learning curve, obtaining the knowledge and the wisdom that I need to continue to get to wherever it is that God wants me to be, still getting closer on my journey. And I just think that that's an accomplishment, not only for me, but for everybody, when we look back and we see how far we have came.
Right.
So I think it's really important. Y'all don't have to wait. Y'all can jump in.
No, that's really good. And again, I'm very proud of you for not giving up. And like you said, sometimes it's just good to celebrate, because we are literally living moment by moment, and we never know. So we have to take heed to every second that we get, and we have to appreciate it. And I'm just grateful that you are still standing, despite, the unfortunate things you've gone through. And I'm thankful that you used your time and your experiences as moments to help you grow and not give up. Even though you did have temporary moments of maybe being down, I just thank God for his grace on your life to make sure that you bounce back.
Me too.
And I just thank God that you have a platform where you represent him and you give him the glory. And I just thank God that you have a heart for his people and that you are a true servant of Christ. And I love you dearly.
Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. I appreciate everybody that's up here, and I appreciate, the people that I talk to on a regular basis, and the people that I am getting to know. I know some of you know some of my stories more than other, at least, a couple of you up here, and it's just amazing to be able to talk to other people that have gone through different things in life. And I think it just lets us know that everybody has gone through something. Like, we could all sit here and tell our sob stories or our trading war stories or whatever we want to call it. You know what I mean? But despite of whatever it is that we've gone through before all of this, we all here still today, in our right state of mind, hopefully, for the most part. And we are able to, uplift each other and continue to grow.
Speaking on that, also as a part of people going dark, I've had to learn that I had to take a personal responsibility on who I let myself hang around too. We got to police who we hang around. Like, we got to start being very conscious of our environments we subject ourselves to. A lot of times, we be wanting to be in the know and certain circles and all that kind of stuff. We got, nobody's going to protect your life the way you're going to protect your life. We got to take more responsibility what we consume on television. And I know a lot of this, what I'm saying, sounds kind of superficial, but I just think
true.
I think that little bit by little bit, the more we collect in our mind state, it slowly chips at your spirit, right? Like
Yes.
TV shows, so certain things on social media, people who we talk to. I don't think it's actually like a one size fit all. I think it's like a gradual decrease, you know what I'm saying, into darkness, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And a lot of people think it's overnight. A lot of these things don't be overnight. It be a gradual thing, and it's just chipping away at you, and we don't even know what it's doing until we reach such a deficit to where it's noticeable. So I think that's a big part, like just being mindful of your surroundings and what you subject yourself to,
Right. That's good, Freezy. That is really good. And thank you, Freezy, for the Cash App. I'm just seeing it. I appreciate you, bro. Love you.
Love you too.
But yeah, that was so good. Do you all agree with that? That it's a gradual thing sometimes, that you can, the things that we consume can be a detriment over time. We might not even realize it until things really start going downhill.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Without question.
I would agree.
I don't know who that was, but go ahead. Open floor.
Okay, since nobody talk, I'll talk again. Things are so accepted, especially in Black culture. Things are so accepted, right? Like rap music and like even when I was like in the street, I was going to clubs, and a lot of times we continue to subject ourselves to certain environments and certain things is because it's so socially accepted. We don't really look at it as darkness because everybody doing it. Everybody is participating.
That was good.
You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times it's think about it though. I have to kind of be mindful when I'm talking about God to people and they reject it.
Yeah.
Because I can see how it's very hard to see the light and find the light because in their mind they like, we the oddballs, not them, because everybody, what they're doing is so socially accepted. It's normal at this point. So they don't see nothing wrong because, it's not nothing unheard of the way they living and what they listening to. Everybody listen to, like one person could say, oh, a lot of people listen to, I'm trying to think of somebody, I don't know.
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z, Doja Cat, so you know what I'm saying? So when we see these people perform, you don't see one or two people in the crowd, you see a whole arena. It be sold out. Like Kendrick Lamar, I think that's the biggest thing lately. Like he's been selling out his grand national tour.
Right.
And it's just been wall to wall arena sales, sales and stuff. So when we look at that, we like, dang, how could this be actual darkness? Because everybody is participating, and then not only that, we see smiles, we see laughter. But is it possible within that darkness you can see smiles and laughter too?
Of course, deception.
Right. So, when I come into that type of understanding, that's when I realize, oh, I see why it's so hard for people to really see what I'm saying. Or when I read scriptures, I see why it's so hard. Because there is a scripture, I forgot the call scriptures, but in the Bible it says God will give you strong delusion.
Okay.
Like,
is that over to a reprobate mind, that scripture?
Thessalonians.
Is it Thessalonians?
Yes.
Let me read it.
God will see your strong delusion is in Thessalonians. I forgot what chapter, but it's definitely Thessalonians.
I appreciate that. It's Second Thessalonians, second chapter. It's a where is it at? It's
Thank you for coming, Joy. Is real online. Thank you.
Verse 11 and 12, Reezy. Verse 11 and 12.
Thank you, man. I needed that help. Well, let me read 10 too. And say, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they all might be damned who believe not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. So God, a lot of people that we see that's in darkness, this darkness that we talk about,
right?
God made them believe these lies. He gave them strong delusion. Think about how serious that is, though. It's some people that we can talk to till we're blue in the face. They not gonna get it. You know why? Because God gave these people strong delusion. God made these people believe a lie.
Read First Kings. First Kings chapter 22, verse 22.
Let me type it in.
First Kings chapter 22. Verse 20 to 23.
20 to 23. Okay, gotcha. All praises. It's okay. This is First Kings. Shout out to Hot Sauce. This is First Kings chapter 22, 20 through 23. It say, and the Lord said, who shall persuade Ahab that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead? That he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead? And one said on this manner, and another said on that manner. And there came forth a spirit, stood before the Lord and said, I will persuade him. And the Lord said unto him, wherewith? And he said, I will go forth and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, thou shalt persuade him and prevail also. Go forth and do so. Now therefore, behold, the Lord hath put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these thy prophets, and the Lord hath spoken evil concerning thee. Yeah.
There you go. That's an example of when he did it.
Yeah. So when we talk about this thing called darkness, it's a multifaceted thing. Some of the darkness that we see, God is the cause of it. I know that's not popular for people to digest and whatnot, but I'm just saying this is why God ain't nobody to be playing with, right? So
is it the effect of our decision, or is God really the cause? Because, and I'm just asking,
yeah,
right? Because sometimes our decisions, I think that's what causes the darkness, right? And God just turning us over to our own thoughts because of our disobedience. And
it kind of goes back to the question that was asked earlier, Freezy, that Jerome asked earlier about why does all this stuff happen if God loves us, or however he worded it, I don't remember.
Go ahead, Hot Sauce.
I'm going to say that if you are bloodline Israel, you have your issue is much more with God than Satan. Like, Satan is not your issue right now.
Oh, that's good.
Your issue is with God. Because I'm going to read something real quick. Because the thing about it is that we're taught this like French romanticism about God, right? Like God, like think about it this way: your parents love you, but they got in that ass from time to time, right?
Right.
But we think that God doesn't punish, right? Because if God punished, somehow that is unholy. But the scriptures is opposite. See, that's where Freezy talk about in the world of darkness. See, in darkness, they'll say that unrighteousness is righteousness and righteousness is wicked.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's
if
good.
God punishes you, that's wicked. How can God punish you if he loves you? Right? That's wickedness. But the Bible says, how can I not punish you if I love you?
Okay, Hot Sauce, come through.
That's good right there.
Because he says, because I want to read two scriptures real quick, right? He says, let me bring this up for example. If I never chastise you, you don't know me. You guys remember that scripture? Like I chastise the righteousness of the righteous.
Yeah.
Right? And then just hold on. I treated you like an enemy.
I love your background music. I just want to say that.
Right.
I try to make it not so dreary, but not so bumpity bump,
While Hot Sauce is trying to find that, let me ask Mo Love this. So I do agree. There are people that's called by God to do his will, right? And even though they are called, they still disobey, right?
Right.
Do you believe there are people that's called to do evil as well? Right. So I think we won't know the difference unless we're in the spirit of God.
Right.
That will cause us to see clearly, right? If we walk by faith and not by sight.
Yes.
But you're absolutely right. People that's called to do God's will, but still choose to disobey. Yes, the reason why God gave them strong delusion is because of their disobedience. Yeah.
That's a good point.
Not
Yeah.
definitely.
Is this the same scripture as God will turn you over to a reprobate
No,
mind?
that's another one. That's another one.
Oh, it's
But
different.
it means the same thing though, right?
Okay.
Yeah. You ready, hot sauce?
I can't find it.
It's okay, hot
I can't
sauce.
find it. I think
Yeah.
it's in Lamentations or something like that, because he says like,
What are you looking for, hot sauce? What are you looking for?
where he says that I treated you like an enemy, and I gave you a wound that will not heal, and I have forsaken you and given you up to your enemies.
I'll look for it. Hold on.
Right? He says, I give you, I, the Most High, your Elohim, have given you a wound that cannot be healed. I have forsaken you and given you up to your enemies for a little while. But in the end, I shall redeem you. But I treat you like an enemy. And see, people gotta understand, right? Right now, you gotta kind of make it right with the Most High, because because spiritual warfare and all like that, I do believe in it, but you also got to recognize the times that we're in. And so, if you come from the bloodline of Abraham, man, you're. I mean, because look, Satan got nothing on God. Because how I got it is that God killed way more people than Satan ever did in the Bible.
Man, come on, you better say it, hot sauce. Boy, you're cooking tonight. Why?
I'm telling you, bro, like, God's so cold. He was like, yo, you can take my best servant, kill his wife and kids. Go ahead. That's how cold God is.
That's real though.
Right. Like, you shoot. Y'all remember that song Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with?
Do you see Big Bad Bull question, Freezy?
Yeah, highlight it. Okay. Big Bad Bull say, people are called to do evil by who? By who, Freezy? I don't want to assume you were saying God would call anyone. So Isaiah, what is it? Isaiah 49 and 19? Isaiah 45 and 7, or is it 19? One of the two. Where it says, I the Lord, damn. I always forget that scripture. Hold on, let me see.
You talking about I create those for righteousness and those for destruction?
Yeah, he said he created darkness and he created light. He created good and evil. I the Lord do all these things.
Yeah.
So, and I think we have to remember also that because God created everything, I mean, even Satan had to ask God before he could tempt somebody, before he could, try to deceive somebody. And I think that's kind of, where people get off track, because everything comes from the Lord.
Crazy, that's Isaiah 45 and 7.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know. What is Isaiah 45 and 19? Because I know that's a scripture. But I always get them misconstrued. Thank you, Bolo. Yeah, Isaiah 40. Go ahead, hot sauce. Isaiah 45 and 7. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to read something before that, because I just wanted to show that when God has and will turn his back on somebody if you ain't right. So this is Jeremiah chapter 30, 12 and 14. This is the ESV version. This is not the King James. I apologize, but that's what I could pull up at the moment. Mm-hmm. For thus say the Most High, your hurt is incurable, and your wound is grievous. There is no one to uphold your cause, no medicine for your wound, no healing for you. All your lovers have forgotten you. They care not for you, for I have dealt with you. I have dealt you the blow of an enemy. For I have dealt the blow of an enemy. So I punish you like my enemy, and the punishment of the merciless foe, because your guilt is great, because your sins are flagrant. So here he talks about how he dealt with Israel as an enemy when he cast them out of the Holy Land.
Okay, that's a good one. There's another verse.
I think Freezy has the other verse.
No, that was Isaiah 45 and 7. Like Bolo said, Isaiah 45 and 7 is I formed light and created darkness. Wait, that's a.
I make peace and create calamity.
Yeah.
I, the Lord, do all these things.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Calamity means destruction.
So basically, God is saying, yeah, I'm the reason for all this stuff. So now what? You know, what you gonna do about it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then people have a hard time grasping that Satan actually does work for God.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I don't get that spiritual warfare stuff, right? How can
Yeah.
you have spiritual warfare when Satan works for God?
Yeah, it's however God wants it to go. That's it. It's just either you gonna obey God or you ain't. Okay, if you ain't, God gonna do this to you. That's it. He gonna allow Satan to have his way, and he gonna tell, and he gives Satan, he's giving Satan certain what is it called?
Reign. Reign.
Authority or domain.
Authority over certain things, but Satan still gotta move within the bounds of the Most High God.
Absolutely. Because God would not be God if he has to fight someone on equal level.
Right.
That's why I never
spiritual
understood
warfare is a thing. I agree with that.
It's true.
How though? How? Because if God is almighty, but hear me out. If God is almighty, he's creator of all things, and all things have to obey him, right? All things. Then how in the world are you? There's nothing to fight.
We fight not against flesh and blood, but
the
against
principalities.
Yeah, so spiritual warfare is real.
No, the only reason why we have issues that we have is because we broke the covenant. Right,
but the truth is, we still we're dealing with spiritual warfare every day. It's a thing. No matter how it came about, spiritual warfare is real.
I would say the only thing we fight is your flesh versus your spirit. But outside of that, there is no true spirit. Like, we only have one spirit, right? So there's no good and evil spirit battling for the domain or whatever. Because everybody works for... So who's God battling then? Everybody works for him.
Wicked.
Yeah.
Everybody doesn't work for him, though. That's the thing. Some people have chose to work for the enemy.
But the enemy works for God.
I think that's how do I say this? A touchy subject. Even though God has created everything, and God knows everything that's going on, but he has also gave the enemy free reign on earth. So with that being said, we have our own choices. We have willpower, or we have free will. God has given us free will to either be tempted by the enemy or turn to God. So I definitely think that until it's all said and done, that there are principalities that want to have us go the opposite direction of God.
But God
I get what Hot Sauce is saying. Like, at the end of the day, it is like a fight against the non-carnal nature, and us battling our flesh. Like, that's true. Because all these other issues come about when we yield to our flesh versus the spirit.
Well, I think what he's saying is God created good and evil, right? So nothing would be in existence without God, even Satan, right? So Satan, in essence, he has to do what God tells him to do, right? So his assignment was to be evil.
Yeah.
So think about it. God has done terrible things on the earth without the help of Satan, like when he flooded the earth. And he killed everybody. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to look at God like he's this God is a killer too. Like
disobedience will lead you to
there's a scripture where it says God is a man of war.
Right. I was just thinking that.
Yeah, God is a man of war. Like, you know, so we look at God like he's just all good.
Right.
You know, no, you know, listen. If he was all good, why would we fear him? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a reason why we should fear God. I mean, he is the God, like he is over everything. You know what I'm saying? And so if we disobedient, he will. I truly believe that he will tell Satan to take care of his lightweight. Yeah, go ahead and take care of my lightweight, whatever.
Hey, how are you?
What's up,
Hi, happy birthday. I didn't know it was your birthday.
Thank you. I appreciate
All right,
it.
Freeze, I got a question.
Hey,
you don't hear me talking? Or you just Go ahead.
No, because let me read this really quickly. Romans 2:9, 21, and 23. Has the potter have no right over the clay to make out the same one vessel for honorable use and another for dishonorable use? So what God is saying here, right? Because we all come from the dust. Some of you are made to be wicked. Some of you are made to be righteousness. Some are made for you to enter into the assembly. Others are made so that you can burn in hell, right? So I get the whole free will thing, but in the Bible, it doesn't really say that, like, you know, I made certain group of people for this purpose, and I made another group of people for another purpose.
I don't really think that
has anything to do with spiritual warfare. It doesn't. I don't.
What do you think about the situation, Venus?
Well, that's what I came up for, because I understand Israelites are different from Christians, so they have a different. But like, we believe in spiritual warfare. At least every Christian I know. And just because God created Satan, I don't see how that means spiritual warfare does not exist. Maybe you could make that make sense, because that doesn't make sense.
Does anybody have any more clarity?
I think when Paul says, when he says we wrestle with our flesh and we must die daily, right? Now that I can agree with you, right? Because your outward man versus your inward man. But God fighting another, he can't be God then if somebody else is on his level. He cannot be the outward man.
Wait. Again, who said any of that? Yeah, like your argument points. Nobody. Do you understand what we mean when we say spiritual warfare? Let's start there, because I don't know what you think we mean.
You're saying, well, okay. From my understanding, is you're warring against Satan. Right? You're warring against Satan.
My understanding is when you have more than usual, because I think we're always at war with Satan, right? But when there's like many different principalities at once attacking you on all fronts, like all different directions of your life simultaneously, is spiritual warfare.
So, okay, you're warring against other evil spirits or familiar spirits, right?
So when you look at 2 Corinthians 10 and 4, it says, "For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds." So that's proof right there that spiritual warfare is real.
And I'm looking at Ephesians 6:12, where it says, "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places." So I don't understand I don't understand your correlation about God being a creator. So somehow that means spiritual warfare doesn't exist. I don't understand that.
So that's fine, because when we're talking, right, we got to do line upon line, precept upon precept. We can't just read one piece of the Bible and say, okay, this is what it is. So, like, for example, when Freezy talked about the delusional spirit and where it came from the Most High, then the other scripture to back that up is what he did with King Ahab. Whenever we read throughout the scripture, when you read a piece of information that was spoken, especially about Paul, and that's why, you know, I'm just going to say this, and that's why Paul there's always controversial over Paul because he's very hard to understand. When we're talking about that, and especially if you were again bloodline Israel, right? They have to have permission. Satan must have permission.
Nobody
Right?
said he didn't, but how does that mean spiritual warfare is not real? That's the part I'm asking for clarity about.
Because you need permission automatically negates warfare. Automatically negates. Yes.
Okay, hold on one second.
If Russia attacks America, Russia doesn't ask permission from someone. It just attacks. America doesn't ask for permission.
Okay. Let's use that example. If they ask for permission and they attacked me, am I lying if I still say they attacked me? It doesn't matter who gave them permission; they attacked me.
But you gotta pray and understand why. You gotta understand why.
No, we're not. You're like moving a goalpost. The conversation is about. I'm not worried about why. That's not what I'm talking about. The point is that spiritual warfare is real, and you're saying it's not because God created Satan, and Satan has permission.
Yes.
That doesn't track. That's not making sense.
Well, I can't. Let me get in here. I think that on an individual basis, or just like a nation, like people in general, like a nation of people, especially like what Hot Sauce is saying, as far as God's chosen people, spiritual warfare is definitely real when it comes to your individual lives and stuff, right? I think Hot Sauce did say it's a war between flesh and the spirit, like, you know what I'm saying? So it is so, but I think I think it's just a misunderstanding. I think all Hot Sauce was saying was God is not warring with anybody. Like,
but no one ever said. Okay.
No. I think y'all just on two different pages in the conversation. I think both of y'all agree. I
don't agree with him. I don't agree with him. No, he blatantly says spiritual warfare is not real. So no, Freezy, I do not agree with that.
I'm out every day.
If spiritual warfare is not real, then all of this that we're doing is in vain. It's
right.
Real.
Because what the Bible is talking about, and all those examples you were reading, is talking about you wrestling with the inward versus the outward man. Right? Because my flesh wants to sin daily. I must die daily. So then we always talking about girdle your loins and this principality and that principality. There's always familiar spirits talking to your flesh so that your flesh can convince your outer man. But all of that is related to the war between your outer man, you, and your inner man. There is no two, because spiritual warfare
it's still spiritual warfare though.
Oh, then if that's how you want to understand it, fine. But because
can we get another opinion? Hold it. Can I get another opinion? Bolo, can you give me your opinion on this, and maybe you'll have more clarity? Find this out.
I think like what Freezy said, what's happening is, we're missing each other. And I'll give you an example. Absolutely, we understand that the Father created it all, and He controls it all. Do we go through turmoil, tribulation to get to where we need to be? Absolutely. Are there spirits that are given liberty to move around on the earth? Absolutely. I'll give you an example. When we read 2 Samuel chapter 24, it says, "And the anger of the Lord was aroused against Israel, and he moved David against them to say, go number Israel and Judah." So the problem that the Lord had, he had a problem with Israel from the beginning because Israel was acting up. But the problem that he had with David was David counted Israel. And when we read the understanding of the Lord, you're only allowed to count what is yours. And Israel didn't belong to David. It belonged to the Lord. This is why Solomon said, allow me the wisdom to deal with your people. When we jump to Chronicles First Chronicles chapter 21. Same story. It says, now Satan stood up against Israel and moved David to number Israel. That sounds like a contradiction. It's not. It's not a contradiction. So how is it that in Samuel's, David counted Israel, and then we have here in Chronicles, it's Satan that stood up against Israel and moved David? So when you understand the spiritual battle that David was going through, David was such a tactician and a strategist that he started to get beside himself. So when you read that story, David started to count Israel to understand how many men he had to go into war. He's never done that before, right? David always believed in the faith of going to the Lord telling him what's going to happen, and that's what it was. So what are we seeing here? We're seeing what happened with Job, where the Lord removed his protection, his hedge from Job to allow Satan to do whatever he needed to do to prove the point that Job was an upright and perfect man. Does that make sense to everybody?
Mm-hmm.
So the protection that he had around David, he removed it and allowed Satan to move him. So what does that mean? That means that to get us to where we need to be, there are things that the Lord allows to happen to propel us to be that man or that woman that we need to be in him, so that we can be that light in this dark world. So I hope that answered the question.
So so spiritual warfare is real.
Absolutely. Yes.
Right.
So let me ask you this, Mola. Okay, are you only a spirit, or are you more than a spirit?
I'm flesh and spirit. I'm a spirit living in a earthly body.
So you are wrestling with spirits, right? That is not spiritual warfare. Spiritual warfare.
We're all wrestling because we're all imperfect people.
No, but I've never said that's not. I never disagree with that. But spiritual warfare, how it's explained to me, is God and Satan are warring up in heaven and fighting, and two spirits are fighting each other. You or people.
That's not our definition. That's why I asked you, what do you think it means? Because that's not what we're saying.
I'm sorry, I did not cut you off.
No, just to interject, so you don't go down a path that no one's on. Nobody thinks that.
People are not spirit. Are more than spirit. So
are you? This is you're not listening. We don't think what you're saying.
So spiritual war. We're talking about the ongoing battle, like of evil versus good. Like and it's right back to like the fallen angels,
right? And I think that's
being used to influence like human affairs today. That's a real thing,
right? Evil, is that what you're saying too, Venus?
Evil versus what?
What do you mean? The whole thing is good against evil, like flesh against spirit.
The conversation hot sauce is getting convoluted, and I'll tell you why.
He's not listening. That's why.
I'm listening very intently.
Listen for
me. Evil versus good, and I'm saying no.
No,
you're saying spiritual warfare is not real. I think that is the craziest thing I ever heard.
Me too.
Okay, here's the reason why the conversation is getting convoluted is because what you're communicating to them, hot sauce, is the heavenly understanding opposed to the earthly understanding that we operate on. And what I mean by that is we understand that the Lord controls it all, right? We understand that the Lord is who he says he is, and he's never lied. He's just, his sovereignty is unquestioned. We understand that. But we don't operate on that level. We operate on this earthly level, right? So at the end of the day, I don't know who's going to make it, but the Lord does. So I can't speak on that level. I have to speak on the level that we're on and that we function in daily. And that's where they're coming from. So spiritual warfare on this level that we are on is definitely a thing. But when you're looking at it from God's perspective, no, it's not, right? Because the Lord controls it all. But on this earthly plane that we function on, it is a thing. He allows it. You see it, right? He tells you that, when you pray, your prayer goes through a battle to get to me. You know what I'm saying? So that's the perspective that they're coming from, which they're absolutely right on.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just gonna have to respectfully disagree.
And not only that, when it said our warfare is not carnal, it's
But
saying
mighty
that
through the pulling down of strongholds, and that's proof.
Right,
God
so-
knew we was gonna battle here. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but yeah.
no, you're okay. We talk about battle against principalities, spiritual things in high places. It's
That's
really
more where I was coming from, which that to me even acknowledges that there are things that are outside of you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Spirits, energies, things that are outside of you that you will have to fight. Like that's kind of, it's just plain as day to me.
Yeah, so it's like we are fighting to stay within the spirit of God versus our own desires, our
But that
own
goes-
fleshly desires.
Again, that proves my point.
Yeah, that's not my argument. It's not only my fleshly desires. That's why when you start saying principalities, I can't remember what it says about spirits in high places, rulers of darkness.
Mm-hmm.
Those things have nothing to do with my desire. Those are things outside of me that I also have to fight. So it's not limited to self.
And then we have
It's not.
Systems of the world.
Understand
is a huge
too.
one.
Those when we read it in that scripture, that's different rankings of demons, dog.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
That's different
Exactly.
rankings of it. So when he's talking about principalities and things of that nature, that's different rankings of it. Because we do understand that there's different ranks when it comes to the demonic world opposed to the righteous world. So again, I agree with you. I agree with you. This is where the confusion is coming, right? I'll give you an example. When Moses went to go talk to the Lord, Moses didn't freak out when the Lord told him, Pharaoh's going to tell you no, because he pulled that curtain back to show him, check this out. Don't worry about it. I'm going to make him say no. I'm going to harden his heart. So that was a caveat that he showed Moses. So Moses didn't have to flip out. You understand? So what I'm saying to you is, so what I'm saying to you is, what you're saying is, you're going to the heavens and saying the Lord runs this all. There's nothing that don't go across his desk that he doesn't give the stamp of approval. No one is denying you on that. I won't fight you on that. But but what I'm saying to you is, we still can't deny Ephesians, where it says that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual wickedness in high places.
Exactly.
We can't go against that neither, because then where does that scripture? What's the validity to that scripture?
So let's go there.
Okay. I believe it's in Ephesians. Let me get it. I could be wrong.
Is it 6?
I think it's 6:12. I think it's 6:12 or something like that. I was reading
it. Ephesians.
Ephesians 6 and 12.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yes, 6 and 12. Where it says, finally, brethren, be strong in the Lord and put on the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, that's one rank, against powers, another, against the rulers of darkness of this age. And when you read the Geneva Bible, it says against governors too. They pull that out.
Right.
So these are different rankings of demonic forces. Now, again, when you're looking at it from the heavenly heavens, I agree with you, but we're not going up that high. And that's the problem, right? Because when we go that high, it doesn't render the explanation of this. And the explanation, go ahead.
No, continue. Go ahead.
The explanation of this is on the earthly plane. This is what the young ladies are talking about. This is the earthly part.
Right.
Because how I'm gonna speak from God's perspective? I'm not God. What are we doing?
Can we? What is that? Ephesians 6, right? Ephesians 6 and 12.
Yes.
All right. So, can we give a biblical example of this anywhere in the Bible?
A biblical example of fighting with spirits?
Yeah, or wrestling with spirits.
It's in the Bible. Why do you?
Like, for example, you gave Pharaoh and Moses, right? Or can we use that? Or can we use that then? Can we use Pharaoh and Moses? Is that okay with you, Polo?
I mean, but that.
When was Satan trying to tempt Jesus? You remember that in the Bible? When Satan was trying to tempt Jesus, I forgot where he was.
So can we? So is that okay? We can use Pharaoh and
I don't
Jesus,
remember.
right?
Okay, I mean, all right.
Okay. So this is what I'm saying. So, God put the Israelites in slavery, right? Then when Moses said, "Go talk to Pharaoh," and he's going to say no, but you also had Pharaoh, also had the Most High, also hardening his heart, right? Continually hardening his heart. You know, the Most High claimed that, right? So you had the Most High putting Israel in slavery. You have Most High telling Moses to go to Pharaoh, and you also had the Most High hardening Pharaoh's heart to consistently say no. Am I wrong or any of this?
No. When you're looking at it from there, no. But here's go ahead.
Okay. No. Go. Because
No.
I'm yet to see on this is Earth, right? We're talking Earth, right? We're talking Mizraim,
right?
Egypt.
But what you're missing, is the Lord pulled back the curtain for us to understand what was going on between Moses and him, because Moses, unlike anyone on the earth, Moses was just a different breed of dude, and his relationship was different than any man on the earth with the Lord. There's no man on the earth that we've read that had that relationship with God that Moses had. Nobody. So that's a different dude. So to use him as an example is
Abraham.
An outlier. He didn't have the same relationship that he had with Moses. The Lord Moses seen his back parts, my G. The Lord said, I will come down here apparently and talk to Moses. To anybody else, I'll appear in a dream.
Right.
There's nobody else on this earth like this dude. Right. Moses was a different breed of guy. So like I said to you before, I don't disagree with you. So I don't want you to think I'm disagreeing with you, because there is no war with Satan and God. We understand that. But
we never said that. That's why I'm confused.
From our level, from where we're at.
So if you want to say if man, because if you want to say man wrestling with Satan, I'm gonna leave that blank. But I will say, because I don't really believe in that either. But because spiritual warfare, again, is two spirits warring against each other, right? It's not just human beings warring against each other. I mean, humans.
Does the human not have a spirit? Do we not have a spirit? So we're the one, and the opposition is the other. So what are you talking about?
But we're more than spirit, though.
Wait, hold on. Let me say this. So I think a lot of times when we think of flesh, we thinking of like this is the understanding I've always I've grown to understand about flesh. It's still a part of your mind, the way you think, right? It's still a part of it. It's still spiritual. Like your flesh is spiritual. It's speaking in a spiritual aspect as well. So this is what I was saying. That's the spiritual warfare between your mind and your own understanding versus God's understanding. This is why the Bible tells us not to lean into our own understanding. Because if we start leaning into our own understanding, all of those other things that we read about in Ephesians, as far as what does it say? Rulers,
principalities and rulers of darkness
against the power. That's the only way it can infiltrate you. When you start using your own understanding, your own fleshly understanding.
I just
that's the only way. That's the only way it can infiltrate you.
So
if
the
you start
battle,
using you trying to just depend on your own reasoning and stuff like that.
so the battle is definitely divine truth against demonic deception.
Right, exactly. So that's what I was talking about. Between it's a battle, but it truly is at the end of the day. And this is just my opinion. It's a battle between God's spirit, the spirit of God in you, and your fleshly spirit.
Exactly.
That's what I said in the beginning with Paul.
But I'm saying I don't understand what's so hard about it. That's the warfare.
But the other part of the
No. Well,
also
you're not.
that are
You guys are still skipping Ephesians. Like everybody's acting like they just don't.
Let me
I
bridge
don't
it.
know.
Let me
Can
bridge
I
it
say
to
something
you.
really quick though, please? Well, when it comes to like, yes, it's flesh, like it's us against our spirit man, but there are also systems of the world and different things in the atmosphere sent to influence us in a negative way. So that's another part of spiritual warfare. It's not just.
But what is it influencing though? It's influencing your flesh.
That's what I'm saying. So it's bigger than just us. There are different entities and realms that we have to fight against in the spirit. There are things set in place to, cause us to go left or influence us to do wrong.
Okay, I'm gonna read a scripture that's gonna put what I'm saying into perspective, right? It's First John, second chapter. What is that? First John, second chapter. Okay, 15 through 17, where it says, love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. All these things that y'all just named is in the world.
That's true. Mm-hmm.
Right? Hold on, let me finish. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life, that covers all those principalities y'all talking about.
Yes.
And the pride of life is not of the Father, but is of the world. And the world passeth away, and the lust thereof, but he that doeth the will of God abideth forever.
Yes,
Crazy.
it's very true. What you just did, Crazy, is prove everything that I said. So there are things outside of ourselves that to also influence us, and that's another part of the spiritual warfare.
Yes, but who is it influencing?
It's influencing
your spirit.
Right. So I'm just saying there are things sent outside of us to, that work with the enemy. There are things that come together to work for darkness.
Yeah, I agree with you. What I'm saying is they're trying to influence your flesh.
Yes.
So it always goes back to your flesh, right?
No, wait. No, because what do you consider your mind?
So
you consider your mind to be flesh also, or when you say mind, we mean spirit also, right?
So when I read those scriptures about flesh, the lust of the flesh, I interpret it as your fleshly mind, right?
Okay.
Your fleshly mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how these principalities and these powers influence us.
They come in through the flesh. They come in through demonic influence, right? Even when you read 2 Corinthians, it says, "For we walk not in the flesh. We are not waging war according to the flesh. For the weapons of our warfare are not of the flesh, but have divine power to destroy strongholds. We destroy arguments and every lofty opinion raised against the knowledge of God, and take every thought captive to obey Christ." So the war that we wrestle against.
Somebody has feedback.
It's probably me.
The war that we're raging against is the demonic influence that the enemy has on this earth, and that this flesh is tied to. Right? So this is why we understand that we have no strength but through our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
So let me war that we go back and forth. Again, hot sauce.
Yeah, okay, because I just want to, Romans 7:22 and 23. For I delight in the law of the Most High. in my inner being. So this goes back to what Freezy and Bolo just said. But I see in my members another law, waging war against the law of my mind, making me captive to the law of sin that dwells within my members. Now I'm going to back that up.
There you go.
James, what causes quarrel and what causes fights among you? Is it not this, that your passions are at war within you?
Here's another one, James 4:7. This right here should sum it up, right? This is the thing that we wrestle with, right? Venus, we wrestle with the pride of man. And when I say men, I mean both men and women. We wrestle with the pride of man because the enemy makes you think that you can do it outside of your submission to Christ. So James 4:7 says, submit yourselves therefore to God. Resist the devil and he will flee from you, because it's not your battle that you're fighting. It's him working through you to cast down those strongholds. This is why we say and we pray in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, because this ain't about us. We can't fight him, but we use his name and use his words and use his understanding to bring down these strongholds, to bring down these principalities and these forces that we do wrestle against, if that makes sense.
Right.
I don't know, but to me, this all sounds like spiritual warfare is real.
Absolutely.
Like,
it is.
I don't. Yeah, that was my only point.
It's most definitely real. It's most definitely real.
Yeah, you're not off on it.
We were arguing the statement spiritual warfare is not real that Hot Sauce made.
Yeah, because what I'm saying, okay, again, this is how I have heard people talk about spiritual warfare. I have heard God and Satan are warring against each other. There's a fight in heaven and all this.
But you're talking directly to people, so why you never bothered to ask us what we meant when we said it?
Because when I said it, you guys are disagreeing. Like, oh no,
because you're kind of arguing. That's why this whole time you're arguing against points nobody made here. Nobody.
Well. First, then you guys are arguing with me because I'm the one that said it, and then you.
We're not. We're disagreeing with you, and we're backing it up with proof in the Bible.
Well, I think what Bolo just read. I think what Bolo just read and what Freezy just read, what I just read, goes to the point of you wrestling against the flesh, you die daily to it. I think that's
which is spiritual warfare.
Remember, it's spiritual warfare. It's spiritual warfare in the aspect of the demonic influence.
Okay, where in the Bible does it say the word spiritual warfare?
Well, it would. Okay, I'll walk down that road with you. Is not demonic influence spiritual?
Weapons of our warfare.
Hold on, darling.
Let him mine it out.
Are not demons spiritual?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so if I'm warring against a demon, what is that called?
But you're not warring against a demon.
If a demon is trying to influence me and I use the power that Christ gives me through him, am I not warring? Even though Christ is doing the fight.
The reason why the demon is there in the first place is because your disobedience to the Most High. If you were obedient to him, that demon would not be there.
He flees from you. But the point of the matter is, no, I understand your point. That's
Therefore,
we're playing semantics. Hot sauce. I understand. No, what I'm saying is we're playing semantics. I understand your point. If I'm obedient to Christ, there is no war. I understand that. But here's the thing. Because we're man and because we're fallible, there's gonna be a war. Because
Let me finish my sentence then.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Because if you obey the Most High, the demon is not there. If you disobey the Most High, the demon is there as your punishment.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Do we sin?
Yes.
Okay, so through sin, is that not a spiritual war battle? Is that not a spiritual war?
No, it's your punishment.
No. That's what I'm saying. If I understand the ramifications of sinning, what I'm saying to you is, before you sin, is there not a war where you saying, "Damn, I shouldn't do this," but I fall victim to it. Like Paul said,
I,
right? Paul said,
from the beginning, I agree to that. We wrestle against our
so then we wrestle. So then we wrestle because Paul said, right? Things that I shouldn't do, I do, and things that I ought not do, I do. And I forget where in Romans. So the point of it, that's where the spiritual battle happens. But I understand your point. But if I stay in Christ and I stay obedient, there is no war because Satan can't penetrate. I get that.
No, my point is this. My point is this, brother. It's like saying this, right? If me and you don't like each other, so we're going to go to war.
Right.
It's not about permission. It's not about obedience. Me and you just going to go to war and fight.
Okay.
Right. And so this is where maybe the disconnect is on my end. Because for me, it's very systematic. You do right, you're rewarded. You do wrong, you're punished. So when people are saying, "Well, I'm dealing
so bad
with
things
this,
don't happen to good people," that don't make sense either.
So when I'm dealing with this issue or that issue, it's a issue of punishment, not war. That's how I see it. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and because I'm kind of done arguing back and forth. I'm just going to say this is how I see it. When I mess up, there's a punishment. Just like when Ahab married Delilah, he messed up, so that was the punishment, right? The lying spirits.
But
These were the punishments. So I mean, just hear me out, right? So there's reward and punishment. I don't look at it as I'm fighting this or that, because when I'm in line with the Most High, I'm untouchable. When I'm outside the Most High, I'm untouchable. And there's a covenant that explains the promises and the curses. So that's
wait. Jesus was even touchable. So how are you untouchable?
Let the mic out for a minute.
You're not listening to me. You're not listening to me.
You're not listening to us.
You're not. You just want to argue.
We hear you. We just don't agree, Hot Sauce. And
that's fine. That's fine. That's why I addressed it to Bolo of reward and punishment. I don't see it as warfare. I see it as reward and punishment. And that would, and from when I'm reading the scriptures and things like that, that it reaffirms that there's a covenant, and it says it clearly. If you walk in this covenant, you're untouchable. If you walk outside of the covenant, then you're going to get touched.
Does that negate that spiritual warfare isn't real? It's real, right? We just have a choice.
No.
Okay.
I think we're going to agree to disagree on this one. And that's fine. I think that everybody, like people interpret the word differently. I think it all has to go with studying and preparation and just getting a better understanding. I think that you're kind of the only one that disagrees, Hot Sauce.
Well, because that's fine. I can live with that, because my point is this: if your parents spank you, are you at war with them?
No.
Okay.
What you were war at was the decision that you made to get spanked.
I don't disagree with that, Bolo.
But that's where we're staying. That's where we're staying at it. Because if that's the case, then the Lord telling me to put on the whole armor of the Lord makes no sense. For 2 Corinthians 10:3-5 makes no sense. James 4:7 makes no sense.
I never disagree with that. I never disagree that we wrestle against.
But that's where we're staying at. Because if the Lord tells me to run to Him, in times of my calamity, He's saying that you know what? If you stay in me, I'll battle for you. Okay, if you think you can handle it your own, then you're going to you're going to get what you're going to get. But the point that there is a chance of this happening is where the spiritual fight is. Forget warfare.
And that's it. And that's right there is the disconnect between me and you.
Okay.
Right there is the disconnect between me and you.
Well, let me say, Hot Sauce. Yeah. Is warfare in 2 Corinthians 10th chapter, where it says, "For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal," right? So the word warfare is in there, right?
Yeah, but not spiritual warfare.
So that is spiritual warfare, because he's saying our
like again, here's the disconnect between, I guess, me and Bolo, because what he's saying is that God is going to war for me, right? He's going to war for me if you walk with me God is going to war for me, right?
Mhm.
Do I got you right on that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the right there's the disconnect, because it's seemingly like saying that, okay, in times of trouble and calamity, God is going to war for me. But how I understand is that we're in a covenant, right? We made a covenant. So the covenant says that when I'm out of line, it's actually the Most High that's going to send the calamity to me.
But here's the thing. I get that point, and I don't
right. And so
disagree.
that's where we're
Okay.
not seeing eye to eye.
So then let's understand this. And again, that's like me saying, then you know what? At the end of the day, why even try? Because if my name isn't in the book of life, there's nothing I can do to put it there. The book of life is closed. So if my name isn't in the book of life, there's nothing that I can do to put my name in that book. Nothing I can do, right? So at the end of the day, why even try? Because I'm
designed for destruction.
But what I'm saying to you is, if I look at it from God's perspective, then that's the perspective I'm going to take. Because if he's a God that he says he is, then at the end of the day, if my name is in that book of life, I'm in the kingdom.
Right.
Period. Right.
And also, go ahead, Bolo. I'll cut you off.
If I look at 2 Corinthians that Freezy pulled up, it says, "For we walk not in the flesh." Right. We are not waging war according to the flesh. For our weapons of warfare are not of the flesh. It's of the spirit. So what he's saying here is our weapons that we use to fight in this warfare is not carnal. They're spiritual.
Right.
That's what I'm getting from that scripture. Would you
Bolo, just keep reading down though.
Okay. Divine power to destroy strongholds.
Right.
We destroy arguments and every lofty opinion raised against the knowledge of God, and take every thought captive to obey Christ.
Right. So we talk about thoughts.
So now we know Christ rules everything. We know Christ rules everything around me. But this scripture here is saying that we're still taking into captive those things that disobey him. So if I go according to God, who runs it all, there's cats that disobey him, and he runs it.
So let me ask you something, Bolo.
Do you understand what I'm saying? The confusion can happen, though, hot sauce. Do you see what I'm saying? The confusion can happen because on the bigger grand scheme of things, we understand that this is the Lord. The Lord tells you whether you believe or you don't believe. At the end of the day, you're still doing my will.
Right.
Period.
Well,
So
Bolo, let me ask you something, Bolo. Isn't a lot of that terminology in that scripture warfare terminology, like captive and
absolutely.
Absolutely.
I bro, come on. Okay, so let's break it down, right? Because you all want to say, because you know, bro,
I love you. I love you, hot sauce.
No, because y'all tripping right now. Because y'all know I'm right. But it's fine. You know what? You can believe what you want to believe. Because I know you believe what I believe. So I'm just gonna let that shit slide.
No, I just wanted to ask you, in 2 Corinthians, is the word? I just wanted to start with, is the word warfare in there?
Yes, there is.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so if it says the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, what's the antonym to carnal?
So no, because no. Because it says that so it's spiritual, right? So Bolo, can you read back again? You cannot with weapons of carnal. Please read that part again, please.
You talking about? Okay, yeah. It says, "For though we walk in the flesh, we are not waging war according to the flesh. For the weapons of our warfare are not of the flesh, but have divine power to destroy strongholds."
What is that weapon? What is that divine weapon? Freezy.
Christ.
Freezy. What is that divine weapon?
It's God. It's God's words. It's God's.
It's the law. Yeah, it's the law. Exactly. God's word. It's the law.
It's the law, statutes, and commandments.
Right. And Christ is the law, statute, commandments made flesh. Right. So
but hold on. Doesn't the Bible say the law is spirit?
Yes. That's what I'm getting to. That's my point. Right. And who has the law? The people of the covenant.
Yes, but you're making our point.
No, you're making my point. So my point is that it's about the covenant, punishment and reward.
Do we battle with the choices we make in life?
Yes, of course we do.
Well, there you go. That's the spiritual warfare.
I'm done, man. I can't with y'all.
No, that goes right back to what Bolo was saying. You were saying, are you at war with your parents because they punish you? No, Bolo said it was the choice that the child made. They could have chose the right choice or the wrong choice. Right? That's a
right.
That's the battle we're in.
So okay. All right. So let me make it explicitly clear. When that demon or whatever is in your life, you're not warring with it. It's disobedience. All right, and I'll leave it at that. So when you think I'm praying for me, child, because this spirit is on my back, blah blah blah, and I'm warning against it. No.
What does the scripture say the word of God is? Do you remember?
There's a lot. Which one are you referring to?
What kind of weapon does it call the word of God?
A sword, double-edged sword. Right.
Right. So do we use this sword to fight? Or we just got this sword to look good?
We have this. No, we have to protect ourselves, to girdle ourselves.
Oh my
God. That's what it says.
Hold on. You said Paul, right? What did Paul say?
No. Hold on. First, let's go back to the basic.
Okay, go ahead.
Who has the law? The people of the promise, right? The people of the covenant, right?
Well, yeah.
And so question number 2, and I'll rest there, Your Honor. Question number 2. Did it not say, if you obey, you get this. If you disobey, you get that. Did it not say that?
Correct. He did.
Then we're done.
Well, how about this? Let me ask you this question. If there wasn't spiritual war, why was that angel going to kill Balaam?
Say again? No, hold on. No. I'm not trying to.
Why was that angel still standing in Balaam's way to kill him if there wasn't spiritual war? And it says he had his sword drawn. And he said to Balaam, if that donkey would have walked by, I would have killed you and let him live.
Also, why did Jacob wrestle with the angel?
Absolutely.
First, Balaam is a human being, not a demon. And Jacob is a human being.
But what Balaam was going to do was what was wicked. Remember, Balaam was going to go and prophesy.
Let the record show. I said I'm done, but they keep going.
Hold on, this the last one. You said you referenced Paul earlier, right?
Yeah.
What did Paul say? He fought the good what?
Fuck, I don't know. You say it, bro. This is what you want me to finish your sentences.
Paul said he fought the good fight. He kept the faith. He fought the good fight. It's a fight, bro. It's a battle.
Right.
Yes, because your flesh doesn't want to obey the law.
But then it said, why do we need to wear the armor of God? That's proof.
Hold on. What did Hassan just say? Let that plane land. What did you just say?
Because your flesh doesn't want to obey the law.
Spiritual warfare.
Why have we been having this conversation?
Whoa. I never disagree with that. I always said you wrestle with flesh and blood. I said that first. Y'all just want to argue.
So if you wrestling, if you wrestling, isn't that a form of battle or fighting or?
Like what he's doing right now on the panel. Did you really just say that they want to argue?
This is right.
We're not going to debate about this for an hour.
This is some white supremacy shit right here. Literally, all of y'all are on my neck, but I'm starting with debate. This is some white supremacy shit.
Did you really say that they wanted to argue?
Yeah.
Exactly. Because we don't agree.
Somebody Uber this man to the closest dust panel.
I ain't trying to convince nobody else. I said that's what I believe, and then Venus popped on. Then Mo got into it.
Because it was
Bolo
crazy.
tried to bridge, and then I said, "Well, I'm done." And then now Freezy and Bolo asking me trivia questions and shit. Now,
Ask you trivia questions, man.
I said I was done, and y'all start asking me questions.
You know what? The most important thing, all of us agree on the concept of the last thing you said about your flesh and fighting to do the right thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like all of us agree on that. So
right, but he doesn't agree that spiritual warfare is real.
Yes, he does. He does, because he said his flesh is fighting to do the right thing. He just said it.
I just think.
So can you admit that hot sauce that spiritual warfare is real?
So scam. Am I continuing perpetrating? Are they? Because I'm not going to give her the answer you want.
No hablo inglés.
That's crazy.
Okay, see, there you go.
Hello, American tradesmen. Thanks for coming.
Sabes que tú necesitas hablar en español.
This is going to continue to go on.
No quiero pelear contigo, ya tú sabes.
White supremacy, right there.
Hispanic supremacy.
Okay, whatever. We can move on.
Thank you.
I'm like, does everybody agree or not agree? Disagree to disagree?
Agree to disagree.
I threw in the child 20 minutes ago.
All right. Well.
Actually, I got one more thing to say. This might be a little bit trivia for my brother Hot Sauce over here, but I just wanted to ask him something. Just
don't do it. Don't do it.
No, it's within good faith, and if we don't get the right answer, then I'm just gonna move on. But brother Hot Sauce, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, all right. Pleasure to meet you, man. It's the first time being on the panel with you and being able to speak to you, bro.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Quick question: does the spirit compromise, or is it pretty much made up of mind, will, and emotions?
No, I think what Freezy read, I can't remember best stated that. I can't remember where he was like the flesh and this and that. He read in the scripture, and I think that's I can't remember, but I don't know if he remembers, but I think that's the best way to describe the spirit versus the flesh, what he read.
Oh,
I can't remember
what you talking about? The lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life?
Yeah.
Well, the reason why I asked that was because sometimes you can kind of tell, like, if somebody really doesn't care too much for you. Like, let's just say, like, if you walk in a room or somebody has heard something about you or whatever the case may be, they automatically might turn their face up, or they might say something egregious or this and third. That's the spirit, man, that's governing that person, and it's operating within them because of whatever it is that they see in that person. You know what I'm saying? Especially when it comes to a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You feel me? So I'm like, I kind of wanted to ask that too, just to get a feel and adjust of where you were kind of.
So you're saying that when a person speaking bad, I'm just if I'm wrong, please tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're saying that if a person is saying something bad, that's an evil spirit within them that's making them say that.
Not necessarily. That's just an example. Not just necessarily that. It could be like,
Just one. I'm with you. Just one example. Okay. Yeah. And so then, please. So I get that part. So what's the other part of your point?
So the reason why I'm asking that is because what they're saying when it comes to spiritual warfare, that is real, because they, just like you said before, we war not against flesh and blood, but the heirs and the powers of the principality, man. Yeah. So whatever it is that we deal with, especially as Christians, what we deal with, it's not the flesh. I mean, it is the fleshly part of the person that we deal with, but it's the spirit behind the person that's governing them as what we're warring against.
Okay, so see, here is my disconnect, because because what I believe is that the Most High made a covenant with our people, and it clearly says that if you do these things, you will be rewarded in these ways. If you do these things, you will be punished. So when that spirit is forcing that person to lie and stuff like that, my point is that it's there because of disobedience, and once you repent and things like that, then it goes away. But it was sent there by the Most High and it's there because of the covenant that we made. So that's why I don't see it in a spiritual warring way, that like spirits just come and you constantly have to fight different spirits every day. I just don't see it that way. I see it as there's a covenant, we broke the covenant, and therefore this is the punishment of the covenant. That's how I see it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of touch bases with you about that. I see where I kind of see where you're coming from though, when it comes to that, because on the fleshly tip, what we do in the flesh does affect the spiritual realm as well. So I mean, two things can be right at the same time, but at the same time too, I mean, you know,
well, I mean, I think the biggest. Sorry to cut you off. Please continue.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Continue. Yeah, you good. Well, okay. Yeah. I was just gonna say, yeah, just because we have the armor of God that is placed upon us when we seek it and we ask that from the Lord, and He gives that to us if we really want it. That plays in a huge effect of how we're able to war against flesh and blood, and we're not even only able to war against that, but also with ourselves, because we are our own worst enemies too.
Right. Well, I think the biggest disconnect is because like Christians don't believe in the law, statutes, and commandments and the covenant, right? You guys don't follow that, right? You say Christ is a new covenant, stuff like that. So this is
I think, and I hate it when you say that, because some people might not call themselves Christians, but they're Christian bases, and I just have to say this because I see this a lot of times on different panels. So let me just clear this up real quick right now. Okay, it does to me. I don't. If you're a Hebrew Israelite, that's fine. I have no problem with that. But if you represent and you resonate in that, you don't tell other people what they believe in, what they don't believe in. Because if you're not practicing that, wait a minute. Because if you're not practicing that, and if you're not going off of you can't tell me. Yes, I'm more Christian based. So you can't tell me if I follow God's laws, statutes, and commandments, because you don't know what I follow. Just because you follow something different, I hate it. No, wait a minute. I hate it when you guys try to put this label on everybody and on Christians, because people follow more of a Christian base. I don't like that. And I think it's just competitive in certain conversations, and I don't like that. I don't think that's right and that's fair, because I'm not coming here, well, the Hebrew Israelites don't believe in
Christians.
I don't like that. That doesn't resonate with me.
Christians themselves say the law has been done away with. It's not me saying this. It's the Christians saying.
Well, then those are the Christians
and the new law. That's what Christians say. That's what Christians say.
But
I said, well, then those are the ones you know.
Right.
I know the word, what's in the Bible, and yes, I'm more Christian based.
Okay. Anyway, I'm just gonna finish my answer. So
okay, you can finish your answer, but recognize what I'm saying on my platform.
Yeah. I am recognizing what you say, and it's by Christians' own account that said the law is done away with.
And like I said, you can't speak, especially if you're not in that realm. You speak to what you know as a Hebrew Israelite, and from what I'm seeing right now, some of the things you don't even have right.
Like majority of Hebrew Israelites, before we were Hebrew Israelites, we were Christians, and the church.
I'm not going to argue with you, but I'm just saying. Stick to what you know for sure, whatever you believe in, and don't tell other people what they believe in. That's what I'm saying.
So, can I say something?
No. Hold on. I never told anybody what they believe.
No, every time we have this conversation, like even when we're on Mo Love's platform or Freezy's or anybody, I don't say nothing about what the Hebrew Israelites believe. I worship with anybody that believes in Christ. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? That's fine. Like even Freezy, I know he's a Hebrew Israelite. I don't say nothing bad about the Hebrew Israelites.
I don't say no. I never said anything bad about the Christians. Have I?
It be slugs.
No love. Am I lying?
It be slugs, Tata. Come on.
What from what? Because I disagree with you? It's a slut?
I mean, it's just the whole label that you placed on us. Like, who said we're followers of Christ? I don't identify
I
with
never said you were.
Christian base because a lot of it is rooted in evil and paganism. So I guess y'all put that title on us because we read the Bible and we
I guess because we believe in the
verses. I don't
or believe that Jesus Christ died on the cross for our sins. I know some people only believe that Christ is a Messiah and that he didn't die for our sins. I know people believe something different, but I don't go around and try to, hey, don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't tell me what I believe. Don't put it
I never told you what to believe.
That's all I'm saying.
I never told you what to. I mean, this has something that doesn't do with me. Because not once on your panel I told people what to believe or how to believe.
No, I didn't say no, but you come across and tell people what they believe. You don't say, hey, you should believe.
I have never done that.
I've never believe. How do you know what any of us believe that are Christian based? If you're not even one of us, you're a Hebrew Israelite. So stick to what you believe and don't tell us what all Christians believe. That's what I am saying.
I never anyway, Christians by their own account said the law is done away with. I'm not lying about it.
Like I said, you don't know every
said it again.
I don't need to know everybody
that is Christian based. Hot sauce.
And he said it again.
My panel or no. That's
it. All right, I'm gonna have a good night or a good day wherever. I'm gone.
And he said it again. Oh my God. Then he said it again.
So yeah, it kind of went left. But I was going to say that I go on record and say this all the time, right? I don't know if people remember me saying this, but I say it all the time. Even if you come to a realization that or a belief that you are an Israelite, that doesn't mean you're going to receive the kingdom. So a lot of people harp on whether you're an Israelite or whatever. We forget that in the Bible there were wicked Israelites. So I think we harp too much on Israelite this, Israelite that. It's not about that as more so than being obedient to God and following His law, statutes, and commandments. So, we're creating these, I don't know, it just seemed like we creating these barriers or these wars as far as Israelite Christian. At the end of the day, and maybe Bolo can add to this, at the end of the day, when Jesus returns and the books are open, everybody's going to have to be accountable. The Bible says, study to show yourself approved, right? So I just said this earlier, like nobody can make nobody's believe nothing.
Right.
But we all agree that there will come a day when everybody's going to have to give an account for how they moved out here in this world. That's it. That's just it. Whether you're an Israelite or Christian or whatever, right? I'm one to believe you don't have to be an Israelite to follow God's laws. You don't have to be the nationality of an Israelite to follow God's laws, statutes, and commandments. Ruth was not an Israelite. She was a Moabite. But she was more obedient than some Israelites in the Bible. So it's not about simply being an Israelite, right? But I'm not going to if anybody wants me to deny that there isn't a chosen people and God recognized these chosen people, I'm not going to denounce that. There is a chosen people even to this day. Now, if people think these chosen people have died away and gone away and they extinct, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, we know that's not true because Revelation says,
Right. So I don't want to make this into an Israelite versus Christian thing, because we know Israelites are still in existence.
Right.
Now, whether you deem yourself an Israelite or not, I ain't finna get into that. I'm not finna get into that back and forth. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? You
I
don't
think
have
it's
to.
just, I get what FNM is saying. I think it's just the whole, I guess, kind of throwing a little shade here and there.
Right, and I get sick and tired of it.
Yeah.
Like, shade. I'm not coming to saying anything against no Hebrew Israelites. You believe what you believe. So why is every time I have a conversation with certain people, or we have a conversation, I guess we're both reading the Bible or whatever. At the end of the day, if I had a problem with what anybody believes, then me and you, Freebie, we would be opposite. But it's not like that, because we all come together in faith. So when the people come with the shade and this and that, that makes me mad. I get tired of people saying, "Oh, Christian this, Christian that, Christian that." Well, if that's what you want to believe, that's on you. But don't come downing me and downing what I believe because you believe something different, because I don't do that to people.
Well, I agree, and I can see how, if you are, if you can't claim if you claim Christian as a religion or whatever, I can see how you would be offended by the rhetoric, how hot sauce comes off, right? Yes, hot sauce believes he's an Israelite. I believe I'm an Israelite, but the way I dwell amongst everybody, no matter whether you feel like you're an Israelite or not, all I care about is, do you take it serious to obey God?
Yeah,
I said this the other day. The main thing that I got my eyes on is the kingdom of God. Even the scriptures say that. Seek first the kingdom of God.
Yeah.
Right? So how do we achieve the kingdom of God?
I thought the entire thing was, we're all following Christ. We're all abiding by the same word, the same Bible. So do we have to place everything in a specific box? Like it comes off as like we're opponents when we're supposed to be fighting up for the same thing. We on the same team. So that's why I think a lot of those things can start to be petty, and it can cause so much division and confusion.
So let me say this, right? The reason why I was trying to interject earlier when Hot Sauce was here, because I've been seeing it, like I've been sitting back listening to the conversation. To be honest with y'all, I don't like when we have these discussions and stuff. I just like to talk about the Bible. That's it.
Me
you understand what I'm saying? And so, some levels of conversation, it could cause people to be offended when that wasn't the intent. Like me, I've learned how to show discretion. You know what I'm saying? Because when a lot of times, even when I'm not here, this is not the only place that I actually discuss the Bible and belief system and whatever. There is an element of history that one must go into in order to get to the truth. Right? It's not just about the Bible. Like you have to study history and what done took place and all of that, right? So I get it, right? Hot Sauce, I think what we went off is, Hot Sauce can be a little bullheaded. He didn't even want to admit that there was a such thing as spiritual warfare, right?
Right.
So I think that's where the frustration
but that's where it comes in, Freezy, where you're not meeting people where they at.
Yeah.
And I just want to read this one scripture that kind of sums up what everyone is saying, right?
Yeah.
1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 4. And it says, "Nor give heed to fables and endless genealogies, which cause disputes, rather than godly edification, which is in faith.
Right.
Them things don't matter, man.
Right.
You believe in Christ? You accept Christ your Lord and Savior? Yeah. Let's walk these dogs.
Right.
Everything else we can figure out on the way there.
Right.
You 90% on it when you accept Christ your Lord and Savior.
Right.
Your obedience to Him. Everything else he's gonna figure out. That's why he says we practice in part till that which is perfect comes. So those arguments, and those conversations you entertain, but when it starts to spiral and starts getting out of control, because again, when you understand things from the spiritual plane and the earthly plane, these are two different thought processes. Completely two different thought processes. And it's hard to jump between the two. Because again, some people can't wrap their mind around the spiritual thought process. So you got to meet them where they're at in the earthly process and get them there. And sometimes what we have to understand is one man planteth, another man watereth, and it's God that gives the increase. Just because that man or woman doesn't get it, don't mean that they won't get it. Don't pass dispersion. It was like what we said yesterday. You make sure you give the word with all humility and to the best of your ability after you study to show thyself approved. You give it in a way where there's no offense. There's nothing that they can say that you didn't do. And they have the pure words so that the Lord can work with them. Because if there is something in there that you've said wrong or you've given it with an attitude that caused that man or woman not to take in that word, the Lord's going to look at you.
Right. And we talking about that's how you achieve the fruits of the Spirit, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So anytime I'm having these discussions, see, I don't want to make this into no, please do not bring me into no Israelite versus Christian thing. I'm not up here gang banging and set tripping and stuff. I ain't on that.
Right.
I'm not on that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said before, everybody has to work out their own salvation.
It's personal.
Right.
You got to work out your own salvation. However you want to see it. If you think that's the right way, okay, that's fine. I'm not about to twist nobody's arm. I know why I believe I'm an Israelite. I know that. You know what I'm saying? From my studying, I know that from prophecy and all of that, right? But I'm not going to just this is why I know that the spiritual warfare is real, because what we're going through right now is a little bit of spiritual warfare. You know what I'm saying? And it's unnecessary. And I'm a firm believer that when the devil hear people talking and he know what we talking about, that's what they are finna do. I'm finna throw a monkey wrench in this stuff right now.
But
you know what I'm saying?
Do you think that some people do come up like to kind of start chaos?
No, I think to tell the truth, I think Hot Sauce is just bullheaded, and he could be kind of Hot Sauce has has a debating spirit, right? We all know Hot Sauce. Mm-hmm. We all know Hot Sauce, man. But one thing I try to do is, I try to use my discretion on who I'm dealing with. I know Hot Sauce. He said, I never forget. He said, I think it was on Molad's panel, where he said that maybe it was on my platform. I don't know, but Hot Sauce used to be in some wicked stuff. Mm-hmm. But he realized that was not the way. He realized that, following the law, statutes, and commandments was the way. So just like what Bolo said, I like to listen to people. I just said this. We just talked about effective communication earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
We just talked about that, right? Communication. And so I like to listen to everybody to see where they at, so I can meet them where they at. Like Bolo said, I know what Hot Sauce said. That's why I'm not finna, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know where he at. Mm-hmm. And so I truly believe that when he said that, just from my experience with Hot Sauce, when he said that Christians don't believe in following the law, statutes, and commandments. I believe the offense came because it was like he made a blanket statement about all Christians, and that's just not true.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And it seemed like he was making a blanket statement. But I know how hot sauce talk. I think he's just talking in like historical and generalizing terms. But I can understand how it could be offensive to an individual Christian. Hey man, don't be you putting me in a box. I think one of y'all said earlier, you shouldn't be putting people in boxes. But I would like when we have these discussions, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, to not to be easily offended, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know, like but I do want to say that I do understand why Fear No Mortals was trying to get some understanding as far as her faith. I do understand that, you know what I'm saying? Because look, they do it to me too. It's not just y'all, they do it to me too as an Israelite. Look, Anton Chichiano, whatever his name is, that BMO love chat, they come at me too. Yeah. Listen, Sin 7, they come at me too. It's not just y'all.
Hey, crazy.
So all of these preconceived stereotypes and stuff, it's all across the board. It's not just against Christians. I think what it is we just need to learn how to respect each other on a common ground, and just like Bolo said, meet each other where we're at and stop game banging.
Yeah,
and that's my thing.
I agree with that, but they do come at Christians.
They come at Israelites too. It's not just Christians. They come
but they worse. And I'm not that it's a competition, but they be going in. Like they think we believe in a white Jesus.
Right, and that's so stupid.
I was about to say that.
We're
right. It's so stupid.
Oh, they
right. Listen. They believe y'all believe in
the word with like we know what's really going on. It's just frustrating, you know.
They believe y'all believe in a white Jesus. They believe we in a cult. You know what I'm saying? They believe Christians don't follow the law, statutes, and commandments. They believe we look like Power Rangers. I'm just saying, it's like it's all across the board. It's just
Hey, Freezy, you did throw that white Jesus, and I was on the panel about a week or two ago.
So this is what I'm saying. I used to be in Christianity.
Uh-huh.
So when I talk about my experience with Christianity, that's just what it is. It's my experience with Christianity. So when I'm talking, I'm not going to allow anybody to dismiss my experience and how I got to where I am now.
Are you only talking?
What I'm saying?
I'm saying, are you saying that this is who Christians are, or this is
no? I'm telling you.
Okay.
I'm not. Listen. Let me make this clear. I'm not judging all Christians. I'm just saying, from my experience, from the churches I've gone to, right, and how I used to believe as well. That's not a lie. That's not a lie.
So why is it that?
Right?
Why do people automatically label people as Christians? Like, why can't it just be that I am a follower of Christ and the Word? Because I know that some things in Christianity are rooted in evil. Like a lot of these holidays, it has nothing to do with believing in the Savior. So people automatically put me in a Christian, or they say, "Oh, you're religious," and it's way deeper than a religion. Anybody
so since, let me ask y'all something.
It's more than that to me.
So let's deal with just me, right? Because I'm not putting y'all in the Christian box. Let's just deal with me. Since y'all been dealing with me, do I address you as a Christian? Do I say you Christian this, you Christian that? No, I don't do that.
Hey, Freezy, I won't lie. Of course, I got no problem speaking my opinion. It's like we was arguing about.
No, yeah.
No, but when there's kind of a default thing, like when somebody says "you people," that's already offensive. So it's kind of like Christians heard it so much from who have non-believers, fake believers, Israelites, Muslims. When they throw the white Jesus up here, it's already assumed. Here we go.
So
it's already assumed that it's not, hey, this was my experience. Like,
right,
this is what you Christians. That's kind of what it is.
right, and I get that.
My experience. Just like a white person or another whatever, when they say you people, or I know how y'all do, it's already assumed you're throwing me in a box with all the rest of them.
Right.
Or when they bring up the crooked pastor, that's kind of saying this is what you Christians do. There's a crooked pastor and y'all was there last week. Like this list that most of the rest of them are not. But there's a few loud ones that's doing all this extra.
Has anybody heard me say there are wicked Israelites?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I mean, and we're good. I'm just saying, just talking in general.
Right.
When the white Jesus is thrown, that's the assumption. Here we go again with this.
Right. So here's the deal. When I talk, I can't speak for hot sauce, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when I talk, I like to tell the truth. I deal in truth. This is what I like to deal in. There are wicked Israelites.
Fair game.
There are wicked Christians.
Mm-hmm.
There are wicked Muslims. Right?
Mm-hmm.
There are wicked people. The truth is, that's the truth. Another truth. The image of Jesus was changed through Catholicism. And the person that they used to paint the picture was Cesare Borgia.
Right.
This is a historical fact. And I just like to deal in truth.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not saying every Christian believe in a white Jesus. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that a lot of the foundational beliefs in the Christian churches that I used to go to was Catholic based. This is why a lot of paganistic holidays was introduced into the Christian church, like Christmas. And I'm not saying all Christians believe this. I'm not saying that. I'm just giving historical fact, which is truth. That's it.
No, we're good. I know you. We had a conversation already.
The narrative is that a lot of those people aren't aware of the whole Caesar thing and what took place at the Council of Nicaea. Like, that's the deceptive part of it. Like, that people don't know what's really going on. It's
exactly.
People don't. A lot of us know.
Right.
And so, to your point,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This one thing. To your point, Mo Love, it's like, I understand maybe a lot of people in the past thought Jesus was a white man with blonde hair, blue eyes, or whatever the old pictures used to be, in the Christian. I wasn't raised up in no Catholic anything, you know what I mean?
Either.
I was raised up, in Christian faith, but totally different. I don't really even know much of the Catholic principles like that. I know some through studying or research, but I've never even been to a Catholic church before, right? So with that being said, nobody I know as Black people that grew up in the Christian faith ever thought that Jesus was some white guy with blonde hair and blue eyes.
Same
I
here.
remember my one of my older, of course he's older, my uncle, he is an artist. He used to draw pictures of Black Jesus. You know what I mean? I don't know any Black people myself that are Christians, and I grew up in the church, all the time, older or younger, that ever thought in my lifetime that Jesus was a white man. We've always went by scripture when it says of bronze. So, I know a lot of people come with the assumptions of, well, Christians think Jesus is some white guy, some white sky daddy or something. I don't know. But I wasn't raised up like that.
Right.
So,
I'm gonna be in the comments, but I'm going to the store really quick, but I'll be back.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Yeah, so I don't
go
know.
ahead.
Go ahead.
I think I was going to say, is it true? No, I was going to say it is true that every person that deems themselves a Christian does not believe that Jesus is a white man. That's true, right? Also, shout out to Venus. Venus said, well, Christianity is a derivative of Catholicism. I wouldn't say Christianity. I would say modern day Christianity, right? Modern day Christianity, it is a derivative of Catholicism, right? When a pastor goes to divinity school or theology school, if not all of the studies that they learn is the foundation of it is the foundations of most of it is Catholicism. That's what the roots of it is, right? Because the Catholic Church actually was responsible for branching off a lot of these modern day Christian denominations and stuff. The Catholic Church is at the center of that. So that's why white Jesus is such a big deal, because they're responsible for all of that, right? So when we have these conversations, it's not to convict nobody, it's just to make people aware. It's just to spread awareness, right? That's all. That's why I do it. I'm not saying whether nobody believe in a white Jesus or not. All I'm saying is I do think history is important. That's all I'm saying. I think history is important. Just like when we talk about slavery, right? When we, I just think history is important because it applies to how we move and, what steps we take and all of that kind of stuff. It also has a lot to do with the deception, right? Like we have to know how and when we were deceived. It's good to know history. It's good to know that. But me, myself, I'm not accusing all Christians of believing in a white Jesus, right? I'm just saying a long time ago, modern day Christianity founded upon the Catholicism made white Jesus the face of it. And people had to work their way out of it. Most slaves was taught white Jesus. Why? Why were they taught white Jesus? To make them believe and think and behave a certain way.
Right.
So this is a historical fact. So if we deny that, we denying the truth.
Right. I don't deny that. I just deny. Only thing that I said is that I don't think that anybody in this time that I know as a black person that bases off the word, that is living their life through the image of Christ or Christ-like, whether you want to say Christian or whatever, believes that Jesus is a white sky daddy or whatever, whatever they say. I'd never seen that or heard that in groups where I went to church or when I was around fellow believers.
Yeah,
and that's my experience. You know what I mean? And just like if we really keep it all the way 100, rarely do any Christian church has denounced the perceptions that Jesus was white publicly, though. I don't know where you went to church at, but where I did, they did. And for the record, my own father is a Christian minister. So is mine.
Yeah. And I'm just saying, I just didn't want it to go off the rails because people like to start gang banging.
No, you cleared it up. I was just bringing it up. But
I don't want to gang bang. I want to talk about the Bible. That's what I want to talk about. I don't want to gang bang. Who better?
No, I don't either.
No, we good.
Yeah.
But honestly, I'm 44 and I ain't never had that conversation. Or black people, man, he is white. I've never had white people. He is white. I never had that conversation in real life.
Well, to be fair, Megyn Kelly, that's why she got fired from Fox News.
Who's Megyn Kelly?
Megyn Kelly was one of the most popular news anchors on Fox News. She got fired for saying, well, Jesus just is white and y'all just need to get used to it. So there are people out there that take pride in that. You know what I'm saying? But
I don't disagree with you. I think there are definitely some people that think that, Freezy.
yeah,
I'm not saying that nobody does. I'm just, for me, it's just all the black people that I've ever been around that were, church going, Christ-like people. I've never heard it in them. Now, I believe that I probably have heard white people say it.
right.
Just
No,
being
no,
honest.
no, no. Let me say this. Here's where I do take pride in being an Israelite. Because now I believe that people will be in heaven. There will be people in heaven that's not Israel. Like there's going to be more than Israelites in the kingdom of heaven, right? But here's why I do take pride in being an Israelite, because when the kingdom does come, Revelations teaches us that there will be a hierarchy.
Mm-hmm.
The 144,000,
Right.
the elect will be in rulership, then the 1/3, and then everybody else after that. So there is a hierarchy. Now, if people disagree with that, I'ma just digress. I'ma just agree to disagree. But that's where I do take pride in being Israelite. So when I walk around, I say it with honor. I'm trying to be a part of the elect, or if the 1/3. You know what I'm saying? And I think, and I do encourage, like, I think that would actually, if people that didn't know they were Israelites come to their understanding, it will boost your morale, like kids and whatever, because we live in a society where black people they push these images on us as if we're just degenerates all across the board. They make us believe we're degenerates. Even we just got through talking about even black people calling their own people degenerates. They talking about black fatigue and all that kind of stuff.
Black people do it even more. So.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
And then push back when I push back.
Yeah.
Like every time I go somewhere and I talk about, because they say it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I don't know where I must have been born and raised. But the neighborhood I grew up in is black. There's 2-car garages and adjustable basketball goals. That's what I know. That's what I grew up in. To me, that's just home. And they act as if these don't exist.
And we must also remember
in Scripture,
we must also remember in Scripture, the Israelites was called Christians at Antioch. So technically, I'm a Christian too. That's what they call it. That's what they call it. The Israelites at Antioch. Well, it was almost in a mocking terminology, because the Israelites supposed to follow Christ, right? So everybody that obeys God supposed to follow Christ. Whether you're a Christian, if you say you love God and you obey God, you're supposed to be following Christ, whether you deem yourself an Israelite or not, right? So let's all just seek first the kingdom of God.
I rock with that.
Let's all just do that. Let's and his righteousness. Let's all do that. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what I'm on. When I have Bible study every Saturday, I don't harp on whether you should think of yourself as an Israelite or not. I harp on following the word of God. That's what I hop on. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, there is one religion I will push back on. Because there's a religion that believes that pearly things is God.
Oh my God.
And they have the book of the Almighty talking points. Yeah, I'm gonna keep attacking that religion.
Right.
Yeah, I can't work with that. Yeah. They million strong. Loud microphones and everything.
Right.
But it's supposed to be like I always talk about, just people be better or make better people. If you're Israelite, somebody else a Muslim, I'm Christian, a lot of the core values is the same. And I'm not gonna knock on your door. The religions that say you can have 5 wives or something, I'm not gonna knock on somebody's door to count how many wives they got. That's not for me. That's between them in the house. And I don't know people in real life that got multiple wives. But same thing, it gets to be where so much division in the things that are supposed to be productive. Is why I always say I'm an individual. I'm not getting on no codes and all that other stuff. Mm-hmm. The FDA versus the arguing about black people about black. I just can't work with it. But it's like finding anything, or I'm not getting on a code to go find men to go fight against black women.
Right.
Well, get just more Christians to fight the Israelites. Why?
Right.
And if the Israelites challenge me, I'm not going to be there. Hold on, the wicked Israelites, should I say? Let me be clear. To go have a Bible bashing, I'm not going to be there. That's not what it's supposed to be about.
Right.
Well, I'm gonna just say what I always say. People, y'all might as well make this my slogan when we have these Bibles, when we have Bible meetup. You're not going to get into heaven because you're an Israelite. You're not going to receive the kingdom of heaven simply because you're an Israelite. You're going to receive the kingdom of heaven because you had a sincere heart to obey God's law, statutes, and commandments. That's why you're going to receive the kingdom of God, not because you're an Israelite. I'm just that's what I'm just laying with.
End it there. Yo, guys, I'm a Dipset, man. FNN, thank you for having me. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Bolo.
Love.
Bolo, I appreciate you, man.
Everybody, man, thank you, man. Love you all.
Love you too, man.
Have a blessed night.
You too.
So Pearly Things is an Israelite?
Oh my God.
Y'all don't got, there's no picture of Pearly up there. I just had to ask.
Scam.
You don't want to ask me, so.
Oh, okay. Well, Venus wants to know if the Wigrealites are having an interest meeting. She wants to join.
Scam, you could.
I think she wants to bail out of the nation of Wiglam.
That is too funny. Yeah, I mean, I hate that it went left like that, but you know, I feel like, you know, a couple of people have had enough of those slanders. Like, you know what I mean? People can believe what they want to believe, but you know, let's be respect. Don't put anybody down or throw shade at anybody else's religion because you don't believe the same thing. That's my only point, because I'm not throwing shade at nobody else's religion. It's not my place to say because that's everybody has their own individual walk with Christ.
Fair game. And even as a Christian, I got questions. There's some stuff with God. If he was sitting, I got some questions. But hey, why this like this? I don't know it all, and I don't understand it all.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And none of us ever will, because we will never have God's wisdom. Like, who do we think we are?
Yeah, I'm not the Christian that you can put in a corner, have me read, and then I like, hey, why is it like this? And then you tell me anything, and I just go along to get along either.
Right.
As a teenager, when I started reading or started to actually learn what being a Christian was, I had questions. And some of them I didn't get the actual answer for. But somebody just told me, hey man, I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sam.
I think the only way we can move forward in conversation, let's just face it, religious conversations can get very contentious, man. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the only way to move forward with these type of conversations is there's a scripture where it says I don't know, I can't find it right now.
What does it say? What's the premise?
About not, you know, I guess having a lot of temperance. You know what I'm saying? Like having a lot of temperance, and I know Proverbs 19:11 says, the discretion of a man deferreth his anger, and it is his glory to pass over a transgression, right? So this is the only way we're going to be able to actually like have productive conversation. I know with me, I'm still a work in progress. I can't one thing about me, I would be a hypocrite if I sat up here and said I don't let stuff, trigger me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because everybody has triggers, right?
Right. That's
I
true.
think all of us have to work to a point where we kind of develop thick skin so we can like kind of understand what somebody, because we just had these conversations. I'm gonna tell you something. Hot sauce is like that too. Hot sauce, like he'll cut you off and he'll get triggered and he'll be like, let me talk, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just think that we need to go back to what Scam was saying earlier. Just effective communication. How we have effective communication. No, everybody's not going to agree on everything.
Right.
Right. And this how the devil comes in, through the disagreements and then the offense and the triggers and all that kind of stuff. But if we can develop this skill of just listening and seeing where this person coming from, and then after they're done, if you still feel offended or whatever, just convey your point in a logical manner. And you know what I'm saying? But I just think it is important for when we have these discussions to hear each other out and just listen. Listening is very effective, you know what I'm saying? And I'm going to say, like, hot sauce is guilty of that too. Like when he ready to get his word out, he gonna be like, hold on, wait, let me talk. You know what I'm saying?
Mike Crooks.
Yeah. So
yeah, the mic got to be shared. I won't say names, but there are people who will come and click a link in the panel, but now belongs to them.
Right.
If I bless Jesus, Mike, or if I'm trolling Dustin, I do what I do. I might hold it, but I always let it go.
Right. That is true.
Can I say this? They did it on Freezy's panel this weekend. It turned into their show.
Yeah, it did.
Who y'all talking about?
A lot of people.
I'm not going to say no names.
Same people. I can put it in the bracket if you want, but it's the same people who do this and they've been doing it for years.
No, it wasn't the same.
It was different people that come up. See, sometimes a lot of different people come up when Freezy goes to sleep.
Why it always be when I be asleep, man? Y'all
no love, am I lying?
No. Okay, check the back, or am I tripping? But that person definitely did it.
Hold on, let me see.
I was like, oh my gosh, can we get somebody else to talk, please?
Oh, okay, yeah. No, but one of the guys that Scam just named he blocked though.
Oh yeah.
Well, now, but it's irregular people.
No, I'll tell you somebody. Hold on.
Scam is going off in the private chat.
Okay.
I come from the Dutch family.
That is so funny.
Certain people come up, they want the mic and they won't give it, and it's unrealistically selfish.
And they be talking. It's different if you saying something, but some people just and don't say anything of wisdom. It's weird.
No, just like me and Fantastic get into it plenty of times, whatever I'm saying. But he'll let you talk.
Mm-hmm.
At the end, he'll be out, and the mic will still go around.
Right. Yeah, that is true.
And he'll always say, I didn't cut you off. I let you talk. And then you dust it out, and then it'll move on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because when he starts going, he'll go, but eventually he'll stop. You know what I mean? I don't know. He's not that. He's bad with his viewpoints and everything, but as far as hogging the mic, if somebody else chimes in for a while, he will be quiet sometimes.
Right.
Some
Who
other
y'all
people.
talking about? Oh, y'all don't want to say no names, y'all. Oh, let me look in the private chat. Which one? Hold on, which one? Because two of these guys blocked.
So many back here, child. Oh,
yeah.
The one you just put FNL.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah.
The one you just put above the last one you put, girl. He get on my nerves. Okay,
me too. I'm trying to figure out who was that told you be quiet. Was that him?
Who, me?
Yeah, remember when you said something about what do you mean we don't know what abuse
Oh,
is?
girl, I didn't hear the be quiet part because I would have went in. I didn't hear that.
Somebody said something, and I was just like,
I heard him say, "You don't know." That's right. I didn't know he said be quiet.
Now, somebody that's cool, world class, got beef with too many people in this space. They can go on any panel. 3 of them will be sitting on the bottom, and he'll let everybody talk. If you don't mess with him, he won't mess with you, and he'll let the conversation take place. And it'll be somebody he'd probably punch in real life. And sometimes he'll even join in the conversation as long as it's peaceful. And it'll be 3 people who he really can't stand.
Right.
But out of respect for whatever.
Well, he said that on his own platform that he won't, try to go off on anybody else on anybody else's platform. He'll try his best. You know what I mean? So, I got to commend him for that one.
Yeah, I don't have any real beat. Like, Freezy, y'all done seen me for years. Even this yelling dust, it's just dust. It's a freaking dust panel. It ain't that serious.
Yeah.
Next day I forget about it. I mean, it's just a joke. It's fun. Even if I get dusted off or 3 people jump me, I mean, it's whatever.
Right.
I mean, 80% of the conversations don't be about nothing serious. Come on, men's and women's. Like, come on.
Oh, no. I know who it was. I just remember.
I'm gonna tell you something about the tricky thing about can we just have a real conversation?
The
tricky thing about being responsible for running shows and the platform and everything, people have contention with each other that you don't even know they got contention with each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't even know.
I never thought about that.
That's true.
In so many dust pans, like, because I've been listening for months. Sometimes I don't be knowing.
Yeah, you don't know. So it's just like sometimes it's like you be put in a rock and a hard place because your job is to respect everybody. That's your job as a platform holder. Your job is to host a show, right? And to know everybody not going to agree. That's your job to know that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so, like, I know me, I have found out that I've hosted shows and people have been on the panel and they don't even like each other. And I ain't even know it. Like, I don't even know it. A part of me don't even want to know sometimes. Like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I just, because I be expecting everybody to just, cross their legs and have adult conversations. You know what I'm saying? Like, politicians do it all the time. They don't like each other. Some might be on the right, some might be on the left, but they be in Congress and they try to hold some type of order as much as they can. But even then they have contentious moments. Like, I know the lady, what's the lady name? Jasmine Crockett. She be going off sometimes. Her and this other white lady, Marjorie, I forgot her name, Marjorie something, but they be going at it. They be going at it. I think one time they even invited each other outside one time. Well, let's go outside then.
I remember.
So it could get contentious anywhere. But I think the goal is to try to just work through conversations and try to, thank you, Dragonfly Jones. Marjorie Green Taylor, exactly. Marjorie Taylor Green. Yeah, I'm talking about they like Tupac and Biggie for real. But but
right, and it's been going on for a long time too.
Yeah, I'm telling you. But the goal is to constructively work through issues, even though we're not gonna agree on everything, but just to try to get together on some type of common ground so we can work through issues or whatnot. That's my goal. That'd be my goal. Now where I kind of where I get out, where I kind of, you know, I don't know, what am I trying to say? When my tolerance level get real low, it's just when you just outright, you ain't even talking about the subject matter at hand. You just came to derail everything. See, that's when I have to step in and say, no.
Right. So not to harp on this or anything, but why did he drop? I was doing something else. What did he say before he dropped earlier?
Who you talking about? Household?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm gonna let
told him to respect my platform because he kept wanting to go back and forth, and then he said, "Well, I'm just gonna drop because I muted him."
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Hot Sauce will be back. He always dropping.
Of course.
He'll be all right.
We love you, Hot Sauce.
Look, Freezy, we ain't the only ones. Look what Freezer said.
Freezer said here.
I'm not a saint.
I told you.
Yeah, I'm not a saint, but I am consistent, and I try to respect people's platforms. But if anybody did actually have an actual real problem with me, they really did, they can have a conversation. I'm not that unreasonable.
Right.
It ain't that serious. It really isn't.
I think one thing I do like about Hot Sauce, he doesn't derail the conversation. He really be into the conversation. He just like to be right, you know, about the conversation. You know what I'm saying? But one thing I will say, I've never really seen him like come in and try to derail the whole conversation to something else. You know what I'm saying?
I would say this. He does derail, in my opinion, and Hot Sauce knows that I love him and I appreciate, you know, what he does for my channel. But he will derail from what I've seen. It's not like
what you mean?
Derail.
And then personal against him.
Way. Like he'll go way off subject. I'm like, the original question was this. You know?
Right. He'll go in a long soliloquy. And even now, I'm not mad at Hot Sauce, but I don't do the back and forth. I'm not going to keep doing the back and forth. But you know, this is not like our first rodeo or something. I mean, maybe on religion, but you know, me and Hot Sauce had used to get into it quite a few times on Big Boy's channel last year. So you know what I mean?
No, not Big Boy.
Right. So, you know, it is what it is. I have no problems with Hot Sauce, but I don't think he listens to understand. He listens to be right.
Yeah.
Hey, which was that? Fear No Mortals or Mola? One of y'all said I came on the panel and trolled y'all like 2 years ago.
Me?
I don't remember that.
You just happened to be, you busted up on my sister channel and then you hit the link and they was like, don't do it, my love, don't do it. You're trouble. I forgot what the argument was, but
I don't even remember.
Look at Liberator Soul talking about Freezy try his best to keep everybody good.
He really does.
Excellent job.
I don't know why that shit made me laugh so hard, man.
Hey, Freezy, last weekend's Dustathon, I'm the one that I had to send that to Mandrill and other people. Like, man, y'all got
West Cam, say it again.
Last week's Dustathon.
Yeah.
When you went off.
Oh, yeah.
For one, I was the one unblocking all the messages.
Oh, yeah.
But then I had to send that to Mandrill and a couple other people.
Like you know what? It's good that I didn't know that you was unblocking all those messages.
Yeah,
because
like if you no, I'm saying I'm a troll. If I go over to Hamp or whatever's channel and they roasting me in the chat, I got to deal with it. I mean, it is what it is. It comes with the territory. So like these people yelling at women and flipping panels upside down. If they trolling you in the chat, you got to take those.
That's a fact. And what I'm saying is it's good that I didn't
like trolling me or dusting me or whatever. No, I'm a troll. It comes with territory. It is what it is.
Listen, what I'm saying is, it's good that I was unaware that you was unblocking all of his blocks, because if I would have known, okay, scam is okay, at least scam is unblocking all of that shit. I probably wouldn't have had as much weight behind what I was saying, because I would have been like, okay, scam unblocking it, so it ain't that big. I'm glad I didn't know, because I really wanted my point to stand with that dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I really wanted him to understand, bro, you're not going to finagle your way into doing what you want over here, bro. You're not gonna do that, bro. I know you think your name hold weight and you can just throw your weight around and people, you feel like people need you on it. No, bro. No, they don't.
Right.
You regular. You bro, come on, dog. You just like, I mean, I'm just saying, bro. Yeah, some of these guys, they let this stuff get to their head, go to their head. You know. Hey, I had got a message the other day. His sidekick messaged me talking about, damn, Freezy, you had to block me too. Yeah. Yo, this what happened when you be co-signing that bull. I'm sorry, I'm trying to tell you.
You all right?
I'm just saying, yeah, this what happens. You gonna have to learn. You gonna learn today to stop co-signing and following behind that BS, bro. Be a grown ass man. I'm trying to teach you a lesson.
And I didn't even get the point of it.
Yeah, you an accessory. You an accessory to this stuff.
It ain't like it was
Venus,
just
where you been?
A whole nother level of respect, because not only did you hit the channel holder's link, you hit the link and you got up there trying to go hard for the person that was in the wrong. Like, that's just so disrespectful. I'm like, what? The audacity.
Venus, you gotta check last week's StreamYard.
Yeah, that's a must.
You missed
I think Venus knows. She just trolling, man.
Okay, Venus know.
Right. I'm like, was she there? I don't know, but yeah.
I didn't see Venus there.
Oh, maybe she doesn't know then.
Oh, I don't know how she don't know that one.
Right.
Okay, I'll give you a hint. Go to Freezy's wall post, and that'll give you a hint, and just kind of scroll down.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah.
I'll send it to you.
Right. Yeah. I do, because I try to add to it when I know he goes to sleep, but it's been a mess lately.
Yes.
Liberty say call bruh an accomplice. Yeah.
I just didn't get the purpose of what he was like. Bruh, stay out of it. What's it got to do with you?
You don't even know. You over here talking. We can't even hardly hear you because your mic going in and out. You don't even know you just finna get blocked on the humbug. You just you out here talking. All you got to do is just be quiet. Stop co-signing that BS, bro. You want to show your leader that you faithful. That you are faithful.
A leader. Oh,
that's what it really be though.
That's
when you can't tell another grown man that you wrong, that he wrong.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. Y'all on some weird stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Because I would have just stayed out of it after it was said and done with y'all. Then if I had my little 1-2 I needed to add in, you know what I mean? I would have, tried to talk to you after the fact if I had some discrepancies, but we can't even hear you, bro. What are you even talking about?
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, when they got through with their back and forth, I did add my little 1-2 cents. Because that person been trying me for months. I was so glad to add my 2 cents with it.
I bet you was.
I was like, oh, thank you, God.
It was the moment you've been waiting on.
Waiting, baby.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was. That
Okay.
was
Okay. Venus said, I understand. They said such and such. I was asking who was the sidekick. I didn't see what happened.
Oh.
Okay, I'm finna give you a clue, Venus.
I sent it to her.
You did? Okay,
I
good.
love clues.
I'm gonna give her a clue.
Clues are hilarious.
What clue was you gonna use?
He from Mississippi.
Okay.
Let me see. That's a good clue, but
what's another clue? Loud.
He stayed drunk all the damn time.
Yeah, I was trying to come up with the noise. It wouldn't be cock-a-doodle-doo, would it?
Wait a minute, I got
What kind it would be? But that's good enough, child. They should know now.
She got it.
Look, it ain't take her that long.
Mm-hmm.
I was finna say it go with vapor rub.
Okay.
Oh man, that's good. That was a good one, I must say. Yeah, Venus, you have to go back and watch that one. That one was for the books.
Yes, it was.
And I went to sleep. I didn't even see it live.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, you didn't.
I saw it live.
Because I was trying to wake you up, child, and tell you that.
I got to participate in it and everything.
Scam talking about he saw it live. Scam was on the panel talking about
I got to participate.
Just let this happen. Let this happen.
I did.
Yeah, it was due.
Let it happen. Let it happen.
Let them mine it. Let them mine it out. I heard that part when I watched the replay.
Cause Scam know me. He already know what it was gonna. Scam. That's why Scam was saying, just let it happen. Let them mine this out.
Right.
Cause he already knew.
I knew. He's gonna keep edging it on. He already way out of bounds and all the way up in the stands and everything. And he's gonna start pushing every one of these buttons.
Yep.
Well, all right, it's time to go ahead and let this happen.
I knew it was on.
And there was no backing. There's the very people on the panel, the ones he took the mic from and cussed all the way out. Well, all right, let's just go ahead and be what it is.
Scam already knew what was gonna happen. That's why he said, just let it happen. Just let it happen.
I didn't know to that degree, but I didn't know it was gonna be like that. But yeah, I knew it was gonna happen.
Right. When I watched it the next morning, I was like, but then I don't know. Well, part of me kind of laughed. I said, "Oh Lord, forgive me," because long overdue.
Yeah.
Molex, did you go back and watch that other straightening I was telling you about?
Girl, I watched something. I gotta finish it.
What other straightening?
It was on Freezy channel yesterday. I'm gonna go back and finish it.
Freezy might not even seen it.
Yeah.
Was it when I was asleep?
Yeah.
What
Man,
other?
I don't never see when I don't never see the footage when I be asleep.
Was
I
I
don't go
there?
back and watch it or nothing.
I'm trying to think, Scam.
Because I was off and on. I was
on the panel. I hadn't said nothing for a long time because that was when it was chaos. But yeah, I'm gonna put it in the back chat.
But he made some valid points.
Yeah, he did. He just started going off. I was like, okay, get him then.
Yeah, because I get tired of that. Like, oh, you a simp. Oh, you a sucker.
You talking about birds?
Yeah.
I missed that part. I was in the beach water.
Really good.
I came back. Oh yeah, I missed that part of it.
Did you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Who he went off on?
The ones I had typed earlier.
The other B word.
Oh, no, understand?
Uh-huh. The other two right there when I said this weekend. Uh-huh.
For real?
Uh-huh.
It was good, Freezy. You gotta listen to it.
Oh, I gotta go back and watch that.
You gotta watch that.
Matter of
I
fact,
didn't know I missed it.
Because I think I almost got it down packed. Hold on.
It got that dusty.
Wow.
They started cussing him out at one point.
For real?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I missed all
Yeah,
that.
it was good. It didn't last that long, but I was like, yes.
He was
Oh, I
so
gotta
hurt
watch
by the truth being told, he couldn't take it.
Right.
Damn.
And you know what?
Yeah. They be too long, Freezy, for you to go back and watch everything, so I understand.
Now, I didn't know. I checked out a clip or
Hold on,
something.
I'm
Else.
looking
I didn't know
at
that my headphones was that loud. Well, okay.
Venus, stop, Venus. You might as well just hit the link and come on the panel and look at the private chat, okay?
She was up there. From what I saw, Venus was up there.
No, she talking about y'all gotta stop speaking in code. Venus, all you gotta do
putting it out there.
It's a lane.
All you gotta do is hit the link and look in the back chat.
Oh,
That's all.
but I'm so glad you told me that. When I went back and watched that, I was like, man, I'm so glad because, like y'all said, when Freezy is not there, sometimes they can go left. So I'm just glad he said that. Like, please talk some sense into some of these folks.
Oh, she says she been asking for the link.
I put the link in the chat.
You did.
But yeah, he started cussing him
Or do
out.
you have to have a wrench to put the link in the chat?
For it to be
Hold on,
clickable.
I got it.
Oh, okay. I'd be forgetting them YouTube rules because I just put it in. Y'all can't see it.
No, I can't see it.
Okay.
What you said, more love, more love.
But when he was cussing him out, I was like, dang, like, just for him asking you questions and
Man, y'all got me want to share my screen right now. No, I ain't gonna do them like that. I ain't gonna do them like that. Damn.
I
Y'all
mean,
gonna
it's
watch it.
like, well, he don't come over here like that. So, but I think it
No,
was.
no, he don't come over here. He don't come over here like that. But I didn't even know that because I know when I came back, he was in the chat, and I was like, "Bro, come on up here." I didn't know, you know what I'm saying? I was surprised he was in the chat like that. I was like, "Bro, come on up here." And then he said, I think he said, he typed in the chat, "I'm eating" or something like that. Or
When
whatnot.
I tell you, he set him straight. He set him
Damn.
straight.
Man, let me look for this right now, man. Hold on. Let's see.
Can y'all just put it on the screen and play it right now?
I'm trying to find it. Let me see.
Because I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me.
Oh, just so y'all know, if y'all have a
illustrated.
conversation and somebody hit the link, we can't see what you previously talked about. So it's nothing back there.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Venus, can you say it again?
That's a good thing. I said, just so you know, like if you guys, whatever conversation you were having, because I just hit the link, I can't see it. It's empty in the private chat.
You can't see the old comment.
Yeah, no, you can't.
I'll put the mic gobblers, which you already know who they are.
No, but Freezy said if he can, he gonna play it because I want to know what y'all talking about. I feel like the show looked good yesterday, but I was busy, so I was in and out. But it was like a lot of good, different people popping through. And I don't know if it's because Freezy be sleep or it's because with me too, Freezy goes overnight. So some people will miss the overnight because they're sleeping, and then when we get up, Freezy goes to sleep, and then everybody's awake.
Right.
And so everybody hitting the panel because they're awake.
Dang, I'm trying to find it.
I think I see it. Hold on.
I think it was at 7 something mark.
It was on the second live stream.
Yeah, you was late.
Oh, okay.
I love this background. You got decking heads and lights and everything.
Oh, thank you.
You know how to do all this stuff? You know how to do all that stuff, or somebody else did it for you?
No, I did it. I'm learning as I go. And the only reason why I started learning in the beginning, I had somebody doing my, do my graphic for me, but that didn't work out, so I just said I'm gonna start learning on my own. So
You did this on Canva?
I did this one on Shot.
It looked good. I love that.
Yeah.
It started at 7 hours and 24 minutes on the second one.
7 hours and 24 minutes. Okay, hold on.
On the one that says let me see.
But you can't.
Hunter got married one.
Is it? Because I think that's when Freezy was awake then. Was that it? Then Freezy, you might already.
But he walked off or something. I don't know.
But you can do all of this on Canva too. You can do all of this on Canva.
I have Canva. I just
Well, you were there when that happened. Then Freezy, you was there.
Yeah, you was there then.
His image be there, but he don't be nowhere near that computer.
But I'm looking at it, he cammed up. So
Oh, for real?
Oh, hold on, wait. Oh, y'all talking about oh, okay, yeah. I seen that. Yeah. I thought y'all was talking about the other B guy. I mean, let me just say his name, Bruiser. I thought y'all were talking about Bruiser.
Wait, can y'all play it though? I don't know.
Hey, what's the timestamp? Or are y'all gonna play it? Or
yeah, I'll play it. Hold on.
The chat want to know.
Because you were talking and everything, I think.
Right. I'm like, wait a minute, is this the right one?
That's the one I'm talking about. Am I watching the wrong thing? Is that what you told me about yesterday? F&M?
I'm trying to check. Give me a second.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Let me know if this is it right here. Okay.
Okay. Hold on. Yeah, I think this might. Yeah. Okay.
Really falling back on me and was able to win professor.
It's crazy. What's
Bolo?
What's going on?
Bolo.
Venus. It's crazy. This conversation is crazy. This conversation is crazy. It really is. And it's a sad scope because you have women that are listening to dudes that's just blaming women. No dude up here talking on the other side took accountability. No dude. Nothing. None. Russia's talking about cats dealing with, he's a simp or he's dealing with birds, but that's all that dude attracts. So is it really the bird's fault or is it the guy that's attracting the birds? No one seems to look at it from that perspective. You're always dealing with garbage, but the problem is all you attract is garbage. So let's look at you. It starts with you. If you don't know what your goddamn worth is, it's not going to show forth in your standard, my G.
I remember this.
I'm the bird.
I thought it was something before this.
Yo, you don't know me, man. So don't even come at me like that. You don't know me.
Talking
You know what I mean?
I'm talking in
You
general.
calling me trash. I'm not trash, fam. Like, fuck is wrong with you, nigga?
Oh, no, I missed this.
I wasn't calling you trash. You need
You just call me trash, nigga. Fuck you mean, nigga?
Brother, I said in general. You need
No,
to.
now you not my brother, man. You just came at me crooked, man. Don't call me that, man.
And shut up.
Oh my.
Hey, y'all heard Bolo say, nigga.
I did.
Man, Bolo finna get gangsta on his ass. Man.
Right.
I was there, but I wasn't there. He was probably wearing my mic connected.
Then he said, brother.
Nigga. Oh, let me rewind.
Because he can go there. I'm pretty sure.
Hey, Freezy.
And Freezy, look at Freezy. Freezy gonna laugh too when he said nigga.
Freezy always be back there laughing.
Yeah.
I'm talking in
You
general.
calling me trash. I'm not trash, fam. Like, fuck is wrong with you, nigga?
First of all, brother, I wasn't calling you trash. You need
You
to
just call me trash, nigga. Fuck you mean, nigga?
brother. I said in general. You need
No,
to.
now you not my brother, man. You just came at me crooked, man.
Cool.
Don't call me that, man.
Then shut up then.
Fuck you, nigga.
What you gonna do, dog? You a pimp?
Don't do
Nigga,
it,
we
Bolo.
online.
Don't do
We
it, Bolo.
online, my nigga.
Talking about
It's
the
not worth
bird.
it.
He got a
Don't
chick
do
that's
it.
not a virgin when he met her, but he's gonna talk about birds. Your chick wasn't a virgin when you met her,
I'm not wifing her up, my nigga. Come on.
but you're still dealing with a bird. So what does that make you?
Sucker free.
I don't know
That's
how.
what that makes me,
I
nigga.
don't know how
Fuck you mean?
Be dealing with a bird that don't make
Fucking bozo. You a bozo, man.
make you sucker
Bozo TV. Fuck nigga.
Hold on, wait, hold on. Let's reel it back in. I
We
don't.
can reel it back in. He's getting personal. It wasn't
No,
personal.
I know. I don't. If we rewind it, I think Bolo he referenced you as far as you saying birds, but I don't think he was calling you out your name.
Not at all.
Yeah, he wasn't calling you trash.
I don't know if you call him trash.
Yeah.
I don't know him. Don't want to know him, so I wouldn't call another dude
Yeah,
trash.
I seen how it all unfolded. He wasn't calling you trash, Rush.
Not at all.
Yeah,
And I tried to tell him that, but he said I did.
Yeah.
I'm saying that if a cat attracts birds and that's all he attracts, then the problem ain't the birds. The problem is the dude that's attracting the bird. How does that not make sense? How does it not make sense? That if you only attract birds, if this dude is only attracting birds, how are we only looking at the birds and not the dude that's the bird catcher?
Because Bolo, you can only catch what you're around. If I go hunting right now, if I go, let's say I go quail hunting. Let's say I go quail hunting right now, and they number turkey, it ain't number turkey, but they number turkeys around. I gotta shoot what I gotta take what I can get.
But then you know what you need to do, Pastor? Put yourself in a position to go catch turkeys. How about that? How about be patient enough not to catch quail? If quail ain't on your menu, then just chill and say, you know what, I'm good. I'm not going to go quail hunting today. You know what? Let's go up the block where we can catch turkeys. Because quail ain't something that I want. But when you settle for quail, who do you blame, the quail or you? You ain't a quail hunter. You want to hunt turkey. But because Freezy, Bolo, and Omni are going to catch quail, you decide to come. And then you complaining about how the quail tastes. We don't blame the quail, we blame you, dogs, and you shouldn't have came. That's the problem. We keep looking at the women being off, but these dudes keep attracting those women.
Off women, yeah.
Your vibe attracts your tribe, my G. Your vibe attracts your tribe. If you ain't worth $100,000, stop trying to go and get a $100,000 car. Get what you can afford. You ain't gonna meet. God is not gonna give you no perfect woman. He's not gonna give you nothing completed, because what's the purpose in that? What's the purpose in it? How do you grow if she's already 100%? How do you grow if he's already 100%? How do you grow together? You don't. So this is why these conversations are stupid and circular. It's stupid and circular and convoluted at best. Absolutely. Cats spend about an hour and a half talking about chicks they don't want, but don't talk about, let's talk about the women we do want. Let's talk about in a woman.
He tried. They didn't have no answer.
That was bars. That was bars.
24 hours
Bolo,
they don't want. Omni?
Yeah, I know, Bolo. You wasn't.
Ugh, man.
That's what you was talking about earlier, Scam, when no one had an answer.
I missed that part. Like, I was on the panel, but I was losing connection because I was at the beach. So I missed that yesterday.
Omni asked those men, since y'all talk about the women y'all don't like all damn day and y'all know everything about them, what is the plan for when you get the woman that you do want? It was crickets. Nobody had an answer.
Yeah, that fed off. When I was on, I was asking them yesterday, same thing. There's all these women, let's just say it was 95% of women are bad. Is it worth finding one dude who got a woman and they rocking and they family and they got it together? Is it worth having that one conversation with that one? And the talking point mafia started with the YouTube. But yeah, if you want to hear real crickets, ask Manosphere people for a solution. It's the easiest way to silence a panel.
I mean, it was so bad yesterday. Like the conversations, it was sad listening to. everything was just so negative.
Yeah, it really was.
I can't. The dude kept asking me, "What you gotta have the power of the courts, the power of the courts, power of the
Went
courts."
on and on.
How do you get the women in line? I was like, "There's this word called influence." I said it about 6-7 times. And it's
And how
like,
y'all been talking about courts for 4 years, but ain't nobody read a book about the law? Like, please.
yeah, I'm like, early things and Kevin Samuels got y'all in line, and because they have influence over you. Why don't you go learn what they're doing to you and try to do that to some of these women?
And then it was like if a woman had something to say, it was kind of like, shut up, we don't care.
It was.
Or like I asked them, if it's all about the law, and that's how these dudes are getting women, what's the name of the attorneys and the law firms that's doing this? My parents and uncles and whatever, I ain't never seen attorneys in the living room. They're police officers. That's not how this works. People got their woman or got their man they're rocking with. The couples don't know the laws because they don't care.
Right.
You got any attorneys sitting in your living room right now?
No, I ain't got no attorney there.
Police officers?
None.
No,
I ain't got nothing but a couple of pistols.
A couple of pistols.
That's it.
And the dude was talking, man, y'all talk about romance. I'm like,
right. He did.
Romance works.
Right.
That's how Pearly Things got you to subscribe. Just saying.
Oh boy.
Skim not letting Pearly Things go. He was on their ass about that yesterday.
When Breezy asked the question, who is it, the face of the manosphere? I've typed in the chat, answer, Pearly Things. 30 seconds later, he pulled up that picture.
I keep hearing that person's name a lot. Like, I have no idea who she is.
Oh, man.
She was their white Jesus. No, literally. She was their white Jesus. I'm not playing about that.
But the man?
It's a woman, but it's a man, but it's a woman.
The white woman.
Funny looking white chick.
Wow, let me look them up.
Just dull as hell.
Somebody that
Just
infiltrated
Pearly Things.
a couple of years ago, was it? Or whenever?
Like 2022, maybe. All she does is regurgitate them same 8 talking points.
And the
from what I
manosphere,
understand,
they
was
pushed
putting her on
her
a
to the.
pedestal,
Mm-hmm.
And
putting black women down.
She had African. She was paying some Africans, or had some Africans doing some work for her and didn't pay them. Cheat them out their money.
She was a real life slave owner. Like what?
Then went and said slavery wasn't that bad and some other racist stuff.
Yeah.
Had to apologize, but the black manosphere had to eat them words.
So her name on YouTube is Pearly Things. Is she white or black?
White. As
White.
white.
She's their white Jesus. They worshipped her.
So is her what's her page name?
Oh, she did a rebrand because of how
Is
bad
it Pearl?
things got.
'Cause I see
So what's her
somebody-
new page name? Because
Well, I
she did a
don't know.
rebrand.
Just Pearly Things?
Yeah, just put that in. You should see
Oh, I
her.
see her.
Mo Love, Coffee did a like a mini doc
That's
on
what
her.
Coffee be talking about. Okay.
Coffee
Yeah.
did.
Coffee be on her ass.
Yep. He does. He did a mini doc. That's how I found out some of them.
Yeah, but when B Brave was up there, he had nothing to say. I'm just saying.
Mm.
And we ain't even talking about a real, not even a qualified racist white dude. One that I ain't even go there.
That's why I be like, why do they? What? You in a shed? You live in a box, and you talking about how white people can't stand black? It's just giving delusion. Like you are not one of those. You're white, but there's no such thing as bottom of the totem pole white. Please understand.
Yeah, so I just had to dust him off. I mean, 'cause I'm equal opportunity. I don't care what race.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like getting a Pookie up here to talk about black CEOs.
Right.
I mean, everybody looking like, yep, he right. Like, what?
He was
Hey,
like,
Next Level, how are you?
What up?
Next level, what's up? Wow.
Oh, next level. Oh, your apology. I did take a cheap shot that was out of bounds. I think you know what it was. My apology.
And I saw his intro too on the when he came up on the second
intro was good.
Man, that was fire.
It really was. I really liked that
too.
Next level is the dude that moderates while you sleep, right? Okay, yeah, it's him.
Yeah, but yesterday was interesting.
It was interesting.
The conversations were interesting from beginning to end, from what I heard.
I just, like I said, I just think everybody has a lot of unhealed trauma, and
yes,
you know, I got to pray for people because I've seen like 6 different personalities in one person at one point, and got kind of.
Last night, that he went from getting therapy to cussing people out to going back to getting therapy. Then he just lost it at the end and dropped down. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Who are you talking about?
I know you're talking about.
Let me write him like.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think he's going through something.
I do too, and that's why we was listening and trying to empathize and everything like that until he just started. I don't know.
He just started. He was all over the place. I guess is, the proper thing. It was a lot.
No, I got you.
I'm like, how you go off on the person that counts?
It just be like,
all right.
Hey, Venus, I came to school in 2021. Like, this is when I first moved to Tampa. It was maybe November. I talked to Jay Speed on the phone maybe April of 2022. And the thing was, I told him, I'm like, man, people don't believe all these talking point junk, the stuff they be talking. Like, why do they do that? He was like, they really do believe this. I was like, no, that was the first main argument me and him had on the phone. I couldn't believe that people actually believe this stuff.
Right.
I really didn't believe it. And he was like,
either. That's why I'm like, I'm realizing that they really do. It's crazy.
I couldn't believe it.
Next Level said StreamYard really had the manosphere screaming. Yes, they were running rampant and
and told they to shut up. Like, no, quiet.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
I'm like, I'm not about to sit here and argue with these folks, so I'm gonna let them have it. I'm gonna be in the back on mute, multitasking.
Yeah.
I bet I came up with a whole show and everything back there while they're going back and forth.
Good to know that my headphones are super loud. So they're the backup to the Jesus mic.
Did anybody go to a barbecue today?
I did yesterday. My parents.
What y'all barbecued?
They did brisket, smoked sausage, chicken.
Damn, you could have stopped that brisket.
Potato salad, greens, cornbread, baked beans. Just too much of all the stuff I don't need. But it was so good.
It sounds good. Man.
Yes, liberated. Yes.
I'm back on my diet. That hurts hearing that.
I didn't do anything. I actually ate curry, beans and rice, macaroni, and cabbage for dinner, and I ordered it because I wasn't cooking today.
What kind of curry you ate?
Chicken.
Oh, yeah, that sounds good too.
Yeah,
Jamaican food.
I ordered it from the Jamaican spot. Yeah, not today. I'm not cooking, y'all.
I was about to go to the beach, but turned around.
Why?
That's it. It was starting to get late. I don't like going there. You get there like 5:30. If I go, I want to get there like 2 or 3 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
The traffic down there and traffic coming back.
Where are you, Scam?
Florida, Central Florida, between Orlando and Tampa.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to the beach in August.
To where?
I'm going to the beach in August, but the one down
What
here.
was down in? You're in Dallas, right?
No, I'm in North Carolina.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Your sister's in Dallas.
No,
We're not
Melo's in Dallas. Everybody thinks that.
Right. Me and Here for the Tea are sisters, but you always see me and F&M together, so that's probably
No,
why.
I thought your sister, Child Listen podcast, Here for the Tea. I thought she was in Dallas.
Yeah, my
So is
sister.
Mo Love.
Who's speaking?
Mo Love, and Here for the Tea, Child Listen podcast. That's me and my sister. We're in Dallas.
Right. Both of y'all are in Dallas. Mo Love is in Dallas, and Child Listen podcast is in Dallas.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Fear No Mortals lives in North Carolina.
Yes.
Correct. I live in Charlotte.
Okay. Gotcha.
Uh-huh.
We'll mess it up next week anyway. So
How is the weather in Charlotte?
Warm unless it's rainy and get a little cool. We didn't have much of a winter at all, so we didn't get any snow that stuck at all or nothing. So our winters are really mild, and this one is like one of the mildest ones yet. Like we don't get down to like freezing temperatures and stuff here, but then we've already been up to like 80-degree days and stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So in a hot second, I'll say another week or two, the weather will start being up to 90s, and then it'll take us all the way into probably October.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's mostly hot here.
Gotcha.
Florida's cooking.
Y'all said what?
Freezy will tell you Central Florida is cooking.
Oh yeah, man, it's scorching, man.
How hot?
Last year was worse. I remember with the heat index, tried to do 3 miles and it was 117 degrees.
Oh,
But we ain't felt the worst of it yet, though, Scam. We ain't felt the worst of it this year yet, though.
Last year was cooking.
Oh yeah, last year you could cook on the pavement. You could put some food on the pavement.
Yeah, this year was last
That's
year.
how it was here in the summer.
We
Well,
got
I would say
7.
I'll
No,
say for
2020.
this, last year it was hot where I'm at, but it was the year before for me. I got sunburned really bad. And I didn't even know that because I've never been sunburned before. Like I'll get darker, if I'm in the sun a lot, but I actually got sunburned and I had to go to the doctor because I had all kinds of heat bumps. I'm like, what is going on? And one half of me was really dark and the other half of me got darker, but not as dark as the other half. And I was just underneath my clothes, I was light, but I got burnt up. I was 3 different shades, man. I got burned up, sunburned bad.
The next level, I'm not trying to meet up with what's his name. That's funny. I thought he was in Houston though.
Who are you talking
I
about?
love in Dallas, not far from Phase 10. So there you go, girl.
That's funny.
I don't know what Phase 10 is.
Next
What you said, dust level. What you said, Mo Love?
No, next level said Mo Love in Dallas, not far from Phase 10. I thought Phase 10 was in Houston.
Next level also said, is it a good thing for young men to be following the manosphere?
You know my answer to that. Hell no.
Dust.
Dust-a-thon.
I got nephews, 14 and 20. So I'm gonna knock your ass out. I catch you on these dust panels.
This is not the advice, okay, that they need.
Don't dare listen to this junk. If they say this on TikTok or whatever, even the 14 years like Uncle Scam Likely, are you talking about those people who talk, well, you gotta have big money to get these women's out here? I was like, yes, those.
Yeah.
Or the women talking about, if you date me, you gotta have a nice car, and like, yes. If I catch you listening to it, we're gonna fight.
Oh boy.
They're
Yeah,
like,
I think it's a good idea. I think it's too much negativity, and I don't think a lot of it is rooted in solutions or positivity. I feel like from what I've seen, it's a negative influence more than a positive one.
And I would tell them, live in your reality. Don't become, influenced by the YouTube society, because it can really take a toll. So just go with the flow and let experience teach you along the way. Because YouTube, the manosphere is not the place. Unless you get on YouTube and meet people that have men that have sense, but manosphere,
I tell them to come to Bible study.
Yeah,
right.
You're right. Like crazy, that's different. But we don't have a lot of that over here. So
Liberated, I'm gonna kick your ass if you tell him.
He'll give good advice when he's not trolling.
No, you see what Liberated put? I mentor kids. I send them to the manosphere by the hundreds. Man,
Liberated, yes.
Out of your city and kick you in the nuts.
But the manosphere, I feel like that would influence them to already have a negative outlook on women before they even get started.
Before they even, have their own experiences.
What they say, it's a 10% of women are good. What if they happen to meet one, but before they can ever meet her, they get on here
and then they turn into bitter.
Yes,
it's I don't know.
Ever met dudes that try to hit you with, like from online dating, or you meet somewhere and they try to hit you with the talking points?
I have not.
In real life?
A lot of women, I remember asking on a panel, and women in the chat were saying yes, and that's a turnoff. But yes, dudes are throwing talking points at women.
I'll run.
They're doing it.
And they not even in person. I'll just take off running from a text that say anything about talking points.
A year ago, a female tried to hit me with Kevin Samuels' talking point. It was a big, oh my God.
Really?
Yes.
I hate that.
And didn't know what she was talking about.
Wow.
Crazy.
I was on the dating app some years ago. I want to say maybe it was about 4 years ago. It might have been right after Samuels had passed, right? Whenever that was. And girl, I signed on and signed right back off.
During COVID?
Some dude had talking points in his profile. And after I seen that, I just wrote on my profile, if you follow Samuels, swipe. I don't got time. Don't come to me with none of it.
That was in your bio. That was in
How
your bio.
are you? Thank you for coming in.
Because somebody doc liberated for me. He out of control.
Right. Make sure y'all like and subscribe and share this out. Also, send me a donation. It is Parlay24 on Cash App, Parlay24 on Cash App. But yeah, I've never had somebody besides the dating app when I seen that in person, like just coming up to me and I'm having a conversation or something with the talking points. No. But I don't talk to, I'm not the type of person that would ever talk to the dudes that would have to follow some social media guru to
It's so stupid.
get some answers type. I don't, those aren't my type of guys. So
Right, mine either.
I did not know that it was I don't know how much of what, but no, I didn't know that there were people who were willing to hear such stupid shit and just sign off on it. On the man's side, I know it's the woman that's out of control. And it's a complaint. But that after a few months listening to man, I was like, oh, that's why they out of control.
It'd be weird because I was like, okay.
Like, oh, that's why the woman is acting like this. Okay.
Yeah. I was like, okay, I'm a homebody. I say that I want love again. So let me click on some apps. I always thought it was weird, right? Like, why am I doing this? When I clicked on there, when I tell you it's some weirdos, hey, you want to meet up, or I want to do this and that to you. Don't even know my name. I'm like, what? You haven't even asked one thing about me. It's just weird, you know. And then men have they have a long list of do's and don'ts. I'm like, bye. And I got off real quick. Like, I said, no, this is not the place for me.
Yeah, me neither, my love. I got off real quick. I was just like, no. Oh, I did have this one guy, and that he seemed cool for a couple of days, right? Girl. So he seemed cool for a couple of days. We was talking on the phone after, I eventually, because he was cool on the app, right?
Yeah.
So I was like, cool, and I see how good a text conversation would be, and if we can exchange good dialogue before I even give somebody my phone number, right? So it was all good on the app. So eventually I gave my phone number and we talked. Don't you know, it was okay for, I don't even say a couple days. The first day, the second day I talked to him, this dude, he's going to ask me, well, I'm looking for a wife, right? He was like, you don't have to do nothing but be able, what did he tell me? All you have to do, because our sons was around the same age too, and I guess he was divorced, but he had a son, right?
Yeah.
And then, our sons was around the same age, so he was like, we should set up a play date, whatever. And so he was like, then he just comes out of nowhere, I'm looking for a wife, I'm looking to get married, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to work or nothing. All you have to do is be able to have sex 22 times a week.
What?
I was like, what? He was like, like he had an exact number, like 22 times a week. I'm like, bro, we didn't even talk about anything sexual. Like, it was just weird. How do you have it down to the exact number of 22 times? Like, it was weird for me. And I was just like, I don't think this is it.
Yeah, I remember I met this guy. So I normally, when I was going out after my divorce, he was like, just, give me your number. We talked for maybe 3 months, right? And I was like, okay, he's cool to talk to. He said, well, let's meet up somewhere. I was going out with my sister. I was like, nope, because I had just fears of, I ain't trust folks. So we went out with our girls and he met us where we were at, right? So I could tell he had like this very arrogant attitude. So when we went outside, he was like, can we go to dinner? Like after we left, of course, here for the tea thing, she my mama, she was like, girl, give me his number. As soon as y'all get there, like text me, let me know you good. So when we got outside, he was like, okay, so when I went to his car, he had a Rolls Royce, right? So we got in the car. After we went to eat, he was like, I want you to come back to my place. Like, how do you feel about going out of town with me? We've been talking for like 3 months. I'm gonna give your parents $10,000 to keep the kid. I was like, no, like my son is 1. Like, I don't want to be away from him. Like, I'm different when it comes to my boy. He was like, $10,000. All you have to do is go. Like, he just started screaming at me in the car. Like, he got so mad. He said, I will give your parents $10,000. What's wrong with you? When I got out that car, I said, Lord, please just let me get to my destination. And it's a wrap. I never called him again. I blocked him. This man was losing his cool, hitting the dashboard because I did not want to go out of town with him.
Yeah.
When I tell you, I never talked to that man again. Like, I said, okay, so he likes to control women with his money. And I guess it works a lot because he flipped out on me. I think he thought I was just going to go with it.
Yeah, because a lot of women would be down. You know what I mean?
I'm like, sir, this is my first time going out with you. I'm not leaving my 2 boys to go out of town. I don't even know you like that,
Right. Yeah, that's why you got to be very careful. I agree.
$10,000. I just want you 2 days. My mom was like, do not go anywhere with him. he's crazy. She said, I had somebody that wanted to marry. I don't know, not anything against Nigerians, but
they be quick.
I knew you were gonna say Nigeria.
I've had so many
that I have come across.
Quick.
My mom was like,
hey,
no.
Smitty, how are you? Hold on one second.
Smitty.
Hey, Smitty, thanks for coming in. If anybody want to come up, I'll put the link in the chat. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but it was just weird. And my mom was like, I was talking to this Nigerian guy for like maybe a few months, you know, and he wanted to marry me and he got mad at me. He ended up cussing me out because I didn't want to get married after 4 months. And she was just like, be careful. You need to block him. And that's exactly what I did, you know. I said, how are you going to get mad at me because I don't want to go out of town with you and leave my boys, you know? But I'm just so glad because he think a person can appear like everything you want until you start to get close to him, you know?
Yeah, that's the same thing like the guy was telling you about, but we didn't get past the phone because it just got weird to me. And he had a nice, like a mansion type house. It was nice. He was all through the house with the cameras and everything. And I mean, he looked good too. You know what I'm saying? Had it together and everything. But sir, I don't know you.
Right.
And when they try to move way too fast, that's a red flag to me. You're not about to love them.
And I just don't want anyone that thinks they can control me with money, you know?
Yeah, that is true.
But it's just weird out here. Like it's a lot of weird people. I'm like, God, will I ever meet somebody that aligns, you know?
Yeah, I'm cheap, so.
Huh?
I'm cheap.
You cheap?
Yep. But it is attractive. When I meet a woman that's just as cheap as I am, oh man.
You are in heaven.
Well,
y'all will save a lot of money.
Like, it was a girl when I was in Maryland, and she made more than I did. Not like I cared, but she was cheap and we got along. The only thing was, if I'm trying to wash my hands, I hate when you run out of soap and people put water in there and shake it around.
Oh, Lord. She was that cheap.
Yeah, you gotta go throw it away. Like, man, don't throw that away. I was like, I want some soap, not water.
Right.
I'll pay $2 and get you some soap. I'll buy it. But come on, man. Like my mom is, I'm pretty cheap, but she, oh my God. Mom is a cheap goddess. She would do that, me and my sister would get mad and throw it away.
Like everything from the Dollar Tree cheap.
Yeah, my mom is like, she has really expensive taste. And I'd be like, girl, I'm not doing that. I can get that for $3. Get away.
Girl, I'm telling you, that's how my mom is.
Like, oh, this was $560. It was a discount. I got it for like $400. Girl, leave me alone. I can look just like that, and I'm about to spend $60 on this and be good.
If my mom says she's down on cash, please believe packages are still coming to the house every day. So,
okay. My mom, like, I cannot go nowhere with that lady. She'd be like, oh, I need me a cute little blue dress. I'm like, mama, you got like 20 in the closet. Okay. I need some. My mom is like, her closet is just decked out.
Mine too.
Almost every day. Like, that's her hobby, going shopping.
That's how my mom is. My mom's bougie, so you know she just is. She
always has been. Too.
Yep. She just always has been, man. So it's just like my mom wouldn't be caught dead in some of the places I used to hang out at. You know what I mean?
She is so like, we'll be out. She'll be like, "Where did you get that from?" And she'll say, "It's cute." Then she'll be like, "Where you get it from?" And she'll be like, And she'll just point people out when we're out, like, "Oh, I know that's cheap. Oh, look at them shoes. Like, yeah, that's cheap." I'm like, girl, leave us alone.
Yeah, I'm pretty cheap, but I learned it from my mom. But it did teach us how to manage money and stretch dollars.
My dad is cheap. Yeah, so him and my mom would go back and forth on some things, but
My
yeah.
dad's not cheap. He's more simple. Get what you want. How much is it? And the answer will be yes or it'll be no. He doesn't really have patience for shopping and dealing.
He'll complain and be like, "You got a good." Then my mama just go anyway. He don't really care, but he's just gonna make a fuss about it for about 5 minutes, then it'll be all right.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Man, look.
I never dated women that
They
didn't
said
talk
they
about
wait.
money like that either. So it's never been a problem. That's internet garbage.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what?
You ever showed W-2s to a girl I ever date? Never.
Most people are not walking around balling. So why are y'all saying most women want a guy that got a lot of money? Most people don't have
The
it.
argument is so disingenuous. And
It
it's like,
is.
when are y'all going to stop that same tired argument?
Please.
Most people are middle to lower class. Nobody, what is the percentage of men that are making millions or even hundreds of thousands?
Girl,
what is the percentage?
exactly.
Stop the cap, you know?
Yeah, 2013, girl I was dating. When we made it official, we just talk about stuff. And I was like, I knew she made a lot more than I did. It was like, we're talking about just credit and money and just stuff. And I was like, do you want to know how much? But part of it was the ex that she dated lied about having a job. And I was just trying to like, look, if you want to know where I work, let me know which day you want to come with me lunch at the job. Like whatever you need to know so we can go ahead and move forward. Like I don't hide nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
And we were talking about this money just in general. Like, this is how much I make. Are you cool? And it was I know it was less than what she made. She was like, wow, that's what she told me. You know how much what we could do if we put that together? That's what she told me.
Wow.
Yep.
So what happened, Sam?
That was the one who I didn't know how to be a good listener.
Oh, that was the one.
Yeah.
He was a dust
Once you get emotional and in panic mode or whatever it was, I made it worse. Instead of being able to just say, hey, sit down, let's talk about it. And listen it out. Are you panicking? Oh, what's the problem? And the truth was, I didn't caught all these feelings. Now I'm panicking.
Yeah.
So worse.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, single.
Yeah.
I get it.
Know. I hate that. It happens though.
There's this one relationship I look back on and I'm like, dang, I just wasn't ready, right? But instead of me pursuing him, I told him, I said, I'm not ready to date. You know, I would hate to ruin something before it gets started. So we stopped talking, but we're still good. But now I look back and I'm like, he is such a good guy.
Right.
I just wasn't ready. I had, kind of newly divorced. So I wasn't even gonna.
You needed time.
Absolutely.
Why don't you call him tomorrow? Right.
I don't know.
Much respect. Can
y'all hold on,
You
Smitty.
know.
Hey, what's good, Smitty? Hold on 1 second, Smitty.
Yeah, I want y'all to keep talking. I'm trying to say I'm good. I was just saying hi. I'll be right back, man. Y'all continue.
Oh, cool. Because I ain't want to be rude, but why won't you call him tomorrow?
I don't know. I don't know where he is and what's going on like that, like in his dating world.
Ask.
No.
Pride.
I'm gonna feed you to the talking point, Mom.
Pride.
Yes.
Why don't you call him?
It's kind of like, okay, well, I don't know. If I feel like if he was interested, he would ask me.
Let me ask you again another question. Why don't you call him?
Right.
Because I don't know. I'm just okay right now,
More love, talk to this woman. Tell her something.
Huh?
That is Mo Love.
Oh, I thought it was Fear No Mortals talking.
No.
Mo Love, if you don't call him, the next dude you're gonna meet is gonna be one of these dudes. They're gonna just like these dudes on the Dustline.
No, I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. Okay, so with this guy, he was so he was so just patient, everything. But I knew me. I just needed time to heal. That was what, maybe 5 years ago, and we keep in touch. Like, we're still Facebook friends. He'll ask me like, "How's everything going?" You know, we just cool.
So why don't you call him tomorrow?
Because he could reach out if he was interested, you know.
Why don't you
Okay,
call
let me
him
ask you this.
tomorrow?
Does he know that, you said when you first talked to him, you was newly divorced, but it's been a while now, right? Have you talked to him since then?
We had a few conversations like after I cut him off, kind of. I haven't talked to him like long, in-depth conversations for at least 4 years.
Okay.
So I don't really know like what he has going on in his life either.
Right. Are you even still interested like that, or you just don't even, you just want to move on to something new when you find the right person, or would you want to backtrack?
Something new. Okay, and another reason why I did not want to pursue him is because it's my brother's wife brother. Anything ever went bad with us, I wouldn't want it to be awkward. You get what I'm saying? So
I don't recommend that one after what you said.
Right.
Yeah.
Man, y'all are killing me.
Because my brother's wife was like, my brother is, he's a really good guy. Like he's looking for a good woman. He makes a lot of money, and I know that you're a good spirited person and you won't like take advantage of him. He's really kind. And I was like, I'll talk to him, but I'm still trying to heal. She just really wanted us to be together. And I was like, I don't know. So I just cut it off just in case things don't go right, because she really loved her brother. And I don't want it to be awkward. I still got to look at you at all the family events because you married to my brother, sis,
You're killing me. You're just killing me.
Well, it probably is going to be even more awkward now.
Every excuse that you give are reasons.
Not an excuse. I'm trying to be logical here. Like, okay, if things go left, is it going to be awkward, or it's just too close? Like,
you sound like the dudes with the solutions and the women. What do we?
I'm not saying I wouldn't give it a go, but
what Liberator's talking about us? He said, y'all up here playing games, man. The worst thing
is correct.
You tell me is no, but trust and believe I'm going to ask, find out what's up.
And then all your excuses for not doing it are reasons why you should. Have the dust panels rubbed off on you and you're actually following those wins?
No. I just feel that if he wanted to talk to me, he will reach out and see what's up.
But do you think it'll be more awkward?
So the next time you need a job, maybe just wait and see if they reach out to you.
That's different. What you say, FNM?
Do you think it'll be even more awkward now with the current situation?
Absolutely.
Me too. With that part being said, yes.
Yeah, so.
Y'all are really doing this. This is what y'all are doing.
I mean,
Freezer, you gonna let this fast forward?
It's a lot. It's so much work.
More to the story, Scam.
One thing I can say about Scam, he fair on both sides, man.
Yeah.
This is what we're doing.
Scam is saying to him that's more of an ideal situation. That's more of a reason why you should try it out with him, because you're familiar with him and he's close to home. There's
Then he travels a lot, so I don't know.
No, I can't do
I
that.
need time. I'm not gonna lie. I need time.
Man, with them dust. Hey, Freezy, fire up a dust panel right quick.
What's wrong with me saying I need time? I can see you once every 2 or 3 months. That's not something that I really.
Man,
I don't know. It would have to make sense.
you don't want it to make sense.
I do.
What's the next? Is shoelaces are too big?
Mm-mm.
I think really what it is women feel funny approaching men.
And it has a lot to do with the way I was raised. My dad told me, you don't ever approach a man. A man is a taster. If a man wants you, he said one thing about us, we gonna make it known. We go after what we want. Relationships are not that complicated. He said people make it more difficult. If a man wants you, you will know it. That's weird.
Love, he just gave you the answer.
Yes, that's
it wasn't
true.
this man thing. It's just in general. In life, you go for what you want. Otherwise, you wait around, and the trolls and the goof doofs in the manosphere. Those, please, tell her something.
Well,
tell her something.
This is actually a whole panel conversation about women approaching men.
Yeah, that is a good idea. Look, we done gave Freezy some ideas.
I don't think it's okay. I don't. Or can I say this? And I hope I don't offend anybody. I think a lot of times when women do approach men, a lot of times they're desperate and they don't get approached.
I knew you was gonna say that word.
They don't get approached by men.
These are talking points.
No, it's not. It's the truth. Like women that's used to being approached, they don't have to approach men like that.
I will say to her defense, because I kind of agree. It might not even be desperation. It just depends on the circumstance. But I've never approached any man ever. Like everybody that I have dated or been in a relationship with has always approached me.
Well, I know women who've approached men and it's their husband and they rocking.
Well, you just told me something then. Okay.
And I know women who didn't do it and they're on dust panels.
But I feel like we can kind of give hints, like
right
now, like, and he's looking at me, and I'm looking at him, and I kind of smile. I think that's kind of giving you, like, letting you know, okay, you got the green light to say hi. You get what I'm saying? But me just walking up to a man, like letting him know I want him, I just think it's awkward. I don't think that's my place.
I ain't gonna lie to Scam's point. One of my good homeboys, he be in the chat sometime. Every blue moon he be in the chat. His name Quentin Tarver, but his wife, when they first met each other, she approached him. I'm talking about she pushed up on him. Like she came over to him where we was at some kind of banquet type event. And she came over to him, and she was like, she approached him, and you know she was like, she came on like she wasn't shy or nothing, and then she asked him to dance, and they went to dancing, and that was all she wrote. They went through their boyfriend, they went through their boyfriend and girlfriend period, but now they married. They married with a child, with a little girl and everything.
I think that is so awesome.
I do
well,
too.
Maybe I should say it's not for me. Like I don't approach.
All right, cool. I'm gonna hook you up with somebody then.
Cool.
I'm gonna pick one. We're gonna scroll up in the private chat, and I'm gonna just pick one and throw them at you. Since you want to be approached.
Will not play with me.
No, sense is so important. Not core values, not connection. All the stuff we talk about.
No,
it's not even worth. That's one message.
That's the selection scam. The private chat.
No, I'm saying.
No, I'm not a woman of talking points. Absolutely.
I'm saying, if there's something that was life changing, All I got to do is just bend one rule to go get it. And the rules is BS anyway. It's some traditional garbage, and the people who say it probably be lying anyway.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just saying.
get what you're saying. It makes sense.
I'll put it this way. When I lived in Houston, and though this ain't really necessarily fully connected, I go to the club, we'd be out somewhere, and it'd be like B-list celebrities. I remember we was chilling, and 3 dudes that played for the Cavaliers, 2 dudes that played for the Cavs, and one person played for the Rockets. Just we're over there. All these supermodels, we don't know where they like. We was in the club an hour. We did not see these. They teleported in and started. You talk about some femininity on steroids.
Wow.
Putting themselves, acting all goofy and dating. I'm like, what? Me and my friends like, man, I should have worked on my jumper.
Yeah.
Another was like, man, I should have worked on my defense. A lot of these women that's getting married to the man that they want, they'll cut somebody's head off to get to that dude because they see what's on the other end of it. And it's ones that won't even say hi, send one message, hey, let's link up. I'll be in town. Hey, how you been?
Okay, I'll inbox him. Is that gonna make you happy?
No, don't worry about it.
Yeah, inbox him because Spam's gonna run it in the mud. He's gonna
No,
bring
you
it up.
say he's in Dallas, right?
Yeah.
Do this. Have a shoot your shot day. Bring him up on the panel and let the other ladies in his space see his IG. Because you already said he was a good dude, makes good money, take care of his woman, already pre-vetted. Introduce him to somebody else.
No.
The girl chocolate something. Next thing you know, she done moved from Arizona. They buy a house 3 blocks up. And you stuck on a dust panel.
I'm definitely not gonna be stuck on a dust panel. I don't even believe in dust panels. It's just that Freezy is growing so much that all the dust professionals are starting to come over. So it's never been a dust-a-thon.
What you call them? A dust professionals?
That's what Gail came up with yesterday.
And Liberated said, well, if that's the case, and since y'all friends on Facebook, how about you poke him? Or do Facebook still got the button? Or was it MySpace? That was definitely Facebook.
That was back when I was still in college.
And that those
I used to hate getting all those pokes on Facebook.
Me too.
I used to do the poking. I ain't had no luck on Facebook either. But no, because I used to be around. I lived in Hampton, and I'd be at Hampton University campus. So I went to Norfolk State, and I just throw a Hail Mary out there. Just throw the poke. But no, I ain't having no real luck with it. Let's try.
Because you know what women are thinking when y'all send that stupid poke? It's just like,
you probably don't send 100.
Might as well just hit me in the DM. What are you sending me all these pokes for?
Well, Facebook, then you had to have this is when it first came out. Like it was college only. Then they had to you had to be friends or go to their school and some other stuff. So you couldn't just send a message. Then it's kind of weird. You don't send a message. They don't know you.
Okay.
But I feel like the poke, it just makes me feel like you really didn't put forth an effort. Like, you poked me.
Right.
You probably
just hit the inbox.
You probably done sent 200 pokes a day. Like, leave me alone.
Yeah, there used to be people like that. Like, it'd be poke. Don't slip up and poke it back, honey, because the folks are coming. Folks are coming full force.
I've never had luck with the poke. A couple things I never had luck with. Never had luck with women meeting at the gym. I've never had luck with women who lived in the place that I like in the same complex.
See, at the gym, I don't want to see nobody at the gym. I'm focused. I'm sweating. I'm working out. My hair is in a bun. I'm not trying to meet you at no gym. I'm tired.
And
I don't know. I just be really focused when I'm at the gym.
no, my favorite place has always been Walmart or the grocery store.
I try to get all the way at the back where the what are those? The ellipticals and stuff are. I try to get the ones all the way at the back because they like in a line of like 5 or 6. Because I don't like nobody looking at me. Leave me alone and let me work out, please.
Right. Hey, Wagoda, how are you?
What's going on?
Good morning. I didn't believe that you are still here.
Yeah.
I gone to sleep and you're still around already.
Yes, we are. How are you?
How am me? I'm in my way to work.
Are you? Did you get a good rest?
Yeah. You shouldn't.
Okay, great.
It's a shame it's a shame you didn't let me get into. Just a second, I'm in the road. I said it's a shame that you didn't let me yesterday get in sooner. Then
yeah,
I
I
will.
know, because we wasn't. When I do my shows, I don't open the panel right up. We talk about the subject first, and then I open the panel later.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In my case, in my case, it was 1 in the morning. You know. So
Yeah, I saw you was one of the first people in.
Yeah. Just a second. Just a second.
Where are you from, Wagoda?
I think he's in Jerusalem.
Just a second.
Oh, okay, cool.
I met him on Bolo's panel.
Yeah, that's where I met him.
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm from now I'm from Tel Aviv. That's why I'm from for now.
Mm-hmm.
From where?
From Tel Aviv. And I'm on a bus right now, my dear.
Okay.
Okay, so hold on.
Hey,
Y'all know? Yeah, y'all don't know who that is?
Yeah, I met him on Bolo's channel.
Yeah, I know exactly who that is.
I've seen him on Brother Clarence's show.
Yeah, I know exactly who that is. But listen, all I'm gonna say is, hey, listen, to my peoples, tread lightly with this one. That's all.
And who are you, bro? Who are you?
Smitty, I wanted to ask how have you been doing? I was on Bolo's channel the other night. I prayed for you and your dad, and just for blessings and peace to surround you.
You know something? I actually.
You hear me?
Oh, awful feedback.
You hear me?
Be careful with that one. I'm telling you now.
Really?
Did a whole live about him. I'm gonna leave it alone.
Okay.
He's hit me on my DMs on IG. Be careful with him. All right, now.
I need you to tell me. Okay.
He's an infiltrator. He is an infiltrator. No, I went to the bathroom. I just came back. Once I came back, that's why I hopped smooth on the mic. I've been quiet the whole time.
Right.
I'm not going to happen to us.
Okay.
Watch.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I don't like stuff like that. It scares me. So,
what do you mean? Like, I need to know.
Nah, I'm protecting my own. I'm just making it hit. I'm letting you know before he does something scary.
Is it bad? See, I need to know because he already leaving comments in my live for that.
I'm trying to tell you how he go. I know this guy, man.
Okay, well, I had to kick him from the studio. Sorry, Wagoda. I don't know what's going on, but you have bad feedback.
No, I'm not.
Nah. Right. Listen, so
put it in the back chat, Smitty.
Please.
I got you. What he did?
Or what's going, whatever.
Yeah, like I need to.
Yeah, we need to know.
What's scary that he'll do? Please.
All right, so look. I'll break it down to you, right? I got a whole live that I did because you know what I'm saying. He was basically coming at one of our sisters. Listen, he comes off cool, this and that. He's over there in Israel. He's from Israel. He's a small hat.
Okay.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I'm hip to this whole dude's everything. He used to come over there with me and on my live and stuff like that. And he be gravitating around. He's one of those, he gravitates around our spaces because he doesn't fit in with his own for whatever reason. But when he comes over here, he's gonna act like he real cool. Then he gonna try to start some conversations that could get you demonetized. I'm telling you from experience.
You know what? Okay, so because when I was in Bolo's live the other morning, right? We going over 2 Kings, everybody in tune with the scripture. He was like, do you know so and so? And it's somebody that has been held captive for like 500 days or something.
Exactly. He will try to, like, he gonna out of nowhere with some shit that you gonna be like, hold on, wait a minute, what's going on?
And he was like, because a lot of people don't know about this and this and the whole time I'm like trying to follow what Bolo's saying in Bible study, and he going all the way off somewhere. I don't know, but what you're saying makes sense. I just thought it was so weird.
I'm not. All I gotta say is this: have y'all ever in any form of fashion heard me really like be like, nah, man, get this like watch out for this person?
No.
In any form of fashion. I'm not saying it for no reason, and I don't cry wolf. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm saying this from, I know, Vidog or whatever. Again, it's on my channel. I got a whole live about the guy, man. Listen, and how, yeah, man. Just be careful. But my dad, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So in a nutshell, right? So my father, he, he's a very, very strong guy. You know, my first hero, like real talk. And his kidneys went bad. So my father yeah. You know, he was on diet. No. Watch. You'll peep. You good, sir. Be all right with stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm just speaking the story, right? So you can get it. The main thing is this. All right, so my father's kidneys went bad. Like, I'm talking about when he was like 35 or something. My father's like 70. So I need you to understand something. My father was on dialysis for a while. He finally got, both his kidneys went bad in my cousin, because my dad is O-type. None of us as siblings, out of all of his kids, none of us was able to give him a kidney because we all got mom's blood for the most part. So a cousin was able to give it to him. I think O negative or positive or something, that rare blood type.
That's a blessing.
And you know, my dad was always talking about, he always would talk about how he wanted to do so much. He said, God, if you just give me this kidney, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. And my dad got that kidney, and I ain't gonna lie, man, he just sat on it. And a lot of our gripes have been because I've been trying desperately to get my father to understand, man, you've been blessed. It's a lot of people that are waiting in line, and they wait in line to the point where they don't make it. And you have so much that you can offer, man. My dad, like, y'all think I'm intelligent, stuff like that. Yo, a lot of this, man, I was raised with my father, man. Let y'all listen to that dude. If only he would extend himself. And I do believe that God gave him that kidney so that he can do a lot more than what he did. And what happened is that he wound up developing, what's that called? When you don't want to leave the house. It's like something cave syndrome or something.
I don't know the correct term, but I know what you mean.
You know what I'm saying? Like he got used to being hospitalized and like isolated to the point where he never got back on his feet. And I literally watched I watched like Bruce Wayne basically just like decay. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, it just, so our relationship got stranded primarily because he just became kind of a little angry and a little bitter. Kept trying to tell me, hey, Dad, you just need to get up. You need to get up and do something. I promise you, you got so much to offer. And so that's really where a lot of that came from. So my heartache is more so on, I keep trying to tell him, like, you know, with me, you, any of us, we don't have but so much time here. And you can really make a mark before you go. And I don't mean like in some super grand way, but if you were spared and you were able to cut in front of the line, God did that for a reason. I don't know what the reason is, Dad, but I just want you to figure that shit out. And I want you to stop just like basically my father kind of gave up. And that's another reason why I go so hard on YouTube, because I'm like, I do not want to like carry on that curse, if you get me. But I digress.
Right.
My
Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, I'm glad that he got the kidney. I mean, it's definitely something that you got to be grateful for. And I just hope everything repairs. I'm definitely going to keep you guys and your family in my prayers. I just hope that, you know, the relationship gets back on track and you all see eye to eye and he starts.
Can I tell you something, Mortal? Honestly, beloved, let me be really, really realistic with you. Me and my father had a nice long time. I talk to my father all the time, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I give cell phone numbers, whatever, you know, contact and stuff. But
Right.
I told him, I said, hey, Dad, look, at this point, it's on you. I appreciate you wanting to put up the prayers and everything, but I promise you, there have been a million over prayers, and at some point, it comes up to that individual and that man, and I tell him, I just pray you don't want to leave here like this. That's all.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, so everything would it come down to is, you got to remember, we all still as humans, we got free will. My father has a free will. And I will never stop loving him. That's always going to be my pops. You know what I'm saying? But I do have to recognize, just as much as I'm a grown man out the house now, the whole nine, hey, he's a granddad. You know what I mean? You know, whatever his choice is, before he goes, that's going to be on him. That's going to be between him and the Lord. And whatever goes on between me and my soul, that's going to be between me and the Lord. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't really, I'm not saying like I wrote it off, but you know how we say with our kids, hey, I just leave it in God's hands at this point. I'm going to be real with you. Like, I trust me, like, you don't know the endless talks and frustrations, hanging up the phone, calling back, where you just listen to me. Yo, we pass all of that. At this point, he's 72, 73, whatever. He knows what he's doing. I'm done.
Okay.
I'm not going to disturb my peace no more.
Okay. I get it. I totally get it. You know, some people get older and they are just set in their ways. And once they make a decision in their mind, that's it. That's just it. And, you know,
he's still my superhero. That'll never change. That's always going to be my first Batman. Like, real talk, though. That's always my superhero.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just, I got to kind of step away, because it's like, I can't watch you just do that. Like, it hurt me too much. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
like, see him not progress how he should be doing more.
Is he still able-bodied? Like,
yeah. The only thing my pops do now is just go to the store and pick up medication and shit. But like, nah, I'm like, man, you can get out the house and do a lot more than what you're doing. You got so much to offer while you still here. That's my point. Yeah, he's still, you know, move around, drive, cut the grass and all that. He ain't like bedridden now. He move around all that. That's why I'm disappointed. That's the point. He still can do so much, and it's like, why aren't you doing it?
So you just feel like he's kind of
He's wasting that blessing, man. There's so many people that wish they could get that kidney just so they can do something so great. And I can't front. I mean, my father or not, I love him. Again, I'm not like I swear on life, that's my pops. But it's like, I'm just disappointed. It's like, you know, like man, listen, I go hard because how much he encouraged me, how much he taught me. And it's like, you taught me to go extra. And nowadays, I can't even see you do half of what you should be doing. And he can. That's the point. He can, but I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I recognize it. Like, you know, I think it's a point of he probably kind of in a way feels defeated somewhat. But it's like, you got your wife, my mother, like my mom's still with him. She stuck by him through all of that. She ain't leave him. She ain't cheat on him. Nothing. Stayed mom. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got everything for you. So that's why I'm disappointed, because it's like, it ain't like you got an excuse.
Yeah, I understand.
Sometimes it could be like, I don't know, more so of a mental struggle.
Cabin fever. I'm sorry. That's it. It hit me.
Okay, yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, he got cabin fever from being inside so long. So, like, you
Right.
don't really go out, do nothing for real, unless it's a family function, grocery shopping, or picking up medication. But I understand, though, he like 73. Like, what you expect a
My
man
dad is
pushing
73.
80 to like really do? So it's like, I can't.
No.
It's like a mixture. You know what I mean?
So that's why I asked, right? Because, and it has been difficult for me. My dad is 73. He has a really bad back. Like, he has to walk on with a walker now. And a lot of times he's sitting down. And I remember my dad, like, going to work, getting off of work, going back outside
Yeah,
to
those
work
dudes.
on cars, planting the garden, doing everything, right? Even very active with my boys. And over the last 4 years, like, my dad doesn't really do anything. My mom has to wait on my dad hand and foot a lot, like bringing things to him, helping him. He can still do certain things, but not for a long period. So that's why I asked, like, is he able? Because my dad, he's struggling. Like, I'm like, Dad, like, are y'all doing this right? Like, it's kind of like mode, because he's so used to being able to do everything. And now I've watched him, like, get in a mode of, like, kind of, it seems like depression on and off, and just
Yeah.
still
With this Mo,
grumpy, you know.
with my father, it is a lot of those factors too, right? Like, like, you got to recognize something. Like, when you only got one kidney, like, you know, that he wound up, you know, he is diabetic as well now.
That's a struggle in itself.
Yeah. So, like, you know, like, his energy level. And my father, you got to recognize something. When he told me, he said, you know, he said, you know, I've been under anesthesia over 121 times. And what he's saying is that, you know, you got to understand, going under anesthesia, he said that, you know, you're basically knocking out the brain in a sense. And it's like oxygen, the whole nine. It's like that takes an effect. When you go under anesthesia, it takes an effect on your body. And so he's like, and that can affect how you react, how your mood is, how you respond, your cognitive, the whole nine. So I do recognize all of that, him being older. So I do trust me, in my belief system, in a nutshell, it says that you are to be very patient with the elder when they become elderly and frustrating. You know how we got, like, grandma, no, get off me, and like, no, you're supposed to be patient. Like,
that's right.
I gotta remember that, you know what I mean? Like, from what it is that I'm taught. So I do recognize those values and factors. Like, yeah, he's getting older, he's frustrating to deal with, but that's still my father. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's what I have to realize too. Like, with my dad, I go back to when he was able and how patient he has
facts,
been.
Big facts. And I just, yeah,
like, love me through, you know, when I had a setback emergency surgery, like, he took a month off of work. Just, I had to learn how to walk, talk, eat, everything. Like, at 14, 15 years old, he's feeding me like I'm a baby, because I couldn't do anything. So it's like, when I look at my dad's frustration and sometimes him being, you know, kind of mean or whatever, like, God always puts in the back of my mind, like, show him grace. Understand who he is. This man is 73 years old. You know? So, but I get it also being a challenge. I'm like, you know, I be wanting to get crunk with my daddy, like, what you say? You know, but I don't. I love him. And I think it's also a struggle, like, getting older. My mom told me, my dad said the other day, like, it breaks my heart. He was like, I don't know how much, I know none of us don't know, but I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be here. You know, my dad only lived to be 62. My siblings, I lost all of them but one. And he said, he just keeps telling my mama, like, I'm not ready to die. I don't want to die. Like he think it's coming soon, and it's just hard for me to hear stuff like that, you know. And then when I look at the way he moved now, it's kind of like just going through the motions, tired.
And let me read this real quick, guys.
Okay.
That's her made a good point. She said, from someone who's lost their father, you should put that aside and spend as much time with him as possible. What will really disappoint is the missed moments. So I think she was leaving that to you, Smitty.
I absolutely appreciate her for that. I just want to say thank you for that. I appreciate you, beloved. Thank you for that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes, like I love my dad. I can't explain. Like I don't want to imagine my life without him. And then when I talk to him now, like he was like, when I went over there the other day, he was like, baby, like sometimes I can't believe I'm 73. I was like, I think about it all the time because my dad had prostate cancer twice, you know, and just thank God that I'm here. Like I never thought I would live to see like Isaiah being 17. That's my oldest son. And he was like, but yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna make it to 74. Like it just be, and I know my dad is just like, he's very verbal about whatever he feel. And I'm like, you are gonna make it and you gonna live to see beyond that, you know? I said, gonna make it. Like, and I get mad when I hear him say that, you know, but I just love him so much. Like, and Lord, whenever the time is, because none of us know, I just pray that I'm prepared for, you know, that's all I ask. Prepare my heart and my mind and my spirit.
Definitely keep it in your prayers, you know, because unfortunately we know that we all have an exit date and it's not easy, you know, I know it's not easy, especially when you're not prepared and it's not of, you know, older age or something. I think we all expect, even though it's hard, that okay, we're going to be the one that's going to have to bury our parents, you know what I mean? And although we don't want to see it, but we look around and we see, well, they're getting older, you know what I mean? They're not what they used to be. They're not moving around like they used to be, and you know, things like that. So as much as it saddens us and everything, you know, I don't think there's any way to be completely prepared. You know what I mean? There's just never a way to be completely prepared for anything.
Nah. You want to know what it is briefly, Mortal? It's funny.
Let me say one thing. Hi, 907.
Hey.
Hey, happy birthday and shout out to the whole panel. Great conversation. I've been watching from the class for a while.
I know.
I was driving. I was driving, but I was listening to y'all. And shout out to Bogo TV. Bogo TV came up on Freeze's channel, School Class, and I'm glad you guys replayed it.
You saw it?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
that was a good one. Yeah, I mean, Bolo be getting some straightening. He be making some good points.
And like the way he be talking, everybody just was quiet.
Right.
You didn't hear a lot of pushback. Now, had that been a woman, you would have had to fight.
I'm serious. We got to fight for our rights out here.
Yes.
That was good. I thank you so much for watching. And we're just talking about right now parents getting older and everything like that. And I have a question for you, but I'm gonna let Smitty get back to his point, and then I'm gonna ask you the questions that I've asked everybody else who's came on. And matter of fact, I didn't ask Smitty either. So Smitty, go ahead with your point. I'm sorry. Are you there, Smitty?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I mean, always, you good. Shoot, what was that last part you were saying?
That you're never really prepared.
Yeah.
Yes. So, that's truth, because what it is that it's crazy. It's like I seen them so healthy for the longest, and then it's like one day it's like, oh snap. I I got it, Dad. I got it. You know what I mean? That type.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, I got it. You just lay back. So I know what you mean by that, because it's not even like it was a gradual thing. It's like one day you just realize, dang, oh shit,
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like it's weird how it hits you. It's like it's been creeping up on you the whole time, but you so still infatuated with how you know this person to be. Is what I'm saying.
Absolutely. Like my dad was always, it was always, oh, this is wrong with my car, or I gotta fix this in the house. Like he did everything, you know, and even not just for me, just seeing him being a go-getter, nothing could stop him. And now it's like he can't do much. You know, but he's in his mind, he still wants to be in control of everything, you know. And I'm like, Dad, you gotta sit down.
Yeah,
you know, like,
I mean, it's just a point, you know, and of course it's unfortunate, but I mean, we all know how life works, and when people get older and everything, of course, we wish that everybody would stay around forever. You know what I mean? But I mean, I know what helped me, you know, when these situations come, like when I lost my son, you have to think about that they are no longer going to be in any discomfort. You know what I mean? That they will finally have the ultimate peace, you know, and why we're here and we're mourning and we're sad and everything. They're not. They're fine, you know. So I think what the best thing is to just take advantage of all the moments that you can, even if they're being grumpy and and frustrated, even moody or whatever you got. I think we have to look at it from their point of view. They're probably looking at it like, well, I was once young, I could do this, I didn't need no help. You know what I mean? And when that part starts slipping away from them, they feel like they're not the full version of what they used to be.
Exactly.
You know, even right now for me, I'm like, man, I used to be faster. I used to be, you know what I mean? As we get older, and I'm only middle age, you know what I mean? So then I can imagine if I live to be in my 70s, how much different I'll even be from now. You know what I mean? So I think
it's amazing how Smitty's, like what he's talking about is relatable in a sense. Like I know he said his dad lost a kidney, diabetic. My dad overcame prostate cancer twice, and he was like, but my mom is sticking by through everything. That's my mom too. You know, like parents have been together for 44 years, but she does sometimes, she's like, I'm tired, you know. It's a lie because this just happened all of a sudden. My daddy was moving around fine just a year and a half ago.
That's
and
true.
Now, he can barely do.
So just look at, you know, I just advise everybody, just look at how they feel. No wonder they're grumpy sometimes. They feel like they're not their complete self anymore because they're getting older. They've had health problems. They're slower than they used to be and everything. You know, we have to look at it like, hey, we'd probably be grumpy sometimes too, you know?
Exactly.
I know I would. My kids I'm probably going to get on their nerves.
And I can tell my dad is like, he's the type, he keeps so much in. And sometimes I can just look at him and see he has so much on his mind. And I just immediately start praying, you know, silently. Because I can just tell, like, I can only imagine going from being able to do everything to barely being able to do anything.
Right. I understand. I totally understand. So let's try to pick it up and get on a brighter note for we break down and start crying and stuff.
You know I will, child.
Look, we don't need any of that. So
right.
So 907 and Smitty, I want to ask y'all the original question since y'all just came up. The question is, do you think that it is good to celebrate all your little achievements and milestones? That's the first question. The second question, we was talking about, what would you right now at this age tell the 21-year-old version of you? Or if you want to change it and take it down to 16 or whatever, it doesn't matter. You can pick an age, but what have you learned or found the most valuable that you would tell the younger version of yourself?
Well, I'm gonna start off with telling the younger version of myself, ladies first. Let the sister go.
907.
And what I would tell my younger self is be careful who you put your trust in. Just because I feel like I'm a very nice and caring person, and I feel like I was trusting the wrong people that didn't really deserve my trust. So that's what I would tell myself, because I'm thinking everyone is like me, but everyone is not like me. Some people got ill intentions.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good one, 907, actually.
It
That's
is really good.
Yeah. So that's what I would tell my younger self.
Right. Do you think that from what you know now and knowing that people had ill intentions, or they weren't trustworthy as much as you can, they didn't value you like you probably valued them, do you think that if you would have known that, things would have been a lot different on who you chose to associate with?
I definitely do, because it's like people may say one thing, but would they do a different thing? But I think my life would look different, because I wouldn't have gotten so entangled with those people. But at the same time, I do feel like God puts these certain things for a reason. So as much as we want to say we want to go back, we can't, because it was supposed to be that way.
That's a good point.
And that is hard to accept, because it's like, dang, everything happened how it was supposed to, but it's like, dang, who wrote this story?
Yeah. That is true, 907. I just think that, like you said, we can't go back. All we can do is just look at it in hindsight, like, okay, lesson learned. You know what I mean? Like,
it's very important for us to learn from our past choices. When people don't learn, that's how you get the 50-year-olds crying on YouTube, because they ain't learned.
That's true.
Girl, now you said something right there. You sure did. I mean, I think maybe that's maybe one of the biggest points. If people would just learn their lessons, heal, accept them, take whatever accountability they played, whether it was trusting too much or whatever it was, or whether they was totally in the wrong. If they can take the accountability, heal, I think a lot of people would be a lot better off, and we wouldn't have all these dust panels, as Scam says.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
you said a very big word that nobody really talks about, which is accountability. It is so easy to blame others, but if we don't take any accountability, we're going to be in the same situation over and over and over again.
That's right. That's right. True. I don't know how many times I have looked too, and it's like, you know what? I know I shouldn't have done that, or I know I shouldn't associate it with that person, or this or that, and I just came to the realization that, well, I can't blame nobody but myself now. Because if I can point at the blame of everything they did wrong, but if I don't blame myself for not paying attention to this or not paying attention to that or this or that, I'm going to find myself in that same situation, or even just bitter, because I'm never taking the accountability.
Right. That's true.
Yeah, so and I think a lot of people look at accountability as a bad thing, but it's not possible for you to move through life and make 100% right decisions. Like, that's just not realistic.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Because, I mean, who's perfect out here? None of us are. So, we have to come to the realization that at some point in life, we took an L. You know, we made the wrong decision, the wrong turn, something.
You guys gotta accept it. Like, okay, I put myself in a trap. I put myself where I know I shouldn't have been.
Absolutely.
Right. Even like in we'll say dating now. Yeah, brother looked good, but we knew he wasn't about nothing, but we still might have given him a little chance over here on side or something, you know. I don't
But
know.
they be out here looking so good though. But you gotta stay focused.
Focus.
That's so true.
So I definitely agree with you on that one. What do you think about milestones and small achievements? Do you think it's an important part of your life to try to celebrate all of your even the small achievements?
I do think it's important, and I always celebrate small milestones because they're gonna lead up to the bigger. And sometimes we're so focused on the end goal that we don't really appreciate how we get to the end. So I always celebrate, and y'all know I cook some every time we have a milestone or celebration. I actually like celebrating.
Right. I know that's right. I agree. I think it's important. And I think it also pumps us up. You know,
Yeah.
so like, look at me, I did good. You know, of course we want to give all the honor and glory to God, not forgetting that part, but I think we need to be able to encourage ourselves like, ooh, I completed something or I did this or did that. So
Exactly.
I think that's a good point.
Yeah,
So what
you're
about
right. And celebrating those small milestones is giving God appreciation. You know, it is showing Him that you're thankful for getting you to each step.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Or even just being thankful that he even allowed us to make it this far.
Yeah, cause life
I
be life in.
Yes,
Girl, I'm telling you what. Seriously, that was good. I like those answers. What about you, Smitty? You want me to ask the questions again? Smitty, you there?
I'm right here.
Okay.
Hey, I'm about to call it a night. Y'all have a good night. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Scam. I appreciate you for coming up, and I
Scam.
appreciate all the dust you brought.
I love talking about
it. Shit.
Scam is hilarious.
What was the question?
Okay, the question is, what would knowing what you know now, in life and some of the valuable lessons that you learned or through everything you've been through your testimony, what would you tell the 21-year-old version of yourself that you have learned now, if you could look back? And also, do you think it's important to celebrate the small achievements and milestones in your life?
All right. So let me start off with the achievement part. Okay, achievement part. I'm gonna say it depends on what that milestone is. Let's say, for example, I'll give y'all a perfect example.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I remember when I hit 500 subscribers on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I purposely did not celebrate. And the only reason why is because in my mind, something kept saying, you ain't nowhere near your goal. Keep going. Right? Yeah, like it was just something in me that was like, bruh, nah, that ain't nothing. Keep on going. Nah, just keep on going. You see it, you know what it is, but don't get distracted. So the only thing I would say is it depends on what it is and how you celebrate. To make a long story short, because I've seen many times where, especially I'm talking about my people, we'll hit a milestone and we'll think we completed the race. We'll think we done. And because we celebrating so hard over this like partway achievement, this quarter mile out of a whole mile achievement, then we get so comfortable we think we don't even have to work as hard no more. And I believe that in order for me to stay hungry, I just got to focus on my meal. That's just my headspace. So that's what you see where I'm at with like that whole like celebrating milestone things. I
get what you're. I think Freezy, when we originally started the live, he said something similar to that as well.
Yeah, like I'm nervous about getting complacent, and because I'm celebrating that, I just like, yeah, all right, I'm good, I got it. Woo, like, nah, bro, you got so like I'm thankful I'm not where I am yesterday, but I know I still got a long way to go.
Mm-hmm. Right, I agree.
Second part,
I get it. I think like you said, Smitty, it depends on what it is.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? So, because there are some things like, I ain't gonna lie, watch this. Now, if you somebody who's been a smoker, and if you able to stop for 30 days straight, celebrate that. You know what I mean? Like, that's not an easy thing to do. So it depends on what it is, right? All right.
I did that like 3-4 years ago.
There we go. Hey, look, that's what I'm talking about. Celebrate that.
Right.
You got yourself a mountain at this point. Fuck a stone. You said about what was the second part? Yeah.
It was knowing what you know now in life at the age you are now. What would you tell your 21-year-old self, like, about anything you've experienced, any lessons you learned? Like, what advice or any words of encouragement or wisdom would you give your 21-year-old self?
Do I have to tell myself something, or can I just like do something in my 20s? I'll tell myself.
Yeah, because I'm like, what do you mean do something?
like basically, like, I know what I would tell myself, but if I was to go back in that time, honestly, the only thing that I really would do and or tell myself is to slow down. I'm not gonna lie, like, I have no clue, man. Before my accident, man,
really?
talking about one of them. I'm talking about high metabolism, extra energy, just like never tired. But as much as I got done, there's a lot that I missed. I really go back and tell myself to just slow down. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. I really rushed through a lot of things in my life simply because I always felt like I gotta get it done right now. Like, real talk. Like, I would just really, man, if only I could go back and really, like, if I had the patience in my 20s that I have today, man, I'd be a bad dude. I'm trying to tell you. I mean, all the way. Like, real talk.
Okay. You know what, Smitty? Can I say this real quick?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I forget because you are just so full of life and wisdom, and you about getting the job done. So I understand why you have the mindset you have towards your father, because of all you have endured and how you've been able to keep going, because you went through something so major, you know, that would cause a lot of people to give up. So I get it now. I forget because you know, like, nothing is wrong, and you have went through something like so traumatic. So your story, but it makes sense now.
Yes, like I mean,
girl, when
being ran over by a train.
When I really YouTube and his story, when I tell
you, look at it. Oh Lord, another story to move my heartstrings. Like, I keep running.
Always right. Like, that's when my frustration really kicked in. Like, I know what it's like to be on the edge of them ropes. like
Mhm.
just a hair away from crossing. Like, so you know what I mean? That's
I'm
why I go
sorry
so
you went
hard
through
here.
that.
I don't want to do what my dad did. I'm being real with y'all. Like, that's the only thing from my father. I say I capitalize on his mistakes is not pushing forward harder when God blessed him with a second chance at life. I can't do that.
I got you.
I understand that. I understand that. Did you talk about it on you made a stream about what happened to you?
Yeah, he has a few.
Okay. I'll have to check that out.
I might
Or
have to
City,
send
if you get a chance, you can send it in the back chat, if you would, please, because I would like to know. And I do want to say, I think I already said it in Bible study, but 907, I am so proud of you. I really am.
I
Like,
gotta watch her stream. I keep hearing about it.
girl,
Thank you
you
so
have to
much,
watch
Anthony.
the stream. Like, I couldn't believe everything, girl. I was sitting there, my eyes was wide, and I had to get some tissue. I was like, wow, I did not know this about 907. Just your strength and resilience is so encouraging, and the way you are just always, for the most part, cheerful, and you be on those lives, and you're always, humorous, and you laugh. You have a good spirit, and no one would ever know that.
Right.
I just think we're so amazing. Like, God really has His hand on your life, and I can see the work that He's doing on you, because I've never heard anybody say that 907 had a bad attitude, or you know what I mean.
Right. I've never heard that.
Right.
Thank you so much for watching Optimum. And then it was like hard for me to put that video together because I lived through that situation, through the brain tumor and the brain surgery. But like putting it all into the story, it actually took me months to make that video because it was so emotional. And I think that's why I don't talk about it a lot, because just the power of God just makes me tear up. I'll be crying, you know what I'm saying? Just thinking about everything. But my family really encouraged me to put that video together. They were like, we want you to tell your story. You never know who we could help or who could relate to it. And I know in this space we hear a lot about single moms and all that stuff.
Right.
But after that experience, I was just thankful to even be a mom.
Girl,
I'm thankful to have made it. Thankful to see my baby again and to be able to see her grow. I'm just thankful to be a parent.
Right. How old was she when that happened, 907?
She was 3. So before I had got divorced in 2020, and we had just moved to Alaska, and I left everything behind. My car got repossessed, and I was like starting over new. And I lived with my sister, and 4 months later, I was coming home from work because like when I got to Alaska, I got on my feet. I got a job. I got situated, and I'm coming home from work, and then. It was so crazy. I was the third car through the stoplight, and it was wintertime. And this man, he had like a brand new car. He was an older gentleman, slid into me and T-boned me. And a couple days before, I had moved Ava's car seat from behind my driver's seat to the passenger side, and I was so thankful because she would have gotten hit directly.
Oh God!
If I had not moved her car seat.
Wow! Look at
and
God.
I was like, I had a replay in my head because I was like, I know there was other cars before me. And so then I called my dad. He was like, go to the hospital tomorrow. Went home, went to the hospital, and then that's where it all just began. And it was just like. A couple days before Christmas, and I just remember like I was in the hospital crying, not because I was sad, but I was like, oh my gosh, like God really walked me through this and brought me to Alaska, brought me to the hospital.
Right. Right.
The neurosurgeon was like, "I'm surprised you even walked in here."
Really?
Yeah, he was like, "You have so much fluid on your brain." He
Oh
was like,
my
"We have
God.
to do surgery immediately." I was like, "Well, what do you like? What's your time frame?" He was like, "Tomorrow." I was
Oh
like,
my God.
"What?"
So did they say how that happened?
This is the crazy part. He was like, "We think that this tumor formed in the womb when you were a baby. And over time, it's a slow growing tumor, and over time, it has increased. So when I was born with it, but I didn't find out until I was 27 years old. And at the time, Ava was 3.
Oh wow.
It was a crazy experience, and like putting that story together, I'm like, this is crazy. You know, like
Yeah. Yeah.
that's unbelievable. But I'm so thankful that God literally brought me back to Alaska around my family. He set everything up for me.
So how
And
long
like
was you
literally
back in
walked me to the
Alaska?
hospital. Huh?
How long was you back in Alaska before the accident?
4 months.
Really?
Wow.
4 months.
Wow.
And thankfully I had got my Medicaid set up before. Cause that surgery, y'all, $500,000 with the 2 brain surgery, the therapy that I needed. I did 6 months of therapy after that surgery. But yeah, $500,000.
Wow.
No.
That's a lot. Thank God you had that insurance.
Yeah, I was just like in disbelief. You know, it was like really a miracle. Like
It
you
really
hear
was.
about miracles and you hear about stories, but to actually like be the main character in the miracle is a different experience.
Like you wouldn't believe it unless it happened to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable. And it, you know, that just knowing these details, it just lets you know even further that it wasn't nothing but God. It was just the timing of it all. You just moved back to Alaska, you know what I mean? To be around family. You just moved the baby's car seat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Got into an accident, what you thought was just, I'm pretty sure you were pissed off, everything else. But really, the accident was just for you to go to the hospital because there was a bigger issue.
Yeah, it was just unbelievable. Like all the nurses, when they were reading my chart, they were like, "I can't believe this. You're here from a motor vehicle accident." I'm like, "Yes."
Wow.
Because I knew it had to be something. I'm like, how did that couldn't have happened from the accident?
Right.
Not like that, you know, for you to still be able to get up and walk, you know, and thought you were fine.
Yeah, I never would have thought something like that. I don't think anyone would have, ever think that. But like when they told me that, they were like, "We found something in your brain. It's a big mass. We're gonna send you down to MRI." I'm like, "What?"
Wow.
I'm like, I was wondering, like, are you sure that that's my brain?
Right. Thanks, Smitty, for coming up. Nice,
Smitty.
That's just I don't know what to say about that. It is just such a miracle, and I'm so glad. You know, I don't want to say I'm so glad you got in the accident, but girl, if you didn't,
Yeah, and then that's what I think about. I could have like went to sleep and never woke up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Or even worse, I could have like it could have been so different.
You're breaking up a little bit, 907.
Oh, I said, it just could have been so different. So I'm thankful that the accident did happen. Like, which is crazy to say, like you said.
Yeah, it is. It is. And that, it's just such a blessing. And it just goes back to what we were talking about earlier. We just really got to be thankful for the little things, thankful for everything. Some people wake up and they're not happy to be here. You know what I mean? They don't want to be here anymore. They just think their life is ruined and life is over. And it's so fortunate because we have so much stuff to be grateful for.
Right. That's true.
fighting for this, you know? And I think about a year or so later, did you guys hear about Nick Cannon's baby that had, I think he had brain cancer or brain tumor, and he passed away as a baby. Like, he passed away at like 1 or 2.
Really?
When I heard that story, I just cried, you know, because it's like, dang, that could have been me.
Right, right. It's touching. It's definitely touching. And it just, you know, it really just makes you think to just count your blessings.
Right.
It really does. So let me ask you, my love, I'm going to ask 907 what we were talking about earlier.
Okay.
Do you think it is good for women to approach men, like if it's somebody that you was looking at and you wanted to date them? Do you think that it's okay? Well, I won't even say okay because anything's okay. But do you think it's a good thing, or you don't really care, or you think it's a bad thing for women to be the one to approach men and ask them out?
I don't think it's a bad thing. I have heard people doing it. I feel like these men would actually like to be approached.
Do you?
So, yeah, I do. I do feel like they want to get chose. So I don't think it's a bad thing, but I do want to say this. How you do it is very important.
Oh, now that's a good point. Do you think some women come across as desperate when they're like, I guess maybe thirst trapping a guy and they don't even know if they like him or not?
You're talking about the Instagram and people that be on there with their chests all out. But yeah, I do think that some women come across desperate, not just in the approach, but sometimes even in relationships. Like if a guy is showing you that he totally doesn't care, he doesn't respect you, he's gonna cheat on you, by you staying with him and begging him to stay with you, I think that comes across desperate. I think there are multiple ways women and men can come across desperate.
Yeah. I agree with that. Yeah, because
you know that saying, closed mouths don't get fed.
Yeah, now that is true too, 907. What do you think about that, Mo Love?
That's basically what Scam was trying to tell me, but I don't know. I've just never been the type to approach a man, and maybe it is because of the way that I was raised and what my dad taught me. And then I'm already shy, right? So yeah, that's just not me. Now I know women who approach men, and some of them have had a good outcome, but it's just not my style. And I feel like if a man is into me, like he's gonna approach me, you know?
Okay. I understand that too. Yeah, some women are bold. Some women are not shy.
Right.
When they get out there, they see something they want, honey, they go for it.
Right.
Yeah. I guess it just depends. You know, it depends on how you look at things in different perspectives. So, you know, I totally get that. I get it on both sides. I'm like you, you know, Mo Love, to the fact that I don't know. I've never been put in that situation. Now I have flirted. Now to me, I guess the difference is it's one thing if you and the guy's kind of flirting or something, and you kind of already know that he likes you, I guess. But if it's just like a random person, I can't see why people just walking up like, "Hey, what's up?"
But you know, some women are really raised. Now I would wait until he like looks at me or makes some sort of like signal or says something to me, and then I'm flirting. But if I don't know if I'm brave enough to go up there and be like, "Hey, let me get your number."
Right.
Girl. Yeah, because you know, you think about it, and then you know, men are always talking about, you know, women reject them and everything. Can you imagine just walking up to some random guy that you thought looked good, and you was like, "Let me get your number," and he's like, "Get out of my face."
Yeah, like I cannot take it. I'll be hurt for real, girls. Like, and 3D2, I'll be hurt for real. I'll be embarrassed.
Me too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that would be embarrassing.
So he got to give me a signal that he's kind of interested before I, But I think men like when they get approached. And I feel like sometimes they may see a woman and feel like she's out of their league. So maybe they do want you to approach so that they know, like, okay, she's checking for me.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Deb Will, how are you?
Hey, Deb Will.
So you think that if you did the approaching, right? You think the man would feel like maybe he would feel more comfortable? Like, okay, I know she's really into me.
I do think they would feel comfortable. And I'm like talking to somebody and they're like, hey, I want you to text me and call me more. So I do feel like men do want to feel like they are wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that part. Yeah, I do. I think men want to feel like they're wanted just as much as women do. You know what I mean?
But they're not going to say that, though. But we know the truth, y'all.
Right, that's true.
Yeah, of course. Like, I don't think any man wants to, because they always talk about we want peace and everything. You know what I mean? And so, of course, they, as much as some men will try to make it seem like they don't, they want to feel good too. They want to feel encouraged or feel like they're wanted in certain ways and needed for something as well.
Mm-hmm. You know what I just thought of? That song by Flipper when she's like, hype me up. I feel like men want to be hyped up.
Yeah, I can see that too. I definitely see that too. I think we all do. You know what I mean? Who wants to be with somebody that's not like, hey, I feel like I want to be my man's biggest cheerleader, and I want him to be my biggest supporter as well.
Yeah, I want to put something on and come out. You be like, yeah, where you going with that on?
Right. You want somebody to let you know they care. They care about what you're doing. I don't know. Do y'all think that there's more women that want a man that just lets anything fly, or do y'all think that most women want a man that's gonna be like, standing in his, I guess, authority, so to speak? Like, hey, I'm not going for all that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What do y'all think?
Go ahead, Mo. Go ahead, Mo.
Were you saying like the type of woman and women, the type of man that women want, like a stand-up guy, or?
Yeah, do you think most women want a man that's just kind of like, okay, whatever you want, you know what I mean? He doesn't care what you got on. He doesn't care about this or whatever. Or do you think most women want a guy that's kind of moving in his authority?
That's kind of hard because I know a lot of women just want to be able to be free and do what they want. I want my man to lead, and it's okay if he have to shut some things down and correct me. Like, I'm cool with that. Just don't abuse your power. But I don't have a problem with being corrected if I know it's done in love and with good intention. So as far as a lot of women, I don't know. I would hope that, but that's just me.
What do you think, 907?
You agree with me saying that shit speaks to all women, because what's going on now is some new women coming out. But I want my man to correct me, but I don't want him to be like nasty about it. So I don't want him to be like, your hair look nasty. I don't want him. I want him to like be like constructive criticism or positive about it. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like
okay. You broke up a little bit, 907, but I think I got what you were saying.
I was saying that I don't think women nowadays, like the younger generation, I don't think those women want to be corrected.
Right.
But I'm okay with constructive criticism But there's a fine line between being verbally abusive and, you know what I'm saying, like positive critique. Because, some people can get nasty now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with that. So Dub Will says it depends on how attractive he is to them. And he also said, from what I see, most women want to be independent and in a relationship at the same time.
See, I don't.
Y'all said what now?
I don't. I mean, of course, I want a certain type of independence. Like, it's okay to be on your stuff, like be stable and know how to be in a relationship at the same time, and part of that is sometimes yielding to what the man is saying. And that all goes back to knowing that you're with somebody whose motives are pure towards you. If you know that person has your best interest at heart, then it's easier for you to take heed and be receptive to what he's saying.
Well, that's a good point. What do you think, 907?
Yeah, I agree with what Mo said. It's all about, how you word things and your tone of voice also. Like, I wouldn't want them. There's a difference between beating somebody up and then, like, giving them, a critique. Like, it's just...
Yeah.
But I would want my man, I would want him to correct me, and I should be able to correct him. If we're together in a relationship and we're aiming for a certain thing, what is the problem with us helping each other out? Because I don't want to go out in public and then my outfit is tore up, tore down, and you was looking at me all morning, you ain't telling me.
Right. That's a good point.
I agree with that. I agree that it has to be a healthy balance.
Right.
I don't think most women want to be independent. I think that most women actually do want a relationship that are, they kind of work together with each other. So, I can't really agree with that, so to speak. I mean, especially I feel like it has to do with also when you get older and stuff, and when you mature a little bit, what you really want. So
yeah, I agree.
Hey Deb Will, how are you?
What's good?
Hey.
Pretty good. I just want to let you know this is not a dust panel. We don't do the whole back and forths on here.
Well, I mean, I don't argue anyway, so
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm at a point now. If somebody starts saying something that's just wrong, like, you got it, bro.
Right. I can respect that. How are you doing?
Can't complain. How about y'all?
We're doing good. Doing good. Thanks for coming over. I take it you want to chime in on the conversation that we're talking about, but before you give your take on that, I'm going to ask you a question because the live stream was really about milestones, and so I'm going to ask you two things that I've asked everybody that when they come up here. Do you think it is important to celebrate small milestones or achievements in your life? And the other question is, if you had a chance to tell I don't know how old you are, but we was going with 21. You can, pick younger if you want to, 15, 16, whatever. What would you tell them, like, looking back from all the lessons you've learned since then, everything that you've been through in your experience now?
Can you repeat the first question? You're breaking up.
Yes. What do you think that it is important to celebrate your milestones and small achievements?
Okay. I'm gonna answer the second question first because that's easier to me.
Okay.
If I could go back, I would go back till my 9th grade year of high school. So that's what, 14, something like that. And I would tell my 14-year-old self that 99% of people that you encounter don't matter. It's only like fast forward, because I just turned 37, well, technically yesterday. But
oh, well, happy birthday.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just say, 99% of people you come across in life really are not going to have much impact on it. So you can ignore what they got to say. Not that I really was like super cared about what people said a lot, but I did listen to a lot of filler that I didn't need to listen to. And it was just a waste of time. So I just would have told them not to waste their time. And I also would have told them to never get a credit card or take out a car loan too.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's
So
a good one.
avoid, outside of getting a house or like emergency debt, don't avoid debt as much as you can.
That's a good one.
Is it important to celebrate small milestones? I would say if the small milestones are leading up to a bigger goal, I would say no.
Okay.
Because if the big goal is the ultimate thing, then what exactly are you celebrating? Because that's just a step along the way. I mean, the ultimate goal isn't achieved yet.
Okay.
Now, if you just going along with your life and either you've accomplished your major goals or you just living your life day by day, with nothing wrong with either one. But and small achievements, and sure. But if you have a long-term goal set and you just have hit a notch leading up to that big thing, then I don't know what we're celebrating. Kind of okay, like it's the playoffs now in basketball, right? Your goal is to win a championship. Who cares about a second round win? So what? We're trying to win a championship.
Okay. I get what you're saying. So you think it's maybe important to celebrate bigger ones, like the end achievement, than the small milestones along the way?
Yeah, that's my opinion. Because if we're celebrating, like we got a big, to use the championship analogy, if we're trying to win a championship and we're celebrating along the way and we lose in the conference finals, then what were we celebrating? We failed our mission. So what were we celebrating?
I mean, I guess you were celebrating getting that far.
Nah, that's not that. Well, I mean, you can do that, but that's not how I look at it.
Okay.
Once we have an end game, a bigger goal in mind, then that's the only thing I'm gonna celebrate.
Okay, I got you. Hey, Windchime, thank you for coming over.
Hey, Windchime.
Hey, make sure you guys give me a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and share. So Double Will, to your comment that you said in the chat, why do you think most women want to be independent and in a relationship at the same time?
Well, I'm going off of what I see in the world and also what I hear like online. I don't believe you can be independent and be in a relationship. And that's for the man or the woman. And whether you have a traditional style relationship or you do like a more of a egalitarian style relationship, once you've decided you are building your life with this person, you can't operate independently of them. Now, I'm not saying that you have to be attached to the hip at all times, but what you do is always going to affect the other person. That's not independence.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? So even if you are, let's say you do the super traditional thing where the man goes out to work, the woman stays home, take care of the kids. It might on the outside looking in feel that man is doing what he wants to do and she is relying on him, but he's not independent of her either, because everything he does potentially can have an effect on the household.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? So he can't be reckless with how he moves. He can't be reckless with the money, because that, at least, financially, the weight is on his shoulders. If he's leading the household, if they're going by the order of God, Christ, man, woman, child, he's leading the household. And as a leader, leadership and authority is just another word for responsibility. He's responsible for them. So if he's doing what he wants to do, and it comes at the expense of the household, that affects everything involved. So he can't just do what he wants to do. He's still not independent of them. And so I don't really understand that concept of, I think people when they say they want to be independent, I don't think they're using the right word. I think they want a certain amount of latitude. Well, we have freedom or latitude to move within certain. They don't want to be super confined to like micromanage the relationship. They want a certain amount of space to move how they want to move, but you're still moving within a certain boundary of the relationship, both of you. So you're not really independent. That's just the way I look at it.
Mm-hmm. Like you think people feel like they maybe more so being controlled?
Yeah, that might be part of it. I honestly think a lot of people today, they like the idea of being in a relationship, but they actually don't want to be in a relationship.
Okay.
They like the stability or the comfort that being in a relationship can provide to a degree, but they still want to act and operate as independent contractors. And I honestly think most people today should just be single. Because I don't think a lot of people have been.
A lot of what I hear, yeah.
I'm looking at it from a more of a macro scale. I really can't fault a lot of people in that anymore, because if you think about it, if you are a millennial or younger, and even some of Gen Xers, you really have not been socialized to be in a relationship. I mean, everything we get taught, because most people go to public school, right? You don't really get taught like any kind of relationship skills, and a lot of people grow up where family structure is broken, single parent household, or even if there is a 2-parent household, it's not, they aren't being taught anything. So I can't really fault somebody for not knowing how to operate in a relationship fashion or in a family fashion whenever it's taught to them.
Okay.
That's just what I say. I just think most people are being socialized and trained to be independent and moving their own, and then they get grown and they either want a relationship or want a marriage because it's a box to check, or they just are lonely, but they don't have no skills in it. And so it's like a square peg trying to get fit in a round hole. It's not going to work.
We actually talked about that last live stream I did 2 weeks ago about were we taught, or are even kids today getting taught how to maneuver and prepare and do the work that it takes to be in healthy, relationship. And there were a lot of interesting views. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
At that point.
Yeah, I would say no.
Okay.
Because think about it, like some of the basics of relationships, like I don't think this. I mean, I don't know how y'all been in this space, but I've been in like 5 years, and then yeah, and more when I think about it, because you can get caught up in the talking points and in the conversation on the panels and in the chat, right? But when you step back and just look at what a relationship is, it's really not complicated. It's not hard to me. Maybe I just oversimplify things, but it's like in whatever kind of it's a lot of it is really tailored to the two people in it based on who they are. But really, I break it down to just being selfless, reciprocating, and being loyal. If you do those 3 things, I don't care what your beliefs are or how you decide to run it, that's pretty much going to cover most of it.
Okay. Do you think people make it difficult?
Say what now?
I said, do you think people make it difficult more than it has to be?
I think they make it way more complicated than it needs to be.
Okay. Go ahead, Mo.
I was gonna say, I think you're right. Like, it's not the relationship in itself that's difficult; it's the people that make it difficult. And you have to also consider what shaped their thought, what shaped their belief systems, the way that they think. Like, how did they grow up? Are they emotionally and mentally stable? These are sometimes the things that people look over and you don't realize until you're in it, that there's a huge disconnect, So it's relationships, you're right, they don't have to be that difficult, but when you have broken people that don't even understand themselves trying to understand somebody else, it's just trauma on top of trauma.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I would agree. I think the first thing people need to do is just stop lying to themselves and tell themselves the truth. Like, do you actually want to do this?
Good question.
Are you actually, even if you want to do it, are you prepared to do it? Because like you said, people who are mentally, emotionally unstable, like, tell yourself the truth. Are you ready to handle another person's emotions? If you're a man, you're ready to deal with a woman's emotions. If you're a woman, are you ready to deal with the man? Even if you're doing the egalitarian thing where both of y'all are, I hate this term, but partners, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're partners, then you have to deal with them. You have to acquiesce on some cases. You have to listen to what they have to say. Do you want to do that? And the answer is no, then you need to stay single.
Right. Because I feel you on that. I think a lot of people just don't want to put the work in. I think a lot of people look at relationships as not necessarily fun, but they see the surface level stuff. They look at the small, minute stuff. Oh, we're in love, we're together, but people don't realize that the honeymoon stage is going to end. And when that ends, are you guys prepared to go through the ups and downs? What happens if someone gets sick? What happens if someone loses their job? What happens when somebody gets really depressed or they lose a loved one or whatever it is that could be traumatic or detriment in the relationship? Are you going to be able to come together and be supportive and be able to uplift each other, encourage each other, or even maybe one person just has to hold it down altogether? I don't think people go into it by looking at all the possibilities of what could happen in the future. And I also think that some people, they want to be in a relationship, but they go into it very negatively. They're just already looking and assuming that everything will go wrong. So although they're in this relationship, they might actually really love the person, but because their attitude is so negative and their outlook on thing is so pessimistic that they could kind of sabotage the relationship from even growing because they have the wrong outlook before it even gets started good.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think people. So when I look at relationships, right, human beings have been doing. So it's billions and billions of human beings have been doing this relationship stuff, whether it's what you want to call it marriage, and how they view marriage or how we look at marriage today. They've been doing this for thousands upon thousands of years.
Right.
And it's always been 1 + 1 = 2. And I'm just thinking about why they get so complicated in my lifetime is because I think people are putting their emotions on the front burner instead of using their brain and thinking about the practicality of it. Like if you look, and not say that you can't have emotions for the person, your significant other, right? But that is, from my view, that is supposed to play second to, does this make sense? Like we look traditionally what marriage is. Marriage was not about like love in the way we look at love. Even in like some of our like grandparents, great grandparents. Okay, they were socialized. Go back to socialization. We're gonna have children. We're gonna build a family. Is this person me and this person a good fit to do that? And the feelings I have for them, cool. But if it's not a good fit, it's not a good fit. That's why a lot of times back, like traditionally, the two people involved the two people in a relationship did not make the arrangement. It was always like parents or family or like somebody in the community putting these two people together. Okay, y'all are a good fit. Y'all make a good match. Y'all will be good parents and raising children, or it might be these two families want to strengthen their bonds in business or socially or status wise. So okay, you make your son marry my daughter. Y'all do the damn thing, And over time, they might grow to have affection for each other, or they might not, but it still would work because it was a practical thing over an emotional thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think emotion plays too big a part of it. At some point, you got to look clearly at the person you're dealing with. Okay, is this a good fit for me long term for what I'm trying to do?
Right.
Or they might be great. It might be me. Am I a good fit for them? She might be a great mother and ready to be married and settle down and all that. And I might still be want to smash these hoes. If I truly monitor myself and I know I want to smash these hoes, I'm not about to waste this lady's time.
Exactly.
Right. But
So-
do you think a lot of men look at it like that?
From a relationship standpoint,
Right. Like you just said, what if I'm not ready and I know I still want to be out here and I want to smash and whatever? Do you think a lot of men would leave that good woman alone, knowing that he's not going to be the right fit for her because of the things that he still wants to do and got's going on? Or do you think in a lot of the cases he would still mess with that woman and let her down?
okay, so we have to clarify what kind of guy we're talking about, because the guys that are getting a lot of women, most guys are not getting pussy like that. If we're being honest.
They be
They-
lying.
Mm-hmm.
say what?
I said a lot of them are be lying when they say they do.
Right. I mean, we can just you just like get off the internet and just look around. Most niggas are not, men period, regardless of race, but most niggas are not doing all this smashing they say they're doing. It is not.
Right.
So a guy that is good with women and can get sex with women easily, he might want to, okay, I got something good here. I don't want to lose this because I know it's good. So I'm gonna keep doing what I think, but also hold on to her. In that situation, I think the onus would be more on her to give a nigga an ultimatum. Like, what are we doing? Like, are we going? If she's looking for marriage, looking for a long-term commitment, is this what we're gonna do or not? But if I look at the everyday dude, I think the everyday dude does want one woman and wants a stable thing. And I just think a lot of times those dudes are can just be like become NPCs, and like you don't, because I hear a lot of times women say things like, "Oh, there aren't any good men," or "There aren't enough men," and I just think a lot of those everyday guys who will be solid dudes, be good husbands, good fathers, go to work, come home, just do their thing. Those are the guys you should be coupling up with. And but I say they're NPCs, you don't see them.
Yeah, that is true though. That is true. They're out of the way.
Right. They're out of the way, or they don't do anything to make themselves stand out. And I don't think they need to. Like, I was listening to some panel and they were talking about guys need to and this was a guy giving advice, guys, you need to have more charisma. Not really. Why does he need to do that? Why does a guy need to be, the life of the party in order to be recognized that he's a solid guy? Because most people are not life of the party type people. Most women aren't life of the party type people. Most people don't like attention like that. They go about their lives, they do their thing. I just think people need to take their blinders off and just and to keep it fair, a lot of guys, everyday guys, will look at the baddie, so to speak, or the chick that's the it girl or whatever, or the one and be like, oh man, whatever. But like, bro, there's a cute girl that's right next to you that you could, be good with, and she's looking at the dude that's piping down all the chicks and saying, oh man, how can I get his attention? Well, you can get his attention. All he gonna do is pipe you down. But there's a dude right next to you who would be that solid guy that you would want. And I think these two people need to just stop looking at the select group of people of the opposite sex that get all the attention and look at the person that's standing right next to you that would be a good match.
So you think mostly women and men are looking in the wrong direction?
They're looking over their spouse be standing right in front of them, and they're looking past them as someone who's getting all the attention.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I get exactly what you're saying.
Because most people get with people who are on their level. If you're just if you're just an everyday person, again, be honest with yourself, regular person, and you cool with just doing your thing, then just get with another everyday person. Why do you Why do you need to be with the, you know, the top 10 percentile of the opposite sex? Because you don't fit with them anyway.
Right. But okay, so now that you said that, and we've talked about that several times, do you think in reality people are looking at the top 10 percentile when the number is so low? And most people are everyday average working citizens, or, you know, lower class or middle class people. There's not a lot of people that are, you know, upper class, rolling in the dough, six figures, compared to all the people that are middle class or even lower class. Do you think that everybody, or I'll just say women in general, are really trying to look for that men when we know that most couples together are more on the average earning basis?
I think they might not be actively, I'm out here trying to search and find that guy, but I think because with social media and just media in general, we see so much of the world that people in the past didn't get to see. I think I think it's the idea that is out there. And so this whole thing about settling, quote unquote, you're not settling if that's what your the good fit for you is. But I think, and I can say the same thing with women you see on Instagram or women you see on TV. Like, a lot of guys would not see these chicks in normal. Like, if you think about before this, you would see the girl that you went to school with, or the girls that's in your neighborhood, the girls you went to work with. But if I know that there's this, and I'm speaking from, like, if you live in middle America or you live in a regular town, if you seeing the baddies in LA and New York and Miami, you know those things exist now. So now the cute girl that's down the street don't hit the same as you used to.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? That makes sense?
Yeah, I definitely get what you're saying. And that makes a lot of sense.
And it's not like that these people are actually going, well, some of them do. They actually go searching for that. Some do. But most is just like, oh man, there is another option out there. Okay. But I think the concept of settling, I think men are more rooted in reality. They might want that dime piece that's on IG, but they are like, okay, I might not even cross paths with this chick. So I will take, the idea of settling is not as a offensive thought to a man than it is to a woman. I'm saying, okay, if I get what I need, I might want that, but I know I can't get that, or the odds of me getting that are long. So if I can get a cute girl that's, down for me and I can build a life with, I'm cool with that. So settling is not a big deal, but I think for women it's more of a offensive thought to settle. I don't know why, but it is.
Okay, ladies, do you have any thoughts on that?
When I think of settling, I'm thinking more so on the terms of compromising like certain boundaries and principles. When I think of settling, it's like, okay, I know this guy's not good for me. He's not treating me right. Why am I here? Okay. Or just a guy that's not really about anything. Like, he doesn't have any get up or move forward about him, and I know that I do. So that's me aligning with somebody that's not meant for me, which is settling. Now, when you speak about what you're saying, I don't even think that's settling. I think is using logic, because sometimes what you think that you want because they may look a certain way on the outside could be the worst thing for you,
That is true. 907.
I agree with that. I think that definition of settling you first said, I think that is settling. I think that is being an insecure person, and that somebody who you are not supposed to be with, but for whatever reason you're afraid, or you're just don't want anybody to say, okay, so I'll just settle for the mistreatment.
Yeah, that's settling.
And in order to be with somebody, that is settling. But absolutely. But the settling term that is thrown around is not what settling is. That's just your natural counterpart.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. What do you think, 907?
Yeah, I definitely agree with Dub and what he was saying. And honestly, for me, I don't really worry about settling because I know what I am worth, if that makes sense. And I wouldn't even see myself being with someone that was no good. So I don't worry about settling as much as is spoken on this internet. And something Dub said earlier about the arranged marriages, I actually would have liked to come from a family that did arrange marriages. Because if you really think about it, they know you best. They have more wisdom. And maybe if we would have stuck with that system or we did that more in the US, do y'all think we would have, well, I think we would have different results if we had more help in the process. Because if you think about it, we're young people at the time looking for someone that we're going to be with for a long time. And we don't even know ourselves yet. We don't even know the world. I do think we put a lot on ourselves.
You think it would have been so much easier if our families helped in the process, like young Riaz, for example? You know what I mean?
Yes, but our families would have to be together. So, like, good families. But I do think it would have helped if you come from the right family. Because now it's just like a free-for-all.
I don't agree with that. And that could also be because maybe Americanized, but I feel that my parents only know a portion of me. Nobody knows like what you get, and I get that they may have my best interest at heart, but another part of me feels like I'm doing this based on what they think. I don't know, when it's dealing with like my life and me possibly spending the rest of my life with a person, I think that should be between me and that party alone.
I think arranged marriages is a better system than what we got here, but arranged marriages would not work here because in order for arranged marriages to work, a majority of the people have to have the same understanding when it comes to beliefs, when it comes to how they want their community or their society to run. And like someone's like what did it say, 907? Is that her name?
Yes.
Yeah. 907 says it's a free-for-all. Like it's too independent minded in America. So it wouldn't, on a large scale, it wouldn't work here. But I do think if you got a collection or a large number of people who have the same customs or religious beliefs, or you don't understand, I don't think you have to say religious beliefs, but just saying cultural beliefs and the same ways of looking at things, the same way of doing things, I think that is a far better system than what we got here.
Okay. And
I mean, think about it. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, PJ in the chat says, spiritually, identity and mindset. Without these intact, destruction in all aspects.
Okay.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, think about the cultures that do practice arranged marriages or the families are more involved. You don't see them having these conversations.
But you don't think it's because they've been indoctrinated, like you do this no matter what, and they could really be low-key suffering in the relationship?
Well, indoctrination gets a bad label, but all indoctrination is not bad. It just depends what the doctrine is. Some indoctrination is good. So if you are talking about the extreme versions of it, there's extremes in everything, right? Where it's like, okay, the woman has, because when I understand about arranged marriages, the woman does have a say. It's not like marry him or die. Now that does happen, but that is a very fringe type of that.
I think they had a say.
No, they do. What normally would happen is a man would see a woman, he want to pursue her. He would not go to her. He would go to her father or whoever, of some male authority figure in her life, and he would express interest. And then the men in that family would go to her and say, so-and-so's expressed interest. Would you be interested in courting him or getting to know him? And if she says no, then it's no. And the men would come back to that man and say, she ain't interested, keep it pushing. But if she is interested or she would see the value in that, then they would court, not date, but like court But the whole point of the courtship will be see, are we good spouses for each other? It's not just, hey, I like you like me, or let's just have fun. No, we're trying to. It's basically like a long interview for marriage type of thing. It's not that formal, but that's the goal in mind is to, okay, are we going to be a good fit as husband and wife? But it would go through the men and her family. That's the way it's normally practiced. But like I said, you do have the extreme versions, like on some Taliban stuff. It's like, well, this is your new husband. If you don't marry me,
yeah, that's what I was going to say. There is some cases where they just pick it for you, and this is it. Or even like,
but that's not the norm.
In the day, back in the day here, I mean, families used to arrange marriage. I mean, way back in the day, we are really far past that now. But, families used to come together. Well, so-and-so's, boy is single. We have a daughter that's single. Let's pair two together. I mean, that practice stopped a long time ago.
Yeah, that's long ago.
So, we just think about it. If it still was here, to 907's point, if our society now never moved away from that. I mean, we know we can look around and see it wouldn't work now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if our society never moved away from that, would things be different?
Things be a lot different. I mean, you're always gonna have nothing's perfect. Like you're not always gonna have people that it don't work for. But I think we made it so complicated we forget about how basic just man and woman coming together creating a family is. Like that should not be something that we are having debates about and panels about, and it's a back and forth about. This is like basic stuff.
But when you're dealing with broken people, that's what makes it so challenging now.
But I think part of the reason why a lot of people are broken is because we got away from that. Everybody became individuals, and you do your individual thing. And when you end an individual, you're gonna have to go through not everybody, but most people will have to go hit their head a lot of times to figure it out. See what I'm saying? And I think the way things used to be, in on the macro level of society, a lot of that stuff was you were safeguarded from it because you were just moving according to a pattern of how things were set up for you. So you avoided a lot of the brokenness. A lot of the brokenness wasn't there.
Or has it just been people are just so used to turning a blind eye to certain things? Like, because when we look at, what do they say? It was like a silent generation where you just did what you were told and you just, went along to get along. And is it people are kind of waking up and paying attention to certain things like, okay, they did it, but this wasn't okay because I saw this, So are we trying to I don't know, it's a lot.
I think okay, so we're talking about like past traumas and older generations and stuff.
Yeah, because they very well had issues. A lot of them were just quiet about it.
Yeah, I mean, every generation has these issues. I mean, I'm not one of these people that just says like, oh man, back in the day it was just perfect and we had you're dealing with imperfect, flawed people, regardless of what you're dealing with. Even in the arranged marriage situation, those people are not perfect. I'm just talking about a way to structure a society that has some kind of structure to it. And I just think right now, when it comes to the family dynamic and the relationship, there just is no structure. Everything is just a free for all. And that's why it looks as chaotic as it does, because there's just no structure at all. Now, as far as like traumas and stuff that happened in the past, I think there was more of a code of silence. You keep things in house. You don't want to bring shame upon the family. Is that part of it good? No. But I think to avoid that, we've done an overcorrection to where I'm just going to do me. And I think in a lot of ways we threw the baby out with the bathwater.
Okay, I get it.
Right. PJ said, are we forgetting history? I asked him to elaborate on like which part does he mean?
Yeah.
But I think those are some really good points. Do we think that there is, okay, let me ask the question like this then. Do we think that because of everything that we just mentioned, that the whole, no, PJ, are you married? I mean, not PJ. Dub Will, are you married? I'm sorry, I'm looking at his comment.
Yeah, I'm married.
Okay, so do you think, I know you have single people, I'm assuming friends, or like you said, you've been on these panels or whatever. You know, it doesn't really directly relate to you because you are married. But do you think that from what you hear and see from single people, do you all think that the dating pool, because of all these problems that we have been talking about, is hopeless, or is just bad, period? Maybe not hopeless, because, you know, I still think there's hope in anything, but you think that it is very hard because of all these things to actually meet your person in 2025?
I think it's more difficult today, but I don't think it's impossible. I'm gonna keep hope alive.
Right.
But it's a challenge because, again, so many people have not dealt with their traumas and they don't know how to function in a relationship. You know, it sucks, but I still think that it's possible. I think that it's more difficult when you don't have a God-based structure, you know, because God will help you to see things, like he can get to the deep things. A lot of things are revealed when you include God in your walk. So I still think it's possible to align with somebody, but it is absolutely more difficult today.
I would agree. Just for what I feel like this. I hate it for single people that want to be in a relationship. I really feel bad for them because I don't have a clear answer. And me and my sister, me and my wife, we met randomly. Like it was a random meeting, and on paper we really shouldn't work, but our personalities line up so well together, we click and it just works. But I put it like this: if whatever my marriage would have ended for every reason, knock on wood, I'm probably just gonna stay single for the rest. No, but for a good long while. I wouldn't even waste my time going out there because it just seems like a headache. And I'm getting older, and I get less patience. I don't have time for people's nonsense. So,
right.
What do you think, 907?
What was the question again?
Do you think, based on everything we've been saying and just everything we see from the day to day online, in person, in real life, do you think that the dating pool or the dating scene or the hopes of finding your right person is pretty much bad or shattered?
I don't think it's shattered because, you know, we got to believe in God. There's always hope. But I do feel like even with the presence of like the internet and social media, it does make it sometimes feel impossible because we think that we're supposed to meet one person and that's going to be our one person forever. And that just isn't the truth. And so I think because social media only highlights the good part, when we experience bad stuff, we're like in shock, you know, or we're having a hard time coping. I think it's broken, but not shattered, you know?
So do you think like the odds are slim then? Or I'll say maybe even more difficult now in 2025 than ever before?
I will say it is more difficult because of social media. It's so easy to just swipe right. If you don't like somebody, you can replace them in no time. And so I think it's too much access. Like I said, it's a free for all, and everybody's just doing what they want. And so I think that does make it harder, knowing that you can be replaced or you can replace that person. and you don't have to put up with certain stuff. Whereas back in the day, you know, you had to meet people in real life. There was no social media. There was no like fast track dating.
You had to actually walk up to them, ask for their number. You didn't have a site where you can just look at photos and click through and say, "Oh, let me inbox her." You have, like you said, we had the in-person experience. Even back in the day, like the way that we were, it's just different. Like even younger in high school, guys would have to write letters. You get what I'm saying? Like kids don't do none of that. Everything is at the blink of a text, or look at everything is just so robotic a lot of times, and it's just weird. It's different.
Like we literally have like dating catalogs in our phone. You don't even have to like go nowhere these days. You don't even got to talk to people in real life. I think that's hindering us too. It's like we don't even know how to talk to each other. And y'all see it all the time on these panels where everybody's cussing each other out and just talking reckless, just little respect. We don't even know how to talk to each other.
We don't, and I think all the access, right? The easy access, the dating sites, even with just IG, Facebook, those turn into dating sites within itself. And that also is another way to a door opener for people to be tempted, cheating. It's just a lot, you know.
Yeah, it is a lot.
They now they basically, I still got technically still have my IG account, but I'll probably only check it maybe like once a week now, and I just delete the icon of my phone because basically it just turned into like a pussy selling site.
That's crazy, right?
Because like it seems like you go to the explore page, every third per picture is like some chick that's got an OnlyFans. So it's like, fam, I came here to look at stuff. I'm not here to look at your ass cheeks and like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's gotten to the point now that stuff don't even. I mean, I'm still a heterosexual man. I got eyes. Like you see, an attractive woman is an attractive woman. But it's like it's the point now that you're so over stimulated. It don't even phase you no more. Yeah. Oh, there's another one selling pussy. There's another one selling pussy. There's another one shaking ass. It's like it don't even do nothing for you.
Leave nothing to the imagination, like you said. You already given the access, so guys are becoming uninterested. You know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do y'all think that makes it harder for a woman that is not out there twerking, just living a quiet life, single, going to work every day, handling her business, versus the chicks that we do see that are, maybe on IG twerking it, doing this, doing that, BBLs, everything else.
From what I've seen, the women like that, they either get snatched up quick, young, or they end up being by themselves for a long time.
Yeah, I think it does make it harder for the good women because they start to group us all up in a box, especially when it's a lot of men that live their lives through social media. So they group us all up the same and say, oh, well, women do this. They all on it. No, that's not all of us. Is that just, low-key sometimes what you're paying attention to? Now, I do believe that there is an oversaturation of women being promoting basically being a whore. Right. It's not a good look for the women who are really not on that type of timing. Right. It's very unfortunate.
And that's what I was going to say. Not just an, oversaturation of the social media, but just of people just displaying these behaviors. Like, you see all these things pop up on social media, nothing's to the imagination. So just imagine these same people that are emulating or act just like what we see on social media and they're in person. So if it's that easy for a man to pick up a chick or to smash, nobody has like any, I don't know, I guess class. No one has any reservations these days to just, not be so easy.
Right.
So with all that going on, then I definitely would think that, women who are more reserved, that are not out there like that, could easily get passed over for the women that are in the forefront, louder, twerking, or ready to, go right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it also depends on the man.
Yeah.
Like, what type of woman are you into? What does that say about you? So yeah, and I also think that when it comes to the women doing those things, they have deep rooted trauma too. In my opinion, they just disguise it with, I guess, being fine and being pretty, right? Because for you to feel like you have to go to that extent for attention, you're lacking something, like there's a lack there, because there are also women who are beautiful, fine, that don't go to that extent. Maybe I'm too traditional, old school, but I just think it's a lot. Like, that's not okay, and it's messing it up for the women who have standards
and aren't as loud out there.
Because I hate being grouped in a box with everybody else. I'm like, no, that's not all of us. I hate to hear it on these panels. Like, really?
Yeah. So PJ says, I'm saying historically Black people never had a true solid foundation to build upon in America. And I think that shouldn't be skipped over. I think when we was talking about the arranged marriages.
Yeah.
He also says, going back to that, my earlier comment, a lot of what we are seeing is a lack in spirituality, identity, and mindset. Without belief in a higher power, your identity is based in the world, and it F's up your mind.
I agree.
Yes, I agree with that too.
And
people
also,
don't got no morals. They're not following nothing. They just out here doing stuff.
That's it.
I agree.
to his comment about the historical nature of Black people, he's right, and I think a lot of times, sometimes, to go back to, I think Mo Love was saying, sometimes we romanticize the past a little too much. I do think that structure was there, even though we didn't have a solid foundation in how we came to exist in this country. That structure was there because we had no one else to rely on. So we were. I say this jokingly, half jokingly sometimes. Like, people ask, like, what needs to happen to fix the Black community? I said they need to bring back Jim Crow, because that was the only. That was like as terrible.
I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Oh yeah, he said on the freezer panel. I saw that part. He was right, and somebody shouted him down, but he was right, because you think about it, the only time Black people as a collective really get on the same accord is when white folks got their foot in our ass.
But do we really need to bring that back? Wasn't that like
I'll be right back, guys. Mo Love, you got it. I'll be right back.
Okay. Wasn't that like a horrible time for us though?
Yeah, but I'm saying that shows how, like, frustrating the situation is with us. Like, the time that we truly were acting as a community was when we were going through hell, because we had no choice. We ain't got time to argue about no Black man, Black woman, gender war bullshit, because we got like survive, and we got to do, or at least try to make a way, because it's in our face and they're being openly hostile with us. So I have no choice but to rely on a Black woman, even though she might, whatever her traumas are, her issues are, whatever my issues are, we ain't got time to deal with that. We gotta really have to come together and do something, because if not, we're truly done. You can't afford to be an independent contractor in that type of situation.
I got it.
But that's sad that we have to go to such dire situations for us to come together. I think that needs to be changed too. Like, when the family only comes together when somebody passes away. I don't think it should be like that.
It shouldn't, but that's what it is.
Yeah, I do agree with that. But it's It just sucks that it takes a tragedy for us to come together.
It does suck.
I mean, think about it in like reality. Let's say they do bring back segregation, and now all black folks have to live with each other. Do you think we're gonna be having these conversations, or you think we just gonna figure it out?
We're gonna figure it out, but because we have to. But if we think about it, we have to figure it out now because it's it's really, really important. But it's just sad that it takes all of that for us to come together. That's what I'm saying. But I do think you're right. We had to work together.
Yeah.
We didn't have no other option.
We ain't no option. We ain't got time to argue about. Because a lot of stuff we argue about is not, well, I'm not going to say it's not important. It's important, but it's easily resolvable. But I think because we have too many options and it's crazy to say, too much freedom, I think we focus on minutia instead of focusing on the big stuff.
Mm-hmm. And I think the problem is, like, we're arguing as opposed to talking. And then, the arguing leads to, like, the nastiest talks, and then before you know it, hot sauce is cussing somebody out, or somebody else is cussing somebody out, and it's like, why do we gotta go into the gutter every time? Why we can't just talk?
Right.
Well, I ain't gonna lie. When I first got in this space, I got caught up in that too sometimes. But then it's like, because of the natural instinct, somebody's arguing with you to argue back. But I realized, one, I'm yelling at my phone. I don't technically know these people, so that's kind of dumb. But I think also too, a lot of people come to these panels to vent. They don't actually come to solve problems or even come to just have like a genuine conversation. But my thing is, at some point, I mean, venting can be good to get the whatever you're frustrated with out, but at some point, okay, like now you're just talking to talk. Okay, you've been venting for all this time. Like, okay, we should be past this at this point. Now it might be a bigger issue. So that's, like I said earlier, I'm to the point now I'm not gonna argue with you, man. You got it. You work.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to say the sky is neon green, go right ahead, man. I ain't gonna argue about it.
Right. Yeah, but I've gotten caught up in a few, back and forth, and I'm like, what did that really solve? All it did was kind of raise my blood pressure. So
everybody's mad now, but I'm glad that you guys are taking accountability for the times that you felt triggered. And we go back to this every time. Accountability is what is lacking. No one wants to admit that they were wrong in that moment. But being a grown-up is saying, hey, I was wrong.
Exactly.
I took it too far.
Right. Because I have a few times I was like, no, I'm out of character. Let me take a step back and look at me and the things I need to, change.
And then also too got to look at for some people, this is their business. And we know that business, like when like controversy sells, arguing on a panel is going to...
One second.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much, PJ, for coming and hanging out with us. All the times you popped in, I really appreciate your support. Thank you for the Cash App. He says, heading to bed at F&M. Great stream. Happy birthday to you again. I enjoyed listening. Shout out to everyone on the panel. Appreciate y'all perspectives. Peace and love. Thank you, PJ.
Good night, PJ. Yeah, PJ kept the chat going.
Yeah, he did. And he had some really good perspectives also. I will say that. And yes, Brandon, if you're still there, we're still going. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying, for some people too, this is their business. And so this is how they make money. And we know controversy and drama keeps people in check, keep people watching. And so I think some of that plays a part of it too. And then when you got people on the panel who aren't necessarily content creators, but are familiar in the space, and now you're arguing with somebody, you don't want to take an L and look bad and have that be clipped up and talked about over and over. And so ego gets involved. So like a lot of times, genuine conversations, even if it's a disagreement, you don't come to agreement, it can still be a constructive conversation, right? But when you throw in ego, when you throw in profit motive, when you throw in some people just need somebody to talk to because they ain't got nobody to talk to in their real life, it creates chaos.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I agree.
Yeah. Need to just admit that they need somebody to talk to.
Yeah.
Yeah. And not only that, but and when it comes to the content creator standpoint, we all know that dysfunction sells. So you know what I mean? The drama, the upward roars, the I got you moments, and everything like that, the arguments, all of that, gets the views coming, gets the people going, gets the chat going. So, I get
That's true.
Got to make some money. They want to profit. They want their numbers to go up. They want some clicks and views, and they want to get clipped, so it'll pass around so other people can come see the mess. I mean, that, but I don't know. It's in the end, I feel like you're always going to be chasing that I got you moment, chasing that drama. Okay, well, this happened on my panel last week, so now I gotta step it up a notch. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I agree.
It becomes a storyline.
I gotta step it up. If your channel is built on that, you're always gonna have to find something outrageous or bring outrageous people on your channel to disrupt and cuss people out and whatever, so you can keep those moments going if that's what you built on your channel. Because if you don't, then you're gonna lose the views, because that's what those people are coming to see.
Right. And even on my channel, like when me and Freezy or whoever is up there doing Bible study, and other people will hit the link. And when there was a back and forth with Freezy and somebody else, it was a back and forth with a few other people. The views went up. When we were just like conversing with Bible study, everything was peaceful. Then when my numbers jumped up, I was like, can y'all keep this same energy when we're doing prayer and delivering the word? Like, I would appreciate it. But that just shows like people love drama. If you
really do.
Starting my platform, I was like, okay, I know my lives may not have as many people in here as the lives where it's just a whole bunch of chaos, and I'm okay with that,
Right.
But it just shows like people love chaos. I ain't gonna lie, like I'm entertained by a whole lot of what I see. I laugh, I do all of that, but
right.
I just wish people would sometimes be more supportive when it comes to the positive things too. But shout out to the people that do support my channel, because it is growing. Like I noticed since I've been going live, like my numbers have gone up quite a bit. So grateful.
And it's good, you have to just keep on pushing. The more, that's what I tell myself too, the more I go live, well, the more I'll get an audience, because just doing pre-records the whole time, well, I got subscribers, but and a lot of them came from shorts. I really don't have a big audience. And not only that, because I'm a person that doesn't go to a lot of panels. A lot of people, I don't associate with a lot of people. A lot of people don't know me. But being a content creator, you know what I mean?
Right.
The more people know you, the more people will come and support you too. So, I mean, it's all a part of it. You know what I mean?
Right.
But you just gotta make sure you build your channel on integrity and not just the mess. You know what I mean? On something that's more than the mess.
Or you got to be ready to stay in the mess, because once you start doing the mess, you got to keep doing it to maintain.
Yeah, once you started, that's what you're gonna be. As far as the argument thing go, right? I'm not opposed to arguing in certain situations,
right?
But it has to. Where are we going with it? It has to come to some kind of resolution. Like we're trying to solve an actual problem, and we're talking about serious things, so things don't get heated. But just arguing for the sake of arguing over stupid shit, I'm not about to listen to that, bro. And I'm definitely not about to participate in it. But as far as the content creator side, I thought about starting a channel a few years back.
Oh,
but then, no, that's okay.
I feel you, brother. I feel you.
Yeah, for one, it's because I've been in this space a long time. A lot of people know me from this space. Like I know I would get people to show up, but it's like one, I don't have a clear. If I would start a channel, it had to be a clear reason I'm starting it, not just to say I got a YouTube channel or just make some money. So I don't have that, one. And secondly, it would be, I'm like, a lot of times I listen to panels and it'll be like it'll be a good conversation. It even might be a contentious one, but okay, it's a good contention. We're building towards something. We're talking about something real. But if one person comes in on a panel and throws the whole dynamic off, and I don't have the patience for that. I'm gonna give you once. I might give you twice, and I'm just gonna boot you out the panel. You might just get blocked.
Yeah.
So I know that my blood pressure will go up for a lot of nonsense that I just don't have the patience for. And so I really give y'all a lot of credit for even doing this, because I ain't about to do it.
Right. And see, that's the thing. I mean, that's what because I usually only do pre-records. This is like my third live, and like even today there was a little, dysfunction or contention on the panel, and I realized that I'm not really the person for all that extra. So if you're being extra, then I'll see you later.
You did a good job earlier.
Yeah, you gonna get dropped quick. I mean, if it was me, like I'm gonna tell you once, I told you twice, I might tell you 3 times if you're known in this space, but that 3rd time, bye.
Right.
You got about one chance with me. Freezy is very patient. I will say that. A lot of the people that come up on this channel,
patient.
I would have been done with him.
Me too.
But I will say this: you bring it. You do a good job of getting things back in order. And to what Doug Will said, I think when you're a content creator, like you said, you have to have a clear sense of direction. Like, what do I want to do with my channel? And I also think that it has to be something that you enjoy. Like, I enjoy going live. Do I get pissed off sometimes with the trolls? Or yeah, I do. But for the most part, like I enjoy it, So if you know you really don't enjoy it, don't do it. And you absolutely have to know what your channel is for, like what direction do you want your channel to go in? But I think do great.
Yeah.
See, and with me, I enjoy making content. You know what I mean? So I enjoy making content. I'm just doing the lives. Now I enjoy talking to people who are like-minded, or you don't even have to agree or have the same perspective, but as long as you're going to be respectable. Now for me, when it's so I don't mind going live and whether I'm gonna start going live more. If I'm being honest, I like pre-records better. They're easier, get the job done, boom. But it is good to talk to people sometimes. I do enjoy it. But when I get on different panels, which is not a lot, and then it's a mess, and then I be thinking, well, see, this is why I don't really go live.
Does it kind of do something to your spirit? Like, if you in the place and then it's just going left and you just kind of feel like, okay, this is not what I'm like. Do you ever feel like that, kind of out of place or something?
I don't.
Yes, I do.
feel like. Go ahead, 907.
Yes, I do. And one of the times I felt out of place when Free and JP was going in, I don't really involve myself in the arguing. And so that was a time that if I had waited 2 minutes longer, I wouldn't have even come up. But I think it's
That was what it was. That was funny. 907. When I watched the playback, girl, I was rolling because it was an expression on your face. It's like you just clicked on and you was oblivious to whatever was going on.
Because Crazy not like that, he is like so cool and so peaceful. That's why so many of us support his channel. So when some of the and we know we're gonna disagree, right? We get it, but some of it is just complete like craziness. I'm like, are these folks serious? But I knew that it was only a matter of time before Freezy went there.
Right.
But yes, that was one of those times. I would have stayed down.
He's still a Florida nigga at the end of the day.
Right.
When he gets to bouncing up in that chair and screaming, he done messed up.
But I have never seen Freezy that mad. But I'm glad he came back.
Yeah.
And was like, all right, y'all, I'm okay. Because we was worried about you, Freezy.
When he turned up, he turned up. But I'll give him this. When he turned up, he got a good reason to turn up.
He does,
Absolutely.
and that's the thing. He
This
does
is
have a
so
good reason.
cool.
But
Yeah.
he's very patient with people because, like
Yeah,
907
because
said, some of these people banned,
wouldn't even be talking to me.
yeah, because
right.
I rock with JP, but once he said that, he said nigga in that tone, he got dropped. Bye.
Click.
You ain't gotta be up here, bro.
Right.
That's it. You know, I
He
feel
just
like people, you got to give people a choice. It's like, look, are you going to respect my platform? If not, goodbye. I don't care.
I'm not giving you a choice. You gonna respect it, you can go.
Exactly. That's it. That's it. You know, and
But Freezy is very patient. F&M, I think you did a great job on the live, and especially today when it was trying to get off topic, you brought it back, and he was like, "Hey, we're not doing that here."
Exactly. I gotta do. I was taking notes from her. I'm like, okay, I need to start doing that because
girl, you just got look. You got to be stern. Roll it back in. I'll be like, I think about people. It's like, okay, I love everybody. I want everybody to get a chance to speak or whatever. But when it stops getting, it starts derailing and it starts getting too riled up. And I just knew that subject was going to lead somewhere else. Nope, and I feel like somebody else just popped on because we was right there at that subject when they came.
Of course.
And you got to be mindful of that and protect your energy, protect your channel.
Yeah.
And don't be too hard on yourself, ladies. And sometimes when you start your YouTube channel, you don't really know what you want to do exactly. And it'll come later on.
Right.
That's true. So
What,
now, let me
what-
ask you one question.
Oh, go ahead.
Hold on 1 second, Will.
Mm.
Let me ask you one question. How long did it take you to get monetized?
It took me about a year on 907 Goodies. I've had Ava's Playtime for about 2 years and it's still not monetized. And I did get a lot of my subscribers through shorts. I would say this for your content strategies, ladies. I think you should do a little bit of everything. Because like F&M said, you get, the engagement from the live streams, you get subscribers from the short, and then you get views from the long form content. So it's kind of some people don't do everything, but I think you should do a little bit of everything to see what you like first.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea too. The only thing about shorts, like you just said, we get all the subscribers from shorts. Like, I put out a short and I'll be having hundreds of subscribers. I'll be like, yes, but great. This is not counting towards my watch hours. You know what I mean?
So that's why I said still do the live streams, because the live streams, people will watch them back, and then when you do get monetized, ads will go like, for this, you're gonna go to 12 hours most likely. Once you get monetized, if you do a 12-hour live stream, that is going to be very beneficial for you.
Really? And see,
Yeah.
I know Freezy has kind of broke it down to us somewhat, but I am still a little bit confused.
Me too.
I know you get paid on the ads once you get monetized, and I get that, but it's like, okay, do you get paid for just the streams in general, or what? Does it all count, or it's just the ads? And I think that's what kind of be having me confused.
Right.
It's a little bit of everything.
Okay.
So there's so many different ways to monetize on YouTube, and Facebook is kind of the same way. It's like a bunch of different little programs. But like you said, there's the different types of content build different audiences. And the live streams, people love the engagement. People love like when you greet them and you be talking to them. Like people like that stuff.
Right, that's true.
Right. Yeah, that's true too. That's true. That's why I said I'm gonna start doing more lives. I love just doing the uploads, but then I do miss talking to people because the only panel I really go on is Freezy's and Mo Love. So that's the only time I really talk and engage with people. You know what I'm saying? On panels. And so it's just like, okay, I do want to get other people's input on the topics or the scriptures or whatever we're talking about. So the only way to do that is to go live. You know what I mean?
DJ Hamp's panel is a good panel to go to.
Are you sure?
Who?
DJ Hamp. This might be risky.
I love him. Like, we real cool. But I don't engage in his panel a lot. because I can get triggered by some of the things that said in regards to relationships with him as a whole. Like, I think he's an awesome person, but some of those topics are just.
And some of those guys up there, you know,
yeah, that's what it is.
You gotta go on ladies' night probably.
But I will say,
go on Bible study.
But I will say
you don't
that,
get mad.
But Ham does a good job because they will have disagreements. But that's why I like your show, because everybody up there has a different perspective and it's not an echo chamber. But Ham does a really good job of keeping things under control.
He does.
Like I rarely see Ham's panel get like just ghetto.
Yeah.
And see, a lot of people respect him, and I think that's important as a content creator. You know what I mean? You want to have people respect you. You don't want people that just get up on your panels like, well, I can do whatever I want to do on this panel.
Because he checks it. He checks it at the door. Like, you're not going to
He sure does.
And he does it.
Know.
And he does it in a way that's he does it in a way without getting like overly like I don't think I've ever heard him yell. Like, he don't raise his voice, but he will just get you up out of there.
Yeah. But I do think, like, when you're dealing with people like Freezy, because Freezy is so cool and easy going. So Freezy gonna have to turn up sometimes to let people know, like, y'all not about to play with me. And I was so glad when I heard him. Like, you could just tell, like, this week, because of what took place last week, he was not playing.
No.
Like, y'all not about to be playing in my chat. Like, he has more order, and yeah, I think that's gonna help, because the more that he grows, he's gonna need that, because people gonna think that they just got free reign to do whatever.
Yeah.
I'm
just like, this is my third live stream, and I just made up my mind that watching everybody else and everybody else's panel and stuff, and even before, when I used to go to a whole bunch of different people's shows, and just seeing everything that can go down and everything, I just made up my mind, like, I'm checking it from the door, because
you got to.
Right.
It's like, your channel is your baby. Like, you gotta, like, hey, bro, don't come over here with that, because people will grift, or they will go to different spaces trying to ruin stuff. You gotta like, hey, don't come over here with that. We talking about food, and that's what it is. We talking about that, and that's what it is. We're not talking about that. That's a different panel.
And I love when you put in crazy chat F&M disrespectful trolls will be blocked or something, will be removed. I think that's needed when you put that in there, because it'd be a lot of trolling in Freezy chat.
I don't be playing with them lately in Freezy chat. I feel like after Freezy had a turn up like that, I'm not playing it. We've done seen a lot of weird names lately. People
and it's some of the same people we know, but that's another subject, child.
Different games and everything else just coming in.
We know who it is. It's the people that really don't like us, but they're not bold enough to be who they really are, so they make troll pages.
Call it out then, ma'am.
Yeah, and then what do you think about what Smitty said about, oh boy, because he coming to my channel tomorrow? I don't need nobody. You get what I'm saying?
But you know what? He tried to come back up 3 times, but I take heed when somebody tells me something.
But I wonder though, because I need to talk to Bolo about that, because he knows him better, like, well.
Right.
You had to drop somebody from my show too.
Because the way he made it seem, I got scared. Like, what do you mean? He's about to, even though I'm not monetized, I was like, wait a minute now. Like, you're not about to be on my channel, child.
Right. But he's been on with Bolo for, I think, a few years or so. So I need to talk to him. But I know Smitty won't leave us wrong. Yeah, but I do get what he's saying, because when we were in Bible study Friday, he was like, Mo Love, do you know this person? And I was like, yeah, I heard that he was somewhere like held captive for 500 days. Okay, because a lot of people don't know. I get offended. How did you learn about this person? I said, well, my mom mentioned it to me on the news. While we go in like having a deep Bible study, he's trying to hold like a completely different conversation with me. I just think it was weird. And when you think about whatever it was kind of off the wall, like not really in the news like that. So we know we do have to be careful saying certain things. So what Smitty said made sense.
Yeah.
It did. Hey, Travis Allen. Thank you for coming in.
Hey, Travis.
Yeah, don't be afraid to protect your channels. And if you drop somebody, stand on it.
Yeah.
And keep on moving on with the show. Because, in this game of content creation, there's going to be times where you have a good live stream. There's going to be times where you have a bad one.
Right. That's true. But I do got to investigate what's his name after what Smitty said. I'm like, hold on.
Yeah, let me know, because I want to know too, because I move quick. Like, wait a minute now, what's going on?
Look, I'll block you and ask questions later.
Girl, it's just like when a nigga take off running, I'll ask the questions later, because what is going on?
Yeah, you ain't finna hijack my show. You know what I'm saying? Like, stay on the topic.
Right.
Where he said he was gonna come back up and try to explain. So I guess that's why he came back up.
Yeah,
And if it's a person I think you're talking about, I dropped him from my show today too. He's talking crazy. He's talking about some craziness. Yeah, it was that same person. So I think, I had to drop him. At first, he was cool.
He already wrote in my chat, I'm so excited about the live tomorrow. I have a lot of things I want to share.
You know what you guys can do? You can click on someone's name and like time them out or you can hide them from your channel. That's what I did. And that's what I have a block list with 1,000 people in there. I do not play.
Really?
Yeah. So what was he? Why did you drop him? What was he saying?
He was saying something about Gaza and hostages. And I'm like, bro, I'm talking about Tory Lanez and something else about a TikToker. But it's like, that's not what my topic is. And you're way off topic. And there's certain things that we can't even say on YouTube. I don't even like where you're going with it. I don't like it.
And I don't want him to come to my channel and derail tomorrow, because we're having a real, like, serious conversation, like the live that I'm doing with Bolo tomorrow night. And I don't want him coming up there doing that, because he did it with me in the chat the other day. Like, did you hear about these hostages? Did you know this? They're doing this, and the media is not talking about it. So to me, when he said the media is not talking about it, that's a sign that you could possibly mess up my YouTube flow, because they're strict.
Go ahead and hide him from your channel, because one thing about YouTube, if we all know that a certain person be trolling, we can kind of like help each other out and prevent our channels from being hijacked. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that person was trolling. They came up and did it to me, but like I said, once he started talking crazy, I dropped him back down, blocked him. I moved him on my show.
So he just got up there talking about. See, I don't want to do this.
No, when he first came up, he was okay, but he was sketchy. What you do when you're in StreamYard, you get an overlay, like what Freezy does. When people come up that you haven't seen before, you put the overlay on, and you can hear them and you can see their camera, right? But the crowd and the audience can't see. It's kind of a way to like protect your channel, because you know some people be doing weird stuff.
Right.
So he was cool at first.
Heard as person.
Read her comment, Molo.
So now I understand why it seemed as his question about why Israel, is that what it is? On my name seemed too forward.
And then she said,
then he tried to paste Hebrew in the chat, like, read this. I felt like dude moved around. Yeah, see, I don't have time for that tomorrow.
Yeah, go ahead and hide them from your channels, ladies. And we don't have time for that.
Because I'm not,
and
and
it's like, what are we gonna do about what's going on over there? We struggling over here.
Right.
Right. But I'm gonna head out. But thank you so much, Acronym, for having this panel. Great conversations. Happy birthday. And I'll see y'all around.
Okay, 907. I'll be over to your channel as well. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Have a great birthday. Have a great rest of the week, y'all. Stay prayed up. And Mo, you say you're going live tomorrow?
Yes, I'm going.
Okay, I'll make sure I turn the bell on. And you guys subscribe to my YouTube channel, 907 Good Eats. I'll be cooking. And
907, so you can put yourself in the chat when I'm live too.
Okay, thank you so much. And y'all subscribe to our channel. leave a comment after the video ends as well, so we can get her growing in the algorithm the way she deserves to be.
Thank you. Y'all heard
All right.
907.
Yes. Bye 907.
All right, y'all.
Hi, y'all.
Okay, so he commented under my shorts, like 2 of them, and now I don't see his comments at all.
Really?
Who is this? Who y'all talking about?
Vagoda, and he even commented under my live for tomorrow, and now everything has been removed.
Fagoda? Who is that?
Some guy.
Yeah.
I ain't heard of him.
I don't really know him. I saw him on somebody else's channel, and because they had put my channel in the chat, and then he had started coming over to leaving me comments on some of my videos. You know, this has just been in this last week, and then he asked me when's the next time I'm going live, and so I guess that's why he came. You know what I mean? But I didn't know that he was going around saying and doing weird stuff, because I don't know him like that.
Yeah.
So now that we're kind of getting things, because, you know, Smitty was adamant. I was like, well, what's going on? Let me hurry up and drop this dude down.
Yeah. I'm like, now I don't see none of his comments, so I can't hide it.
Really? That's so weird. He must have deleted them.
I guess so.
See? And why would you do that? You know what I mean? That's weird.
Right. He was just like, I'm so excited about the live tomorrow. I have so much to share. You're not coming in here to derail my live. You're not doing it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
we got to be careful on these parts.
Sound like a troll, but
Mm-hmm.
or somebody who might be. Another thing too, I noticed there's a lot of mentally ill people in this space.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. We were talking about that. Like, I have to understand everybody is not speaking from a stable mind.
Yeah, and especially when you talk about StreamYard, when literally anybody can hit the link. It's like, come on,
anybody.
Man. You got to cut the shit short. Like, I mean, no, and I got empathy for mentally ill people, but I don't mean I got to deal with you.
Right. I'm talking about, I understand mentally ill, but I'm talking about the ones that's just disrespectful, think they got all the answers, and you slow.
Nah, that's okay.
We don't have time for that. Look, we're trying to grow. Like, I don't need any setbacks.
Or just trying to, or even if it's a chill stream, I ain't trying to deal with that shit, man.
Yeah, that's true too. That is so true.
I try to avoid mentally ill people in real life. I ain't about to come to the internet to do it.
Right, and that's the thing. Like, we come on here, and when it's like, because I'm the type of person, I don't deal with any foolishness in real life. I'm kind of really a no nonsense person, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But in getting closer to God, I know I have to deal with people because, you know, I'm trying to encourage people and everything else like that. But at the end of the day, it's just like, man, I got to have the patience for some of these people, you know? I got to constantly
what I'm learning
about it.
Yeah, we do, but at the same time, it's okay to still correct people, because people will play on you and be like, oh, I thought you loved God. Oh, you did. Yeah, I do. And I can love God and still stand on business and let you know, like, things are not okay.
Yeah, there's something that
don't think you can play with me. Please.
Right.
Yeah, that's something that annoys me about people. I mentioned before, I'm not active in, because I was raised Christian, I was baptized, but I'm not active as I used to be. So
yeah,
I do still have a respect for Christianity and for the Bible, and I try my best to live by it. Even though I don't like dealing with people anymore, which is part of the reason why I'm not as strong as I used to be. But it just annoys me how people will play on that part of Christianity.
Right.
I thought you were supposed to be Christians. Like, show me in the Bible where it says I got to deal with your bullshit because I'm a Christian.
Exactly.
Yeah,
like that's a very bastardized version of Christianity. We're like, well, you're supposed to love everybody. Yeah, I love you, but I don't have to deal with you.
Exactly. Like I talked about that on my channel last week, like guarding your heart, and I said I think we misunderstand what God is saying when he's saying love all people. I'm commanded to love you, right? But that doesn't mean that you deserve access to me. Access has to be earned.
Right.
Through faithfulness, through showing me that you have my best interest at heart. So yes, I owe you love, meaning I'm gonna treat you with kindness, but don't think that that means you have access to me. Those are two totally different things, and I think people, are misled by what the word is really saying. It says guard your heart for a reason.
And even with the kindness thing, people mistake kindness for niceness. Kindness and niceness is not the same thing.
It's not.
Right.
Like people, you can just tell people who have not even just read the Bible, whether you are a believer or not. You can be an atheist, but you can just tell you haven't read it because Jesus was not always nice. You know what I'm saying? He would cut people down when they needed to get cut down. Like, are you supposed to be a Christian? You're not being nice. I follow Jesus Christ. Jesus, like they never use profanity in there, but I'm pretty sure there's times Jesus cuts people out.
Now hold on. Are you going?
I mean,
going too far. Not my Jesus.
Well, in that time period's version of what dress people down, is that better?
Yeah, the way he was flipping those tables over.
Flipping the tables when he would talk, the way he talked to the Pharisees, he wasn't talking nice to them.
Okay.
Right.
And there were times before he got crucified, when they were up there trying to question him, he just kept his mouth shut because it's like, y'all ain't actually you're not legitimately asking me questions in good faith, so I'm not gonna say nothing to you.
Exactly.
And that's like a lot of times a lot of debates about religion and in the Bible and Christianity. It's like, why are y'all debating this? Like this.
Thank you. And I already tell people when they come to my channel, this is not a debate, the Bible channel. My channel is to promote what the word is already saying, not debate it.
Right. If you don't,
not the savior, you can ask me things, but my goal is to provide you scripture, a sense of something that can help you obtain mental stability. I'm not the savior, but I can point you in the right direction to him. Like, don't come on my channel with all that debate, this and that. Right. Why you do? No, that's not what this is. And I understand if you don't believe it, that's fine.
That's cool. Then don't believe it. I'm not trying to make you believe. I don't care what you believe in. I'm not trying to make you believe anything. But like, I wish religious people across the board would stop debating with non-religious people.
I do too. Hold on one second. Hold that thought, guys. Thank you, her. That's her. She said, "Happy Born Day once again, F&M. This was my first time on your channel. I enjoyed listening to the convo. I hope the rest of everyone's night is wonderful. Good night." Thank you, her. That's her. And y'all subscribe if you haven't already to 907 Good Eats channel. She does great cooking. She's a positive energy. And, she just shares some of her recipes and her stories, and her food is mouthwatering. So make sure y'all hit the link in the chat and subscribe, and visit her channel. Leave her comment. She's really good.
Yes.
Travis Allen said that is gaslighting. And he also says, what did he say that I thought was funny? He says, Jesus flipped the tables, ?
Yes.
That's not loud.
And another thing too, people realize the same Jesus that was in the Gospels is the same Jesus that's in Revelation. That's the same person.
Right.
So like this warm and fuzzy Christianity that people think it's all just rainbows and butterflies. No,
everything's great.
No. And the God in the Old Testament is the same God in the New Testament. And that God in the Old Testament is grimy. That's the same one, and he's gonna get grimy again when time is due.
That's why I'm doing the live that I'm doing tomorrow night.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Travis Allen. He said, "Happy birthday, F&M." Thank you. Make sure.
When's your birthday? Today or yesterday?
The 26th. Yesterday.
Oh, we got the same birthday.
Okay. Hey.
Yeah.
So, he said happy birthday, and I just want to remind everybody, if you are watching, even in the clouds, hit the like button, subscribe to my channel, share if you're feeling generous, send me a Cash App at Parlay24. That is Parlay24 on Cash App. But yeah, it is. That's a great point, because it is the same God. Like, I think she said, "Oh, y'all birthday twins." Somebody else had our birthday too. Oh yeah, Stan Autry. He has the same birthday.
Oh, he does. Okay.
Mhm.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. We also have the same birthday as Miles Davis. So rest in peace to him.
Okay, yeah, and I knew that a long time ago. Yep, that's true too. So yeah, it's Gemini season. You know, I'm
Yeah.
not all into the horoscope, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what they tell me. I'm a Gemini. So okay. All right.
You are.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
It's horoscope stuff. I don't get into it or anything like that, but you know, I used to read stuff about the horoscope back in my time.
I mean, was you got Gemini? You got two sides to you. Is that what it means? Okay.
Yeah, well, you know, Geminis get a bad rep, I guess. Supposedly, they say we're nutcases, but whatever.
We're not what?
They say we're nutcases. Whatever. You've never heard that before? I've heard it.
Nutcases.
They say we're all crazy.
But
we're
we consider
bipolar, this and the
Well,
third.
I think sane people look crazy to crazy people. So
I think that it just means that everybody has different moods or whatever, because it says two sides that relates to everybody. And from what I've seen, y'all are just, it is what it is. Like, you gonna know where you stand with them. Very blunt, straightforward, you know?
Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
what it is.
That is
I'm actually, I say I'm very straightforward. As long as you don't cross that line with me. Presenting, and to me, as older I get, I really don't care what you say. Like, just as long as you ain't present no physical threat. Now, if you present a physical threat, then yeah, you gonna see that on the side. I'm probably gonna pop you. I don't like to. But you can say what you want at this point. I don't. It won't get no rise out of me. Unless I tell you that. If you're somebody I love and somebody who's close to me, then that's different. But just some random person saying something, I don't care about that, bro.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm very straightforward. Like, if you ask my parents, I was having a conversation with my dad probably a few months back, and I forgot what we was talking about, but he was like, "You've always been like that." He was like, even when you was little, you know, you just told the truth too much. You was just too blunt to a certain degree, and we was like, well, we didn't mean for you to say all that, you know what I mean? Like,
But you said it, yeah.
Exactly. I've just always been blunt. Like, everybody that really knows me, you know, really knows me in real life, they just tell you I'm cool. I'm really cool, and I'm a loyal person, but, you know, I sense the underlying shady stuff, and when I wasn't walking in the word, you know, I was something else. I'll put it to you like that, but, you know, I'm not the type of person that takes a lot of mess, and, you know, to put it nicely. But, you know, I've had my days. Everybody has a past.
I will say I am becoming more antisocial as I get older.
Me too.
No.
Mm-hmm.
The most social I am is on YouTube.
Me too. Me too. I mean, I talk to
deal with a lot of
few
people,
but I'm not the type of person that wants to be out and about around a whole bunch of people.
Absolutely.
I enjoy that's what it is for me. I enjoy my peace.
Because people are stupid, man. People are nuts.
Exactly.
And I know when I'm at home chilling,
Mm-hmm.
I'm safe.
Exactly. And do I get bored sometimes? Yeah, I get bored. You know what I mean?
Right.
But it's not enough that, you know, you guys ever seen the memes of the friends like, okay, girl, we're going out tonight or whatever. And the friend's like, okay, I'm getting dressed, still sitting on the couch or still doing something in the bed watching TV. So like, really don't want to go. And then they call you back an hour later. Girl, I don't think I'm going out. You know, I just, you know, I don't care about that stuff. Now, if it's a special occasion, then fine. I ain't gonna do no club or anything like that. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Yeah, and I feel like
that's
I've had so much fun. Like, I have had so much fun. I'm good. Like, fun for me now is just being in the comfort of my own home. Like you said, I still get out, but to
just have to be out and about around a lot of people all the time. I don't have to do that.
I don't do it.
Man, you couldn't pay me to go to a club today.
Right.
Oh, you did. It had to be in the six figures. It had to be a big appearance fee to go to a club. No.
Yeah, I would be like, why am I here? Like, what?
Me too. I'm just like, oh Lord, no.
And it seems like in my area, every weekend a club getting shot up. I'm good.
Shoot, who you telling? Been there, done that. I've been young before, dodging, ducking, and dodging out of the hole in the walls.
Everybody meeting up at the gas station when I was like 20.
Right. Us too. I mean, the gas station used to always be the spot. After the club, everybody's pulling up, trying to find out where the after hours.
Yeah.
No, that's a death trap. I'm good.
I'm telling you, I learned that night after I was ducking and crying and screaming. I said, never again.
Girl, I'm telling you, I done seen some stuff. Trying to be out there hanging out, think you having a good time, and then somebody start acting a fool.
It's sad because a lot of times, like the little gas station meetups or meeting up at the Waffle House, they can be real fun until one ignorant joker show up, and it kills everything. But it's like, no, it's all right, man. I'll just get my bottle and go home. Y'all got it.
Yeah, and I've been like that for years too. It's just like, man, forget this. I don't want to be walking outside a club carrying heels because my feet are hurting. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Did all this, a whole bunch of drunk niggas in my face and all this. I got over it fast.
Quick.
I got over it real fast. Like,
yeah.
It's so overrated.
I'm good on this.
Turn up at the house. I'm good.
Exactly. When I used to still drink, I used to get me a bottle at home, honey. I could turn my music up however loud I wanted and just be in my own zone.
Yes.
I enjoy little kickbacks with people that I'm comfortable with. Stuff like that. Fine. A select group. You're laughing, you're whatever. But when it's, a lot of people, and then something else about me, I'm a real germaphobe. I can't. I'm not OCD, but I am really a germaphobe. Like,
I can go everywhere.
Right. I cannot handle it. Like, I don't want people touching me that I don't know, like rubbing up against me and just stuff like that. I mean, and then
people be looking at me crazy at church sometimes, like when it's winter season and a lot of people are like sickly and stuff, coughing, like, don't hug me. And it don't have anything to do with me being stuck up, but I'm trying to protect myself. Like, I remember, like, I was like, y'all, please don't hug me. It's not anything against y'all, but like, my immune system is compromised or whatever. You already know I F&M. So it's like, I don't need people hugging me like that. And then I missed my aunt's funeral because this girl hugged me and she knew she was sick. And I was supposed to do a solo at her funeral, and then you done hugged me, and she blown, like, wiping her nose as she bending down for a hug. I said, Jazz, are you sick? Her response, I don't know. She one of those people that act like dumbfounded, but she not. I don't know. I said, what do you mean you don't know? Are you sick or not? And she was like, well, I've been having the sniffles and a sore throat for a few days. And I was so mad.
Stay home, bro.
The very next day, I had a sore throat. I could barely talk, and I missed my aunt's funeral. I was like, see, people are selfish. Stay home. If you know you're sick.
Right. And that's just the truth about it. Like me, let me feel a certain type of way or anything. I still go outside with a mask like it's COVID. Like,
girl, that's my mom.
I will. Every time I go into a doctor's office or something, I grab a whole bunch of masks still.
Okay.
I do not.
And I ask people, like, even if I'm like checking out at the store and they coughing and things, I'm like, oh, are you sick? No one that's sick, but just to let you know you tried it. You should have called
me. Don't let me see somebody cough or something. Don't cover their mouth, girl. I be ready to have a conniption.
You know what made me mad when C-19 first hit, right? And people didn't know, like, the beginning of 2020 how to respond to it or whatever. and I would hear people just coughing in the store. I have on my mask, like I get away, and then when I cough, right, it was like people would be trying to hold in their coughs when when C-19 hit. And then I would look at people like, if y'all don't stop staring at me, I done had this cough since 2008. Get out of my face, okay?
Girl, I can't
It was a mess.
I cannot take it. I'll be the person. I might have about 4 masks on.
Girl, that's my mom. She be like, you better put this mask on. I'll be like, just leave me alone.
Right. Girl, you should see me with my kids. Did you get a new mask? Did you switch it? Oh, I'll tell you who was the worst. My mom, she's more of a germaphobe than me. Like, you can't walk in her kitchen. I mean, I can, but let any of the grandkids, anybody or whatever, she does not play, honey. Especially with the little boys, she does not play because she hasn't remodeled, like, because she's her kitchen is licensed. She's a gourmet baker too on the side. So girl, you try to walk in her dang kitchen if you want to while somebody's in there cooking, honey, it'll be World War III up in there. But during the time of COVID, right, this lady, she had everything you can think of. She had the machines and stuff where you can put your phone in, put your devices, and push the button and they get sanitized and all kinds of stuff. Like, I'm serious, girl. She was doing it bigger than me. You know, I was just wiping everything down with sanitizer and disinfectant spray. But no, she had these machines and everything. Put your phone in here when you come in.
Do you feel like that C9? I don't think we can say. Do you feel like C19 changed people like mentally? Do you feel like some people are still kind of stuck in like C19 mode? It made a lot of people more introverted, different, you know?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think that little bit of time not having to go out, because you gotta remember the C19, that's when that's really like when this space kind of took off.
Exactly.
I was introduced, I was in a whole different space.
TikTok.
I didn't know anything about the space and then this is when Kevin Samuels really blew up. And through Kevin Samuels, I found Lapeef because he used to go in there sometimes. And then like through Lapeef, I found everything. Because like even like some of the Manosphere content, even though Lapeef was not technically Manosphere, a lot of it's a Manosphere adjacent channel. And like a lot of everything I found came through Kevin Samuels and then Lapeef. But like that was through 2020, and that's when he blew up.
Right.
Because everybody was at home and then we ain't got nothing to do but watch YouTube. So
yeah. Look what Trevor said. He said quarantine. Remember, I got a C19. I gotta go quarantine.
Yeah, I hated that. Like,
right.
Because like me and my wife got it. Because I think it came out like April, May or something. Not like March or April, and we got it in May. And that quarantine stuff, like it was only like 10 days, but 10 days is a long time to be sitting at home doing nothing.
Man, I'll tell you what, I was bored. I was so bored, and it wasn't even that I did a lot, you know, but it was the fact that I couldn't do anything. And I think that's what it was for a lot of people.
Yeah. It was just completely like it just changed my life. Like I feel like it's somewhat still affected in a way. I just don't get out as much as like I used to.
Right.
People like me and my sister was still turning up. I'd be like, she'd be like, "Girl, you going to the lamp? Girl, I'm meeting you there. Let's go have some drinks here. Let's go do this." You know. And it kind of when I think we got so used to being at home. I'm getting out of that mode now, but it's just different. It changed a lot for me.
Yeah. For me now, it has to be something worth going out for.
That's it.
You know, what I mean? It has to be worth
the hanging out stuff died with that.
Right. It has to be worth it.
Like when I still see people hanging, I'm like, you gray haired, like still turning up like that. I'm confused.
That reminds me, like when I was young in the club, Like, and this is before I even moved to North Carolina. This was like when I was way young. There's always be this old woman in the club. Now, back then, I was probably in my teens, so she had to been, I'll say, maybe she was my age then, what the age I am now, or maybe a little bit older. But I know me and my friends used to always look and be like, no, I do not want to be the old woman in the club. You
I
know,
know.
so now I look at it now, it's like there's no way. I
It's
still
not a good
always
look.
hurt
It's
after
sad.
that. Like, I am not about to be the old broad in the club with the
Yeah.
young folks.
'Cause I got married at 27, so I stopped when I started dating my wife. I really slowed down on that. But like 25, between 21 and 25, you see them jokers are like in their late 30s, 40s, 50s in the club. It's like, man, what are you doing here? Like, and you see them trying to talk to the same girls you trying to talk to. It's like, man, you don't get your old ass out the way. Like, what are you doing?
Exactly. That is so funny.
Like, do you know how crazy you look right now, fam?
Yeah.
You-
All they need is a few drinks. They don't care.
At all.
You over here just buying. You're over here really getting took for your money because many young girls they'll let you buy the drinks for them, but they ain't about to do nothing with you.
At all.
As if they don't know the game. You know what I mean?
That's the part I don't get. Is like, okay, you in your club, you still in the club in your 40s, so you got all you don't know that you just getting played right now, or you just don't care. Maybe you just like being around young chicks, but you really think you about to take one of these chicks home?
Some of them girls do though, for money. From what I hear,
if you got something that they want,
they
you know
just
what I mean?
it's transactional. That's it. They just send money.
Right.
I never saw them leave with them, but I mean maybe it does. But there was a bunch of old niggas just paying $200-$300 and just buying drinks for girls to have them in their company, and at the end of the night, okay, thanks, bye. They're like,
yeah, thanks for the drinks. I'm telling you.
Great,
But
good,
that's
nice to
what
meet you.
kills me. Right. That's what kills me about these conversations. A lot of conversations we hear. Go get you the young chick that's 22, this, and the third. But y'all wonder why y'all on here crying now. Like, they don't want you like that, sir.
There's
they want your money.
There's a caveat to that. Like, okay, go get a young girl. Okay, cool. Go get a young girl that actually is about something. Now, if you want to go get a 22-year-old, I don't listen. The whole age gap thing, consenting adults are consenting adults. Do what you want to do. But
no, 18 and 50, that's a problem.
Yeah, to me too.
Weird.
But
weird.
When I say adult, if you add the word teen in your age, you're not an adult to me. I'm talking 21 and over. So I know 18-year-olds are technically adults, but they're not really adults. That we being honest.
Okay, but 21 and 50, that's not a weird dynamic dating somebody younger than your daughter.
It's weird, but at the same time, the standard in society now is.
But you have nothing in common with that person 9 times out of 10, outside of what you think they look like.
But we got
money.
We got to call it even across the board. Ever since that gay marriage thing passed, the standard was what 2 consenting adults do is nobody's business. So I can't get knocked a 50-year-old man with a 21-year-old, or vice versa. When two men and 2 women can get married. So it's like,
that's a different situation. But even with that, like, I don't agree with just because it's the law, it doesn't mean that it necessarily makes sense to me. But I understand the laws.
No, it don't make sense to me either. But I mean, if that's what you want to do, I'm not gonna knock you. But I'm saying, but if you're gonna be that older guy with a chick that's 21 and 22, just her being 20, like being 21 and 22 does not mean that this chick is necessarily what's the word they say? They say get them because they're more moldable or they're more like likely to follow. That's not true either.
A lot
like
of them do that though.
That's what they say.
Yeah, a lot of them do that, and I've seen it.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, just because a chick is younger than you does not mean she's going to follow what you're doing, or she just might be playing you. Like,
but let's be real though. It's easier for them to kind of mold and manipulate somebody younger that's uninformed versus somebody to their age.
I disagree with that. A lot of times it's reversed. A lot of times these 21, 22-year-olds be manipulating these older guys. And that's my point. It's like, okay, she's 21, 22. That don't mean just because you older and allegedly wiser, that means you're going to be able to get her to do what you want. A lot of times she's playing you, fam.
Yeah, but I think that men know that they're not being played because they know, okay, this girl is only with me for my money. That's not somebody that's being manipulated. They know what's going on.
I think a lot of these niggas don't.
What?
Are you? But how can it be that? I can't even.
I think a lot of times guys will get with a younger girl and genuinely think, okay, she's younger, so that way she's more moldable. She'll follow me. She'll listen to me, and they are oblivious to the fact that this young girl is playing you, man. I genuinely think that.
I think they know.
Oh, I might be wrong.
I think maybe they have high hopes that she really likes them or loves them for them. I'll give you that. I think that they have high hopes. They probably think that whatever they are doing for her maybe is enough to maintain the relationship in good faith, that she's really, or if she doesn't already love them, whatever they do, she will finally or eventually, you know what I mean, love them, and everything will work out. So I will say they probably have high hopes, but I mean, just being a logical adult in reality, even with men that are millionaires, like let's say a celebrity man, that has millions, you get with this young hot babe, whatever, but that the chances are that if you didn't have that money, she wouldn't be looking in your direction. So maybe they have hopes that they can win them over. But in reality, if we're thinking logically, it probably is not going to end up like that.
Right.
And maybe she'll stick it out, because we see it all the time. They stick it out for, look at all these celebrity divorces. They stick it out for a while, 10, 15 years, maybe even. They might have you a couple of kids, if you marry them, or even if they're the baby mom, have you a couple kids. And then the next thing you know, once they're like, okay, well, I wasted 10 years here. I've gotten what I got. I got my own business now. I got this, I'm out. You know what I mean? And then what are you going to see? You're going to see her probably with a younger man. We see it all the time.
With maybe sometimes, yeah, that's true.
A younger man than him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I just think the wisest course of action is to stay within your generation.
I do too.
If you Gen X, stay with Gen X. You millennials, stay with millennials. Gen Z, stay with Gen Z. That cross-generational thing. Again, do what you want to do. I'm just saying, as far as mitigating risk.
Trevor said them old people want to see if they still got the game. I remember seeing 50-year-old guys in the club when I was 30. Right.
Dang.
I mean, there's some out there, just like I talked about the old chick in the club. There's some old cats in there that, they up in there, child.
Okay.
They are buying them drinks, honey. I'm to the point right now in my life, let's say even if I was still in the club, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm to the point where I don't even want to turn around and try to wait for a guy to holler at me to buy me a drink.
Listen,
if I'm going to the club, I'm going to have my own money.
This is what I used to hate back in the day. Okay, lined up to buy me drinks, right? Okay, cool. Then I have a man, like, they expect me to kick it with them all night and talk to them at the club. No, sir, this ain't that. Right. I thought you were just being nice and buying me a drink. Also, I learned, like you said, I'm going to buy my own drinks. I don't need y'all to buy that. They be like, hey, how you doing, beautiful? You want a drink? No, I'm okay. I got it. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Because it turns into something weird sometimes. Like, you following me around all night. I thought you were just being nice. Nuh-uh. I'm not doing that.
I was never the drink buying nigga, so I never really worried
It
about
can't.
that.
Well, if I like you, that's different. Like if we kind of hit it off, we talking, that's cool. But don't make it awkward. Like,
Only time I buy a drink, you buy me a drink first.
oh, that's backward.
Yeah. So I would
No
talk and then chop it up, but I ain't buying no drink. Just for that, because I'm not.
907 said she's scared of young dudes. They be reckless.
Yeah.
Because the whole point of buying a drink is an icebreaker to get to like talk to you. If I want to talk to you, just talk to you. I ain't buying no drink.
Let me buy you a drink.
I mean, it's a nice gesture.
No, I'm not buying no drink. The only time situations I buy a drink, it was like, okay, you get this round, I get the next round. I've had that happen a few times, but just like, hey, pretty girl, no, I'm gonna buy you a drink, so I'm gonna talk to you. Nah, I ain't doing that. I'm just gonna talk to you. If you
Right, now
interested in the
there are
conversation, we
some
talk.
guys that just got it like that and they don't care. They buy everybody drinks. They don't care.
Right.
Hey, next round's on me or whatever. You know what I mean?
That's different. In like a group thing, okay, you get this round, I get this next round. But I'm talking about like, I want to talk to that girl, so I'm gonna buy her a drink and talk to her. No, that's a recipe for failure. I'm not doing that.
Right.
I just go talk to her. If she want to talk, we'll talk. If not, we're not. But
Right.
I say that $20, you know.
Yeah, that's true. Well, $20. You know how much drinks cost in the club now?
When I was going, they were like $20. I don't know what they are. I don't know what they are now.
$20 for one drink.
Okay.
I remember the last time I did this was, but it wasn't a club. We went to a little lounge, just maybe about 3-4 years ago, and it was one of my friends were in town, and so a couple of us went out to the lounge or whatever, and I was like, man, these drinks was high priced, and before that I hadn't been to no lounge or anything in some years, right? And I was like, oh heck no, we should have just snuck the bottle in like back in the day.
Girl, okay. I've done that before and had the time of my life. I'm like, I ain't buying no drink for nothing. I got my own.
Girl, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't miss those days. Not going back.
Me neither.
But
Neither.
But anyway, ladies, this has been a great conversation. I'm about to head out.
All right. Well, thank you for coming up.
No
I
problem.
appreciate it. I'm about to end it anyways. We are almost at 12 hours. Unbelievable. But thank you for coming up, Dub, and happy birthday.
You too.
Happy birthday.
You. Have a good week.
You too.
All right. Well, I think I don't know how to 'cause I don't want it when the show ends. Freezy will automatically be gone, right? He won't still be in the back, will he?
You can. Well, I think he will, but nobody will. You know,
Nobody will see him. I probably should just remove
he'll
him.
drop down.
Yeah, let me just remove him. Hold on.
Good night, Freezy. We love you, brother.
We love you, Freezy. Good night.
You probably sitting back in that chair, asleep, knocked out.
I hope he left it and went and got in the bed or something.
I hope so too. I think Freezy sleep in that chair.
I know I done fell asleep in the chair a time or two, honey. Sitting at my desk, like, matter of fact, was probably on Freezy's live. Woke up like, I'm still on the stage.
The Sunday, this was maybe a couple of months ago. I was live. I did the 12 hours, then they popped me in to start another one, child. So I started another one, and I think like around 11 something, they were still talking. I woke up and the live was ended, and I was still up there. And I had my sister. She was like, "Girl, I had to go up there and end the live. You were not." I said, "Oh my gosh."
Well, at least she's able to do that. Right. I did that one time. I think it was that day that everybody was talking in Freezy's back chat and you was gonna go live, but you fell asleep in the back chat, but then you woke up with some energy all of a sudden. And then I was sleepy. Remember, we was back there talking for like 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And I fell asleep. I woke up, I was still there. I was like, why did somebody kick me down or something?
Girl, yes.
All right. And 907 said, great show. Come back and leave a comment on the video after this live ends. Thank you, 907. Follow 907's advice and leave a comment after the live ends. This has been fun. So, Mo Love, we have, well, we're not monetized, so it doesn't matter if we go over 12, right?
But the thing is, remember when Freezy did that and then it completely didn't like record none of his live?
Yeah, but he's monetized. Is it still the same thing for us?
But I'm wondering, will it not like keep your live? Is what I'm saying. Like that's
right.
I wish I knew. 907, do you know? So if she goes over 12 hours, will it still record at least the 12 hours? Because I thought Freezy said one time it didn't keep nothing.
It didn't. That one live. That was a live when everybody got cussed out too. That was a.
I would hate for you.
Yeah. We got 5 minutes then. So with that 5 minutes, what any last words on? Because I know we condensed it down and started talking about everything else. Any last words on what you would tell your younger self if you could look, or any lessons you learned, not even what you would tell your younger self, but any lessons you learned from the time you were 21 to now?
I learned that time management is very important. When you're younger, you feel like you have all the time in the world. Everything is moving slow. Like time passes faster than what you think. Like be mindful of what you do with your time. Because that's something that we have no control over, really, because none of us know how long we have. So just make the best of your time. And like I said earlier, be mindful of the decisions you make now, because you don't want to make bad decisions that will have a negative effect on you in the long run, because sometimes our decision making can be just based off of what we feel in the moment,
That was good. That was good. 907 said no, just start a new live if you go over 12. Like, we ain't taking no.
Oh, okay.
She said, I would say, girl, you fine, laugh out loud to my younger self also. I know that.
I will too. Give me that 21-year-old waistline again. Jesus.
Girl, I'm telling you what. Travis said drinks are 15 and up. And thank you, Travis, for coming in. Thank you, Riaz. Thank you, 907, for rocking out with us to the end. What would I tell my younger self? I would tell my younger self to think everything through before making hasty decisions. Get in tune with God. There's nothing out there. Getting lit, turning up. It's not worth it. Just handle your priorities and find peace. Be at peace instead of, deal with your emotions better or deal with your triggers better.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would say. That's probably what I'd tell myself, to love yourself more and just stay on a good vibe. Stay on a good vibe, stay positive, and don't dwell on any setbacks or failures.
Yes.
Keep your head up and just focus on the things that you need to do to rectify the situation to make it better.